September 1663. September 1st. Up pretty betimes, and after a little at my veal to my office, where we sat all the morning, and I got my bill among others for my carved work, which I expected to have paid for myself, signed at the table, and hoped to get the money back again. Though if the rest had not got it paid by the king, I never intended nor did desire to have him pay for my vanity. In the evening my brother John coming to me to complain that my wife seems to be discontented at his being here, and shows him great disrespect. So I took and walked with him in the garden, and discoursed long with him about my affairs, and how imprudent it is for my father and mother and him to take exceptions without great cause at my wife, considering how much it concerns them to keep her their friend and for my peace. Not that I would ever be led by her to forget or desert them in the main, but yet she deserves to be pleased and complied with a little, considering the manner of life that I keep her to. And how convenient it were for me to have Brampton for her to be sent to when I have a mind or occasion to go abroad to Portsmouth or elsewhere. So directed him how to behave himself to her, and gave him other counsel, and so to my office, where late. Second, up betimes and to my office, and thence with Sir J. Minns by coach to Whitehall, where met us Sir W. Batten, and there stayed by the council chamber till the lords called us in, being appointed 4 days ago to attend them with an account of the riot among the seamen the other day, when Sir J. Minns did as like a coxcomb as ever I saw any man speak in my life, and so we were dismissed, they making nothing almost of the matter. We stayed long without, till by and by my Lord Mayor comes, who also was commanded to be there, and he having, we not being within with him, an admonition from the lords to take better care of preserving the peace, we joined with him. And the lords having commanded Sir J. Minns to prosecute the fellows for the riot, we rode along with my Lord Mayor in his coach to the Sessions House in the Old Bailey, where the Sessions are now sitting. Here I heard 2 or 3 ordinary trials, among others one, which, they say, is very common nowadays. And therefore in my now taking of maids I resolved to look to have some body to answer for them, a woman that went and was indicted by 4 names for entering herself a cookmaid to a gentleman that prosecuted her there. And after 3 days run away with a silver tankard, a porringer of silver, and a couple of spoons, and being now found is found guilty, and likely will be hanged. By and by up to dinner with my Lord Mayor and the alderman, and a very great dinner and most excellent venison, but it almost made me sick by not daring to drink wine. After dinner into a withdrawing room. And there we talked, among other things, of the Lord Mayor's sword. They tell me this sword, they believe, is at least 100 or 200 years old. And another that he hath, which is called the black sword, which the Lord Mayor wears when he mourns, but properly is their Lenten sword to wear upon Good Friday and other Lent days, is older than that. Thence I, leaving Sir J. Minns to look after his indictment drawing up, I home by water, and there found my wife mightily pleased with a present of shells, fine shells given her by Captain Hicks, and so she and I up and looked them over. And indeed they are very pleasant ones. By and by in comes Mr. Llewellyn, lately come from Ireland, to see me, and he tells me how the English interest falls mightily there, the Irish party being too great, so that most of the old rebels are found innocent, and their lands, which were forfeited and bought or given to the English, are restored to them. Which gives great discontent there among the English. He being gone, I to my office, where late, putting things in order, and so home to supper and to bed. Going through the city, my Lord Mayor told me how the pillar set up by Exeter House is only to show where the pipes of water run to the city. And observed that this city is as well watered as any city in the world, and that the bringing the water to the city hath cost at first and last above L 300,000, but by the new building, and the building of St. James's by my Lord St. Albans 505 which is now about, and which the city stomach I perceive highly, but dare not oppose it, were it now to be done, it would not be done for 1,000,000 of money. Third, up betimes, and for an hour at my vial before my people rise. Then up and to the office a while, and then to Sir W. Batten, who is going this day for pleasure down to the Downs. I eat a breakfast with them, and at my lady's desire with them by coach to Greenwich, where I went aboard with them on the Charlotte yacht. The wind very fresh, and I believe they will be all sick enough, besides that she is mighty troublesome on the water. Methinks she makes over much of her husband's ward, young Mr. Griffin, as if she expected some service from him when he comes to it, being a pretty young boy. I left them under sail, and I to Deptford, and, after a word or two with Sir J. Minns, walked to Redriff and so home. In my way, it coming into my head, overtaking of a beggar or two on the way that looked like gypsies, what the gypsies 8 or 9 days ago had foretold, that somebody that day as night should be with me to borrow money, but I should lend none. And looking, when I came to my office, upon my journal, that my brother John had brought a letter that day from my brother Tom to borrow 20 more of me, which had vexed me so that I had sent the letter to my father into the country, to acquaint him of it, and how little he is beforehand that he is still forced to borrow. But it pleased me mightily to see how, contrary to my expectations, having so lately lent him 20, and belief that he had money by him to spare, and that after some days not thinking of it, I should look back and find what the gypsy had told me to be so true. After dinner at home to my office, and there till late doing business, being very well pleased with Mr. Cutler's coming to me about some business, and among other things tells me that they value me as a man of business, which he accounts the best virtuoso, and I know his thinking me so, and speaking where he comes, may be of good use to me. Home to supper, and to bed. 4th, up betimes, and an hour at my viol, and then abroad by water to Whitehall and Westminster Hall, and there bought the first newsbooks of Lestrange's writing, 506 he beginning this week. And makes, methinks, but a simple beginning. Then to speak to Mrs. Lane, who seems desirous to have me come to see her and to have her company as I had a little while ago, which methinks if she were very modest, considering how I tumbled her and tossed her, she should not. Thence to Mrs. Harper, and sent for Creed, and there Mrs. Harper sent for a maid for me to come to live with my wife. I like the maid's looks well enough, and I believe may do well, she looking very modestly in speaking so too. I directed her to speak with my wife, and so Creed and I away to Mr. Povey's, and he not being at home, walked to Lincoln's in Walks, which they are making very fine, and about 1 o'clock went back to Povey's. And by in comes he, and so we sat and down to dinner, and his lady, whom I never saw before, a handsome old woman that brought him money that makes him do as he does, and so we had plenty of meat and drink, though I drunk no wine. Though mightily urged to it, and in the exact manner that I never saw in my life anywhere, and he the most full and satisfied in it that man can be in this world with anything. After dinner done, to see his new cellars, which he has made so fine with so noble an arch and such contrivances for his barrels and bottles, and in a room next to it such a grotto and fountain, which in summer will be so pleasant as nothing in the world can be almost. But to see how he himself do pride himself too much in it, and command and expect to have all admiration, though indeed everything do highly deserve it, is a little troublesome. Thence Creed and I away, and by his importunity away by coach to Bartholomew Fair, where I have no mind to go without my wife, and therefore rode through the fair without lighting, and away home, leaving him there. And at home made my wife get herself presently ready, and so carried her by coach to the fair, and showed her the monkeys dancing on the ropes, which was strange, but such dirty sport that I was not pleased with it. There was also a horse with hoofs like ram's horns, a goose with 4 feet, and a cock with 3. Thence to another place, and saw some German clock works, the Salutation of the Virgin Mary, and several scriptural stories. But above all there was at last represented the sea, with Neptune, Venus, mermaids, and Arid on a dolphin, the sea rocking, so well done, that had it been in a gaudy manner and place, and at a little distance, it had been admirable. Thence home by coach with my wife, and I a while to the office, and so to supper and to bed. This day I read a proclamation for calling in and commanding every body to apprehend my Lord Bristol. 5th. Up betimes and to my viol a while, and so to the office, and there sat, and busy all the morning. So at noon to the Exchange, and so home to dinner, where I met Creed, who dined with me, and after dinner mightily importuned by Captain Hicks, who came to tell my wife the names and story of all the shells. which was a pretty present he made her the other day. He being gone, Creed, my wife, and I to Cornhill, and after many trials bought my wife a chintz, that is, a painted Indian calico, for to line her new study, which is very pretty. So home with her, and then I away, Creed being gone, to Captain Miner's upon Tower Hill, and there, abating only some impertinence of his, I did inform myself well in things relating to the East Indies. Both of the country and the disappointment the king met with the last voyage, by the knavery of the Portugal viceroy, and the inconsiderableness of the place of Balmain 507 if we had had it. But, above all things, it seems strange to me that matters should not be understood before they went out, and also that such a thing as this, which was expected to be one of the best parts of the Queen's portion, should not be better understood. It being, if we had it, but a poor place, and not really so as was described to our king in the draft of it, but a poor little island. Whereas they made the king and Lord Chancellor, and other learned men about the king, believe that, and other islands which are near it, were all one piece. And so the draft was drawn and presented to the king, and believed by the king and expected to prove so when our men came thither, but it is quite otherwise. Thence to my office, and after several letters writ, home to supper and to bed, and took a pill. I hear this day that Sir W. Batten was fain to put ashore at Queenborough with my lady, who has been so sick she swears never to go to sea again. But it happens well that Holmes is come home into the Downs, where he will meet my lady, and it may be do her more good than she looked for. He brings news of the peace between Tangier and the Moors, but the particulars I know not. He is come but yesterday. 6th, Lord's Day. My pill I took last night worked very well, and I lay long in bed and sweat to get away the itching all about my body from head to foot, which is beginning again as it did the last winter, and I find after I am up that it is abated. I stayed at home all day and my wife also, whom, God forgive me, I stayed along with me for fear of her seeing of Pembleton. But she and I entertained one another all day long with great pleasure, contriving about my wife's closet and the bedchamber, whither we intend to go up she and I today. We dined alone and supped also at night, my brother John with us, and so to prayers and to bed. 7th. Up pretty betimes, and a while to my viol, and then abroad to several places, to buy things for the furnishing my house and my wife's closet, and then met my uncle Thomas, by appointment, and he and I to the prerogative office in Paternoster Row. And there searched and found my uncle Day's will, and read it over and advised upon it, and his wife's after him, and though my Aunt Perkins' testimony is very good, yet I fear the estate being great. And the rest that are able to inform us in the matter are all possessed of more or less of the estate, it will be hard for us ever to do anything. Nor will I adventure anything till I see what part will be given to us by my uncle Thomas of all that is gained. But I had another end of putting my uncle into some doubt, that so I might keep him, yet from going into the country that he may be there against the court at his own charge, and so I left him and his son at a loss what to do till I see them again. And so I to my Lord Crew's, thinking to have dined there, but it was too late, and so back and called at my brother's and Mr. Holden's about several businesses, and went all alone to the Black Spread Eagle in Bride Lane, and there had a chop of veal and some bread, cheese, and beer, cost me a shilling to my dinner, and so through Fleet Alley, God forgive me. Out of an itch to look upon the sluts there, against which when I saw them my stomach turned, and so to Bartholomew Fair, where I met with Mr. Pickering, and he and I to see the monkeys at the Dutch house, which is far beyond the other that my wife and I saw the other day, and thence to see the dancing on the ropes, which was very poor and tedious. But he and I fell in discourse about my Lord Sandwich. He tells me how he is sorry for my lord at his being at Chelsea, and that his but seeming so to my lord without speaking one word, had put him clear out of my lord's favour, so as that he was fain to leave him before he went into the country. For that he was put to eat with his servants. But I could not fish from him, though I knew it, what was the matter, but am very sorry to see that my lord hath thus much forgot his honour, but am resolved not to meddle with it. The play being done, I stole from him and hied home, buying several things at the ironmonger's, dogs, tongs, and shovels, for my wife's closet and the rest of my house, and so home, and thence to my office a while, and so home to supper and to bed. By my letters from Tangier today I hear that it grows very strong by land, and the mole goes on. They have lately killed 200 of the Moors, and lost about 40 or 50. I am mightily afeard of laying out too much money in goods upon my house, but it is not money flung away, though I reckon nothing money but when it is in the bank, till I have a good sum beforehand in the world. 8th. Up and to my vial a while, and then to my office on Phillips having brought me a draught of the Catherine yacht, prettily well done for the common way of doing it. At the office all the morning making up our last half-year's account to my Lord Treasurer, which comes to L160,000 or thereabouts, the proper expense of this half-year, only with an addition of L13,000 for the third due of the last account to the Treasurer for his disbursements, and L1100 for this half-year's. So that in 3 years and a half his thirds come to L14,100. Dined at home with my wife. It being washing day, we had a good pie baked of a leg of mutton. And then to my office, and then abroad, and among other places to Moxon's, and there bought a pair of globes cost me L310s. With which I am well pleased, I buying them principally for my wife, who has a mind to understand them, and I shall take pleasure to teach her. But here I saw his great window in his dining room, where there is the 2 terrestrial hemispheres, so painted as I never saw in my life, and nobly done and to good purpose, done by his own hand. Thence home to my office, and there at business late, and then to supper home and to bed, my people sitting up longer than ordinary before they had done their washing. 9th, up by break of day, and then to my vials a while, and so to Sir W. Warren's by agreement, and after talking and eating something with him, he and I down by water to Woolwich, and there I did several businesses, and had good discourse, and thence walked to Greenwich. In my way a little boy overtook us with a fine cup turned out of lignum vitae, which the poor child confessed was made in the King's Yard by his father, a turner there, and that he do often do it, and that I might have one, and God knows what. Which I shall examine. Thence to Sir W. Warren's again, and there drew up a contract for masts which he is to sell us, and so home to dinner, finding my poor wife busy. I, after dinner, to the office, and then to Whitehall, to Sir G. Carteret, but did not speak with him, and so to Westminster Hall, God forgive me, thinking to meet Mrs. Lane, but she was not there, but here I met with Ned Pickering, with whom I walked 3 or 4 hours till evening, he telling me the whole business of my lord's folly with this Mrs. Beck, at Chelsea, of all which I am ashamed to see my lord so grossly play the beast and fool, to the flinging off of all honour, friends, servants, and every thing in person that is good. And only will have his private lust undisturbed with this common. His sitting up night after night alone, suffering nobody to come to them, and all the day too, casting off Pickering, basely reproaching him with his small estate, which yet is a good one, and other poor courses to obtain privacy beneath his honour. And with his carrying her abroad and playing on his lute under her window, and 40 other poor sordid things, which I am grieved to hear. But believe it to no purpose for me to meddle with it, but let him go on till God Almighty and his own conscience and thoughts of his lady and family do it. So after long discourse, to my full satisfaction but great trouble, I home by water and at my office late, and so to supper to my poor wife, and so to bed, being troubled to think that I shall be forced to go to Brampton the next court, next week. 10th, up betimes and to my office, and there sat all the morning making a great contract with Sir W. Warren for L3000 worth of masts, but, good God! To see what a man might do, were I a knave, the whole business from beginning to end being done by me out of the office, and signed to buy them upon the once reading of it to them, without the least care or consultation either of quality, price, number, or need of them, only in general that it was good to have a store. But I hope my pains was such, as the King has the best bargain of masts has been bought these 27 years in this office. Dined at home and then to my office again, many people about business with me, and then stepped a little abroad about business to the wardrobe, but missed Mr. Moore, and elsewhere, and in my way met Mr. Moore, who tells me of the good peace that is made at Tangier with the Moors, but to continue but from 6 months to 6 months, and that the mole is laid out, and likely to be done with great ease and success. We to have a quantity of ground for our cattle about the town to our use. To my office late, and then home to supper, after writing letters, and to bed. This day our cook maid, we having no luck in maids nowadays, which was likely to prove a good servant, though none of the best cooks, fell sick and is gone to her friends, having been with us but 4 days. 11th. This morning, about 2 or 3 o'clock, knocked up in our backyard, and rising to the window, being moonshine, I found it was the constable and his watch, who had found our backyard door open, and so came in to see what the matter was. So I desired them to shut the door, and bid them good night, and so to bed again, and at 6 o'clock up and a while to my viol, and then to the office, where all the morning upon the victualler's accounts, and then with him to dinner at the Dolphin. Where I eat well but drank no wine neither. Which keeps me in such good order that I am mightily pleased with myself for it. Hither Mr. Moore came to me, and he and I home and advised about business, and so after an hour's examining the state of the Navy debts lately cast up, I took coach to Sir Philip Warwick's, but finding Sir G. Carteret there I did not go in, but directly home, again, it raining hard, having first of all been with Creed and Mrs. Harper about a cook maid, and them like to have one from Creed's lodging. In my way home visited my Lord Crewe and Sir Thomas, thinking they might have inquired by the by of me touching my lord's matters at Chelsea, but they said nothing, and so after some slight common talk I bid them good night. At home to my office, and after a while doing business home to supper and bed. 12th, up betimes, and by water to Whitehall, and thence to Sir Philip Warwick, and there had half an hour's private discourse with him. And did give him some good satisfaction in our Navy matters, and he also me, as to the money paid and due to the Navy, so as he makes me assured by particulars, that Sir G. Carteret is paid within L80,000 every farthing that we to this day, nay to Michaelmas Day next have demanded, and that, I am sure, is above L50,000 snorth than truly our expenses have been, whatever is become of the money. Home with great content that I have thus begun an acquaintance with him, who is a great man, and a man of as much business as any man in England, which I will endeavour to deserve and keep. Thence by water to my office, in here all the morning, and so to the Change at noon, and there by appointment met and bring home my uncle Thomas, who resolves to go with me to Brampton on Monday next. I wish he may hold his mind. I do not tell him, and yet he believes that there is a court to be that he is to do some business for us there. The truth is I do find him a much more cunning fellow than I ever took him for, nay in his very drink he has his wits about him. I took him home to dinner, and after dinner he began, after a glass of wine or two, to exclaim against Sir G. Carteret and his family in Jersey, bidding me to have a care of him, and how high, proud, false, and politique a fellow he is, and how low he has been under his command in the island. After dinner, and long discourse, he went away to meet on Monday morning, and I to my office, and thence by water to Whitehall and Westminster Hall about several businesses, and so home. And to my office writing a laborious letter about our last account to my Lord Treasurer, which took me to 1 o'clock in the morning. 13th, Lord's Day. So that Griffin was fain to carry it to Westminster to go by express, and my other letters of import to my father and elsewhere could not go at all. To bed between 1 and 2 and slept till 8, and lay talking till 9 with great pleasure with my wife. So up and put my clothes in order against tomorrow's journey, and then at noon at dinner, and all the afternoon almost playing and discoursing with my wife with great content, and then to my office there to put papers in order against my going. And by comes my uncle White to bid us to dinner tomorrow to a haunch of venison I sent them yesterday, given me by Mr. Povey, but I cannot go, but my wife will. Then into the garden to read my weekly vows, and then home, where at supper saying to my wife, in ordinary fondness, well, shall you and I never travel together again, she took me up and offered and desired to go along with me. I thinking by that means to have her safe from harm's way at home here, was willing enough to feign, and after some difficulties made did send about for a horse and other things, and so I think she will go. So, in a hurry getting myself and her things ready, to bed. 14th. Up betimes, and my wife's mind and mine holding for her going, so she to get her ready, and I abroad to do the like for myself, and so home, and after setting everything at my office and at home in order, by coach to Bishopsgate. It being a very promising fair day. There at the Dolphin we met my Uncle Thomas and his son-in-law, which seems a very sober man, and Mr. Moore. So Mr. Moore and my wife set out before, and my uncle and I stayed for his son Thomas, who, by a sudden resolution, is preparing to go with us, which makes me fear something of mischief which they design to do us. He staying a great while, the old man nigh before, and about 8 miles off, his son comes after us, and about 6 miles further we overtake Mr. Moore and my wife, which makes me mightily consider what a great deal of ground is lost in a little time, when it is to be got up again by another, that is to go his own ground and the others too. And so after a little bait, I paying all the reckonings the whole journey, at Ware, to Buntingford, where my wife, by drinking some cold beer, being hot herself, presently after lighting, begins to be sick, and became so pale. And I alone with her in a great chamber there, that I thought she would have died, and so in great horror, and having a great trial of my true love and passion for her, called the maids and mistress of the house, and so with some strong water. And after a little vomit, she came to be pretty well again. And so to bed, and I having put her to bed with great content, I called in my company, and supped in the chamber by her, and being very merry in talk, supped and then parted, and I to bed and lay very well. This day my cousin Thomas dropped his hanger, and it was lost. 15th. Up pretty betimes and rode as far as Godmanchester, Mr. Moore having 2 falls, once in water and another in dirt, and there light and eat and drunk, being all of us very weary, but especially my uncle and wife. Thence to Brampton to my father's, and there found all well, but not sensible how they ought to treat my uncle and his son, at least till the court be over, which vexed me, but on my counsel they carried it fair to them. And so my father, cousin Thomas, and I up to Hinchingbroke, where I find my lord and his company gone to Boughton, which vexed me. But there I find my lady and the young ladies, and there I alone with my lady 2 hours, she carrying me through every part of the house and gardens, which are, and will be, mighty noble indeed. Here I saw Mrs. Betty Pickering, who is a very well-bred and comely lady, but very fat. Thence, without so much as drinking, home with my father and cousin, who stayed for me, and to a good supper. After I had had an hour's talk with my father abroad in the fields, wherein he begun to talk very highly of my promises to him of giving him the profits of Sturtlow, as if it were nothing that I give him out of my purse. And that he would have me to give this also from myself to my brothers and sister. I mean Brampton and all, I think. I confess I was angry to hear him talk in that manner, and took him up roundly in it, and advised him if he could not live upon L50 per ann. Which was another part of his discourse, that he would think to come and live at Tom's again, where L50 per ann will be a good addition to Tom's trade, and I think that must be done when all is done. But my father spoke nothing more of it all the time I was in the country, though at the time he seemed to like it well enough. I also spoke with Piggott too this evening before I went in to supper, and doubt that I shall meet with some knots in my business tomorrow before I can do it at the court, but I shall do my best. After supper my uncle and his son to Stanks's to bed, which troubles me, all our father's beds being lent to Hinchingbroke, and so my wife and I to bed, she very weary. 16th. Up betimes, and with my wife to Hinchingbroke to see my lady, she being to go to my lord this morning, and there I left her, and so back to the court, and heard Sir R. Bernard's charges to the courts baron and leet, which took up till noon, and were worth hearing, and after putting my business into some way, went home to my father's to dinner, and after dinner to the court. Where Sir Robert and his son came again by and by, and then to our business, and my father and I having given bond to him for the L21 Piggott owed him. My uncle Thomas did quietly admit himself and surrender to us the lands first mortgaged for our whole debt, and Sir Robert added to it what makes it up L209, to be paid in 6 months. But when I came to give him an account of more lands to be surrendered to us, wherein Pigot's wife was concerned, and she there to give her consent, Sir Robert would not hear of it, but began to talk very high that we were very cruel. And we had caution enough for our money, and he could not in conscience let the woman do it, and reproached my uncle, both he and his son, with taking use upon use for this money. To all which I did give him such answers and spoke so well, and kept him so to it, that all the court was silent to hear us, and by report since do confess they did never hear the like in the place. But he by a while had got our bond, and I was content to have as much as I could though I could not get all, and so took Pigot's surrender of them without his wife. And by Sir Robert's own consent did tell the court that if the money were not paid in the time, and the security prove not sufficient, I would conclude myself wronged by Sir Robert, which he granted I should do. This kept us till night, but am heartily glad it ended so well on my uncle's part, he doing that in Prior's little house very willingly. So the court broke up, and my father and Mr. Shepley and I to Gorham's to drink, and then I left them, and to the Bull, where my uncle was to hear what he and the people said of our business, and hear nothing but what liked me very well. So by and by home and to supper, and with my mind in pretty good quiet, to bed. 17th. Up, and my father being gone to bed ill last night and continuing so this morning, I was forced to come to a new consideration, whether it was fit for to let my uncle and his son go to Wisbeach about my uncle Day's estate alone or no. And concluded it unfit. And so resolved to go with them myself, leaving my wife there, I begun a journey with them, and with much ado, through the fens, along dykes, where sometimes we were ready to have our horses sink to the belly, we got by night. With great deal of stir and hard riding, to Parson's Drove, a heathen place, where I found my uncle and Aunt Perkins, and their daughters, poor wretches. In a sad, poor thatched cottage, like a poor barn, or stable, peeling of hemp, in which I did give myself good content to see their manner of preparing of hemp. And in a poor condition of habit took them to our miserable inn, and there, after long stay, and hearing of Frank, their son, the miller, play, upon his treble, as he calls it, with which he earns part of his living. And singing of a country bawdy song, we sat down to supper. The whole crew, and Frank's wife and child, a sad company, of which I was ashamed, supped with us. And after supper I, talking with my aunt about her report concerning my uncle Day's will and surrender, I found her in such different reports from what she writes and says to the people, and short of what I expected, that I fear little will be done of good in it. By and by news is brought to us that one of our horses is stole out of the stable, which proves my uncle's, at which I am inwardly glad, I mean, that it was not mine, and at this we were at a great loss. And they doubting a person that lay at next door, a Londoner, some lawyer's clerk, we caused him to be secured in his bed, and other care to be taken to seize the horse. And so about 12 at night or more, to bed in a sad, cold, nasty chamber, only the maid was indifferent handsome, and so I had a kiss or two of her, and I to bed, and a little after I was asleep they waked me to tell me that the horse was found. Which was good news, and so to sleep till the morning, but was bit cruelly, and nobody else of our company, which I wonder at, by the gnats. 18th, up, and got our people together as soon as we could, and after eating a dish of cold cream, which was my supper last night too, we took leave of our beggarly company, though they seemed good people, too. And over most sad fens, all the way observing the sad life which the people of the place which if they be born there, they do call the breathlings of the place, do live, sometimes rowing from one spot to another, and then wading, to Wisbeach. A pretty town, and a fine church and library, where sundry very old abbey manuscripts. And a fine house, built on the church ground by Secretary Thurlow, and a fine gallery built for him in the church, but now all in the Bishop of Ely's hands. After visiting the church, we went out of the town, by the help of a stranger, to find out one Blinkhorn, a miller, of whom we might inquire something of old Day's disposal of his estate, and in whose hands it now is. And by great chance we met him, and brought him to our inn to dinner. And instead of being informed in his estate by this fellow, we find that he is the next heir to the estate, which was matter of great sport to my cousin Thomas and me, to see such a fellow prevent us in our hopes, he being Day's brother's daughter's son, whereas we are but his sister's sons and grandsons. So that, after all, we were fain to propose our matter to him, and to get him to give us leave to look after the business, and so he to have 1/3 part, and we two to have the other 2/3 parts, of what should be recovered of the estate. Which he consented to. And after some discourse and paying the reckoning, we mounted again, and rode, being very merry at our defeat, to Chatteris, my uncle very weary, and after supper, and my telling of 3 stories, to their good liking, of spirits. We all 3 in a chamber went to bed. 19th, up pretty betimes, and after eating something, we set out and I, being willing thereto, went by a mistake with them to St. Ives, and there, it being known that it was their nearer way to London, I took leave of them there, they going straight to London and I to Brampton, where I find my father ill in bed still. And Madame Norbury, whom and her fair daughter and sister I was ashamed to kiss, but did, my lip being sore with riding in the wind and bit with the gnats, lately come to town, come to see my father and mother. And they after a little stay being gone, I told my father my success. And after dinner my wife and I took horse, and rode with marvellous, and the first and only hour of pleasure that ever I had in this estate since I had to do with it, to Brampton Woods. And through the wood road, and gathered nuts in my way, and then at Graffham to an old woman's house to drink, where my wife used to go. And being in all circumstances highly pleased, and in my wife's riding in good company at this time, I rode, and she showed me the river behind my father's house, which is very pleasant, and so saw her home, and I straight to Huntingdon. And there met Mr. Shepley and to the Crown, having sent home my horse by Stanks, and there a barber came and trimmed me, and thence walked to Hinchingbroke, where my lord and ladies all are just alighted. And so I in among them, and my lord glad to see me, and the whole company. Here I stayed and supped with them, and after a good stay talking, but yet observing my lord not to be so mightily engulfed in his pleasure in the country as I expected and hoped, I took leave of them. And after a walk in the courtyard in the dark with Mr. Howe, who tells me that my lord do not enjoy himself and please himself as he used to do, but will hasten up to London, and that he is resolved to go to Chelsea again, which we are heartily grieved for and studious how to prevent if it be possible. I took horse, there being one appointed for me, and a groom to attend me, and so home, where my wife, stayed up and sister for me, and so to bed, troubled for what I hear of my lord. 20th, Lord's Day. Up, and finding my father somewhat better, walked to Huntingdon Church, where in my lord's pew, with the young ladies, by my lord's own showing me the place, I stayed the sermon, and so to Hinchingbroke, walking with Mr. Shepley and Dr. King, whom they account a witty man here, as well as a good physician, and there my lord took me with the rest of the company, and singly demanded my opinion in the walks in his garden, about the bringing of the crooked wall on the mount to a shape. And so to dinner, there being Colonel Williams and much other company, and a noble dinner. But having before got my lord's warrant for travelling today, there being a proclamation read yesterday against it at Huntingdon, at which I am very glad, I took leave, leaving them at dinner, and walked alone to my father's, and there. After a word or two to my father and mother, my wife and I mounted, and, with my father's boy, upon a horse I borrowed of Captain Ferrers, we rode to Bigglesworth by the help of a couple of countrymen. That led us through the very long and dangerous waters, because of the ditches on each side, though it begun to be very dark, and there we had a good breast of mutton roasted for us, and supped, and to bed. 21st, up very betimes by break of day, and got my wife up, whom the thought of this day's long journey do discourage. And after eating something, and changing of a piece of gold to pay the reckoning, we mounted, and through Baldwick, where a fair is kept today, and a great one for cheese and other such commodities, and so to Hatfield. It being most curious weather from the time we set out to our getting home, and here we dined, and my wife being very weary, and believing that it would be hard to get her home tonight, and a great charge to keep her longer abroad. I took the opportunity of an empty coach that was to go to London, and left her to come in it to London, for half a crown, and so I and the boy home as fast as we could drive, and it was even night before we got home. So that I account it very good fortune that we took this course, being myself very weary, much more would my wife have been. At home found all very well and my house in good order. To see Sir W. Penn, who is pretty well, and Sir J. Minns, who is a little lame on one foot, and the rest gone to Chatham, viz., Sir G. Carteret and Sir W. Batten, who has in my absence inveighed against my contract the other day for Warren's masts, in which he is a knave, and I shall find matter of triumph, but it vexes me a little. So home, and by comes my wife by coach well home, and having got a good fowl ready for supper against her coming, we eat heartily, and so with great content and ease to our own bed. There nothing appearing so to our content as to be at our own home, after being abroad a while. 22nd, I up, well refreshed after my journey, and to my office and there set some things in order, and then Sir W. Penn and I met and held an office, and at noon to dinner, and so by water with my wife to Westminster, she to see her father and mother, and we met again at my lord's lodgings, and thence by water home again, where at the door we met Sir W. Penn and his daughter coming to visit us, and after their visit I to my office, and after some discourse to my great satisfaction with Sir W. Warren about our bargain of masts, I wrote my letters by the post, and so home to supper and to bed. This day my wife showed me bills printed, wherein her father, with Sir John Colladon and Sir Edward Ford, have got a patent for curing of smoky chimneys. .508. I wish they may do good thereof, but fear it will prove but a poor project. This day the King and Queen are to come to Oxford. I hear my Lady Castlemaine is for certain gone to Oxford to meet him, having lain within here at home this week or two, supposed to have miscarried. But for certain is as great in favour as heretofore. 509 At least Mrs. Sarah at my lord's, who hears all from their own family, do say so. Every day brings news of the Turk's advance into Germany, to the awaking of all the Christian princes thereabouts, and possessing himself of Hungary. My present care is fitting my wife's closet and my house, and making her a velvet coat, and me a new black cloth suit, and coat and cloak, and evening my reckoning as well as I can against Michaelmas Day. Hoping for all that to have my balance as great or greater than ever I had yet. 23rd. Up betimes and to my office, where setting down my journal while I was in the country to this day, and at noon by water to my Lord Crews, and there dined with him and Sir Thomas. Thinking to have them inquire something about my lord's lodgings at Chelsea, or anything of that sort, but they did not, nor seemed to take the least notice of it, which is their discretion. Though it might be better for my lord and them too if they did, that so we might advise together for the best, which cannot be while we seem ignorant one to another, and it is not fit for me to begin the discourse. Thence walked to several places about business and to Westminster Hall, thinking to meet Mrs. Lane, which is my great vanity upon me at present, but I must correct it. She was not in the way. So by water home and to my office, whither by and by came my brother John, who is to go to Cambridge tomorrow, and I did give him a most severe reprimand for his bad account he gives me of his studies. This I did with great passion and sharp words, which I was sorry to be forced to say, but that I think it for his good, for swearing doing anything for him, and that which I have yet, and now do give him, is against my heart. And will also be hereafter, till I do see him give me a better account of his studies. I was sorry to see him give me no answer, but, for aught I see, to hear me without great resentment, and such as I should have had, in his condition. But I have done my duty, let him do his, for I am resolved to be as good as my word. After 2 hours walking in the garden, till after it was dark, I ended with him and to my office, and there set some papers in order, and so to supper, and my poor wife, who is mighty busy at home, fitting her closet. So to bed. 24th. Up betimes, and after taking leave of my brother, John, who went from me to my father's this day, I went forth by water to Sir Philip Warwick's, where I was with him a pretty while, and in discourse he tells me, and made it appear to me, that the king cannot be in debt to the navy at this time L5000, and it is my opinion that Sir G. Carteret do owe the king money, and yet the whole navy debt paid. Thence I parted, being doubtful of myself that I have not, spoke with the gravity in weight that I ought to do in so great a business. But I rather hope it is my doubtfulness of myself, and the haste which he was in, some very great personages waiting for him without, while he was with me, that made him willing to be gone. To the office by water, where we sat doing little, now Mr. Coventry is not here, but only vex myself to see what a sort of coxcombs we are when he is not here to undertake such a business as we do. In the afternoon, telling my wife that I go to Deptford, I went by water to Westminster Hall, and there finding Mrs. Lane, took her over to Lambeth, where we were lately, and there did what I would with her, but only the main thing, which she would not consent to, for which God be praised. But, trust in the Lord, I shall never do so again while I live. After being tired with her company, I landed her at White Hall, and so home and at my office writing letters till 12 at night almost, and then home to supper and bed, and there found my poor wife hard at work, which grieved my heart to see that I should abuse so good a wretch. And that is just with God to make her bad with me for my wronging of her, but I do resolve never to do the like again. So to bed. 25th, lay pretty long in bed, and so to my office all the morning till by and by called out by Sir J. Minns and Sir W. Batten with them by water to Deptford, where it of a sudden did lighten, thunder, and rain so as we could do nothing but stay in Davis's house, and by Sir J. Minns and I home again by water, and I home to dinner, and after dinner to the office, and there till night all alone, even of my clerks being there, doing of business, and so home and to bed. 26th. Up into my office, and there we sat till noon, and then I to the Exchange, but did little there, but meeting Mr. Rawlinson he would needs have me home to dinner, and Mr. Dean of Woolwich being with me I took him with me, and there we dined very well at his own dinner, only no invitation, but here I sat with little pleasure, considering my wife at home alone, and so I made what haste home I could. And was forced to sit down again at dinner with her, being unwilling to neglect her by being known to dine abroad. My doing so being only to keep Dean from dining at home with me, being doubtful what I have to eat. So to the office, and there till late at night, and so home to supper and bed, being mightily pleased to find my wife so mindful of her house. 27th, Lord's Day. Lay chatting with my wife a good while, then up and got me ready and to church, without my man William, whom I have not seen today, nor care. But would be glad to have him put himself far enough out of my favor that he may not wonder to have me put him away. So home to dinner, being a little troubled to see Pembleton out again, but I do not discern in my wife the least memory of him. Dined, and so to my office a little, and then to church again, where a drowsy sermon, and so home to spend the evening with my poor wife, consulting about her closet, clothes, and other things. At night to supper, though with little comfort, I finding myself both head and breast in great pain, and what troubles me most my right ear is almost deaf. It is a cold, which God Almighty in justice did give me while I sat lewdly sporting with Mrs. Lane the other day with the broken window in my neck. I went to bed with a posset, being very melancholy in consideration of the loss of my hearing. 28th. Up, though with pain in my head, stomach, and ear, and that deaf so as in my way by coach to Whitehall with Sir J. Minns I called at Mr. Holliard's, who did give me some pills, and tells me I shall have my hearing again and be well. So to Whitehall, where Sir J. Minns and I did spend an hour in the gallery, looking upon the pictures, in which he hath some judgment. And by the commissioners for Tangier met, and there my Lord Teviot, together with Captain Cuttance, Captain Evans, and Jonas Moore, sent to that purpose, did bring us a brave draught of the mole to be built there. And report that it is likely to be the most considerable place the King of England hath in the world, and so I am apt to think it will. After discourse of this, and of supplying the garrison with some more horse, we rose, and Sir J. Minns and I home again, finding the street about our house full, Sir R. Ford beginning his shrievalty today and, what with his and our houses being new painted, the street begins to look a great deal better than it did, and more graceful. Home and eat one bit of meat, and then by water with him and Sir W. Batten to a sale of old provisions at Deptford, which we did at Captain Bodley's house, to the value of L600 or L700, but I am not satisfied with the method used in this thing. Then home again by water, and after a little at my office, and visit Sir W. Penn, who is not very well again, with his late pain, home to supper, being hungry, and my ear and cold not so bad I think as it was. So to bed, taking one of my pills. News that the king comes to town for certain on Thursday next from his progress. 29th, took 2 pills more in the morning and they worked all day, and I kept the house. About noon dined, and then to carry several heavy things with my wife up and down stairs, in order to our going to lie above, and will to come down to the wardrobe, and that put me into a violent sweat, so I had a fire made, and then, being dry again, she and I to put up some paper pictures in the Red Chamber, where we go to lie very pretty, and the map of Paris. Then in the evening, towards night, it fell to thunder, lighten, and rain so violently that my house was all afloat, and I in all the rain up to the gutters, and there dabbled in the rain and wet half an hour, enough to have killed a man. That done downstairs to dry myself again, and by come Mr. Simpson to set up my wife's chimney piece in her closet, which pleases me, and so that being done, I to supper and to bed, shifting myself from top to toe, and doubtful of my doing myself hurt. 30th. Rose very well, and my hearing pretty well again, and so to my office, by Mr. Holliard come, and at my house he searched my ear, and I hope all will be well, though I do not yet hear so well as I used to do with my right ear. So to my office till noon, and then home to dinner, and in the afternoon by water to Whitehall, to the Tangier Committee, where my Lord Teviot about his accounts. Which grieves me to see that his accounts being to be examined by us, there are none of the great men at the board that in compliment will accept against any thing in his accounts, and so none of the little persons dare do it, so the king is abused. Thence home again by water with Sir W. Ryder, and so to my office, and there I sat late making up my month's accounts, and, blessed be God, do find myself L760 creditor, notwithstanding that for clothes for myself and wife, and layings out on her closet, I have spent this month L47. So home, where I found our new cookmaid Elizabeth, whom my wife never saw at all, nor I but once at a distance before, but recommended well by Mr. Creed, and I hope will prove well. So to supper, prayers, and bed. This evening Mr. Coventry is come to St. James's, but I did not go see him, and tomorrow the King, Queen, Duke and his lady, and the whole court comes to town from their progress. Myself and family well, only my father sick in the country. All the common talk of for news is the Turks' advance in Hungary, and October 1663. October 1st, up and betimes to my office, and then to sit, where Sir G. Carteret, Sir W. Batten, Sir W. Penn, Sir J. Minns, Mr. Coventry and myself, a fuller board than by the King's progress and the late pays and my absence has been a great while. Sat late, and then home to dinner. After dinner I by water to Deptford about a little business, and so back again, buying a couple of good eels by the way, and after writing by the post, home to see the painter at work, late, in my wife's closet, and so to supper and to bed. Having been very merry with the painter, late, while he was doing his work. This day the king and court returned from their progress. 2nd, up betimes and by water to St. James's, and there visited Mr. Coventry as a compliment after his new coming to town, but had no great talk with him, he being full of business. So back by foot through London, doing several errands, and at the Change met with Mr. Cutler, and he and I to a coffee house, and there discoursed, and he do assure me that there is great likelihood of a war with Holland, but I hope we shall be in good condition before it comes to break out. I like his company, and will make much of his acquaintance. So home to dinner with my wife, who is over head and ears in getting her house up, and so to the office, and with Mr. Lewis, late, upon some of the old victuallers' accounts, and so home to supper and to bed, up to our Red Chamber, where we purpose always to lie. This day I received a letter from Mr. Barlow, with a Turella 510 which I had hoped he had sent me, but to my trouble I find it is to present from him to my Lord Sandwich, but I will make a little use of it first, and then give it him. 3rd. Up, being well pleased with my new lodging and the convenience of having our maids and none else about us, will lying below. So to the office, and there we sat full of business all the morning. At noon I home to dinner, and then abroad to buy a bell to hang by our chamber door to call the maids. Then to the office, and met Mr. Blackburn, who came to know the reason of his kinsman, my will, his being observed by his friends of late to droop much. I told him my great displeasure against him and the reasons of it, to his great trouble yet satisfaction, for my care over him, and how everything I said was for the good of the fellow, and he will take time to examine the fellow about all. And to desire my pleasure concerning him, which I told him was either that he should become a better servant or that we would not have him under my roof to be a trouble. He tells me in a few days he will come to me again and we shall agree what to do therein. I home and told my wife all, and am troubled to see that my servants and others should be the greatest trouble I have in the world, more than for myself. We then to set up our bell with a smith very well, and then I late at the office. So home to supper and to bed. 4th, Lord's Day. Up and to church, my house being miserably overflooded with rain last night, which makes me almost mad. At home to dinner with my wife, and so to talk, and to church again, and so home, and all the evening most pleasantly passed the time in good discourse of our fortune and family till supper, and so to bed, in some pain below, through cold got. 5th. Up with pain, and with Sir J. Minns by coach to the Temple, and then I to my brother's, and up and down on business, and so to the New Exchange, and there met Creed, and he and I walked 2 or 3 hours, talking of many businesses, especially about Tangier. And my Lord Tiviot's bringing in of high accounts, and yet if they were higher are like to pass without exception, and then of my Lord Sandwich sending a messenger to know whether the King intends to come to Newmarket, as is talked, that he may be ready to entertain him at Hinchingbroke. Thence home and dined, and my wife all day putting up her hangings in her closet, which she do very prettily herself with her own hand, to my great content. So I to the office till night, about several businesses, and then went and sat an hour or 2 with Sir W. Penn, talking very largely of Sir J. Minns's simplicity in unsteadiness, and of Sir W. Batten's suspicious dealings, wherein I was open, and he sufficiently, so that I do not care for his telling of tales, for he said as much, but whether that were so or no I said nothing but what is my certain knowledge and belief concerning him. Thence home to bed in great pain. 6th, slept pretty well, and my wife waked to ring the bell to call up our maids to the washing about 4 o'clock, and I was and she angry that our bell did not wake them sooner, but I will get a bigger bell. So we to sleep again till 8 o'clock, and then I up in some ease to the office, where we had a full board, where we examined Cock's second account, when Mr. Turner had drawn a bill directly to be paid the balance thereof, as Mr. Cock demanded, and Sir J. Minns did boldly assert the truth of it, and that he had examined it, when there is no such thing, but many vouchers, upon examination, missing, and we saw reason to strike off several of his demands, and to bring down his 5% commission to 3%. So we shall save the king some money, which both the comptroller and his clerk had absolutely given away. There was also 2 occasions more of difference at the table. The one being to make out a bill to Captain Smith for his salary abroad as Commander-in-Chief in the Straits. Sir J. Minns did demand an increase of salary for his being Vice-Admiral in the Downs, he having received but 40s. Without an increase, when Sir J. Lawson, in the same voyage, had L3, and others have also had increase, only he, because he was an officer of the board, was worse used than anybody else, and particularly told Sir W. Batten that he was the opposer formerly of his having an increase, which I did wonder to hear him so boldly lay it to him. So we hushed up the dispute, and offered, if he would, to examine precedents, and report them, if there was anything to his advantage to be found, to the Duke. The next was, Mr. Chr. Pett and Dean were summoned to give an account of some Mies 511 which Pett reported bad, that were to be served in by Sir W. Warren, we having contracted that none should be served but such as were to be approved of by our officers. So that if they were bad they were to be blamed for receiving them. Thence we fell to talk of Warren's other goods, which Pet had said were generally bad, and falling to this contract again, I did say it was the most cautious and as good a contract as had been made here. And the only one that had been in such terms. Sir J. Minns told me angrily that Winter's timber, bought for 33s per load, was as good and in the same terms. I told him that it was not so, but that he and Sir W. Batten were both abused, and I would prove it was as dear a bargain as had been made this half year, which occasioned high words between them and me, but I am able to prove it and will. That also was so ended, and so to other business. At noon Llewellyn coming to me I took him and Dean, and there met my uncle Thomas, and we dined together, but was vexed that, it being washing day, we had no meat dressed, but sent to the cook's. And my people had so little wit to send in our meat from abroad in that cook's dishes, which were marked with the name of the cook upon them, by which, if they observed anything, they might know it was not my own dinner. After dinner we broke up, and I by coach, setting down Llewellyn in Cheapside. So to Whitehall, where at the Committee of Tenure, but, Lord, how I was troubled to see my Lord Teviot's accounts of L10,000 paid in that manner, and wish 1,000 times I had not been there. Thence rose with Sir G. Carteret and to his lodgings, and there discoursed of our phrase at the table today, and particularly of that of the contract, and the contract of masts the other day, declaring my fair dealing, and so needing not any man's good report of it, or word for it, and that I would make it so appear to him, if he desired it, which he did, and I will do it. Thence home by water in great pain, and at my office a while, and thence a little to Sir W. Penn, and so home to bed, and finding myself beginning to be troubled with wind as I used to be, and in pain in making water, I took a couple of pills that I had by me of Mr. Holliard's. 7th. They wrought in the morning, and I did keep my bed, and my pain continued on me mightily that I kept within all day in great pain, and could break no wind nor have any stool after my physic had done working. So in the evening I took coach and to Mr. Holliard's, but he was not at home, and so home again, and whether the coach did me good or no I know not. So to bed and lay in good ease all night, and pretty well to the morning, 5:12. 8th. So, keeping myself warm, to the office, and at noon home to dinner, my pain coming again by breaking no wind nor having any stool. So to Mr. Holliard, and by his direction, he assuring me that it is nothing of the stone, but only my constitution being costive, and that, and cold from without, breeding and keeping the wind, I took some powder that he did give me in white wine. And sat laid up, till past 11 at night, with my wife in my chamber till it had done working, which was so weakly that I could hardly tell whether it did work or no. My maids being at this time in great dirt towards getting of all my house clean, and weary, and having a great deal of work to do therein tomorrow and next day, were gone to bed before my wife and I, who also do lie in our room more like beasts than Christians, but that is only in order to having of the house shortly in a cleaner, or rather very clean condition. Some ease I had so long as this did keep my body loose, and I slept well. 9th. And did keep my bed most of this morning, my body I find being still bound and little wind, and so my pain returned again, though not so bad, but keeping my body with warm clothes very hot I made shift to endure it, and at noon sent word to Mr. Holliard of my condition, that I could neither have a natural stool nor break wind, and by that means still in pain and frequent offering to make water. So he sent me 2 bottles of drink and some syrup, 1 bottle to take now and the other tomorrow morning. So in the evening, after Commissioner Pett, who came to visit me, and was going to Chatham, but methinks do talk to me in quite another manner, doubtfully and shyly, and like a stranger, to what he did heretofore. After I saw he was gone I did drink one of them, but it was a most loathsome draught, and did keep myself warm after it, and had that afternoon still a stool or 2, but in no plenty, nor any wind almost carried away, and so to bed. In no great pain, but do not think myself likely to be well till I have a freedom of stool and wind. Most of this day and afternoon my wife and I did spend together in setting things now up and in order in her closet, which indeed is, and will be, when I can get her some more things to put in it, a very pleasant place. And is at present very pretty, and such as she, I hope, will find great content in. So to bed. 10th, up, and not in any good ease yet, but had pain in making water, and some course. I see I must take besides keeping myself warm to make myself break wind and go freely to stool before I can be well, neither of which I can do yet, though I have drank the other bottle of Mr. Holliard's against my stomach this morning. I did, however, make shift to go to the office, where we sat, and there Sir J. Minns and Sir W. Batten did advise me to take some juniper water, and Sir W. Batten sent to his lady for some for me, strong water made of juniper. Whether that or anything else of my draught this morning did it I cannot tell, but I had a couple of stools forced after it. But whether I shall grow better upon it I cannot tell. Dined at home at noon, my wife and house in the dirtiest pickle that ever she and it was in almost, but in order, I hope, this night to be very clean. To the office all the afternoon upon victualling business, and late at it, so after I wrote by the post to my father, I home. This evening Mr. Holliard sends me an electuary to take, a walnut quantity of it, going to bed, which I did. 'Tis true I slept well, and rose in a little ease in the morning. 11th, Lord's Day. And was mightily pleased to see my house clean and in good condition, but something coming into my wife's head, and mine, to be done more about bringing the green bed into our chamber, which is handsomer than the red one. Though not of the color of our hangings, my wife forbore to make herself clean today, but continued in a sluttish condition till tomorrow. I after the old passé, all the day within doors. The effect of my electuary last night, and the greatest of my pain I find to come by my straining. For all this I eat with a very good stomach, and as much as I used to do, and so I did this noon, and stayed at home discoursing and doing things in my chamber, altering chairs in my chamber, and set them above in the red room, they being turkey work. And so put their green covers upon those that were above, not so handsome. At night fell to reading in the church history of Fuller's, and particularly Cranmer's letter to Queen Elizabeth, which pleases me mightily for his zeal, obedience, and boldness in a cause of religion. After supper to bed as I used to be, in pain. 12th, up, though slept well, and made some water in the morning, as I used to do, and a little pain returned to me, and some fears, but being forced to go to the Duke at St. James's, I took coach and in my way called upon Mr. Holliard and had his advice to take a glister. At St. James's we attended the Duke all of us. And there, after my discourse, Mr. Coventry of his own accord begun to tell the Duke how he found that discourse abroad did run to his prejudice about the fees that he took, and how he sold places and other things. Wherein he desired to appeal to his Highness, whether he did anything more than what his predecessors did, and appealed to us all. So Sir G. Carteret did answer that some fees were heretofore taken, but what he knows not. Only that selling of places never was nor ought to be countenanced. So Mr. Coventry very hotly answered to Sir G. Carteret, and appealed to himself whether he was not one of the first that put him upon looking after this taking of fees, and that he told him that Mr. Smith should say that he made L5,000 the first year, and he believed he made L7,000. This Sir G. Carteret denied, and said, that if he did say so he told a lie, for he could not, nor did know, that ever he did make that profit of his place, but that he believes he might say L2,500 the first year. Mr. Coventry instanced in another thing, particularly wherein Sir G. Carteret did advise with him about the selling of the auditor's place of the stores, when in the beginning there was an intention of creating such an office. This he confessed, but with some lessening of the tale Mr. Coventry told, it being only for a respect to my Lord Fitzharding. In fine, Mr. Coventry did put into the Duke's hand a list of above 250 places that he did give without receiving one farthing, so much as his ordinary fees for them, upon his life and oath. And that since the Duke's establishment of fees he had never received one token more of any man, and that in his whole life he never conditioned or discoursed of any consideration from any commanders since he came to the navy. And afterwards, my Lord Berkeley merrily discoursing that he wished his profit greater than it was, and that he did believe that he had got L50,000 since he came in. Mr. Coventry did openly declare that his lordship, or any of us, should have not only all he had got, but all that he had in the world, and yet he did not come a beggar into the navy. Nor would yet be thought to speak in any contempt of his Royal Highness's bounty, and should have a year to consider of it too, for L25,000. The Duke's answer was, that he wished we all had made more profit than he had of our places, and that we had all of us got as much as one man below stairs in the court, which he presently named, and it was Sir George Lane. This being ended, and the list left in the Duke's hand, we parted, and I with Sir G. Carteret, Sir J. Minns, and Sir W. Batten by coach to the Exchange, and there a while, and so home, and whether it be the jogging, or by having my mind more employed, which I believe is a great matter, I know not, but I begin to be suddenly well, at least better than I was. So home and to dinner, and thence by coach to the Old Exchange, and there cheapened some laces for my wife, and then to Mr. the great laceman in Cheapside, and bought one cost me L4. More by 20s than I intended, but when I came to see them I was resolved to buy one worth wearing with credit, and so to the New Exchange, and there put it to making, and so to my lord's lodgings and left my wife, and so I to the Committee of Tangier. And then late home with my wife again by coach, beginning to be very well, and yet when I came home, the little straining which I thought was no strain at all at the present did by and by bring me some pain for a good while. Anon, about 8 o'clock, my wife did give me a clyster which Mr. Hollier directed, viz., a pint of strong ale, 4 ounces of sugar, and 2 ounces of butter. It lay while I lay upon the bed above an hour, if not 2, and then thinking it quite lost I rose, and by it began with my walking to work, and gave me 3 or 4 most excellent stools and carried away wind, put me in excellent ease. And taking my usual walnut quantity of electuary at my going into bed I had about 2 stools in the night. 13th. And so rose in the morning in perfect good ease. Continued all the morning well, and in the afternoon had a natural easily and dry stool, the first I have had these 5 days or 6, for which God be praised, and so am likely to continue well. Observing for the time to come when any of this pain comes again. 1. To begin to keep myself as warm as I can. 2. Strain as little as ever I can backwards, remembering that my pain will come by and by, though in the very straining I do not feel it. 3. Either by physic forward or by clyster backward or both ways to get an easy and plentiful going to stool and breaking of wind. 4. To begin to suspect my health immediately when I begin to become costive and bound, and by all means to keep my body loose, and that to obtain presently after I find myself going the contrary. This morning at the office, and at noon with Creed to the Exchange, where much business, but, Lord, how my heart, though I know not reason for it, began to doubt myself, after I saw Stint, Field's one-eyed solicitor, though I know not anything that they are doing, or that they endeavour anything further against us in the business till the term. Home, and Creed with me to dinner, and after dinner John Cole, my old friend, came to see and speak with me about a friend. I find him ingenious, but more and more discern his city pedantry. But however, I will endeavour to have his company now and then, for that he knows much of the temper of the city, and is able to acquaint therein as much as most young men, being of large acquaintance, and himself, I think, somewhat unsatisfied with the present state of things at court and in the church. Then to the office, and there busy till late, and so home to my wife, with some ease and pleasure that I hope to be able to follow my business again, which by God's leave I am resolved to return to with more and more eagerness. I find at court, that either the king is doubtful of some disturbance, or else would seem so, and I have reason to hope it is no worse, by his commanding all commanders of castles, and, to repair to their charges. And mustering the guards the other day himself, where he found reason to dislike their condition to my Lord Gerard, finding so many absent men, or dead pays. 513. My Lady Castlemaine, I hear, is in as great favour as ever, and the king supped with her the very first night he came from Bath, and last night and the night before supped with her. When there being a chine of beef to roast, and the tide rising into their kitchen that it could not be roasted there, and the cook telling her of it, she answered, Zounds! She must set the house on fire, but it should be roasted. So it was carried to Mrs. Sarah's husband's, and there it was roasted. So home to supper and to bed, being mightily pleased with all my house and my red chamber, where my wife and I intend constantly to lie, and the having of our dressing room and maids close by us without any interfering or trouble. 14th. Up and to my office, where all the morning, and part of it Sir J. Min spent, as he do everything else, like a fool, reading the anatomy of the body to me, but so sillily as to the making of me understand anything that I was weary of him, and so I toward the change and met with Mr. Grant, and he and I to the coffee house, where I understand by him that Sir W. Petty and his vessel are coming, and the king intends to go to Portsmouth to meet it. Thence home, and after dinner my wife and I, by Mr. Rawlinson's conduct, to the Jewish synagogue, where the men and boys in their veils, and the women behind a lattice out of sight, and some things stand up, which I believe is their law, in a press to which all coming in do bow. And at the putting on their veils do say something, to which others that hear him do cry Amen, and the party do kiss his veil. Their service all in a singing way, and in Hebrew. And anon their laws that they take out of the press are carried by several men, for are 5 several burthens in all, and they do relieve one another. And whether it is that every one desires to have the carrying of it, I cannot tell, thus they carried it round about the room while such a service is singing. And in the end they had a prayer for the king, which they pronounced his name in Portugal, but the prayer, like the rest, in Hebrew. But, Lord! To see the disorder, laughing, sporting, and no attention, but confusion in all their service, more like brutes than people knowing the true God, would make a man forswear ever seeing them more, and indeed I never did see so much. Or could have imagined there had been any religion in the whole world so absurdly performed as this. Away thence with my mind strongly disturbed with them, by coach and set down my wife in Westminster Hall, and I to Whitehall, and there the Tangier Committee met, but the Duke and the Africa Committee meeting in our room, Sir G. Carteret, Sir W. Compton, Mr. Coventry, Sir W. Ryder, Cuttance and myself met in another room, with chairs set in form but no table, and there we had very fine discourses of the business of the fitness to keep Sally. And also of the terms of our king's paying the Portuguese that deserted their house at Tangier, which did much please me, and so to fetch my wife, and so to the New Exchange about her things. And called at Thomas Pepys the turner's and bought something there, and so home to supper and to bed, after I had been a good while with Sir W. Penn, railing and speaking freely our minds against Sir W. Batten and Sir J. Minns, but no more than the folly of one and the knavery of the other do deserve. 15th. Up, I bless God being now in pretty good condition, but cannot come to make natural stools yet. So up and to the office, where we sat all the morning, and at noon dined at home, my head full of business, and after stepping abroad to buy a thing or two, compasses and snuffers for my wife. I returned to my office and there mighty busy till it was late, and so home well contented with the business that I had done this afternoon, and so to supper and to bed. 16th. Up and to my office, where all the morning doing business, and at noon home to dinner, and then up to remove my chest and clothes upstairs to my new wardrobe, that I may have all my things above where I lie, and so by coach abroad with my wife. Leaving her at my lord's till I went to the Tangier Committee, where very good discourse concerning the articles of peace to be continued with Guyland, and thence took up my wife, and with her to her tailor's. And then to the Exchange and to several places, and so home and to my office, where doing some business, and then home to supper and to bed. 17th, up and to my office, and there we sat a very full board all the morning upon some accounts of Mr. Gauden's. Here happened something concerning my will which Sir W. Batten would fain charge upon him, and I heard him mutter something against him of complaint for his often receiving people's money to Sir G. Carteret, which displeased me much, but I will be even with him. Thence to the Dolphin Tavern, and there Mr. Gauden did give us a great dinner. Here we had some discourse of the Queen's being very sick, if not dead, the Duke and Duchess of York being sent for betimes this morning to come to Whitehall to her. So to my office and their late doing business, and so home to supper, my house being got mighty clean to my great content from top to toe, and so to bed, myself beginning to be in good condition of health also. But only my laying out so much money upon clothes for myself and wife and her closet troubles me. 18th, Lord's Day. Up, and troubled at a distaste my wife took at a small thing that Jane did, and to see that she should be so vexed that I took part with Jane, wherein I had reason. But by and by well again, and so my wife in her best gown and new point that I bought her the other day, to church with me, where she has not been these many weeks, and her maid Jane with her. I was troubled to see Pembleton there, but I thought it prudence to take notice myself first of it and show my wife him. And so by little and little considering that it mattered not much his being there I grew less concerned and so mattered it not much, and the less when, anon, my wife showed me his wife, a pretty little woman, and well dressed, with a good jewel at her breast. The parson, Mr. Mills, I perceive, did not know whether to pray for the Queen or no, and so said nothing about her, which makes me fear she is dead. But inquiring of Sir J. Minns, he told me that he heard she was better last night. So home to dinner, and Tom came and dined with me, and so, anon, to church again, and there a simple coxcomb preached worse than the Scot, and no Pembleton nor his wife there, which pleased me not a little. And then home and spent most of the evening at Sir W. Penn's in complaisance, seeing him though he deserves no respect from me. This evening came my uncle White to speak with me about my uncle Thomas's business, and Mr. Moore came, 4 or 5 days out of the country and not come to see me before, though I desired by 2 or 3 messengers that he would come to me as soon as he came to town. Which do trouble me to think he should so soon forget my kindness to him, which I am afraid he do. After walking a good while in the garden with these, I went up again to Sir W. Penn, and took my wife home, and after supper to prayers, and read very seriously my vows, which I am fearful of forgetting by my late great expenses, but I hope in God I do not, and so to bed. 19th. Waked with a very high wind, and said to my wife, I pray God I hear not of the death of any great person, this wind is so high, fearing that the Queen might be dead. So up, and going by coach with Sir W. Batten and Sir J. Minns St. James's, they tell me that Sir W. Compton, who it is true had been a little sickly for a week or fortnight, but was very well upon Friday at night last at the 10-year committee with us, was dead, died yesterday, at which I was most exceedingly surprised, he being. And so all the world saying that he was, one of the worthiest men and best officers of state now in England. And so in my conscience he was, of the best temper, valor, abilities of mind, integrity, birth, fine person, and diligence of any one man he hath left behind him in the 3 kingdoms, and yet not 40 years old, or if so, that is all. 514. I find the sober men of the court troubled for him. And yet not so as to hinder or lessen their mirth, talking, laughing, and eating, drinking, and doing everything else, just as if there was no such thing, which is as good an instance for me hereafter to judge of death. Both as to the unavoidableness, suddenness, and little effect of it upon the spirits of others, let a man be never so high, or rich, or good. But that all die alike, no more matter being made of the death of one than another, and that even to die well, the praise of it is not considerable in the world, compared to the many in the world that know not nor make anything of it. Nor perhaps to them, unless to one that like this poor gentleman, who is one of 1,000, there nobody speaking ill of him, that will speak ill of a man. Coming to St. James's, I hear that the Queen did sleep 5 hours pretty well tonight, and that she waked and gargled her mouth, and to sleep again, but that her pulse beats fast, beating 20 to the King's or my Lady Suffolk's 11. But not so strong as it was. It seems she was so ill as to be shaved and pigeons put to her feet, and to have the extreme unction given her by the priests, who were so long about it that the doctors were angry. The King, they all say, is most fondly disconsolate for her, and weeps by her, which makes her weep. 515 which one this day told me he reckons a good sign, for that it carries away some rheum from the head. This morning Captain Allen tells me how the famous Ned Mullins, by a slight fall, broke his leg at the ankle, which festered. And he had his leg cut off on Saturday, but so ill done, notwithstanding all the great chirurgeons about the town at the doing of it, that they fear he will not live with it, which is very strange, besides the torment he was put to with it. After being a little with the Duke, and being invited to dinner to my Lord Berkeley's, and so, not knowing how to spend our time till noon, Sir W. Batten and I took coach, and to the coffee house in Cornhill. 516 where much talk about the Turk's proceedings, and that the plague is got to Amsterdam, brought by a ship from Argier, and it is also carried to Hambro. The Duke says the King purposes to forbid any of their ships coming into the river. The Duke also told us of several Christian commanders, French, gone over to the Turks to serve them. And upon inquiry I find that the King of France do by this aspire to the empire, and so to get the crown of Spain also upon the death of the King, which is very probable, it seems. Back to St. James's, and there dined with my Lord Berkeley and his lady, where Sir G. Carteret, Sir W. Batten, and myself, with 2 gentlemen more, my lady, and one of the ladies of honor to the Duchess, no handsome woman, but a most excellent hand. A fine French dinner, and so we after dinner broke up and to Creed's new lodgings in Axe Yard, which I like very well, and so with him to Whitehall and walked up and down in the galleries with good discourse, and anon Mr. Coventry and Povey, sad for the loss of one of our number. We sat down as a committee for Tangier and did some business and so broke up, and I down with Mr. Coventry and in his chamber discoursing of business of the office and Sir J. Minns and Sir W. Batten's carriage, when he most ingeniously tells me how they have carried themselves to him in forbearing to speak the other day to the Duke what they know they have so largely at other times said to him. And I told him what I am put to about the bargain for masts. I perceive he thinks of it all and will remember it. Thence took up my wife at Mrs. Harper's where she and Jane were, and so called at the New Exchange for some things for her, and then at Tom's went up and saw his house. Now it is finished, and indeed it is very handsome, but he not within, and so home and to my office. And then to supper and to bed. 20th, up and to the office, where we sat, and at noon Sir G. Carteret, Sir J. Minns, and I to dinner to my Lord Mayor's, being invited, where was the farmers of the Coustomes, my Lord Chancellor's 3 sons, and other great and much company, and a very great noble dinner, as this Mayor 517 is good for nothing else. No extraordinary discourse of any thing, every man being intent upon his dinner, and myself willing to have drunk some wine to have warmed my belly, but I did for my oath's sake willingly refrain it. But am so well pleased and satisfied afterwards thereby, for it do keep me always in so good a frame of mind that I hope I shall not ever leave this practice. Thence home, and took my wife by coach to Whitehall, and she set down at my lord's lodgings, I to a committee of Tangier, and thence with her homeward, calling at several places by the way. Among others at Paul's churchyard, and while I was in Curtin's shop, a fellow came to offer kindness or force to my wife in the coach, but she refusing, he went away, after the coachman had struck him, and he the coachman. So I being called, went thither, and the fellow coming out again of a shop, I did give him a good cuff or 2 on the chops, and seeing him not oppose me, I did give him another. At last found him drunk, of which I was glad, and so left him, and home, and so to my office a while, and so home to supper and to bed. This evening, at my lord's lodgings, Mrs. Sarah talking with my wife and I how the Queen do, and how the King tends her being so ill. She tells us that the Queen's sickness is the spotted fever. That she was as full of the spots as a leopard, which is very strange that it should be no more known, but perhaps it is not so. And that the King do seem to take it much to heart, for that he hath wept before her, but, for all that he hath not missed one night since she was sick, of supping with my Lady Castlemaine, which I believe is true, for she, Sarah, says that her husband hath dressed the suppers every night. And I confess I saw him myself coming through the street dressing of a great supper tonight, which Sarah says is also for the King and her, which is a very strange thing. 21st. Up, and by comes my brother Tom to me, though late, which do vex me to the blood that I could never get him to come time enough to me, though I have spoke 100 times. But he is very sluggish, and too negligent ever to do well at his trade I doubt, and having lately considered with my wife very much of the inconvenience of my going in no better plight, we did resolve of putting me into a better garb, and, among other things, to have a good velvet cloak. That is, of cloth lined with velvet and other things modish, and a peruke, and so I sent him and her out to buy me velvet, and I to the Exchange, and so to Trinity House, and there dined with Sir W. Batten, having some business to speak with him, and Sir W. Ryder. Thence, having my belly full, away on foot to my brother's, all along Thames Street, and my belly being full of small beer, I did all alone, for health's sake, drink half a pint of Rhenish wine at the Still Yard, mixed with beer. From my brother's with my wife to the Exchange, to buy things for her and myself, I being in a humour of laying out money, but not prodigally, but only in clothes, which I every day see that I suffer for want of, I so home. And after a little at my office, home to supper and to bed. Memorandum, this morning one Mr. Commander, a scrivener, came to me from Mr. Moore with a deed of which Mr. Moore had told me, that my lord had made use of my name, and that I was desired by my lord to sign it. Remembering this very well, though understanding little of the particulars, I read it over, and found it concerned Sir Ropt Bernard and Duckenford, their interest in the manor of Brampton. So I did sign it, declaring to Mr. Commander that I am only concerned in having my name at my Lord Sandwich's desire used therein, and so I sealed it up after I had signed and sealed the deed, and desired him to give it so sealed to Mr. Moore. I did also call at the wardrobe this afternoon to have told Mr. Moore of it, but he was not within, but knowing Mr. Commander to have the esteem of a good and honest man with my Lord Crewe, I did not doubt to entrust him with the deed after I had signed it. This evening after I came home I begun to enter my wife in arithmetic, in order to her studying of the globes, and she takes it very well, and, I hope, with great pleasure, I shall bring her to understand many fine things. 22nd. Up to the office, where we sat till noon and then I home to dinner, and after dinner with my wife to her study and there read some more arithmetic, which she takes with great ease and pleasure. This morning, hearing that the Queen grows worse again, I sent to stop the making of my velvet cloak, till I see whether she lives or dies. So a little abroad about several businesses, and then home and to my office till night, and then home to supper, teach my wife, and so to bed. 23rd, up, and this morning comes Mr. Clerk, and tells me that the injunction against Trice is dismissed again, which troubles me much. So I am to look after it in the afternoon. There comes also by appointment my uncle Thomas, to receive the first payment of his daughter's money. But showing of me the original of the deed by which his daughter gives her right to her legacy to him, and the copy of it attested by the scrivener, for me to keep by me, I did find some difference, and thereupon did look more into it. And at last did find the whole thing a forgery. Yet he maintained it again and again, upon oath, that it had been signed and sealed by my cousin Mary ever since before her marriage. So I told him to his teeth he did like a knave, and so he did, and went with him to the scrivener at Bedlam, and there found how it came to pass, viz. That he had lost, or pretends to have lost, the true original, and that so he was forced to take this course, but a knave, at least a man that values not what he swears to, I perceive he is. But however I am now better able to see myself fully secured before I part with the money, for I find that his son Charles has right to this legacy till the first L100 of his daughter's portion be paid, he being bond for it. So I put him upon getting both his sons to be bound for my security, and so left him and so home, and then abroad to my brother's, but found him abroad at the young couple that was married yesterday, and he one of the Ides men. A kinswoman, Brumfield, of the Joyces married to an upholster. Thence walked to the King's Head at Charing Cross and there dined, and hear that the Queen slept pretty well last night, but her fever continues upon her still. It seems she hath never a Portuguese doctor here. Thence by appointment to the 6 Clerk's office to meet Mr. Clerk, which I did and there waited all the afternoon for Wilkinson my attorney, but he came not, and so vexed and weary we parted, and I endeavoured but in vain to have found Dr. Williams, of whom I shall have use in Trice's business, but I could not find him. So weary walked home, in my way bought a large kitchen knife and half-dozen oyster knives. Thence to Mr. Hulliard, who tells me that Mullins is dead of his leg cut off the other day, but most basely done. He tells me that there is no doubt but that all my slime do come away in my water, and therefore no fear of the stone. But that my water being so slymy is a good sign. He would have me now and then to take a clyster, the same I did the other day, though I feel no pain, only to keep me loose, and instead of butter, which he would have to be salt butter, he would have me sometimes use 2 or 3 ounces of honey. At other times 2 or 3 ounces of linseed oil. Thence to Mr. Rawlinson's and saw some of my new bottles made, with my crest upon them, filled with wine, about 5 or 6 dozen. So home and to my office a little, and thence home to prepare myself against tea. Trice, and also to draw a bond fit for my uncle and his sons to enter into before I pay them the money. That done to bed. 24th, up and to my office, where busy all the morning about Mr. Gawdon's account, and at noon to dinner with him at the Dolphin, where mighty merry by pleasant stories of Mr. Coventry's and Sir J. Minns's, which I have put down some of in my book of tales. Just as I was going out my uncle Thomas came to the with a draft of a bond for him and his sons to sign to me about the payment of the L20 legacy, which I agreed to, but he would fain have had from me the copy of the deed, which he had forged and did bring me yesterday, but I would not give him it. Says he, I perceive then you will keep it to defame me with, and desired me not to speak of it, for he did it innocently. Now I confess I do not find any great hurt in the thing, but only to keep from me a sight of the true original deed, wherein perhaps there was something else that may touch this business of the legacy which he would keep from me, or it may be. It is really lost as he says it is. But then he need not have used such a slight, but confess it without danger. Thence by coach with Mr. Coventry to the Temple, and thence I to the 6 clerk's office, and discoursed with my attorney and solicitor, and he and I to Mr. Turner, who puts me in great fear that I shall not get retained again against Tom Trice, which troubles me. Thence, it being night, homewards, and called at Wotton's and tried some shoes, but he had none to fit me. He tells me that by the Duke of York's persuasion Harris is come again to Sir W. Davenant upon his terms that he demanded, which will make him very high and proud. Thence to another shop, and there bought me a pair of shoes, and so walked home and to my office, and dispatched letters by the post, and so home to supper and to bed, where to my trouble I find my wife begin to talk of her being alone all day. Which is nothing but her lack of something to do, for while she was busy she never, or seldom, complained. The Queen is in a good way of recovery, and Sir Francis Pridgeon hath got great honour by it, it being all imputed to his cordial, which in her despair did give her rest and brought her to some hopes of recovery. It seems that, after the much talk of troubles and a plot, something is found in the north that a party was to rise, and some persons that were to command it are found, as I find in a letter that Mr. Coventry read today about it from those parts. 518. 25th, Lord's Day. Up, and my wife and I to church, where it is strange to see how the use in seeing Pembleton come with his wife thither to church, I begin now to make too great matter of it, which before was so terrible to me. Dined at home, my wife and I alone, a good dinner, and so in the afternoon to church again, where the Scot preached, and I slept most of the afternoon. So home, and my wife and I together all the evening discoursing, and then after reading my vows to myself, and my wife with her maids, who are mighty busy to get it dispatched because of their mistress's promise, that when it is done they shall have leave all to go see their friends at Westminster, whither my wife will carry them, preparing for their washing tomorrow, we hasten to supper and to bed. 26th, waked about 1 o'clock in the morning. My wife being waked rung her bell, and the maids rose and went to washing, we to sleep again till 7 o'clock, and then up, and I abroad to look out Dr. Williams, but being gone out I went to Westminster, and there seeing my Lord Sandwich's footman knew he was come to town, and so I went in and saw him, and received a kind salute from him, but hear that my father is very ill still. Thence to Westminster Hall with Creed, and spent the morning walking there, where, it being term time, I met several persons, and talked with them, among others Dr. Pierce, who tells me that the Queen is in a way to be pretty well again, but that her delirium in her head continues still. That she talks idle, not by fits, but always, which in some lasts a week after so high a fever, in some more, and in some forever. That this morning she talked mightily that she was brought to bed, and that she wondered that she should be delivered without pain and without spewing or being sick, and that she was troubled that her boy was but an ugly boy. But the king being by, said, No, it is a very pretty boy. Nay, says she, if it be like you it is a fine boy indeed, and I would be very well pleased with it. The other day she talked mightily of Sir H. Wood's lady's great belly, and said if she should miscarry he would never get another, and that she never saw such a man as this Sir H. Wood in her life, and seeing of Dr. Pridgeon, she said, Nay, doctor, you need not scratch your head, there is hair little enough already in the place. But methinks it was not handsome for the weaknesses of princes to be talked of thus. Thence Creed and I to the king's head ordinary, where much and very good company, among others one very talking man, but a shoaler, that would needs put in his discourse and philosophy upon every occasion, and though he did well enough, yet his readiness to speak spoilt all. Here they say that the Turks go on apace, and that my Lord Castlehaven is going to raise 10,000 men here for to go against him. That the King of France do offer to assist the Empire upon condition that he may be their generalissimo. And the Dolphin chosen King of the Romans, and it is said that the King of France do occasion this difference among the Christian princes of the Empire, which gives the Turks such advantages. They say also that the King of Spain is making all imaginable force against Portugal again. Thence Creed and I to one or two periwig shops about the Temple, having been very much displeased with one that we saw, a head of greasy and old woman's hair, at Jervis's in the morning. And there I think I shall fit myself of one very handsomely made. Thence by coach, my mind being troubled for not meeting with Dr. Williams, to St. Catherine's to look at a Dutch ship or two for some good handsome maps, but met none, and so back to Cornhill to Moxon's, but it being dark we stayed not to see any, then to coach again, and presently spying Sir W. Batten, I light and took him in and to the Globe in Fleet Street, by appointment, where by and by he and I with our solicitor to Sir F. Turner about Field's business, and back to the Globe, and thither I sent for Dr. Williams, and he is willing to swear in my behalf against T. Trice, viz., that at T. Trice's desire we have met to treat about our business. Thence, I drinking no wine, after an hour's stay Sir W. Batten and another, and he drinking, we home by coach, and so to my office and set down my journal, and then home to supper and to bed, my washing being in a good condition over. I did give Dr. Williams 20s tonight, but it was after he had answered me well to what I had to ask him about this business. And it was only what I had long ago in my petty bag book allotted for him besides the bill of near L4 which I paid him a good while since by my brother Tom for physique for my wife, without any consideration to this business that he is to do for me. As God shall save me. Among the rest, talking of the Emperor at table today one young gentleman, a pretty man, and it seems a Parliament man, did say that he was a sot, 519 for he minded nothing of the government, but was led by the Jesuits. Several at table took him up, some for saying that he was a sot in being led by the Jesuits, are the best counsel he can take. Another commander, a Scot-ish, colonel, who I believe had several under him, that he was a man that had thus long kept out the Turk till now, and did many other great things, and lastly Mr. Progers, one of our courtiers, who told him that it was not a thing to be said of any sovereign prince, be his weaknesses what they will, to be called a sot, which methinks was very prettily said. 27th. Up, and my uncle Thomas and his scrivener bringing me a bond and affidavit to my mind, I paid him his L20 for his daughter's legacy, and L5 more for a quarter's annuity, in the manner expressed in each acquittance. To which I must be referred on any future occasion, and to the bond and affidavit. Thence to the office and there sat till noon, and then home to dinner, and after dinner, it being a foul house today among my maids, making up their clothes, abroad with my will with me by coach to Dr. Williams. And with him to the 6th clerk's office, and there, by advice of his acquaintance, I find that my case, through my neglect and the neglect of my lawyers, is come to be very bad, so as that it will be very hard to get my bill retained again. However, I got him to sign and swear an affidavit that there was treaties between T. Trice and me with as much advantage as I could for me, but I will say that for him he was most exact as ever I saw a man in my life, word by word what it was that he swore to, and though, God forgive me, I could have been almost naturally willing to have let him ignorantly have sworn to something that was not of itself very certain either or no. Yet out of his own conscience and care he altered the words himself so as to make them very safe for him to swear. This I carrying to my clerk Wilkinson, and telling him how I heard matters to stand, he, like a conceited fellow, made nothing of it but advised me to offer Trice's clerks the cost of the dismission, viz., 40s excess. 8d. Which I did, but they would not take it without his client. Immediately thereupon we parted, and met T. Trice coming into the room, and he came to me and served me with a subpoena for these very costs, so I paid it him, but Lord, to see his resolution, and indeed discretion, in the wording of his receipt, he would have it most expressed to my greatest disadvantage that could be, yet so as I could not deny to give it him. That being paid, my clerk, and then his began to ask why we could not think, being friends, of referring it, or stating it, first ourselves, and then put it to some good lawyer to judge in it. From one word to more we were resolved to try, and to that end to step to the Pope's Head Tavern, and there he and his clerk and attorney and I and my clerk, and sent for Mr. Smallwood, and by comes Mr. Clerk, my solicitor, and after I had privately discoursed with my men and seen how doubtfully they talked, and what future certain charge and trouble it would be, with a doubtful victory, I resolved to condescend very low. And after some talk altogether Trice and I retired, and he came to L150 the lowest, and I bid him L80. So broke off and then went to our company, and they putting us to a second private discourse, at last I was contented to give him L100, he to spend 40s of it among this good company that was with us. So we went to our company, both seeming well pleased that we were come to an end, and indeed I am in the respects above said, though it be a great sum for us to part with. I am to pay him by giving him leave to buy about L40 worth of Pigott's land and to strike off so much of Pigott's debt, and the other to give him bond to pay him in 12 months after without interest. Only giving him a power to buy more land of Pigott and paying him that way as he did for the other, which I am well enough contented with, or at least to take the land at that price and give him the money. This last I did not tell him, but I shall order it so. Having agreed upon tomorrow come night for the spending of the 40s. At Mr. Rawlinson's, we parted, and I set T. Trice down in Paul's churchyard and I by coach home and to my office, and there set down this day's passages, and so home to supper and to bed. Mr. Coventry tells me today that the Queen had a very good night last night. But yet it is strange that still she raves and talks of little more than of her having of children, and fancies now that she hath 3 children, and that the girl is very like the king. And this morning about 5 o'clock waked, the physician feeling her pulse, thinking to be better able to judge, she being still and asleep, waked her, and the first word she said was, "How do the children?" 28th. Up and at my office all the morning, and at noon Mr. Creed came to me and dined with me, and after dinner Murford came to me and he and I discoursed wholly upon his breach of contract with us. After that Mr. Creed and I abroad, I doing several errands, and with him at last to the great coffee house, and there after some common discourse we parted and I home, paying what I owed at the Mitre in my way. And at home Simpson the joiner coming he set up my press for my cloaks and other small things, and so to my office a little, and to supper, and to bed. This morning Mr. Blackburn came to me, and telling me what complaints were made of the usage he had from my wife and other discouragements, and, I seeing him, instead of advising, rather favouring his kinsman, I told him freely my mind, but friendlily. And so we have concluded to have him have a lodging elsewhere, and that I will spare him L15 of his salary, and if I do not need to keep another L20. 29th, up, it being my Lord Mayor's Day, Sir Anthony Bateman. This morning was brought home my new velvet cloak, that is, lined with velvet, a good cloth the outside, the first that ever I had in my life, and I pray God it may not be too soon now that I begin to wear it. I had it this day brought, thinking to have worn it to dinner, but I thought it would be better to go without it because of the crowd, and so I did not wear it. We met a little at the office, and then home again and got me ready to go forth, my wife being gone forth by my consent before to see her father and mother, and taken her cook-maid and little girl to Westminster with her for them to see their friends. This morning in dressing myself and wanting a band 5:20 I found all my bands that were newly made clean so ill-smoothed that I crumpled them, and flung them all on the ground, and was angry with Jane, which made the poor girl mighty sad. So that I were troubled for it afterwards. At noon I went forth, and by coach to Guildhall, by the way calling at Mr. Rawlinson's, and there was admitted, and meeting with Mr. Proby, Sir R. Ford's son, and Lieutenant Colonel Barron, a city commander, we went up and down to see the tables. Where under every salt there was a bill of fare, and at the end of the table the persons proper for the table. Many were the tables, but none in the hall but the mayors and the lords of the Privy Council that had napkins 5:21 or knives, which was very strange. We went into the buttery, and there stayed and talked, and then into the hall again, and their wine was offered and they drunk, I only drinking some hypocras, which do not break my vow, it being, to the best of my present judgment, only a mixed compound drink, and not any wine. 522. If I am mistaken, God forgive me. But I hope and do think I am not. By and by met with Creed. And we, with the others, went within the several courts, and there saw the tables prepared for the ladies and judges and bishops, all great sign of a great dinner to come. By and by about 1 o'clock, before the Lord Mayor came, come into the hall, from the room where they were first led into, the Lord Chancellor, Archbishop before him, with the Lords of the Council, and other bishops, and they to dinner. Anon comes the Lord Mayor, who went up to the Lords, and then to the other tables to bid welcome, and so all to dinner. I sat near Proby, Barron, and Creed at the merchant strangers' table, where 10 good dishes to a mess, with plenty of wine of all sorts, of which I drunk none, but it was very unpleasing that we had no napkins nor change of trenchers, and drunk out of earthen pitchers and wooden dishes. 5:23 It happened that after the lords had half dined, came the French ambassador, up to the lord's table, where he was to have sat. But finding the table set, he would not sit down nor dine with the Lord Mayor, who was not yet come, nor have a table to himself, which was offered, but in a discontent went away again. After I had dined, I and Creed rose and went up and down the house, and up to the ladies' room, and there stayed gazing upon them. But though there were many and fine, both young and old, yet I could not discern one handsome face there. Which was very strange, nor did I find the lady that young Dawes married so pretty as I took her for, I having here an opportunity of looking much upon her very near. I expected music, but there was none but only trumpets and drums, which displeased me. The dinner, it seems, is made by the mayor and 2 sheriffs for the time being, the Lord Mayor paying 1/2, and they the other. And the whole, Proby says, is reckoned to come to about 7 or 800 at most. Being wearied with looking upon a company of ugly women, Creed and I went away, and took coach and through Cheapside, and there saw the pageants, which were very silly, and thence to the Temple, where meeting Greatorex. He and we to Hercules Pillars, there to show me the manner of his going about of draining of fens, which I desired much to know, but it did not appear very satisfactory to me, as he discoursed it, and I doubt he will fail in it. Thence I by coach home, and there found my wife come home, and by came my brother Tom, with whom I was very angry for not sending me a bill with my things, so as that I think never to have more work done by him if ever he serves me so again. And so I told him the consideration of laying out L3212s. This very month in his very work troubles me also, and one thing more, that is to say, that will having been at home all the day. I doubt is the occasion that Jane has spoken to her mistress tonight that she sees she cannot please us and will look out to provide herself elsewhere, which do trouble both of us, and we wonder also at her. But yet when the rogue is gone I do not fear but the wench will do well. To the office a little, to set down my journal, and so home late to supper and to bed. The Queen mends apace, they say, but yet talks idle still. 30th. Lay long in bed with my wife, and then up and a while at my office, and so to the change, and so, home, again, and there I found my wife in a great passion with her maids. I upstairs to set some things in order in our chamber and wardrobe, and so to dinner upon a good dish of stewed beef, then up again about my business. Then by coach with my wife to the New Exchange, and there bought and paid for several things, and then back, calling at my periwig maker's, and there showed my wife the periwig made for me, and she likes it very well, and so to my brother's. And to buy a pair of bodice for her, and so home, and to my office late, and then home to my wife, purposing to go on to a new lesson in arithmetic with her. So to supper and to bed. The Queen mends apace, but her head still light. My mind very heavy thinking of my great layings out lately, and what they must still be for clothes, but I hope it is in order to getting of something the more by it, for I perceive how I have hitherto suffered for lack of going as becomes my place. After a little discourse with my wife upon arithmetic, to bed. 31st. Up and to the office, where we sat all the morning, and at noon home to dinner, where Creed came and dined with me, and after dinner he and I upstairs, and I showed him my velvet cloak and other things of clothes, that I have lately bought. Which he likes very well, and I took his opinion as to some things of clothes, which I purpose to wear, being resolved to go a little handsomer than I have hitherto. Thence to the office. Where busy till night, and then to prepare my monthly account, about which I stayed till 10 or 11 o'clock at night, and to my great sorrow find myself L43 worse than I was the last month, which was then L760, and now it is but L717. But it hath chiefly arisen from my layings out in clothes for myself and wife, viz., for her about L12, and for myself L55, or thereabouts, having made myself a velvet cloak, 2 new cloth suits, black, plain both. A new shag 524 gown, trimmed with gold buttons and twist, with a new hat, and silk tops for my legs, and many other things, being resolved henceforward to go like myself. And also 2 periwigs, one whereof costs me L3, and the other 40s. I have worn neither yet, but will begin next week, God willing. So that I hope I shall not need now to lay out more money a great while, I having laid out in clothes for myself and wife, and for her closet and other things without, these 2 months, this and the last, besides household expenses of victuals, and above L110. But I hope I shall with more comfort labor to get more, and with better success than when, for want of clothes, I was forced to sneak like a beggar. Having done this I went home, and after supper to bed, my mind being eased in knowing my condition, though troubled to think that I have been forced to spend so much. Thus I end this month worth L717, or thereabouts, with a good deal of good goods more than I had, and a great deal of new and good clothes. My greatest trouble and my wife's is our family, mighty out of order by this fellow Will's corrupting the maids by his idle talka and carriage, which we are going to remove by hastening him out of the house, which his uncle Blackburn is upon doing. And I am to give him L20 per annum toward his maintenance. The Queen continues light-headed, but in hopes to recover. The plague is much in Amsterdam, and we in fears of it here, which God defend. 525. The Turk goes on mightily in the Emperor's dominions, and the princes cannot agree among themselves how to go against him. Myself in pretty good health now, after being ill this month for a week together, but cannot yet come to. Well, being so costive, but for this month almost I have not had a good natural stool, but to this hour am forced to take physic every night, which brings me neither but one stool, and that in the morning as soon as I am up. All the rest of the day very costive. My father has been very ill in the country, but I hope better again now. I am lately come to a conclusion with Tom Trice to pay him L100, which is a great deal of money, but I hope it will save a great deal more. But thus everything lessens, which I have and am like to have, and therefore I must look about me to get something more than just my salary, or else I may resolve to live well and die a beggar. November 1663. November 1st, Lord's Day. This morning my brother's man brought me a new black baize waistcoat, faced with silka, which I put on from this day, laying by half-shirts for this winter. He brought me also my new gown of purple shag, trimmed with gold, very handsome. He also brought me as a gift from my brother, a velvet hat, very fine to ride in, and the fashion, which pleases me very well, to which end, I believe, he sent it me, for he knows I had lately been angry with him. Up and to church with my wife, and at noon dined at home alone, a good calf's head boiled and dumplings, an excellent dinner methought it was. Then to church again, whither Sir W. Penn came, the first time he has been at church these several months, he having been sick all the while. Home and to my office, where I taught my wife some part of subtraction, and then fell myself to set some papers of my last night's accounts in order, and so to supper home, and after supper another bout at arithmetic with my wife. And then to my office again and made an end of my papers, and so home to prayers, and then to read my vows, and to bed. 2d. Up, and by coach to Whitehall, and there in the long matted gallery I find Sir G. Carteret, Sir J. Minns, and Sir W. Batten, and by comes the king to walk there with 3 or 4 with him. And soon as he saw us, says he, here is the Navy office, and there walked 20 turns the length of the gallery, talking, methought, but ordinary talka. By came the Duke, and he walked, and at last they went into the Duke's lodgings. The king stayed so long that we could not discourse with the Duke, and so we parted. I heard the Duke say that he was going to wear a periwig, and they say the king also will. I never till this day observed that the king is mighty grey. Thence, meeting with Creed, walked with him to Westminster Hall, and thence by coach took up Mrs. Hunt, and carried her towards my house, and we light at the Change, and sent her to my house, Creed and I to the coffee house, and then to the Change, and so home, and carried a barrel of oysters with us, and so to dinner. And after a good dinner left Mrs. Hunt and my wife making marmalade of quinces, and Creed and I to the periwig makers, but it being dark concluded of nothing, and so Creed went away, and I with Sir W. Penn, who spied me in the street, in his coach home. There found them busy still, and I up to my viol. Anon, the comfiture being well done, my wife and I took Mrs. Hunt at almost 9 at night by coach and carried Mrs. Hunt home, and did give her a box of sugar and the haunch of venison given me by my lady the other day. We did not light, but saw her within doors, and straight home, where after supper there happening some discourse where my wife thought she had taken Jane in a lie, she told me of it mighty triumphantly, but I, not seeing reason to conclude it a lie, was vexed, and my wife and I to very high words, wherein I up to my chamber, and she by followed me up, and to very bad words from her to me, calling me perfidious and man of no conscience. Whatever I pretend to, and I know not what, which troubled me mightily, and though I would allow something to her passion, yet I see again and again that she spoke but somewhat of what she had in her heart. But I tempered myself very well, so as that though we went to bed with discontent she yielded to me and began to be fond, so that being willing myself to peace, we did before we sleep become very good friends, it being past 12 o'clock. And so with good hearts and joy to rest. 3rd, up and to the office, where busy all the morning, and at noon to the coffee house, and there heard a long and most passionate discourse between 2 doctors of physique, of which one was Dr. Allen, whom I knew at Cambridge, and a couple of apothecaries, these maintaining chemistry against them Galenical physique. And the truth is, one of the apothecaries whom they charged most, did speak very prettily, that is, his language and sense good, though perhaps he might not be so knowing a physician as to offer to contest with them. At last they came to some cooler terms, and broke up. I home, and there Mr. Moore coming by my appointment dined with me, and after dinner came Mr. Goldsborough, and we discoursed about the business of his mother, but could come to no agreement in it but parted dissatisfied. By comes Chapman, the periwig maker, and upon my liking it, without more ado I went up, and there he cut off my hair, which went a little to my heart at present to part with it, but, it being over, and my periwig on, I paid him L3 for it. And away went he with my own hair to make up another of, and I by, after I had caused all my maids to look upon it, and they conclude it do become me. Though Jane was mightily troubled for my parting of my own hair, and so was Bess, I went abroad to the coffee-house, and coming back went to Sir W. Penn and there sat with him and Captain Cock till late at night, Cock talking of some of the Roman history very well, he having a good memory. Sir W. Penn observed mightily, and discoursed much upon my cutting off my hair, as he do of every thing that concerns me, but it is over, and so I perceive after a day or two it will be no great matter. 4th, up and to my office, shewing myself to Sir W. Batten, and Sir J. Minns, and no great matter made of my periwig, as I was afeard there would be. Among other things there came to me Shales of Portsmouth, by my order, and I began to discourse with him about the arrears of stores belonging to the victualling office there. And by his discourse I am in some hopes that if I can get a grant from the king of such a part of all I discover I may chance to find a way to get something by the by, which do greatly please me the very thoughts of. Home to dinner, and very pleasant with my wife, who is this day also herself making of marmalade of quince, which she now do very well herself. I left her at it and by coach I to the New Exchange and several places to buy and bring home things, among others a case I bought of the trunk makers for my periwig, and so home and to my office late. And among other things wrote a letter to Will's uncle to hasten his removal from me, and so home to supper and to bed. This morning Captain Cock did give me a good account of the Guinea trade. The Queen is in a great way to recovery. This noon came John Angier to me in a pickle. I was sad to see him, desiring my good word for him to go a trooper to Tangier, but I did scold him and sent him away with good advice, but no present encouragement. Presently after I had a letter from his poor father at Cambridge, who is broke, it seems, and desires me to get him a protection, or a place of employment, but, poor man, I doubt I can help him, but will endeavour it. 5th. Lay long in bed, then up, called by Captain Cock about business of a contract of his for some tar, and so to the office, and then to Sir W. Penn and there talked, and he being gone came Sir W. Warren and discoursed about our business with Field, and at noon by agreement to the Mitre to dinner upon tea, trices 40s, to be spent upon our late agreement. Here was a very poor dinner and great company. All our lawyers on both sides, and several friends of his and some of mine brought by him, viz., Mr. Moore, Uncle White, Dr. Williams, and my cousin Angier, that lives here in town, who Captain John Shales after dinner carried me aside and showed me a letter from his poor brother at Cambridge to me of the same contents with that yesterday to me desiring help from me. Here I was among a sorry company without any content or pleasure, and at the last the reckoning coming to above 40s. By 15s, he would have me pay the 10s. And he would pay the 5s. Which was so poor that I was ashamed of it, and did it only to save contending with him. There, after agreeing a day for him and I to meet and seal our agreement, I parted and home, and at the office by agreement came Mr. Shales, and there he and I discoursed till late the business of his helping me in the discovery of some arrears of provisions and stores due to the stores at Portsmouth, out of which I may chance to get some money, and save the king some too. And therefore I shall endeavour to do the fellow some right in other things here to his advantage between Mr. Godden and him. He gone my wife and I to her arithmetique, in which she pleases me well, and so to the office, there set down my journal, and so home to supper and to bed. A little troubled to see how my family is out of order by Will's being there, and also to hear that Jane do not please my wife as I expected and would have wished. 6th. This morning waking, my wife was mighty earnest with me to persuade me that she should prove with child since last night, which, if it be, let it come, and welcome. Up to my office, whither Commissioner Pett came, newly come out of the country, and he and I walked together in the garden talking of business a great while, and I perceive that by our countenancing of him he do begin to pluck up his head. And will do good things I hope in the yard. Thence, he being gone, to my office and there dispatched many people, and at noon to the Change to the coffee-house, and among other things heard Sir John Cutler say, that of his own experience in time of thunder. So many barrels of beer as have a piece of iron laid upon them will not be soured, and the others will. Thence to the Change, and there discoursed with many people, and I hope to settle again to my business and revive my report of following of business, which by my being taken off for a while by sickness and laying out of money has slackened for a little while. Home, and there found Mrs. Hunt, who dined very merry, good woman, with us. After dinner came in Captain Grove, and he and I alone to talk of many things, and among many others of the fishery, in which he gives the such hopes that being at this time full of projects how to get a little honestly. Of which some of them I trust in God will take. I resolved this afternoon to go and consult my Lord Sandwich about it, and so, being to carry home Mrs. Hunt, I took her and my wife by coach and set them at Axe Yard, and I to my lord's and thither sent for Creed and discoursed with him about it, and he and I to Whitehall, where Sir G. Carteret and my lord met me very fortunately, and wondered first to see me in my peruke, and I am glad it is over, and then, Sir G. Carteret being gone, I took my lord aside, who do give me the best advice he can, and telling me how there are some projectors, by name Sir Edward Ford, who would have the making of farthings 526 and out of that gives so much to the king for the maintenance of the fishery. But my lord do not like that, but would have it go as they offered the last year, and so upon my desire he promises me when it is seasonable to bring me into the commission with others, if any of them take, and I perceive he and Mr. Coventry are resolved to follow it hard. Thence, after walking a good while in the long gallery, home to my lord's lodging, my lord telling me how my father did desire him to speak to me about my giving of my sister something, which do vex me to see that he should trouble my lord in it. But however it is a good occasion for me to tell my lord my condition, and so I was glad of it. After that we begun to talk of the court, and he tells me how Mr. Edward Montague begins to show respect to him again after his endeavouring to bespatter him all was possible, but he is resolved never to admit him into his friendship again. He tells me how he and Sir H. Bennet, the Duke of Buckingham and his Duchess, was of a committee with somebody else for the getting of Mrs. Stuart for the king. But that she proves a cunning slut, and is advised at Somerset House by the Queen Mother, and by her mother, and so all the plot is spoiled and the whole committee broke. Mr. Montague and the Duke of Buckingham fallen a pieces, the Duchess going to a nunnery, and so Montague begins to enter friendship with my lord, and to attend the Chancellor whom he had deserted. My lord tells me that Mr. Montague, among other things, did endeavour to represent him to the Chancellor's sons as one that did desert their father in the business of my lord of Bristol. Which is most false, being the only man that hath several times dined with him when no soul hath come to him, and went with him that very day home when the Earl impeached him in the Parliament House. And hath refused ever to pay a visit to my lord of Bristol, not so much as in return to a visit of his. So that the Chancellor and my lord are well known and trusted one by another. But yet my lord blames the Chancellor for desiring to have it put off to the next session of Parliament, contrary to my Lord Treasurer's advice, to whom he swore he would not do it, and, perhaps, my Lord Chancellor, for aught I see by my Lord's discourse, may suffer by it when the Parliament comes to sit. My Lord tells me that he observes the Duke of York do follow and understand business very well, and is mightily improved thereby. Here Mr. Paget coming in I left my lord and him, and thence I called my wife and her maid Jane and by coach home and to my office, where late writing some things against tomorrow, and so home to supper and to bed. This morning Mr. Blackburn came to me to let me know that he had got a lodging very commodious for his kinsman, and so he is ready at my pleasure to go when I would bid him. And so I told him that I would in a day or two send to speak with him and he and I would talk and advise well what to do, of which I am very glad. 7th, up and to the office, where we sat all the morning, and Sir W. Penn and I had a word or two, whereby opposing him in not being willing to excuse a mulct put upon the purser of the James, absent from duty, he says, by his business and order, he was mighty angry. And went out of the office like an assy discontented, at which I am never a whit sorry. I would not have him think that I dare not oppose him, where I see reason and cause for it. Home to dinner, and then by coach abroad about several businesses to several places, among others to Westminster Hall, where, seeing Howlett's daughter going out of the other end of the hall, I followed her if I would to have offered talk to her and dallied with her a little, but I could not overtake her. Then calling it unthanks for something of my wife's not done, a pretty little gentlewoman, a lodger there, came out to tell me that it was not yet done, which though it vexed me yet I took opportunity of taking her by the hand with the boot. And so found matter to talk a little the longer to her, but I was ready to laugh at myself to see how my anger would not operate, my disappointment coming to me by such a messenger. Thence to Doctors' Commons, and there consulted Dr. Turner about some differences we have with the officers of the East India ships about goods brought by them without paying freight, which we demand of them. So home to my office, and their late writing letters, and so home to supper and to bed, having got a scurvy cold by lying cold in my head the last night. This day Captain Taylor brought me a piece of plate, a little small state dish, he expecting that I should get him some allowance for demurrage 527 of his ship, William, kept long at Tangier, which I shall and may justly do. 8th, Lord's Day. Up, and it being late, to church without my wife, and there I saw Pembleton come into the church and bring his wife with him, a good comely plain woman, and by my wife came after me all alone, which I was a little vexed at. I found that my coming in a periwig did not prove so strange to the world as I was afeard it would, for I thought that all the church would presently have cast their eyes all upon me, but I found no such thing. Here an ordinary lazy sermon of Mr. Mills, and then home to dinner, and there Tom came and dined with us, and after dinner to talk about a new black cloth suit that I have a making, and so at church time to church again, where the Scot preached, and I slept most of the time. Thence home, and I spent most of the evening upon Fuller's Church History, and Barclay's Argeny, and so after supper to prayers and to bed, a little fearing my pain coming back again, myself continuing as costive as ever, and my physic ended. But I had sent a porter today for more and it was brought me before I went to bed, and so with pretty good content to bed. 9th, up and found myself very well, and so by coach to Whitehall and there met all my fellow officers, and so to the Duke, where, when we came into his closet, he told us that Mr. Pepys was so altered with his new periwig that he did not know him. So to our discourse, and among and above other things we were taken up in talking upon Sir J. Lawson's coming home, he being come to Portsmouth. And Captain Berkeley is come to town with a letter from the Duana of Algiers to the King, wherein they do demand again the searching of our ships and taking out of strangers, and their goods. And that what English ships are taken without the Duke's pass they will detain, though it be flat contrary to the words of the peace, as prizes, till they do hear from our King, which they advise him may be speedy. And this they did the very next day after they had received with great joy the Grand Signior's confirmation of the peace from Constantinople by Captain Berkeley, so that there is no command nor certainty to be had of these people. The King is resolved to send his will by a fleet of ships, and it is thought best and speediest to send these very ships that are now come home, 5 sail of good ships, back again after cleaning, victualling, and paying them. But it is a pleasant thing to think how their Basha, Shah Van Aga, did tear his hair to see the soldiers order things thus. For, just like his late predecessor, when they see the evil of war with England, then for certain they complain to the Grand Signior of him, and cut his head off, this he is sure of, and knows as certain. Thence to Westminster Hall, where I met with Mr. Pierce, chirurgeon, and among other things he asked me seriously whether I knew anything of my lord's being out of favour with the King. And told me, that for certain the King do take mighty notice of my lord's living obscurely in a corner not like himself, and becoming the honour that he is come to. I was sorry to hear, and the truth is, from my lord's discourse among his people, which I am told, of the uncertainty of princes' favours, and his melancholy keeping from court, I am doubtful of some such thing. But I seemed wholly strange to him in it, but will make my use of it. He told me also how loose the court is, nobody looking after business, but every man his lust and gain, and how the King is now become besotted upon Mrs. Stuart, that he gets into corners, and will be with her half an hour together kissing her to the observation of all the world, and she now stays by herself and expects it, as my Lady Castlemaine did use to do. To whom the King, he says, is still kind, so as now and then he goes to have a chat with her as he believes, but with no such fondness as he used to do. But yet it is thought that this new wench is so subtle, that she lets him not do anything that is safe to her, but yet his doting is so great that, Pierce tells me, it is verily thought if the Queen had died, he would have married her. The Duke of Monmouth is to have part of the cockpit new built for lodgings for him, and they say to be made captain of the guards in the room of my Lord Gerard. Having thus talked with him, there comes into the hall Creed and Ned Pickering, and after a turn or two with them, it being noon, I walked with them to the King's Head Ordinary, and there we dined. Little discourse but what was common, only that the Duke of York is a very desperate huntsman, but I was ashamed of Pickering, who could not forbear having up my Lord Sandwich now and then in the most paltry matters abominable. Thence I took leave of them, and so having taken up something at my wife's tailor's, I home by coach and there to my office, whither Shales came and I had much discourse with him about the business of the victualling. And thence in the evening to the coffee house, and there sat till by and by appointment Will brought me word that his uncle Blackburn was ready to speak with me. So I went down to him, and he and I to a tavern hard by, and there I begun to speak to Will friendlily, advising him how to carry himself now he is going from under my roof, without any reflections upon the occasion from whence his removal arose. This his uncle seconded, and after laying down to him his duty to me, and what I expect of him, in a discourse of about a quarter of an hour or more, we agreed upon his going this week, towards the latter end of the week, and so dismissed him. And Mr. Blackburn and I fell to talk of many things, wherein I did speak so freely to him in many things agreeing with his sense that he was very open to me, first, in that of religion. He makes it great matter of prudence for the king in council to suffer liberty of conscience. And imputes the loss of Hungary to the Turk from the emperor's denying them this liberty of their religion. He says that many pious ministers of the word of God, some thousands of them, do now beg their bread, and told me how highly the present clergy carry themselves everywhere, so as that they are hated and laughed at by everybody. Among other things, for their excommunications, which they send upon the least occasions almost that can be. And I am convinced in my judgment, not only from his discourse, but my thoughts in general, that the present clergy will never heartily go down with the generality of the commons of England. They have been so used to liberty and freedom, and they are so acquainted with the pride and debauchery of the present clergy. He did give me many stories of the affronts which the clergy receive in all places of England from the gentry and ordinary persons of the parish. He do tell me what the city thinks of General Monk, as of a most perfidious man that hath betrayed every body, and the king also. Who, as he thinks, and his party, and so I have heard other good friends of the king say, it might have been better for the king to have had his hands a little bound for the present, than be forced to bring such a crew of poor people about him, and be liable to satisfy the demands of every one of them. He told me that to his knowledge, being present at every meeting at the treaty at the Isle of Wight, that the old king did confess himself overruled and convinced in his judgment against the bishops, and would have suffered and did agree to exclude the service out of the churches, nay his own chapel. And that he did always say, that this he did not by force, for that he would never abate 1 inch by any violence, but what he did was out of his reason and judgment. He tells me that the king by name, with all his dignities, is prayed for by them that they call fanatiques, as heartily and powerfully as in any of the other churches that are thought better, and that, let the king think what he will, it is them that must help him in the day of war. For as they are the most, so generally they are the most substantial sort of people, and the soberest. And did desire me to observe it to my Lord Sandwich, among other things, that of all the old army now you cannot see a man begging about the street, but what? You shall have this captain turned a shoemaker, the lieutenant, a baker, this a brewer, that a haberdasher, this common soldier, a porter, and every man in his apron and frock, and, as if they never had done anything else, whereas the others go with their belts and swords, swearing and cursing, and stealing, running into people's houses, by force oftentimes, to carry away something, and this is the difference between the temper of one and the other. And concludes, and I think with some reason, that the spirits of the old Parliament soldiers are so quiet and contented with God's providences, that the king is safer from any evil meant him by them 1,000 times more than from his own discontented cavalier. And then to the public management of business, it is done, as he observes, so loosely and so carelessly, that the kingdom can never be happy with it, every man looking after himself and his own lust and luxury. Among other things he instanced in the business of money, he do believe that half of what money the Parliament gives the king is not so much as gathered. And to the purpose he told me how the Bellamys, who had some of the northern counties assigned them for their debt for the petty warrant victualling, have often complained to him that they cannot get it collected, for that nobody minds, or if they do, they won't pay it in. Whereas, which is a very remarkable thing, he hath been told by some of the treasurers that were here of late, to whom the most of the L120,000 monthly was paid, that for most months the payments were gathered so duly, that they seldom had so much or more than 40s, or the like, short in the whole collection. Whereas now the very commissioners for assessments and other public payments are such persons, and those that they choose in the country so like themselves, that from top to bottom there is not a man careful of anything, or if he be, he is not solvent. That what between the beggar and the knave, the king is abused the best part of all his revenue. From thence we began to talk of the navy, and particularly of Sir W. Penn, of whose rise to be a general I had a mind to be informed. He told me he was always a conceited man, and one that would put the best side outward, but that it was his pretence of sanctity that brought him into play. Lawson, and Portman, and the Fifth Monarchy men, among whom he was a great brother, importuned that he might be general. And it was pleasant to see how Blackburn himself did act it, how when the commissioners of the Admiralty would inquire of the captains and admirals of such and such men, how they would with a sigh and casting up the eyes say, "Such a man fears the Lord," or, "I hope such a man hath the Spirit of God," and such things as that. But he tells me that there was a cruel articling against Penn after one fight, for cowardice, in putting himself within a coil of cables, of which he had much ado to acquit himself, and by great friends did it, not without remains of guilt. But that his brethren had a mind to pass it by, and Sir H. Vane did advise him to search his heart, and see whether this fault or a greater sin was not the occasion of this so great trial. And he tells me, that what Penn gives out about Cromwell's sending and entreating him to go to Jamaica, is very false. He knows the contrary. Besides, the Protector never was a man that needed to send for any man, specially such a one as he, twice. He tells me that the business of Jamaica did miscarry absolutely by his pride, and that when he was in the Tower he would cry like a child. This he says of his own personal knowledge, and lastly tells me that just upon the turn, when Monk was come from the north to the city, and did begin to think of bringing in the king, Penn was then turned Quaker. This he is most certain of. He tells me that Lawson was never counted any thing but only a seaman, and a stout man, but a false man, and that now he appears the greatest hypocrite in the world. And Penn the same. He tells me that it is much talked of, that the king intends to legitimate the Duke of Monmouth. And that he has not, nor his friends of his persuasion, have any hopes of getting their consciences at liberty but by God Almighty's turning of the king's heart, which they expect, and are resolved to live and die in quiet hopes of it. But never to repine, or act anything more than by prayers towards it. And that not only himself but all of them have, and are willing at any time to take the oaths of allegiance and supremacy. Thus far, and upon many more things, we had discoursed when some persons in a room hard by began to sing in 3 parts very finely and to play upon a flageolet so pleasantly that my discourse afterwards was but troublesome. And I could not attend it, and so, anon, considering of a sudden the time of night, we found it 11 o'clock, which I thought it had not been by 2 hours, but we were close in talk, and so we rose, he having drunk some wine and I some beer and sugar. And so by a fair moonshine home and to bed, my wife troubled with toothache. Mr. Blackburn observed further to me, some certain notice that he had of the present plot so much talked of, that he was told by Mr. Rushworth, how one Captain Oates, a great discoverer, did employ several to bring and seduce others into a plot, and that one of his agents met with one that would not listen to him, nor conceal what he had offered him, but so detected the troppan. This, he says, is most true. He also, among other instances how the king is served, did much insist upon the cowardice and corruption of the king's guards and militia, which to be sure will fail the king, as they have done already, when there will be occasion for them. 10th. Up and to the office, where we sat till noon, and then to the exchange, where spoke with several and had my head casting about how to get a penny, and I hope I shall, and then home, and there Mr. Moore by appointment dined with me, and after dinner all the afternoon till night drawing a bond and release against tomorrow for T. Trice, and I to come to a conclusion in which I proceed with great fear and jealousy, knowing him to be a rogue and one that I fear has at this time got too great a hank 528 over me by the neglect of my lawyers. But among other things I am come to an end with Mr. Moore for AL 32, a good while lying in my hand of my Lord Privy Seals which he for the odd L7 do give me a bond to secure me against, and so I got L25 clear. Then, he being gone, to the office and their late setting down yesterday's remarkable discourses, and so home and to supper, late, and to bed. The Queen, I hear, is now very well again, and that she hath bespoke herself a new gown. 11th. Up and to my office all the morning, and at noon to the coffee house, where with Dr. Allen some good discourse about physique and chemistry. And among other things, I telling him what dribble the German doctor do offer of an instrument to sink ships. He tells me that which is more strange, that something made of gold, which they call in chemistry aurum fulminans, a grain, I think he said, of it put into a silver spoon and fired, will give a blow like a musket. And strike a hole through the spoon downward, without the least force upward. And this he can make a cheaper experiment of, he says, with iron prepared. Thence to the change, and being put off a meeting with T. Trice, he not coming, I home to dinner, and after dinner by coach with my wife to my periwig maker's for my second periwig, but it is not done, and so, calling at a place or two, home, and there to my office. And there taught my wife a new lesson in arithmetic and so sent her home, and I to several businesses. And so home to supper and to bed, being mightily troubled with a cold in my stomach and head, with a great pain by coughing. 12th, lay long in bed, indeed too long, divers people and the officers staying for me. My cousin Thomas Pepys the executor being below, and I went to him and stated reckonings about our debt, for his payments of money to my uncle Thomas heretofore by the captain's orders. I did not pay him but will soon do it if I can. To the office and there all the morning, where Sir W. Penn, like a coxcomb, was so ready to cross me in a motion I made unawares for the entering a man at Chatham into the works, wherein I was vexed to see his spleen, but glad to understand it, and that it was in no greater a matter. I being not at all concerned here. To the change and did several businesses there and so home with Mr. Moore to dinner, my wife having dined, with Mr. Holliard with her today, he being come to advise her about her hollow sore place. After dinner Mr. Moore and I discoursing of my lord's negligence in attendance at court, and the discourse the world makes of it, with the too great reason that I believe there is for it. I resolved and took coach to his lodgings, thinking to speak with my lord about it without more ado. Here I met Mr. Howe, and he and I largely about it, and he very soberly acquainted me how things are with my lord, that my lord do not do anything like himself, but follows his folly, and spends his time either at cards at court with the ladies, when he is there at all, or else at Chelsea with the slut to his great disgrace, and indeed I do see and believe that my lord do apprehend that he do grow less too at court. Anon my lord do come in, and I begun to fall in discourse with him, but my heart did misgive me that my lord would not take it well, and then found him not in a humour to talk, and so after a few ordinary words, my lord not talking in the manner as he uses to do, I took leave, and spent some time with W. Howe again, and told him how I could not do what I had so great a mind and resolution to do, but that I thought it would be as well to do it in writing, which he approves of, and so I took leave of him, and by coach home, my mind being full of it, and in pain concerning it. So to my office busy very late, the nights running on faster than one thinks, and so to supper and to bed. 13th, up and to my office, busy all the morning with Commissioner Pett. At noon I to the exchange, and meeting Shales, he and I to the coffee house and there talked of our victualling matters, which I fear will come to little. However I will go on and carry it as far as I can. So home to dinner where I expected Commissioner Pett, and had a good dinner, but he came not. After dinner came my periwig maker, and brings me a second periwig, made of my own hair, which comes to 21s. 6d. More than the worth of my own hair, so that they both come to L41s. 6d, which he saith will serve me 2 years, but I fear it. He being gone, I to my office, and put on my new shag purple gown, with gold buttons and loop lace, I being a little fearful of taking cold and of pain coming upon me. Here I stayed making an end of a troublesome letter, but to my advantage, against Sir W. Batten, giving Sir G. Carteret an account of our late great contract with Sir W. Warren for masts, wherein I am sure I did the King L600 service. That done home to my wife to take a clyster, which I did, and it wrought very well and brought a great deal of wind, which I perceive is all that do trouble me. After that, about 9 or 10 o'clock, to supper in my wife's chamber, and then about 12 to bed. 14th, up and to the office, where we sat, and after we had almost done, Sir W. Batten desired to have the room cleared, and there he did acquaint the board how he was obliged to answer to something lately said which did reflect upon the comptroller and him. And to that purpose told how the bargain for winter's timber did not prove so bad as I had reported to the board it would. After he had done I cleared the matter that I did not mention the business as a thing designed by me against them, but was led to it by Sir J. Minns, and that I said nothing but what I was told by Mayers the surveyor as much as by Dean upon whom they laid all the fault, which I must confess did and do still trouble me, for they report him to be a fellow not fit to be employed. When in my conscience he deserves better than any officer in the yard. I thought it not convenient to vindicate him much now, but time will serve when I will do it, and I am bound to do it. I offered to proceed to examine and prove what I said if they please, but Mr. Coventry most discreetly advised not, it being to no purpose, and that he did believe that what I said did not by my manner of speaking it proceed from any design of reproaching them, and so it ended. But my great trouble is for poor Dean. At noon home and dined with my wife, and after dinner Will told me if I pleased he was ready to remove his things, and so before my wife I did give him good counsel, and that his going should not abate my kindness for him. If he carried himself well, and so bid God bless him, and left him to remove his things, the poor lad weeping, but I am apt to think matters will be the better both for him and us. So to the office and their late busy. In the evening Mr. Moore came to tell me that he had no opportunity of speaking his mind to my lord yesterday, and so I am resolved to write to him very suddenly. So after my business done I home, I having stayed till 12 o'clock at night almost, making an end of a letter to Sir G. Carteret about the late contract for masts, wherein I have done myself right, and no wrong to Sir W. Batten. This night I think is the first that I have lain without ever a man in my house besides myself, since I came to keep any. Will being this night gone to his lodging, and by the way I hear today that my boy Wainman has behaved himself so with Mr. Davis that they have got him put into a Barbados ship to be sent away, and though he sends to me to get a release for him I will not out of love to the boy, for I doubt to keep him here were to bring him to the gallows. 15th, Lord's Day. Lay very long in bed with my wife and then up and to my office there to copy fair my letter to Sir G. Carteret, which I did, and by most opportunely a footman of his came to me about other business, and so I sent it him by his own servant. I wish good luck with it. At noon home to dinner, my wife not being up, she lying to expect Mr. Hollyard the surgeon. So I dined by myself, and in the afternoon to my office again, and there drew up a letter to my lord, stating to him what the world talks concerning him, and leaving it to him and myself to be thought of by him as he pleases. But I have done but my duty in it. I wait Mr. Moore's coming for his advice about sending it. So home to supper to my wife, myself finding myself by cold got last night beginning to have some pain, which grieves me much in my mind to see to what a weakness I am come. This day being our Queen's birthday, the guns of the Tower went all off. And in the evening the Lord Mayor sent from church to order the constables to cause bonfires to be made in every street, which methinks is a poor thing to be forced to be commanded. After a good supper with my wife, and hearing of the maids read in the Bible, we to prayers, and to bed. 16th, up, and being ready then abroad by coach to Whitehall, and there with the Duke, where Mr. Coventry did a second time go to vindicate himself against reports and prove by many testimonies that he brought, that he did nothing but what had been done by the Lord Admiral's secretaries heretofore, though he do not approve of it. Nor since he had any rule from the Duke hath he exceeded what he is there directed to take, and the thing I think is very clear that they always did take and that now he do take less than ever they did heretofore. Thence away, and Sir G. Carteret did call me to him and discourse with me about my letter yesterday, and did seem to take it unkindly that I should doubt of his satisfaction in the bargain of masts. And did promise me that hereafter whatever he do hear to my prejudice he would tell me before he would believe it, and that this was only Sir W. Batten's report in this business, which he says he did ever approve of, in which I know he lies. Thence to my lord's lodgings thinking to find Mr. Moore, in order to the sending away my letter of reproof to my lord, but I do not find him, but contrary do find my lord come to court. Which I am glad to hear and should be more glad to hear that he do follow his business that I may not have occasion to venture upon his good nature by such a provocation as my letter will be to him. So by coach home, to the Exchange, where I talked about several businesses with several people, and so home to dinner with my wife, and then in the afternoon to my office, and there late, and in the evening Mr. Holliard came, and he and I about our great work to look upon my wife's malady, which he did, and it seems her great conflux of humours, heretofore that did use to swell there, did in breaking leave a hollow which has since gone in further and further, till now it is near 3 inches deep, but as God will have it do not run into the body ward, but keeps to the outside of the skin, and so he must be forced to cut it open all along, and which my heart I doubt will not serve for me to see done. And yet she will not have any body else to see it done, no, not her own maids, and so I must do it, poor wretch, for her. Tomorrow night he is to do it. He being gone, I to my office again a little while, and so home to supper and to bed. 17th, up, and while I am dressing myself, Mr. Dean of Woolwich came to me, and I did tell him what had happened to him last Saturday in the office, but did encourage him to make no matter of it. For that I did not fear but he would in a little time be master of his enemies as much as they think to master him, and so he did tell me many instances of the abominable dealings of Mr. Head of Woolwich towards him. So we broke up, and I to the office, where we sat all the forenoon doing several businesses, and at noon I to the Change where Mr. Moore came to me, and by Tom Trice and my uncle White, and so we out to a tavern, the New Exchange Tavern over against the Change where I never was before, and I found my old playfellow Ben Stanley master of it. And thence to a scrivener to draw up a bond, and to another tavern, the King's Head, we went, and calling on my cousin Angier at the India House there we eat a bit of pork from a cook's together, and after dinner did seal the bond. And I did take up the old bond of my uncle's to my aunt, and here T. Trice before them do own all matters in difference between us is clear as to this business, and that he will in 6 days give me it under the hand of his attorney that there is no judgment against the bond that may give me any future trouble. And also a copy of their letters of his administration to Godfrey, as much of it as concerns me to have. All this being done towards night we broke up, and so I home and with Mr. Moore to my office, and there I read to him the letter I have wrote to send to my lord to give him an account how the world, both city and court, do talk of him and his living as he do there in such a poor and bad house so much to his disgrace. Which Mr. Moore do conclude so well drawn, that he would not have me by any means to neglect sending it, assuring me in the best of his judgment that it cannot but endear me to my lord instead of what I fear of getting his offence. And did offer to take the same words and send them as from him with his hand to him, which I am not unwilling should come, if they are at all fit to go, from any body but myself, and so, he being gone, I did take a copy of it to keep by me in shorthand, and sealed them up to send tomorrow by my will. So home, Mr. Holliard being come to my wife, and there she being in bed, he and I alone to look again upon her. And there he do find that, though it would not be much pain, yet she is so fearful, and the thing will be somewhat painful in the tending, which I shall not be able to look after, but must require a nurse and people about her. So that upon second thoughts he believes that a fomentation will do as well, and though it will be troublesome yet no pain, and what her maid will be able to do without knowing directly what it is for, but only that it may be for the piles. For though it be nothing but what is fiery honest, yet my wife is loath to give occasion of discourse concerning it. By this my mind and my wife's is much eased, for I confess I should have been troubled to have had my wife cut before my face, I could not have borne to have seen it. I had great discourse with him about my disease. He tells me again that I must eat in a morning some loosening gruel, and at night roasted apples, that I must drink now and then ale with my wine, and eat bread and butter and honey, and rye bread if I can endure it, it being loosening. I must also take once a week a clyster of his last prescription, only honey now and then instead of butter, which things I am now resolved to apply myself to. He being gone I to my office again to a little business, and then home to supper and to bed, being in a little pain by drinking of cold small beer today and being in a cold room at the tavern I believe. 18th. Up, and after being ready, and done a little business at the office, I and Mr. Hayter by water to Redriff, and so walked to Deptford, where I have not been a very great while, and there paid off the Milford in very good order. And all respect showed me in the office as much as there used to be to any of the rest or the whole board. That done at noon I took Captain Turn, and there coming in by chance Captain Berkeley, him also to dinner with me to the Globe. Captain Berkeley, who was lately come from Algiers, did give us a good account of the place, and how the Basha there do live like a prisoner, being at the mercy of the soldiers and officers, so that there is nothing but a great confusion there. After dinner came Sir W. Batten, and I left him to pay off another ship, and I walked home again reading of a little book of new poems of Cowley's, given me by his brother. Abraham do lie, it seems, very sick, still, but like to recover. At my office till late, and then came Mr. Hulliard so full of discourse and Latin that I think he hath got a cup, but I do not know, but full of talk he is in defence of Calvin and Luther. He begun this night the fomentation to my wife, and I hope it will do well with her. He gone, I to the office again a little, and so to bed. This morning I sent Will with my great letter of reproof to my Lord Sandwich, who did give it into his own hand. I pray God give a blessing to it, but confess I am afeard what the consequence may be to me of good or bad, which is according to the ingenuity that he do receive it with. However, I am satisfied that it will do him good, and that he needs it. My Lord, I do verily hope that neither the manner nor matter of this advice will be condemned by your lordship. When for my defence in the first I shall allege my double attempt, since your return from Hinchinbroke, of doing it personally, in both of which your lordship's occasions, no doubtfulness of mine, prevented me. And that being now fearful of a sudden summons to Portsmouth, for the discharge of some ships there. I judge it very unbecoming the duty which every bit of bread I eat tells me I owe to your lordship to expose the safety of your honour to the uncertainty of my return. For the matter, my lord, it is such as could I in any measure think safe to conceal from, or likely to be discovered to you by any other hand, I should not have dared so far to own what from my heart I believe is false, as to make myself but the relater of others' discourse. But, sir, your lordship's honour being such as I ought to value it to be, and finding both in city and court that discourses pass to your prejudice, too generally for mine or any man's controllings but your lordship's, I shall, my lord, without the least greatening or lessening the matter, do my duty in laying it shortly before you. People of all conditions, my lord, raise matter of wonder from your lordship so little appearance at court, some concluding thence their disfavour thereby, to which purpose I have had questions asked me. And endeavouring to put off such insinuations by asserting the contrary, they have replied, that your lordship's living so beneath your quality, out of the way, and declining of court attendance, hath been more than once discoursed about the king. Others, my lord, when the chief ministers of state, and those most active of the council have been reckoned up, wherein your lordship never used to want an eminent place, have said, touching your lordship, that now your turn was served. And the king had given you a good estate, you left him to stand or fall as he would, and, particularly in that of the navy, have enlarged upon your letting fall all service there. Another sort, and those the most, insist upon the bad report of the house wherein your lordship, now observed in perfect health again, continues to sojourn, and by name have charged one of the daughters for a common courtesan. Alleging both places and persons where and with whom she hath been too well known, and how much her wantonness occasions, though unjustly, scandal to your lordship. And that as well to gratifying of some enemies as to the wounding of more friends I am not able to tell. Lastly, my lord, I find a general coldness in all persons towards your lordship, such as, from my first dependence on you, I never yet knew, wherein I shall not offer to interpose any thoughts or advice of mine. Well knowing your lordship needs not any. But with a most faithful assurance that no person nor papers under heaven is privy to what I here write, besides myself and this, which I shall be careful to have put into your own hands. I rest confident of your lordship's just construction of my dutiful intents herein, and in all humility take leave, may it please your lordship. Your lordship's most obedient servant, S. P. The foregoing letter was sealed up, and enclosed in this that follows my lord. If this finds your lordship either not alone, or not at leisure, I beg the suspending your opening of the enclosed till you shall have both. The matter very well bearing such a delay, and in all humility remain, may it please your lordship. Your lordship's most obedient servant, S. P. November 17, 1663. My servant hath my directions to put this into your lordship's own hand, but not to stay for any answer. 19th, up, and to the office, where, Sir J. Minns and Sir W. Batten being gone this morning to Portsmouth, the rest of us met, and rode at noon. So I to the Change, where little business, and so home to dinner, and being at dinner Mr. Creed in and dined with us, and after dinner Mr. Gentleman, my Jane's father, to see us and her. And after a little stay with them, I was sent for by Sir G. Carteret by agreement, and so left them, and to him and with him by coach to my Lord Treasurer, to discourse with him about Mr. Gauden's having of money, and to offer to him whether it would not be necessary, Mr. Gauden's credit being so low as it is, to take security of him if he demands any great sum, such as L20,000, which now ought to be paid him upon his next year's declaration. Which is a sad thing, that being reduced to this by us, we should be the first to doubt his credit, but so it is. However, it will be managed with great tenderness to him. My Lord Treasurer we found in his bedchamber, being laid up of the gout. I find him a very ready man, and certainly a brave servant to the king, he spoke so quick and sensibly of the king's charge. Nothing displeased me in him but his long nails, which he lets grow upon a pretty thick white short hand, that it troubled me to see them. Thence with Sir G. Carteret by coach, and he set me down at the New Exchange. In our way he told me there is no such thing likely yet as a Dutch war, neither they nor we being in condition for it, though it will come certainly to that in some time, our interests lying the same way, that is to say, in trade. But not yet. Thence to the Temple, and there visited my cousin Roger Pepys and his brother Dr. John, a couple, methinks, of very ordinary men, and thence to speak, with, Mr. Moore, and met him by the way, who tells me, to my great content, that he believes my letter to my Lord Sandwich hath wrought well upon him, and that he will look after himself and his business upon it, for he begins already to do so. But I dare not conclude anything till I see him, which shall be tomorrow morning, that I may be out of my pain to know how he takes it of me. He and I to the coffee house, and there drank and talked a little, and so I home, and after a little at my office home to supper and to bed, not knowing how to avoid hopes from Mr. Moore's words tonight, and yet I am fearful of the worst. 20th. Up, and as soon as I could to my Lord Sandwich's lodgings, but he was gone out before, and so I am defeated of my expectation of being eased one way or other in the business of my lord. But I went up to Mr. Howe, who I saw this day the first time in a periwig, which becomes him very well, and discoursed with him. He tells me that my lord is of a sudden much changed, and he do believe that he do take my letter well. However, we do both bless God that it hath so good an effect upon him. Thence I home again, calling at the wardrobe, where I found my lord, but so busy with Mr. Townsend making up accounts there that I was unwilling to trouble him, and so went away. By and by to the exchange, and there met by agreement Mr. Howe, and took him with a barrel of oysters home to dinner, where we were very merry, and indeed I observe him to be a very hopeful young man, but only a little conceited. After dinner I took him and my wife, and setting her in Covent Garden at her mother's, he and I to my lord's, and thence I with Mr. Moore to Whitehall, there the king and council being close, and I thinking it an improper place to meet my lord first upon the business, I took coach, and calling my wife went home, setting Mr. Moore down by the way, and having been late at the office alone looking over some plates of the northern seas, the White Seas, and Archangel River, I went home, and, after supper, to bed. My wife tells me that she and her brother have had a great falling out tonight, he taking upon him to challenge great obligation upon her, and taxing her for not being so as she ought to be to her friends. And that she can do more with me than she pretends, and I know not what, but God be thanked she cannot. A great talka there is today of a crush between some of the fanatiques up in arms, and the king's men in the north, but whether true I know not yet. 21st. At the office all the morning and at noon I receive a letter from Mr. Creed, with a token, viz., a very noble party-colored Indian gown for my wife. The letter is oddly writ, overprizing his present, and little owning any past service of mine, but that this was his genuine respects, and I know not what, I confess I had expectations of a better account from him of my service about his accounts. And so give his boy 12d. And send it back again, and after having been at the pay of a ship this afternoon at the Treasury, I went by coach to Ludgate, and, by pricing several there, I guess this gown may be worth about L12 or L15. But, however, I expect at least L50 of him. So in the evening I wrote him a letter telling him clearly my mind, a copy of which I keep and of his letter, and so I resolve to have no more such correspondence as I used to have, but will have satisfaction of him as I do expect. So to write my letters, and after all done I went home to supper and to bed, my mind being pretty well at ease from my letter to Creed, and more for my receipt this afternoon of L17 at the Treasury. For the L17 paid a year since to the carver for his work at my house, which I did intend to have paid myself, but, finding others to do it, I thought it not amiss to get it too. But I am afeard that we may hear of it to our greater prejudices hereafter. 22nd, Lord's Day. Up pretty early, and having last night bespoke a coach, which failed me this morning, I walked as far as the Temple, and there took coach, and to my Lord's lodgings, whom I found ready to go to chapel. But I coming, he begun, with a very serious countenance, to tell me that he had received my late letter, wherein first he took notice of my care of him and his honor. And did give me thanks for that part of it where I say that from my heart I believe the contrary of what I do there relate to be the discourse of others. But since I intended it not a reproach, but matter of information, and for him to make a judgment of it for his practice, it was necessary for me to tell him the persons of whom I have gathered the several particulars which I there insist on. I would have made excuses in it, but, seeing him so earnest in it, I found myself forced to it, and so did tell him Mr. Pierce, the chirurgeon, in that of his lordship's living being discoursed of at court. A maid servant that I kept, that lived at Chelsea School, and also Mr. Pickering, about the report touching the young woman, and also Mr. Hunt, in Axe Yard, near whom she lodged. I told him the whole city do discourse concerning his neglect of business, and so I many times asserting my dutiful intention in all this, and he owning his accepting of it as such. That troubled me most in particular is, that he did there assert the civility of the people of the house, and the young gentlewoman, for whose reproach he was sorry. His saying that he was resolved how to live, and that though he was taking a house, meaning to live in another manner, yet it was not to please any people, or to stop report, but to please himself. Though this I do believe he might say that he might not seem to me to be so much wrought upon by what I have writ. And lastly, and most of all, when I spoke of the tenderness that I have used in declaring this to him, there being nobody privy to it, he told me that I must give him leave to accept one. I told him that possibly somebody might know of some thoughts of mine, I having borrowed some intelligence in this matter from them, but nobody could say they knew of the thing itself what I writ. This, I confess, however, do trouble me, for that he seemed to speak it as a quick retort, and it must sure be Will. How, who did not see anything of what I writ, though I told him indeed that I would write. But in this, I think, there is no great hurt. I find him, though he cannot but own his opinion of my good intentions, and so, he did again and again profess it, that he is troubled in his mind at it. And I confess, I think I may have done myself an injury for his good, which, were it to do again, and that I believed he would take it no better, I think I should sit quietly without taking any notice of it. For I doubt there is no medium between his taking it very well or very ill. I could not forbear weeping before him at the latter end, which, since, I am ashamed of, though I cannot see what he can take it to proceed from but my tenderness and goodwill to him. After this discourse was ended, he began to talk very cheerfully of other things, and I walked with him to Whitehall, and we discoursed of the pictures in the gallery, which, it may be, he might do out of policy, that the boy might not see any strangeness in him. But I rather think that his mind was somewhat eased, and hope that he will be to me as he was before. But, however, I doubt not when he sees that I follow my business, and become an honor to him, and not to be like to need him, or to be a burden to him, and rather able to serve him than to need him, and if he do continue to follow business, and so come to his right wits again, I do not doubt but he will then consider my faithfulness to him, and esteem me as he ought. At chapel I had room in the Privy Seal pew with other gentlemen, and there heard Dr. Killigrew preach, but my mind was so, I know not whether troubled, or only full of thoughts of what had passed between my Lord and me that I could not mind it, nor can at this hour remember 3 words. The anthem was good after sermon, being the 51st Psalm, made for 5 voices by one of Captain Cook's boys, a pretty boy. And they say there are 4 or 5 of them that can do as much. And here I first perceived that the king is a little musical, and kept good time with his hand all along the anthem. Up into the gallery after sermon, and there I met Creed. We saluted one another and spoke but not one word of what had passed yesterday between us, but told me he was forced to such a place to dinner, and so we parted. Here I met Mr. Povey, who tells me how Tangier had like to have been betrayed, and that one of the king's officers is come, to whom 8,000 pieces of 8 were offered for his part. Hence I to the king's head ordinary, and there dined, good and much company, and a good dinner. Most of their discourse was about hunting, in a dialect I understand very little. Thence by coach to our own church, and there my mind being yet unsettled I could mind nothing, and after sermon home, and there told my wife what had passed, and thence to my office, where doing business only to keep my mind employed till late. And so home to supper, to prayers, and to bed. 23rd, up and to Alderman Backwell's, where Sir W. Ryder, by appointment, met us to consult about the insuring of our hemp ship from Archangel, in which we are all much concerned, by my Lord Treasurer's command. That being put in a way, I went to Mr. Beauchamp, one of our jury, to confer with him about our business with Field at our trial tomorrow, and thence to St. Paul's churchyard, and there bespoke Rushworth's collections, and Scoble's acts of the Long Parliament, and which I will make the king pay for as to the office, and so I do not break my vow at all. Back to the coffee house, and then to the Change, where Sir W. Ryder and I did bid 15%, and nobody will take it under 20%. And the lowest was 15% premium, and 15 more to be abetted in case of loss, which we did not think fit without order to give, and so we parted, and I home to a speedy, though too good a dinner to eat alone, viz. A good goose and a rare piece of roast beef. Thence to the Temple, but being there too soon and meeting Mr. Moore I took him up and to my Lord Treasurer's, and thence to Sir P.H. Warwick's, where I found him and did desire his advice, who left me to do what I thought fit in this business of the insurance, and so back again to the Temple all the way telling Mr. Moore what had passed between my Lord and me yesterday, and indeed my fears do grow that my Lord will not reform as I hoped he would, nor have the ingenuity to take my advice as he ought kindly. But however I am satisfied that the one person whom he said he would take leave to accept is not Mr. Moore, and so W. how I am sure could tell him nothing of my letter that ever he saw it. Here Mr. Moore and I parted, and I up to the Speaker's chamber, and there met Mr. Coventry by appointment to discourse about Field's business, and thence we parting I homewards and called at the coffee house, and there by great accident hear that a letter is come that our ship is safe come to Newcastle. With this news I went like an assy presently to Alderman Bacule and, told him of it, and he and I went to the African House in Broad Street to have spoke with Sir W. Ryder to tell him of it, but missed him. Now what an opportunity had I to have concealed this and seemed to have made an insurance and got L100 with the least trouble and danger in the whole world. This troubles me to think I should be so over soon. So back again with Alderman Bacule talking of the new money, which he says will never be counterfeited, he believes, but it is deadly inconvenient for telling, it is so thick, and the edges are made to turn up. I found him as full of business, and, to speak the truth, he is a very painful man, and ever was, and nowadays is well paid for it. So home and to my office, doing business late in order to the getting a little money, and so home to supper and to bed. 24th. Up and to the office, where we sat all the morning, and at noon to the Change, where everybody joyed me in our hemp ships coming safe, and it seems one man, Middleburg, did give 20%. In gold last night, 3 or 4 minutes before the news came of her being safe. Thence with Mr. Dean home and dined, and after dinner and a good deal of discourse of the business of Woolwich Yard, we opened his draft of a ship which he has made for me. And indeed it is a most excellent one and that I hope will be of good use to me as soon as I get a little time, and much indebted I am to the poor man. Toward night I by coach to Whitehall to the Tangier Committee, and there spoke with my lord and he seems mighty kind to me, but I will try him tomorrow by a visit to see whether he holds it or no. Then home by coach again and to my office, where late with Captain Miners about the East India business. So home to supper and to bed, being troubled to find myself so bound as I am, notwithstanding all the physic that I take. This day our trial was with Field, and I hear that they have given him L29 damage more, which is a strange thing, but yet not so much as formerly, nor as I was afeard of. 25th, up and to Sir G. Carteret House, and with him by coach to Whitehall. He uses me mighty well to my great joy. And in our discourse took occasion to tell me that as I did desire of him the other day so he desires of me the same favour that we may tell one another at any time anything that passes among us at the office or elsewhere wherein we are either dissatisfied one with another. And that I should find him in all things as kind and ready to serve me as my own brother. This methinks was very sudden and extraordinary and do please me mightily, and I am resolved by no means ever to lose him again if I can. He told me that he did still observe my care for the King's service in my office. He set me down in Fleet Street and thence I by another coach to my Lord Sandwich's, and there I did present him Mr. Barlow's Turella, with which he was very much pleased, and he did show me great kindness, and by other discourse I have reason to think that he is not at all, as I feared he would be, discontented against me more than the trouble of the thing will work upon him. I left him in good humour, and I to Whitehall, to the Duke of York and Mr. Coventry, and there advised about insuring the hemp ship at 12%. Notwithstanding her being come to Newcastle, and I do hope that in all my 3 places which are now my hopes and supports I may not now fear anything, but with care, which through the Lord's blessing I will never more neglect. I don't doubt but to keep myself up with them all. For in the Duke, and Mr. Coventry, my Lord Sandwich and Sir G. Carteret I place my greatest hopes, and it pleased me yesterday that Mr. Coventry in the coach, he carrying me to the Exchange at noon from the office, did, speaking of Sir W. Batten, say that though there was a difference between them, yet he would embrace any good motion of Sir W. Batten to the King's advantage as well as of Mr. Pepys or any friend he had. And when I talked that I would go about doing something of the controller's work when I had time, and that I thought the controller would not take it ill, he wittily replied that there was nothing in the world so hateful as a dog in the manger. Back by coach to the Exchange, there spoke with Sir W. Ryder about insuring, and spoke with several other persons about business, and shall become pretty well known quickly. Thence home to dinner with my poor wife, and with great joy to my office, and there all the afternoon about business, and among others Mr. Bland came to me and had good discourse, and he has chose me a referee for him in a business, and anon in the evening comes Sir W. Warren, and he and I had admirable discourse. He advised me in things I desired about, Mary 529 and other ways of putting out money as in parts of ships, how dangerous they are, and lastly fell to talk of the Dutch management of the navy. And I think will help me to some accounts of things of the Dutch Admiralty, which I am mighty desirous to know. He seemed to have been mighty privy with my Lord Albemarle in things before this great turn, and to the king's dallying with him and others for some years before, but I doubt all was not very true. However, his discourse is very useful in general, though he would seem a little more than ordinary in this. Late at night home to supper and to bed, my mind in good ease all but my health, of which I am not a little doubtful. 26th. Up and to the office, where we sat all the morning, and at noon I to the Change, and there met with Mr. Cutler the merchant, who would needs have me home to his house by the Dutch church, and there in an old but good house, with his wife and mother, a couple of plain old women, I dined a good plain dinner. And his discourse after dinner with me upon matters of the navy victualling very good and worth my hearing, and so home to my office in the afternoon with my mind full of business, and there at it late, and so home to supper to my poor wife. And to bed, myself being in a little pain. By a stroke. In pulling up my breeches yesterday over eagerly, but I will lay nothing to it till I see whether it will cease of itself or no. The plague, it seems, grows more and more at Amsterdam. And we are going upon making of all ships coming from thence and Hambro, or any other infected places, to perform their quarantine, for 30 days as Sir Rode Brown expressed it in the order of the council, contrary to the import of the word, though in the general acceptation it signifies now the thing, not the time spent in doing it, in Whole Haven, a thing never done by us before. 27th. Up and to my office, where busy with great delight all the morning, and at noon to the Change, and so home to dinner with my poor wife, and with great content to my office again. And they're hard at work upon stating the account of the freights due to the King from the East India Company till late at night, and so home to supper and to bed. My wife mightily pleased with my late discourse of getting a trip over to Calais, or some other port of France, the next summer, in one of the yachts, and I believe I shall do it, and it makes good sport that my maid Jane dares not go. And Bess is wild to go, and is mad for joy, but yet will be willing to stay if Jane hath a mind, which is the best temper in this and all other things that ever I knew in my life. 28th, up and at the office sat all the morning, and at noon by Mr. Coventry's coach to the Change, and after a little while there where I met with Mr. Pierce, the chirurgeon, who tells me for good news that my Lord Sandwich is resolved to go no more to Chelsea, and told me he believed that I had been giving my Lord some counsel, which I neither denied nor affirmed. But seemed glad with him that he went thither no more, and so I home to dinner, and thence abroad to Paul's churchyard, and there looked upon the second part of Hudibras, which I buy not, but borrow to read, to see if it be as good as the first. Which the world cry so mightily up, though it hath not a good liking in me, though I had tried by 2 or 3 times reading to bring myself to think it witty. Back again home and to my office, and there late doing business and so home to supper and to bed. I have been told 2 or 3 times, but today for certain I am told how in Holland publicly they have pictured our king with reproach. One way is with his pockets turned the wrong side outward, hanging out empty, another with 2 courtiers picking of his pockets, and a third, leading of 2 ladies, while others abuse him, which amounts to great contempt. 29th, Lord's Day. This morning I put on my best black cloth suit, trimmed with scarlet ribbon, very neat, with my cloak lined with velvet, and a new beaver, which altogether is very noble, with my black silk knit cannons I bought a month ago. I to church alone, my wife not going, and there I found my Lady Batten in a velvet gown, which vexed me that she should be in it before my wife, or that I am able to put her into one, but what cannot be, cannot be. However, when I came home I told my wife of it, and to see my weakness, I could on the sudden have found my heart to have offered her one, but second thoughts put it by, and indeed it would undo me to think of doing as Sir W. Batten and his lady do, who has a good estate besides his office. A good dinner we had of boeuf à la mode, but not roasted so well as my wife used to do it. So after dinner I to the French church, but that being too far begun I came back to St. Dunstan's by 6 and heard a good sermon, and so home and to my office all, the evening making up my accounts of this month, and blessed be God I have got up my crumb again to L770, the most that ever I had yet. And good clothes a great many besides, which is a great mercy of God to me. So home to supper and to bed. 30th, was called up by a messenger from Sir W. Penn to go with him by coach to Whitehall. So I got up and went with him, and by the way he began to observe to me some unkind dealing of mine to him a week or two since at the table, like a coxcomb. When I answered him pretty freely that I would not think myself to owe any man the service to do this or that because they would have it so, it was about taking of a mulct upon a purser for not keeping guard at Chatham when I was there. So he talked and I talked and let fall the discourse without giving or receiving any great satisfaction, and so to other discourse, but I shall know him still for a false knave. At Whitehall we met the Duke in the matted gallery, and there he discoursed with us, and by my Lord Sandwich came and stood by, and talked, but it being St. Andrew's, and a collar day, he went to the chapel, and we parted. From him and Sir W. Penn and I back again and light at the Change, and to the coffee house, where I heard the best story of a cheat intended by a master of a ship, who had borrowed twice his money upon the bottomary. And as much more insured upon his ship and goods as they were worth, and then would have cast her away upon the coast of France, and there left her, refusing any pilot which was offered him. And so the governor of the place took her and sent her over hither to find an owner, and so the ship is come safe, and goods and all, they all worth L500, and he had one way or other taken L3000. The cause is to be tried tomorrow at Guildhall, where I intend to be. Thence home to dinner, and then with my wife to her arithmetique. In the evening came W. How to see me, who tells me that my lord hath been angry 3 or 4 days with him, would not speak to him, at last did, and charged him with having spoken to me about what he had observed concerning his lordship, which W. How denying stoutly, he was well at ease, and continues very quiet, and is removing from Chelsea as fast as he can, but, methinks, both by my lord's looks upon me today, or it may be it is only my doubtfulness, and by W. How's discourse, my lord is not very well pleased, nor, it may be, will be a good while, which vexes me, but I hope all will over in time, or else I am but ill rewarded for my good service. Anon he and I to the Temple and there parted, and I to my cousin Roger Pepys, whom I met going to his chamber, he was in haste, and to go out of town tomorrow. He tells me of a letter from my father which he will keep to read to me at his coming to town again. I perceive it is about my father's jealousies concerning my wife's doing ill offices with me against him only from the differences they had when she was there. Which he very unwisely continues to have and troubles himself and friends about to speak to me in, as my Lord Sandwich, Mr. Moore, and my cousin Roger, which vexes me, but I must impute it to his age and care for my mother and Paul and so let it go. After little discourse with him I took coach and home, calling upon my booksellers for 2 books, Rushworth's and Scoble's collections. I shall make the king pay for them. The first I spent some time at the office to read and it is an excellent book. So home and spent the evening with my wife in arithmetique, and so to supper and to bed. I end this month with my mind in good condition for anything else, but my unhappy adventuring to disoblige my lord by doing him service in representing to him the discourse of the world concerning him and his affairs. December 1663. December 1st, up and to the office, where we sat all the morning. At noon I home to dinner with my poor wife, with whom nowadays I enjoy great pleasure in her company and learning of arithmetique. After dinner I to Guildhall to hear a trial at King's Bench, before Lord Chief Justice Hyde, about the insurance of a ship, the same I mention in my yesterday's journal. Where everything was proved how money was so taken up upon bottomary in insurance, and the ship left by the master and seamen upon rocks, where, when the sea fell at the ebb, she must perish. The master was offered help, and he did give the pilots 20 souls to drink to bid them go about their business, saying that the rocks were old, but his ship was new, and that she was repaired for L6 and less all the damage that she received. And is now brought by one, sent for on purpose by the insurers, into the Thames, with her cargo, vessels of tallow daubed over with butter, instead of all butter, the whole not worth above L500, ship and all, and they had took up, as appeared, above L2, 400. He had given his men money to content them. And yet, for all this, he did bring some of them to swear that it was very stormy weather, and, they, did all they could to save her, and that she was 7 feet deep water in hold, and were fain to cut her main and foremast. That the master was the last man that went out, and they were fain to force him out when she was ready to sink. And her rudder broke off, and she was drawn into the harbor after they were gone, as wreck all broken, and goods lost, that she could not be carried out again without new building, and many other things so contrary as is not imaginable more. There was all the great council in the kingdom in the cause, but after one witness or two for the plaintiff, it was cried down as a most notorious cheat, and so the jury, without going out, found it for the plaintiff. But it was pleasant to see what mad sort of testimonies the seamen did give, and could not be got to speak in order, and then their terms such as the judge could not understand. And to hear how sillily the counsel and judge would speak as to the terms necessary in the matter, would make one laugh, and above all, a Frenchman that was forced to speak in French, and took an English oath he did not understand, and had an interpreter sworn to tell us what he said, which was the best testimony of all. So home well satisfied with this afternoon's work, purposing to spend an afternoon or two every term so, and so to my office a while and then home to supper, arithmetic with my wife, and to bed. I heard other causes, and saw the course of pleading by being at this trial, and heard and learnt two things. One is that every man has a right of passage in, but not a title to, any highway. The next, that the judge would not suffer Mr. Crow, who hath fined for alderman, to be called so, but only Mr., and did 8 or 9 times fret at it, and stop every man that called him so. Second, my wife troubled all last night with the toothache and this morning. I up and to my office, where busy, and so home to dinner with my wife, who is better of her tooth than she was, and in the afternoon by agreement called on by Mr. Bland, and with him to the Ship a neighbor tavern, and there met his antagonist Mr. Custos and his referee Mr. Clark a merchant also, and begun the dispute about the freight of a ship hired by Mr. Bland to carry provisions to Tangier, and the freight is now demanded, whereas he says that the goods were some spoiled, some not delivered, and upon the whole demands L1300 of the other, and their minds are both so high, their demands so distant, and their words so many and hot against one another that I fear we shall bring it to nothing. But however I am glad to see myself so capable of understanding the business as I find I do, and shall endeavour to do Mr. Bland all the just service I can therein. Here we were in a bad room, which vexed me most, but we meet at another house next. So at noon I home and to my office till 9 o'clock, and so home to my wife to keep her company, arithmetic, then to supper, and to bed, she being well of her tooth again. Third, up and to the office, where all the forenoon, and then, by Mr. Coventry's coach, to the Change, and so home to dinner, very pleasant with my poor wife. Somebody from Portsmouth, I know not who, has this day sent me a runlet of tent. So to my office all the afternoon, where much business till late at night, and so home to my wife, and then to supper and to bed. This day Sir G. Carteret did tell us at the table, that the Navy, excepting what is due to the yards upon the quarter now going on, and what few bills he hath not heard of, is quite out of debt. Which is extraordinary good news, and upon the Change to hear how our credit goes as good as any merchant's upon the Change is a joyful thing to consider, which God continue. I am sure the King will have the benefit of it, as well as we some peace and credit. Fourth. Up pretty betimes, that is about 7 o'clock, it being now dark then, and so got me ready, with my clothes, breeches and warm stockings, and by water with Henry Russell, cold and wet and windy to Woolwich, to a hemp ship there. And stayed looking upon it and giving direction as to the getting it ashore, and so back again very cold, and at home without going on shore anywhere about 12 o'clock, being fearful of taking cold, and so dined at home and shifted myself. And so all the afternoon at my office till night, and then home to keep my poor wife company, and so to supper and to bed. 5th, up and to the office, where we sat all the morning, and then with the whole board, viz., Sir J. Minns, Sir W. Batten, and myself along with Captain Allen home to dinner, where he lives hard by in Mark Lane, where we had a very good plain dinner and good welcome. In a pretty little house, but so smoky that it was troublesome to us all till they put out the fire, and made one of charcoal. I was much pleased with this dinner for the many excellent stories told by Mr. Coventry, which I have put down in my book of tales and so shall not mention them here. We stayed till night, and then Mr. Coventry away, and by I home to my office till 9 or 10 at night, and so home to supper and to bed after some talka and arithmetic with my poor wife, with whom nowadays I live with great content. Out of all trouble of mind by jealousy, for which God forgive me, or any other distraction more than my fear of my Lord Sandwich's displeasure. 6th, Lord's Day. Lay long in bed, and then up and to church alone, which is the greatest trouble that I have by not having a man or boy to wait on me, and so home to dinner, my wife, it being a cold day. And it begun to snow, the first snow we have seen this year, kept her bed till after dinner, and I below by myself looking over my arithmetic books and timber rule. So my wife rose anon, and she and I all the afternoon at arithmetic, and she is come to do addition, subtraction, and multiplication very well, and so I purpose not to trouble her yet with division, but to begin with the globes to her now. At night came Captain Grove to discourse with me about Field's business and of other matters, and so, he being gone, I to my office, and spent an hour or two reading Rushworth, and so to supper home, and to prayers and bed. Finding myself by cold to have some pain begin with me, which God defend should increase. 7th, up betimes, and, it being a frosty morning, walked on foot to Whitehall, but not without some fear of my pain coming. At Whitehall I hear and find that there was the last night the greatest tide that ever was remembered in England to have been in this river, all Whitehall having been drowned, of which there was great discourse. Anon we all met, and up with the Duke and did our business, and by my Lord of Sandwich came in, but whether it be my doubt or no I cannot tell, but I do not find that he made any sign of kindness or respect to me, which troubles me more than anything in the world. After done there Sir W. Batten and Captain Allen and I by coach to the Temple, where I light, they going home, and indeed it being my trouble of mind to try whether I could meet with my Lord Sandwich and try him to see how he will receive me. I took coach and back again to Whitehall, but there could not find him. But here I met Dr. Clerk, and did tell him my story of my health, how my pain comes to me nowadays. He did write something for me which I shall take when there is occasion. I then fell to other discourse of Dr. Knapp, who tells me he is the king's physician, and is become a solicitor for places for people, and I am mightily troubled with him. He tells me he is the most impudent fellow in the world, that gives himself out to be the king's physician, but it is not so, but is cast out of the court. From thence I may learn what impudence there is in the world, and how a man may be deceived in persons. Anon the king and duke and duchess came to dinner in the Vane room, where I never saw them before. But it seems since the tables are done, he dines there all together. The queen is pretty well, and goes out of her chamber to her little chapel in the house. The king of France, they say, is hiring of 60 sail of ships of the Dutch, but it is not said for what design. By, not hoping to see my lord, I went to the King's Head Ordinary, where a good dinner but no discourse almost, and after dinner by coach, home, and found my wife this cold day not yet out of bed. And after a little good talk with her to my office, and there spent my time till late. Sir W. Warren 2 or 3 hours with me talking of trade, and other very good discourse, which did please me very well, and so, after reading in Rushworth, home to supper and to bed. 8th. Lay long in bed, and then up and to the office, where we sat all the morning, and among other things my Lord Berkeley called and questioned his clerk Mr. Davy for something which Sir W. Batten and I did tell him yesterday, but I endeavoured to make the least of it, and so all was put up. At noon to the Change, and among other businesses did discourse with Captain Taylor, and I think I shall safely get L20 by his ship's freight at present, besides what it may be I may get hereafter. So home to dinner, and thence by coach to Whitehall, where a great while walked with my Lord Teviot, whom I find a most careful, thoughtful, and cunning man, as I also ever took him to be. He is this day bringing in an account where he makes the king debtor to him L10,000 already on the garrison of Tangier account. But yet demands not ready money to pay it, but offers such ways of paying it out of the sale of old decayed provisions as will enrich him finely. Anon came my Lord Sandwich, and then we fell to our business at the committee about my Lord Teviot's accounts, wherein I took occasion to speak now and then, so as my Lord Sandwich did well seem to like of it. And after we were up did bid me good night in a tone that, methinks, he is not so displeased with me as I did doubt he is. However, I will take a course to know whether he be or no. The committee done, I took coach and home to my office, and there late, and so to supper at home, and to bed, being doubtful of my pain through the very cold weather which we have, but I will take all the care I can to prevent it. 9th. Lay very long in bed for fear of my pain, and then rose and went to stool, after my wife's way, who by all means would have me sit long and upright, very well, and being ready to the office. From thence I was called by and by to my wife, she not being well. So to her, and found her in great pain. So by and by to my office again, and then abroad to look out a cradle to burn charcoal in at my office, and I found one to my mind in Newgate Market, and so meeting Hoby's man in the street, I spoke to him to serve it in to the office for the king. So home to dinner, and after talk with my wife, she in bed and pain all day, I to my office most of the evening, and then home to my wife. This day Mrs. Russell did give my wife a very fine St. George, in alabaster, which will set out my wife's closet mightily. This evening at the office, after I had wrote my day's passages, there came to me my cousin Angier of Cambridge, poor man, making his moan, and obtained of me that I would send his son to sea as a reformado, which I will take care to do. But to see how apt every man is to forget friendship in time of adversity. How glad was I when he was gone, for fear he should ask me to be bond for him, or to borrow money of me. 10th. Up, pretty well, the weather being become pretty warm again, and to the office, where we sat all the morning, and I confess having received so lately a token from Mrs. Russell, I did find myself concerned for our not buying some tallow of her, which she bought on purpose yesterday most unadvisedly to her great loss upon confidence of putting it off to us. So hard it is for a man not to be warped against his duty in master's interest that receives any bribe or present, though not as a bribe, from anybody else. But she must be contented, and I to do her a good turn when I can without wrong to the king's service. Then home to dinner, and did drink a glass of wine and beer, the more for joy that this is the shortest day in the year, 5:30, which is a pleasant consideration, with my wife. She in bed but pretty well, and having a messenger from my brother, that he is not well nor stirs out of doors, I went forth to see him, and found him below. He has not been well, but is not ill. I found him taking order for the distribution of Mrs. Ramsay's coals, a thing my father for many years did, and now he after him, which I was glad to see, as also to hear that Mr. Wheatley begins to look after him. I hope it is about his daughter. Thence to St. Paul's churchyard, to my booksellers, and having gained this day in the office by my stationer's bill to the king about 40s. Or L3, I did here sit 2 or 3 hours calling for 20 books to lay this money out upon, and found myself at a great loss where to choose, and do see how my nature would gladly return to laying out money in this trade. I could not tell whether to lay out my money for books of pleasure, as plays, which my nature was most earnest in. But at last, after seeing Chaucer, Dugdale's History of Paul's, Stowe's London, Gessner, History of Trent, besides Shakespeare, Johnson, and Beaumont's plays, I at last chose Dr. Fuller's Worthies, the Cabala or collections of letters of state, and a little book, De l'Histolan, with another little book or two, all of good use or serious pleasure, and Hudibras, both parts, the book now in greatest fashion for drollery. Though I cannot, I confess, see enough where the wit lies. My mind being thus settled, I went by link home, and so to my office, and to read in Rushworth, and so home to supper and to bed. Calling at Wotton's, my shoemaker's, today, he tells me that Sir H. Wright is dying. And that Harris is come to the Duke's house again, and of a rare play to be acted this week of Sir William Davenant's, the story of Henry the Eighth with all his wives. 11th, up and abroad toward the wardrobe, and going out Mr. Clerk met me to tell me that Field has a writ against me in this last business of L3010's. And that he believes he will get an execution against me this morning, and though he told me it could not be well before noon, and that he would stop it at the sheriff's. Yet it is hard to believe with what fear I did walk and how I did doubt at every man I saw and do start at the hearing of one man cough behind my neck. I too, the wardrobe and there missed Mr. Moore. So to Mr. Holden's and even all reckonings there for hats, and then walked to Paul's churchyard and after a little at my bookseller's and bought at a shop Cardinal Mazarin's wool in French. I to the coffee house and there among others had good discourse with an iron merchant, who tells me the great evil of discouraging our natural manufacture of England in that commodity by suffering the Swede to bring in 3 times more than ever they did and our own ironworks be lost, as almost half of them, he says, are already. Then I went and sat by Mr. Harrington, and some East Country merchants, and talking of the country about Quinsborough, and thereabouts, he told us himself that for fish, none there, the poorest body, will buy a dead fish, but must be alive, unless it be in winter. And then they told us the manner of putting their nets into the water. Through holes made in the thick ice, they will spread a net of half a mile long. And he hath known 130 and 170 barrels of fish taken at one draught. And then the people come with sledges upon the ice, with snow at the bottom, and lay the fish in and cover them with snow, and so carry them to market. And he hath seen when the said fish have been frozen in the sledge, so as that he hath taken a fish and broke a pieces, so hard it hath been. And yet the same fishes taken out of the snow, and brought into a hot room, will be alive and leap up and down. Swallows are often brought up in their nets out of the mud from under water, hanging together to some twig or other, dead in ropes, and brought to the fire will come to life. Fowl killed in December. Alderman Barker said, he did buy, and putting into the box under his sledge, did forget to take them out to eat till April next, and they then were found there, and were through the frost as sweet and fresh and eat as well as at first killed. Young beers are there, their flesh sold in market as ordinarily as beef here, and is excellent sweet meat. They tell us that beers there do never hurt any body, but fly away from you, unless you pursue and set upon them. But wolves do much mischief. Mr. Harrington told us how they do to get so much honey as they send abroad. They make hollow a great fir tree, leaving only a small slit down straight in one place, and this they close up again, only leave a little hole, and there the bees go in and fill the bodice of those trees as full of wax and honey as they can hold. And the inhabitants at times go and open the slit, and take what they please without killing the bees, and so let them live there still and make more. Fir trees are always planted close together, because of keeping one another from the violence of the winds, and when a fell is made, they leave here and there a grown tree to preserve the young ones coming up. The great entertainment and sport of the Duke of Courland, and the princes thereabouts, is hunting, which is not with dogs as we, but he appoints such a day, and summons all the country people as to a campagna. And by several companies gives every one their circuit, and they agree upon a place where the toil is to be set. And so making fires every company as they go, they drive all the wild beasts, whether bears, wolves, foxes, swine, and stags, and roes, into the toil. And there the great men have their stands in such and such places, and shoot at what they have a mind to, and that is their hunting. They are not very populous there, by reason that people marry women seldom till they are towards or above 30. And men 30 or 40 years old, or more oftentimes. Against a public hunting the Duke sends that no wolves be killed by the people, and whatever harm they do, the Duke makes it good to the person that suffers it, as Mr. Harrington instanced in a house where he lodged, where a wolf broke into a hog sty, and bit 3 or 4 great pieces off the back of the hog, before the house could come to help it calling. And that did give notice to the people of the house. And the man of the house told him that there were 3 or 4 wolves thereabouts that did them great hurt, but it was no matter, for the duke was to make it good to him, otherwise he would kill them. Hence home and upstairs, my wife keeping her bed, and had a very good dinner, and after dinner to my office, and there till late busy. Among other things Captain Taylor came to me about his bill for freight, and besides that I found him contented that I have the L30 I got, he do offer me to give me L6 to take the getting of the bill paid upon me, which I am ready to do. But I am loath to have it said that I ever did it. However, I will do him the service to get it paid if I can and stand to his courtesy what he will give me. Late to supper home, and to my great joy I have by my wife's good advice almost brought myself by going often and leisurely to the stool that I am come almost to have my natural course of stool as well as ever, which I pray God continue to me. 12th, up and to the office where all the morning, and among other things got Sir G. Carteret to put his letters to Captain Taylor's bill by which I am in hopes to get L5, which joys my heart. We had this morning a great dispute between Mr. Gauden, Victualler of the Navy, and Sir J. Lawson, and the rest of the commanders going against Argier, about their fish and keeping of Lent, which Mr. Gauden so much insists upon to have it observed, as being the only thing that makes up the loss of his dear bargain all the rest of the year. At noon went home and there I found that one Abrahal, who strikes in for the serving of the king with ship chandlery ware, has sent my wife a Japan gown, which pleases her very well and me also, it coming very opportune. But I know not how to carry myself to him, I being already obliged so far to Mrs. Russell, so that I am in both their pays. To the Exchange, where I had sent Llewellyn word I would come to him, and thence brought him home to dinner with me. He tells me that W. Simon's wife is dead, for which I am sorry, she being a good woman, and tells me an oddie story of her saying before her death, being in good sense, that there stood her uncle Scobel. Then he began to tell me that Mr. Deering had been with him to desire him to speak to me that if I would get him off with these goods upon his hands, he would give me 50 pieces. And further that if I would stand his friend to help him to the benefit of his patent as the king's merchant, he could spare me L200 per annum out of his profits. I was glad to hear both of these, but answered him no further than that as I would not by any thing be bribed to be unjust in my dealings. 531 So I was not so squeamish as not to take people's acknowledgment where I had the good fortune by my pains to do them good and just offices, and so I would not come to be at any agreement with him. But I would labor to do him this service and to expect his consideration thereof afterwards as he thought fit. So I expect to hear more of it. I did make very much of Llewellyn in hopes to have some good by this business, and in the evening received some money from Mr. Moore, and so went and settled accounts in my books between him and me, and I do hope at Christmas not only to find myself as rich or more than ever I was yet, but also my accounts in less compass. Fewer reckonings either of debts or moneys due to me, than ever I have been for some years, and indeed do so, the goodness of God bringing me from better to a better expectation and hopes of doing well. This day I heard my Lord Berkeley tell Sir G. Carteret that he hath letters from France that the king hath undook 12 dukes, only to show his power and to crush his nobility, who he said he did see had heretofore laboured to cross him. And this my Lord Berkeley did mightily magnify, as a sign of a brave and vigorous mind, that what he saw fit to be done he dares do. At night, after business done at my office, home to supper and to bed. I have forgot to set down a very remarkable passage that, Llewellyn being gone, and I going into the office, and it begun to be dark, I found nobody there, my clerks being at the burial of a child of W. Griffin's, and so I spent a little time till they came, walking in the garden, and in the meantime, while I was walking Mrs. Penn's pretty maid came by my side, and went into the office, but finding nobody there I went in to her, being glad of the occasion. She told me as she was going out again that there was nobody there, and that she came for a sheet of paper. So I told her I would supply her, and left her in the office and went into my office and opened my garden door, thinking to have got her in, and there to have caressed her, and seeming looking for paper. I told her this way was as near a way for her, but she told me she had left the door open and so did not come to me. So I carried her some paper and kissed her, leading her by the hand to the garden door and there let her go. But, Lord! To see how much I was put out of order by this surprisal, and how much I could have subjected my mind to have treated and been found with this wench. And how afterwards I was troubled to think what if she should tell this and whether I had spoke or done anything that might be unfit for her to tell. But I think there was nothing more past than just what I here write. 13th, Lord's Day. Up and made me ready for church, but my wife and I had a difference about her old folly that she would fasten lies upon her maids, and now upon Jane, which I did not see enough to confirm me in it, and so would not consent to her. To church, whereafter sermon home, and to my office, before dinner, reading my vows, and so home to dinner, where Tom came to me and he and I dined together, my wife not rising all day, and after dinner I made even accounts with him. And spent all the afternoon in my chamber talking of many things with him, and about Wheatley's daughter for a wife for him, and then about the Joyces and their father Fenner, how they are sometimes all honey one with another and then all turd. And a strange rude life there is among them. In the evening, he gone, I to my office to read Rushworth upon the charge and answer of the Duke of Buckingham, which is very fine, and then to do a little business against tomorrow, and so home to supper to my wife, and then to bed. 14th. Up by candlelight, which I do not use to do, though it be very late, that is to say almost 8 o'clock, and out by coach to Whitehall, where we all met and to the Duke. Where I heard a large discourse between one that goes over an agent from the King to Leghorn and thereabouts, to remove the inconveniences his ships are put to by denial of pratique. Which is a thing that is nowadays made use of only as a cheat, for a man may buy a bill of health for a piece of 8, and my enemy may agree with the intendant of the Sante for 10 pieces of 8 or so. That he shall not give me a bill of health, and so spoil me in my design, whatever it be. This the king will not endure, and so resolves either to have it removed, or to keep all ships from coming in, or going out there, so long as his ships are stayed for want hereof. Then, my Lord Sandwich being there, we all went into the Duke's closet and did our business. But among other things, Lord! What an account did Sir J. Minns and Sir W. Batten make of the pulling down and burning of the head of the Charles, where Cromwell was placed with people under his horse, and Peter, as the Duke called him, is praying to him, and Sir J. Minns would needs infer the temper of the people from their joy at the doing of this and their building a gibbet for the hanging of his head up, when God knows, it is even the flinging away of L100 out of the king's purse. To the building of another, which it seems must be a Neptune. Thence I through Whitehall only to see what was doing, but meeting none that I knew I went through the garden to my Lord Sandwich's lodging, where I found my lord got before me, which I did not intend or expect, and was there trying some musique. Which he intends for an anthem of 3 parts, I know not whether for the king's chapel or no, but he seems mighty intent upon it. But it did trouble me to hear him swear before God and other oaths, as he did now and then without any occasion, which methinks did so ill become him, and I hope will be a caution for me, it being so ill a thing in him. The musique being done, without showing me any good or ill countenance, he did give me his hat and so adieu, and went down to his coach without saying anything to me. He being gone I and Mr. Hout talked a good while. He tells me that my lord, it is true, for a while after my letter, was displeased, and did shew many slightings of me when he had occasion of mentioning me to his lordship. But that now my lord is in good temper and he do believe will shew me as much respect as ever, and would have me not to refrain to come to him. This news I confess did much trouble me, but when I did hear how he is come to himself, and hath wholly left Chelsea, and the slut, and that I see he do follow his business, and becomes in better repute than before, I am rejoiced to see it. Though it do cost me some disfavour for a time, for if not his good nature and ingenuity, yet I believe his memory will not bear it always in his mind. But it is my comfort that this is the thing that after so many years' good service that has made him my enemy. Thence to the King's Head Ordinary, and there dined among a company of fine gentlemen. Some of them discoursed of the King of France's greatness, and how he is come to make the princes of the blood to take place of all foreign ambassadors, which it seems is granted by them of Venice and other states, and expected from my lord Hollis, our king's ambassador there. And that either upon that score or something else he hath not had his entry yet in Paris, but hath received several affronts, and among others his harness cut, and his gentleman of his horse killed, which will breed bad blood if true. They say also that the King of France hath hired 60 ships of Holland, and 40 of the Swede, but nobody knows what to do, but some great designs he hath on foot against the next year. Thence by coach home and to my office, where I spent all the evening till night with Captain Taylor discoursing about keeping of masts, and when he was gone, with Sir W. Warren, who did give me excellent discourse about the same thing, which I have committed to paper, and then fell to other talk of his being at Chatham lately and their discoursing of his masts. Commissioner Pett did let fall several scurvy words concerning my pretending to know masts as well as any body, which I know proceeds ever since I told him I could measure a piece of timber as well as anybody employed by the king. But, however, I shall remember him for a black sheep again a good while, with all his fair words to me, and perhaps may let him know that my ignorance does the king as much good as all his knowledge. Which would do more, it is true, if it were well used. Then we fell to talk of Sir J. Minns's and Sir W. Batten's burning of Oliver's head, while he was there. Which was done with so much insulting and folly as I never heard of, and had the trained band of Rochester to come to the solemnity, which when all comes to all, Commissioner Pett says it never was made for him. But it troubles me the king should suffer 100 loss in his purse, to make a new one after it was forgot whose it was, or any words spoke of it. He being gone, I mightily pleased with his discourse, by which I always learned something, I to read a little in Rushworth, and so home to supper to my wife, it having been washing day, and so to bed. My mind, I confess, a little troubled for my Lord Sandwich's displeasure. But God will give me patience to bear since it rises from so good an occasion. 15th. Before I was up, my brother's man came to tell me that my cousin, Edward Pepys, was dead, died at Mrs. Turner's, for which my wife and I are very sorry, and the more for that his wife was the only handsome woman of our name. So up and to the office, where the greatest business was Sir J. Minns and Sir W. Batten against me for Sir W. Warren's contract for masts, to which I may go to my memorandum book to see what passed, but came off with conquest, and my Lord Berkeley and Mr. Coventry well convinced that we are well used. So home to dinner, and thither came to me Mr. Mount and Mr. Llewellyn, I think almost foxed, and there dined with me and very merry as I could be, my mind being troubled to see things so ordered at the board, though with no disparagement to me at all. At dinner comes a messenger from the counter with an execution against me for the L3010s, given the last verdict to Field. The man's name is Thomas, of the poultry counter. I sent Griffin with him to the Dolphin, where Sir W. Batten was at dinner, and he being satisfied that I should pay the money, I did cause the money to be paid him, and Griffin to tell it out to him in the office. He offered to go along with me to Sir R. Ford, but I thought it not necessary, but let him go with it, he also telling me that there is never any receipt for it given, but I have good witness of the payment of it. They being gone, Llewellyn having again told me by myself that Deering is content to give me L50 if I can sell his deals for him to the king, not that I did ever offer to take it, or bid Llewellyn bargain for me with him. But did tacitly seem to be willing to do him what service I could in it, and expect his thanks, what he thought good. Thence to Whitehall by coach, by the way overtaking Mr. Moore, and took him into the coach to me, and there he could tell me nothing of my lord, how he stands as to his thoughts or respect to me, but concludes that though at present he may be angry yet he will come to be pleased again with me no doubt. And says that he do mind his business well, and keeps at court. So to Whitehall, and there by order found some of the commissioners of Tangier met, and my Lord Sandwich among the rest, to whom I bowed, but he shewed me very little if any countenance at all, which troubles me mightily. Having soon done there, I took up Mr. Moore again and set him down at Paul's, by the way he proposed to me of a way of profit which perhaps may shortly be made by money by fines upon houses at the Wardrobe, but how I did not understand but left it to another discourse. So homeward, calling upon Mr. Funn, by Sir G. Carteret desire, and did there shew him the bill of Captain Taylor's whereby I hope to get something justly. Home and to my office, and there very late with Sir W. Warren upon very serious discourse, telling him how matters passed today, and in the close he and I did fall to talk very openly of the business of this office, and, if I was not a little too open to tell him my interest, which is my fault, he did give me most admirable advice, and such as do speak him a most able and worthy man, and understanding 7 times more than ever I thought to be in him. He did particularly run over every one of the officers and commanders, and shewed me how I had reason to mistrust every one of them, either for their falseness or their over-great power, being too high to fasten a real friendship in. And did give me a common but a most excellent saying to observe in all my life. He did give it in rhyme, but the sense was this, that a man should treat every friend in his discourse and opening his mind to him as of one that may hereafter be his foe. He did also advise me how I should take occasion to make known to the world my case, and the pains that I take in my business, and above all to be sure to get a thorough knowledge in my employment. And to that add all the interest at court that I can, which I hope I shall do. He stayed talking with me till almost 12 at night, and so good night, being sorry to part with him, and more sorry that he should have as far as Wapping to walk tonight. So I to my journal and so home, to supper and to bed. 16th. Up, and with my head and heart full of my business, I to my office, and there all the morning, where among other things to my great content Captain Taylor brought me L40. The greater part of which I shall gain to myself after much care and pains out of his bill of freight, as I have at large set down in my book of memorandums. At noon to the change and there met with Mr. Wood by design, and got out of him to my advantage a condition which I shall make good use of against Sir W. Batten, vide my book of memorandums touching the contract of masts of Sir W. Warren about which I have had so much trouble. So home to dinner and then to the Star Tavern hard by to our arbitration of Mr. Bland's business, and at it a great while, but I found no order like to be kept in our inquiry, and Mr. Clerk, the other arbitrator, one so far from being fit, though able as to his trade of a merchant, to inquire and to take pains in searching out the truth on both sides, that we parted without doing anything. Nor do I believe we shall at all ever attain to anything in it. Then home until 12 at night making up my accounts with great account of this day's receipt of Captain Taylor's money and some money reimbursed me which I have laid out on Field's business. So home with my mind in pretty good quiet, and to supper and to bed. 17th, up and to the office, where we sat all the morning. At noon home to my poor wife and dined, and then by coach abroad to Mrs. Turner's where I have not been for many a day, and there I found her and her sister Dyke very sad for the death of their brother. After a little common expression of sorrow, Mrs. Turner told me that the trouble she would put me to was, to consult about getting an achievement prepared, scutcheons were done already, to set over the door. So I did go out to Mr. Smith's, where my brother tells me the scutcheons are made, but he not being within, I went to the Temple, and there spent my time in a bookseller's shop, reading in a book of some embassages into Muscovia, and where was very good reading, and then to Mrs. Turner's, and thither came Smith to me, with whom I did agree for L4 to make a handsome one, L square within the frame. After he was gone I sat an hour talking of the suddenness of his death within 7 days, and how by little and little death came upon him, neither he or they thinking it would come to that. He died after a day's raving, through lightness in his head for want of sleep. His lady did not know of his sickness, nor do they hear yet how she takes it. Hence home, taking some books by the way in Paul's churchyard by coach to my office, where late doing business, and so home to supper and to bed. 18th. Up, and after being ready and done several businesses with people, I took water, taking a dram of the bottle at the waterside, with a gaily, the first that ever I had yet, and down to Woolwich, calling at Ham Creek, where I met Mr. Dean, and had a great deal of talk with him about business, and so to the ropeyard and dock, discoursing several things, and so back again and did the like at Deptford. And I find that it is absolutely necessary for me to do thus once a week at least all the year round, which will do me great good, and so home with great ease and content. Especially out of the content which I met with in a book I bought yesterday, being a discourse of the state of Rome under the present Pope, Alexander VII, it being a very excellent piece. After eating something at home, then to my office, where till night about business to dispatch. Among other people came Mr. Primate, the leather seller, in Fleet Street, to see me, he says, coming this way. And he tells me that he is upon a proposal to the king, whereby, by a law already in being, he will supply the king, without wrong to any man, or charge to the people in general, so much as it is now, above L200,000 per annum, and God knows what. And that the king do like the proposal, and hath directed that the Duke of Monmouth, with their consent, be made privy, and go along with him and his fellow proposer in the business, God knows what it is. For I neither can guess nor believe there is any such thing in his head. At night made an end of the discourse I read this morning, and so home to supper and to bed. 19th. Up and to the office, where we sat all the morning, and I labored hard at Deering's business of his deals more than I would if I did not think to get something, though I do really believe that I did what is to the king's advantage in it, and yet. God knows, the expectation of profit will have its force and make a man the more earnest. Dined at home, and then with Mr. Bland to another meeting upon his arbitration, and seeing we were likely to do no good I even put them upon it, and they chose Sir W. Ryder alone to end the matter, and so I am rid of it. Thence by coach to my shoemaker's and paid all there, and gave something to the boys' box against Christmas. To Mrs. Turner's, whom I find busy with Sir W. Turner, about advising upon going down to Norfolk with the corps, and I find him in talk a sober, considering man. So home to my office late, and then home to supper and to bed. My head full of business, but pretty good content. 20th, Lord's Day. Up and alone to church, where a common sermon of Mr. Mills, and so home to dinner in our parlour, my wife being clean, and the first time we have dined here a great while together, and in the afternoon went to church with me also, and there begun to take her place above Mrs. Penn, which heretofore out of a humour she was wont to give her as an affront to my Lady Batten. After a dull sermon of the Scotchman, home, and there I found my brother Tom and my two cousins Scots, he and she, the first time they were ever here. And by in comes my uncle White and Mr. Norbury, and they sat with us a while drinking, of wine, of which I did give them plenty. But the two would not stay supper, but the other two did. And we were as merry as I could be with people that I do wish well to, but know not what discourse either to give them or find from them. We showed them our house from top to bottom, and had a good turkey roasted for our supper, and store of wine, and after supper sent them home on foot, and so we to prayers and to bed. 21st. Up betimes, my wife having a mind to have gone abroad with me, but I had not because of troubling me, and so left her, though against my will, to go and see her father and mother by herself, and I straight to my Lord Sandwich's. And there I had a pretty kind salute from my lord, and went on to the Duke's, where my fellow officers by and by came, and so in with him to his closet, and did our business, and so broke up, and I with Sir W. Batten by coach to Salisbury Court, and there spoke with clerk our solicitor about Field's business, and so parted, and I to Mrs. Turner's, and there saw the achievement pretty well set up, and it is well done. Thence I on foot to Charing Cross to the ordinary, and there, dined, meeting Mr. Gauden in Creed. Here variety of talk but to no great purpose. After dinner won a wager of a pair of gloves of a crown of Mr. Gauden upon some words in his contract for victualling. There parted in the street with them, and I to my lord's, but he not being within, took coach, and, being directed by sight of bills upon the walls, I did go to Shoe Lane to see a cock fighting at a new pit there, a sport I was never at in my life. But, Lord! To see the strange variety of people, from Parliament man, by name Wilds, that was Deputy Governor of the Tower when Robinson was Lord Mayor, to the poorest prentices, bakers, brewers, butchers, draymen, and what not. And all these fellows one with another in swearing, cursing, and betting. I soon had enough of it, and yet I would not but have seen it once, it being strange to observe the nature of these poor creatures, how they will fight till they drop down dead upon the table, and strike after they are ready to give up the ghost. Not offering to run away when they are weary or wounded past doing further, whereas where a dunghill brood comes he will, after a sharp stroke that pricks him, run off the stage, and then they wring off his neck without more ado. Whereas the other they preserve, though their eyes be both out, for breed only of a true cock of the game. Sometimes a cock that has had 10 to 1 against him will by chance give an unlucky blow, will strike the other stark dead in a moment, that he never stirs more. But the common rule is, that though a cock neither runs nor dies, yet if any man will bet L10 to a crown, and nobody take the bet, the game is given over, and not sooner. One thing more, it is strange to see how people of this poor rank, that look as if they had not bread to put in their mouths, shall bet 3 or 4 pounds at one bet, and lose it. And yet bet as much the next battle, so they call every match of 2 cocks, so that one of them will lose L10 or L20 at a meeting. Thence, having enough of it, by coach to my Lord Sandwich's, where I find him within with Captain Cook and his boys, Dr. Child, Mr. Madge, and Mallard, playing and singing over my Lord's anthem which he hath made to sing in the King's Chapel. My Lord saluted me kindly and took me into the withdrawing room, to hear it at a distance, and indeed it sounds very finely. And is a good thing, I believe, to be made by him, and they all commend it. And after that was done, Captain Cook and his 2 boys did sing some Italian songs, which I must in a word say I think was fully the best music that I ever yet heard in all my life, and it was to me a very great pleasure to hear them. After all music ended, my Lord going to Whitehall, I went along with him, and made a desire for to have his coach to go along with my cousin Edward Pepys's hearse through the city on Wednesday next, which he granted me presently. Though he cannot yet come to speak to me in the familiar style that he did use to do, nor can I expect it. But I was the willinger of this occasion to see whether he would deny me or no, which he would I believe had he been at open defiance against me. Being not a little pleased with all this, though I yet see my Lord is not right yet, I thanked his lordship and parted with him in Whitehall. I back to my Lord's, and there took up W. Howe in a coach, and carried him as far as the Half Moon, and there set him down. By the way, talking of my Lord, who is come another and a better man than he was lately, and God be praised for it, and he says that I shall find my Lord as he used to be to me, of which I have good hopes, but I shall beware of him, I mean W. How I trust him, for I perceive he is not so discreet as I took him for he has told Captain Ferrers, as Mr. Moore tells me, of my letter to my Lord, which troubles me, for fear my Lord should think that I might have told him. So called with my coach at my wife's brother's lodging, but she was gone newly in a coach homewards, and so I drove hard and overtook her at Temple Bar, and there paid off mine, and went home with her in her coach. She tells me how there is a sad house among her friends. Her brother's wife proves very unquiet, and so her mother is, gone back to be with her husband and leave the young couple to themselves, and great trouble, and I fear great want, will be among them. I pray keep me from being troubled with them. At home to put on my gown and to my office, and there set down this day's journal, and by comes Mrs. Owen, Captain Allen's daughter, and causes me to stay while the papers relating to her husband's place, bought of his father, be copied out because of her going by this morning's tide home to Chatham. Which vexes me, but there is no help for it. I home to supper while a young man that she brought with her did copy out the things, and then I to the office again and dispatched her, and so home to bed. 22nd, up and there comes my she cousin Angier, of Cambridge, to me to speak about her son. But though I love them, and have reason so to do, yet, Lord, to consider how cold I am to speak to her, for fear of giving her too much hopes of expecting either money or anything else from me besides my care of her son. I let her go without drinking, though that was against my will, being forced to hasten to the office, where we sat all the morning, and at noon I to Sir R. Ford's, where Sir R. Brown, a dull but it seems upon action a hot man, and he and I met upon setting a price upon the freight of a barge sent to France to the Duchess of Orleans. And here by discourse I find them greatly crying out against the choice of Sir J. Cutler to be treasurer for Paul's upon condition that he give L1500 towards it, and it seems he did give it upon condition that he might be treasurer for the work, which they say will be worth 3 times as much money. And talk as if his being chosen to the office will make people backward to give, but I think him as likely a man as either of them, or better. The business being done we parted, Sir R. Ford never inviting me to dine with him at all, and I was not sorry for it. Home and dined. I had a letter from W. How that my lord hath ordered his coach and 6 horses for me tomorrow, which pleases me mightily to think that my lord should do so much, hoping thereby that his anger is a little over. After dinner abroad with my wife by coach to Westminster, and set her at Mrs. Hunt's while I about my business, having in our way met with Captain Ferrers luckily to speak to him about my coach, who was going in all haste thither. And I perceived the King and Duke and all the court was going to the Duke's Playhouse to see Henry VIII. Acted, which is said to be an admirable play. But, Lord! To see how near I was to have broken my oath, or run the hazard of 20s. Loss, so much my nature was hot to have gone thither, but I did not go, but having spoke with W. How and known how my lord did do this kindly as I would have it, I did go to Westminster Hall, and there met Hawley, and walked a great while with him. Among other discourse encouraging him to pursue his love to Mrs. Lane, while God knows I had a roguish meaning in it. Thence calling my wife home by coach, calling at several places, and to my office, where late, and so home to supper and to bed. This day I hear for certain that my Lady Castlemaine is turned Papist, which the Queen for all do not much like, thinking that she do it not for conscience sake. I heard today of a great fray lately between Sir H. Finch's coachman, who struck with his whip a coachman of the King's to the loss of one of his eyes. At which the people of the Exchange seeming to laugh and make sport with some words of contempt to him, my Lord Chamberlain did come from the King to shut up the Exchange, and by the help of a justice, did it. But upon petition to the King it was opened again. 23rd, up betimes and my wife, and being in as morning address as we could, at present, without cost, put ourselves into, we by Sir W. Penn's coach to Mrs. Turner's, at Salisbury Court, where I find my lord's coach and 6 horses. We stayed till almost 11 o'clock, and much company came, and anon, the core being put into the hearse, and the scutcheon set upon it, we all took coach, and I and my wife and Auditor Beale in my Lord Sandwich's coach, and went next to Mrs. Turner's morning coach, and so through all the city and Shoreditch, I believe about 20 coaches, and 4 or 5 with 6 and 4 horses. Being come thither, I made up to the mourners, and bidding them a good journey, I took leave and back again, and setting my wife into a hackney out of Bishopsgate Street, I sent her home, and I to the Change and Auditor Beale about his business. Did much business at the Change, and so home to dinner, and then to my office, and there late doing business also to my great content to see God bless me in my place and opening honest ways. I hope to get a little money to lay up and yet to live handsomely. So to supper and to bed. My wife having strange fits of the toothache, sometimes on this, and by on that side of her tooth, which is not common. 24th, up betimes. And though it was a most foggy morning, and cold, yet with a galley down to a riff, several times being at a loss whither we went. There I mustered 2 ships of the King's, lent by him to the Guinea Company, which are manned better than ours at far less wages. Thence on board 2 of the King's, one of them the Leopard, Captain Beach, who I find an able and serious man. He received me civilly, and his wife was there, a very well-bred and knowing woman, born at Antwerp, but speaks as good English as myself, and an ingenious woman. Here was also Sir G. Carteret's son, who I find a pretty, but very talking man, but good humour. Thence back again, entertaining myself upon my sliding rule with great content, and called at Woolwich, where Mr. Chr. Pett having an opportunity of being alone did tell me his mind about several things he thought I was offended with him in, and told me of my kindness to his assistant. I did give him such an answer as I thought was fit and left him well satisfied, he offering to do me all the service, either by drafts or modales that I should desire. Then straight home, being very cold, but yet well, I thank God, and at home found my wife making mince pies, and by comes in Captain Ferrers to see us, and, among other talka, tells us of the goodness of the new play of Henry VIII. Which makes me think, it long till my time is out, but I hope before I go I shall set myself such a stint as I may not forget myself as I have hitherto done till I was forced for these months last past wholly to forbid myself the seeing of one. He gone I to my office and their late writing and reading, and so home to bed. 25th, Christmas Day. Lay long talking pleasantly with my wife, but among other things she begun, I know not whether by design or chance, to inquire what she should do if I should by any accident die, to which I did give her some slight answer. But shall make good use of it to bring myself to some settlement for her sake, by making a will as soon as I can. Up and to church, where Mr. Mills made an ordinary sermon, and so home and dined with great pleasure with my wife, and all the afternoon first looking out at window and seeing the boys playing at many several sports in our backyard by Sir W. Penn's, which reminded me of my own former times, and then I began to read to my wife upon the globes with great pleasure and to good purpose, for it will be pleasant to her and to me to have her understand these things. In the evening at the office, where I stayed late reading Rushworth, which is a most excellent collection of the beginning of the late quarrels in this kingdom, and so home to supper and to bed, with good content of mind. 26th. Up and walked forth first to the Minories to Brown's, and there with great pleasure saw and bespoke several instruments, and so to Cornhill to Mr. Cade's, and there went up into his warehouse to look for a map or two, and there finding great plenty of good pictures, God forgive me, how my mind run upon them, and bought a little one for my wife's closet presently, and concluded presently of buying L10 worth, upon condition he would give me the buying of them. Now it is true I did still within me resolve to make the king one way or other pay for them, though I saved it to him another way, yet I find myself too forward to fix upon the expense, and came away with a resolution of buying them. But do hope that I shall not upon second thoughts do it without a way made out before I buy them to myself how to do it, without charge to my main stock. Thence to the coffee house, and sat long in good discourse with some gentlemen concerning the Roman Empire. So home and found Mr. Holliard there, and he stayed and dined with us, we having a pheasant to dinner. He gone, I all the afternoon with my wife to cards, and, God forgive me, to see how the very discourse of plays, which I shall be at liberty to see after New Year's Day next, do set my mind upon them, but I must be forced to stint myself very strictly before I begin, or else I fear I shall spoil all. In the evening came my Aunt White's kinswoman to see how my wife do, with a compliment from my aunt, which I take kindly as it is unusual for her to do it, but I do perceive my uncle is very kind to me of late. So to my office writing letters, and then to read and make an end of Rushworth, which I did. And do say that it is a book the most worth reading for a man of my condition or any man that hopes to come to any public condition in the world that I do know. So home to supper and to bed. 27th, up and to church alone and so home to dinner with my wife very pleasant and pleased with one another's company, and in our general enjoyment one of another, better we think than most other couples do. So after dinner to the French church, but came too late, and so back to our own church, where I slept all the sermon the Scot preaching, and so home, and in the evening Sir J. Minns and I met at Sir W. Penn's about ordering some business of the Navy, and so I home to supper, discourse, prayers, and bed. 28th. Up and by coach to my lord's lodgings, but he was gone abroad, so I lost my pains, but, however, walking through Whitehall I heard the king was gone to play at tennis, so I down to the new tennis court. And saw him and Sir Arthur Slingsby play against my Lord of Suffolk and my Lord Chesterfield. The king beat 3, and lost 2 sets, they all, and he particularly playing well, I thought. Thence went and spoke with the Duke of Albemarle about his wound at Newhall, but I find him a heavy dull man, methinks, by his answers to me. Thence to the King's Head Ordinary and there dined, and found Creed there, but we met and dined and parted without anything more than, how do you? After dinner straight on foot to Mr. Holliard's, and there paid him L3 in full for his physic and work to my wife. But whether it is cured for ever or no I cannot tell, but he says it will never come to anything, though it may ooze now and then a little. So home and found my wife gone out with Will, whom she sent for as she do nowadays upon occasion, to have a tooth drawn, she having it seems been in great pain all day, and at night came home with it drawn, and pretty well. This evening I had a stove brought me to the office to try, but it being an old one it smokes as much as if there was nothing but a hearth as I had before, but it may be great new ones do not, and therefore I must inquire further. So at night home to supper and to bed. The Duchess of York is fallen sick of the measles. 29th, up and to the office, where all the morning sitting, at noon to the Change, and there I found and brought home Mr. Pierce the surgeon to dinner. Where I found also Mr. Llewellyn and Mount, and Mary at dinner, but their discourse so free, that I was weary of them. But after dinner Llewellyn took me up to my chamber to give me L50 for the service I did him, though not so great as he expected and I intended. But I told him that I would not sell my liberty to any man. If he would give me anything by another's hand I would endeavor to deserve it, but I will never give him himself thanks for it, not acknowledging the receiving of any, which he told me was reasonable. I did also tell him that neither this nor anything should make me to do anything that should not be for the king's service besides. So we parted and left them three at home with my wife going to cards, and I to my office and there stayed late. Sir W. Penn came like a cunning rogue to sit and talk with me about office business and freely about the comptroller's business of the office, to which I did give him free answers and let him make the best of them. But I know him to be a knave, and do say nothing that I fear to have said again. Anon came Sir W. Warren, and after talking of his business of the masts and helping me to understand some foul dealing in the business of woods we fell to other talk, and particularly to speak of some means how to part this great familiarity between Sir W. Batten and Sir J. Minns, and it is easy to do by any good friend of Sir J. Minns to whom it will be a good service, and he thinks that Sir J. Denham will be a proper man for it, and so do I. So after other discourse we parted, and I home and to bed. 30th, up betimes and by coach to my Lord Sandwich, who I met going out, and he did ask me how his cousin, my wife, did, the first time he hath done so since his being offended, and, in my conscience, he would be glad to be free with me again, but he knows not how to begin. So he went out, and I through the garden to Mr. Coventry, where I saw Mr. C.H. Pett bringing him a model, and indeed it is a pretty one, for a New Year's gift, but I think the work not better done than mine. With him by coach to London, with good and friendly discourse of business and against Sir W. Batten and his foul dealings. So leaving him at the Gwyney House I to the Coffee House, whither came Mr. Grant and Sir W. Petty, with whom I talked, and so did many, almost all the house there, about his new vessel, wherein he did give me such satisfaction in every point that I am almost confident she will prove an admirable invention. So home to dinner, and after being upon the Change a while I dined with my wife, who took physique today, and so to my office, and there all the afternoon till late at night about office business, and so to supper and to bed. 31st. Up and to the office, where we sat all the morning, and among other things Sir W. Warren came about some contract, and there did at the open table, Sir W. Batten not being there, openly defy him, and insisted how Sir W. Batten did endeavor to oppose him in everything that he offered. Sir W. Penn took him up for it, like a counterfeit rogue, though I know he was as much pleased to hear him talk so as any man there. But upon his speaking no more was said but to the business. At noon we broke up and I to the Change a while, and so home again to dinner, my head aching mightily with being overcharged with business. We had to dinner, my wife and I, a fine turkey in a mince pie, and dined in state, poor wretch, she and I, and have thus kept our Christmas together all alone almost, having not once been out. But tomorrow my vows are all out as to plays and wine, but I hope I shall not be long before I come to new ones, so much good, and God's blessing, I find to have attended them. Thence to the office and did several businesses and answered several people, but my head aching and it being my great night of accounts, I went forth, took coach, and to my brother's, but he was not within. And so I back again and sat an hour or two at the coffee house, hearing some simple discourse about Quakers being charmed by a string about their wrists, and so home, and after a little while at my office, I home and supped. And so had a good fire in my chamber, and there sat till 4 o'clock in the morning making up my accounts and writing this last journal of the year. And first I bless God I do, after a large expense, even this month, by reason of Christmas, and some payments to my father, and other things extraordinary, find that I am worth in money, besides all my household stuff, or anything of Brampton. Above L800, whereof in my Lord Sandwich's hand, L700, and the rest in my hand. So that there is not above L5 of all my estate in money at this minute out of my hands and my Lord's. For which the good God be pleased to give me a thankful heart and a mind careful to preserve this and increase it. I do live at my lodgings in the Navy Office, my family being, besides my wife and I, Jane gentleman, Bess, our excellent, good-natured cookmaid, and Susan, a little girl, having neither man nor boy, nor like to have again a good while. Living now in most perfect content and quiet, and very frugally also. My health pretty good, but only that I have been much troubled with a costiveness which I am laboring to get away, and have hopes of doing it. At the office I am well, though envied to the devil by Sir William Batten, who hates me to death, but cannot hurt me. The rest either love me, or at least do not show otherwise, though I know Sir W. Pen to be a false knave touching me, though he seems fair. My father and mother well in the country, and at this time the young ladies of Hinchingbroke with them, their house having the smallpox in it. The Queen after a long and sore sickness is become well again, and the King minds his mistress a little too much, if it pleased God. But I hope all things will go well, and in the Navy particularly, wherein I shall do my duty whatever comes of it. The great talk is the designs of the King of France, whether against the Pope or King of Spain nobody knows. But a great and a most promising prince he is, and all the princes of Europe have their eye upon him. My wife's brother come to great unhappiness by the ill disposition, my wife says, of his wife, and her poverty, which she now professes, after all her husband's pretence of a great fortune, but I see none of them. At least they come not to trouble me. At present I am concerned for my cousin Angier, of Cambridge, lately broke in his trade, and this day am sending his son John, a very rogue, to sea. My brother Tom I know not what to think of, for I cannot hear whether he minds his business or not. And my brother John at Cambridge, with as little hopes of doing good there, for when he was here he did give me great cause of dissatisfaction with his manner of life. Paul with my father, and God knows what she do there, or what will become of her, for I have not anything yet to spare her, and she grows now old, and must be disposed of one way or other. The Duchess of York, at this time, sick of the measles, but is growing well again. The Turk very far entered into Germany, and all that part of the world at a loss what to expect from his proceedings. Myself, blessed be God, in a good way, and design and resolution of sticking to my business to get a little money with doing the best service I can to the King also, which God continue. So ends the old year. January 1664. January 1st, went to bed between 4 and 5 in the morning with my mind in good temper of satisfaction and slept till about 8, that many people came to speak with me. Among others one came with the best New Year's gift that ever I had, namely from Mr. Deering, with a bill of exchange drawn upon himself for the payment of L50 to Mr. Llewellyn. It being for my use with a letter of compliment. I am not resolved what or how to do in this business, but I conclude it is an extraordinary good New Year's gift, though I do not take the whole, or if I do then give some of it to Llewellyn. By and by comes Captain Allen and his son Jowls and his wife, who continues pretty still. They would have had me set my hand to a certificate for his loyalty, and I know not what his ability for any employment. But I did not think it fit, but did give them a pleasing denial, and after sitting with me an hour they went away. Several others came to me about business, and then being to dine at my uncle White's I went to the coffee house, sending my wife by Will, and there stayed talking an hour with Call, Middleton, and others, and among other things about a very rich widow, young and handsome, of one Sir Nicholas Golds, a merchant, lately fallen, and of great courtiers that already look after her, her husband not dead a week yet. She is reckoned worth L80,000. Thence to my uncle White's, where Doctor of, among others, dined, and his wife, a seeming proud conceited woman, I know not what to make of her, but the Drs. Discourse did please me very well about the disease of the stone, above all things extolling turpentine, which he told me how it may be taken in pills with great ease. There was brought to table a hot pie made of a swan I sent them yesterday, given me by Mr. Howe, but we did not eat any of it. But my wife and I rose from table, pretending business, and went to the Duke's house, the first play I have been at these 6 months, according to my last vow, and here saw the so much cried-up play of Henry VIII. Which, though I went with resolution to like it, is so simple a thing made up of a great many patches, that, besides the shows and processions in it, there is nothing in the world good or well done. Thence mightily dissatisfied back at night to my uncle White's, and supped with them, but against my stomach out of the offence the sight of my aunt's hands gives me, and ending supper with a mighty laugh, the greatest I have had these many months. At my uncle's being out in his grace after meat, we rose and broke up, and my wife and I home and to bed, being sleepy since last night. Second, up and to the office, and there sitting all the morning, and at noon to the Change, in my going met with Llewellyn and told him how I had received a letter and bill for L50 from Mr. Deering, and delivered it to him, which he told me he would receive for me. To which I consented, though professed not to desire it if he do not consider himself sufficiently able by the service I have done, and that it is rather my desire to have nothing till he be further sensible of my service. From the Change I brought him home and dined with us, and after dinner I took my wife out, for I do find that I am not able to conquer myself as to going to plays till I come to some new vow concerning it, and that I am now come, that is to say, that I will not see above one in a month at any of the public theatres till the sum of 50s be spent, and then none before New Year's Day next, unless that I do become worth L1000 sooner than then, and then am free to come to some other terms, and so leaving him in Lombard Street I took her to the King's house, and there met Mr. Nicholson, my old colleague, and saw The Usurper, which is no good play, though better than what I saw yesterday. However, we rose unsatisfied, and took coach and home, and I to the office late writing letters, and so to supper and to bed. Third, Lord's Day. Lay long in bed, and then rose and with a fire in my chamber stayed within all day, looking over and settling my accounts in good order, by examining all my books, and the kitchen books. And I find that though the proper profit of my last year was but L305, yet I did by other gain make it up L444. Which in every part of it was unforeseen of me, and therefore it was a strange oversight for lack of examining my expenses that I should spend L690 this year. But for the time to come I have so distinctly settled all my accounts in writing and the particulars of all my several layings out, that I do hope I shall hereafter make a better judgment of my spendings than ever. I dined with my wife in her chamber, she in bed, and then down again until 11 at night, and broke up and to bed with great content, but could not make an end of writing over my vows as I purposed. But I am agreed in everything how to order myself for the year to come, which I trust in God will be much for my good. So up to prayers and to bed. This evening Sir W. Penn came to invite me against next Wednesday, being 12th day, to his usual feast, his wedding day. 4th. Up betimes, and my wife being ready, and her maid Bess and the girl, I carried them by coach and set them all down in Covent Garden and there left them, and I to my Lord Sandwich's lodgings, but he not being up, I to the Duke's chamber. And there by and by to his closet, where since his lady was ill, a little red bed of velvet is brought for him to lie alone, which is a very pretty one. After doing business here, I to my Lord's again, and there spoke with him, and he seems now almost friends again as he used to be. Here meeting Mr. Pierce, the chirurgeon, he told me among other court news, how the Queen is very well again, and the King lay with her on Saturday night last. And that she speaks now very pretty English, and makes her sense out now and then with pretty phrases, as among others this is mightily cried up. That, meaning to say that she did not like such a horse so well as the rest, he being too prancing and full of tricks, she said he did make too much vanity. Thence to the tennis court, after I had spent a little time in Westminster Hall, thinking to have met with Mrs. Lane, but I could not and am glad of it, and there saw the king play at tennis and others, but to see how the king's play was extolled without any cause at all, was a loathsome sight, though sometimes, indeed, he did play very well and deserved to be commended. But such open flattery is beastly. Afterwards to St. James's Park, being unwilling to go to spend money at the ordinary, and there spent an hour or two, it being a pleasant day, seeing people play at Pall Mall. Where it pleased me mightily to hear a gallant, lately come from France, swear at one of his companions for suffering his man, a spruce blade, to be so saucy as to strike a ball while his master was playing on the mall. 532. Thence took coach at Whitehall and took up my wife, who is mighty sad to think of her father, who is going into Germany against the Turks, but what will become of her brother I know not. He is so idle, and out of all capacity, I think, to earn his bread. Home and at my office till is at night making my solemn vows for the next year, which I trust in the Lord I shall keep, but I fear I have a little too severely bound myself in some things and in too many, for I fear I may forget some. But however, I know the worst, and shall by the blessing of God observe to perform or pay my forfeits punctually. So home and to bed with my mind at rest. 5th. Up and to our office, where we sat all the morning, where my head being willing to take in all business whatever, I am afraid I shall overclog myself with it. But however, it is my desire to do my duty and shall the willinger bear it. At noon home and to the Change, where I met with Llewellyn, who went off with me and parted to meet again at the coffee house, but missed. So home and found him there, and Mr. Barrow came to speak with me, so they both dined with me alone, my wife not being ready, and after dinner I up in my chamber with Barrow to discourse about matters of the yard with him, and his design of leaving the place, which I am sorry for, and will prevent if I can. He being gone then Llewellyn did give me the L50 from Mr. Deering, which he do give me for my pains in his business and what I may hereafter take for him. Though there is not the least word or deed I have yet been guilty of in his behalf, but what I am sure has been to the king's advantage and the profit of the service, nor ever will. And for this money I never did condition with him or expected a farthing at the time when I did do him the service, nor have given any receipt for it, it being brought me by Llewellyn, nor do purpose to give him any thanks for it. But will wherein I can faithfully endeavour to see him have the privilege of his patent as the king's merchant. I did give Llewellyn 2 pieces in gold for a pair of gloves for his kindness herein. Then he being gone, I to my office, where busy till late at night, that through my room being over confounded in business I could stay there no longer, but went home, and after a little supper to bed. 6th, 12th day. Up and to my office, where very busy all the morning, being indeed overloaded with it through my own desire of doing all I can. At noon to the Change, but did little, and so home to dinner with my poor wife, and after dinner read a lecture to her in geography, which she takes very prettily and with great pleasure to her and me to teach her, and so to the office again. Where as busy as ever in my life, one thing after another, and answering people's business, particularly drawing up things about Mr. Wood's masts, which I expect to have a quarrel about with Sir W. Batten before it be ended, but I care not. At night home to my wife, to supper, discourse, prayers, and to bed. This morning I began a practice which I find by the ease I do it with that I shall continue, it saving me money and time, that is, to trimming myself with a razor, which pleases me mightily. 7th. Up, putting on my best clothes and to the office, where all the morning we sat busy, among other things upon Mr. Wood's performance of his contract for masts, wherein I was mightily concerned, but I think was found all along in the right, and shall have my desire in it to the king's advantage. At noon, all of us to dinner to Sir W. Penn's, where a very handsome dinner, Sir J. Lawson among others, and his lady and his daughter, a very pretty lady and of good deportment, with looking upon whom I was greatly pleased. The rest of the company of the women were all of our own house, of no satisfaction or pleasure at all. My wife was not there, being not well enough, nor had any great mind. But to see how Sir W. Penn imitates me in everything, even in his having his chimney piece in his dining room the same with that in my wife's closet, and in everything else I perceive wherein he can But to see again how he was out in one compliment, he lets alone drinking any of the ladies' healths that were there, my Lady Batten and Lawson, till he had begun with my Lady Carteret, who was absent, and that was well enough, and then Mr. Coventry's mistress, at which he was ashamed, and would not have had him have drunk it, at least before the ladies present, but his policy, as he thought, was such that he would do it. After dinner by coach with Sir G. Carteret and Sir J. Minns by appointment to Auditor Beales in Salisbury Court, and there we did with great content look over some old ledgers to see in what manner they were kept, and indeed it was in an extraordinary good method. And such as, at least out of design to keep them employed, I do persuade Sir J. Minns to go upon, which will at least do as much good it may be to keep them for want of something to do from envying those that do something. Thence calling to see whether Mrs. Turner was returned, which she is, and I spoke one word only to her, and away again by coach home and to my office, where late, and then home to supper and bed. 8th, up and all the morning at my office and with Sir J. Minns, directing him and Mr. Turner about keeping of their books according to yesterday's work, wherein I shall make them work enough. At noon to the Change and their Long, and from thence by appointment took Llewellyn, Mount, and W. Simons, and Mr. Pierce, the chirurgeon, home to dinner with me and were merry. But, Lord! To hear how W. Simons do commend and look sadly and then talk bodily and merrily, though his wife was dead but the other day, would make a dog laugh. After dinner I did go in further part of kindness to Llewellyn for his kindness about Deering's L50 which he procured me the other day of him. We spent all the afternoon together and then they to cards with my wife, who this day put on her Indian blue gown which is very pretty, where I left them for an hour, and to my office, and then to them again, and by they went away at night. And so I again to my office to perfect a letter to Mr. Coventry about department treasurers, wherein I please myself and hope to give him content and do the king's service therein. So having done, I home and to teach my wife a new lesson in the globes, and to supper, and to bed. We had great pleasure this afternoon, among other things, to talk of our old passages together in Cromwell's time, and how W. Simons did make me laugh and wonder today when he told me how he had made shift to keep in good esteem and employment, through 8 governments in 1 year, the dear 1659, which were indeed, and he did name them all. And then failed unhappy in the 9th, viz. that of the king's coming in. He made good to me the story which Llewellyn did tell me the other day, of his wife upon her deathbed. How she dreamt of her uncle Scobel, and did foretell, from some discourse she had with him, that she should die 4 days thence, and not sooner, and did all along say so, and did so. Upon the Change a great talka there was of one Mr. Tryon, an old man, a merchant in Lime Street, robbed last night, his man and maid being gone out after he was a-bed, and gagged and robbed of L1050 in money and about L4000 in jewels, which he had in his house as security for money. It is believed by many circumstances that his man is guilty of confederacy, by their ready going to his secret till in his desk, wherein the key of his cash-chest lay. 9th. Up, my underlip being mightily swelled, I know not how but by over-rubbing it itching, and to the office, where we sat all the morning, and at noon I home to dinner. And by discourse with my wife thought upon inviting my Lord Sandwich to a dinner shortly. It will cost me at least 10 or 12 pounds, but, however, some arguments of prudence I have, which however I shall think again upon before I proceed to that expense. After dinner by coach I carried my wife and Jane to Westminster, leaving her at Mr. Hunt's, and I to Westminster Hall, and there visited Mrs. Lane, and by appointment went out and met her at the Trumpet, Mrs. Hare's, but the room being damp we went to the Bell Tavern, and there I had her company, but could not do as I used to do, yet nothing but what was honest. So I to talk about her having Hawley, she told me flatly no, she could not love him. I took occasion to inquire of Howlett's daughter, with whom I have a mind to meet a little to see what metal the young wench is made of, being very pretty, but she tells me she is already betrothed to Mrs. Michel's son, and she in discourse tells me more, that Mrs. Michel herself had a daughter before marriage, which is now near 30 years old, a thing I could not have believed. Thence leading her to the hall, I took coach and called my wife and her maid, and so to the New Exchange, where we bought several things of our pretty misses. Dorothy Stacy, a pretty woman, and has the modestest look that ever I saw in my life and manner of speech. Thence called at Tom's and saw him pretty well again, but has not been current. So homeward, and called at Ludgate, at Ashwell's uncle's, but she was not within, to have spoke to her to have come to dress my wife at the time my lord dines here. So straight home, calling for Walsingham's manuals at my bookseller's to read but not to buy, recommended for a pretty book by Sir W. Warren, whose warrant however I do not much take till I do read it. So home to supper and to bed, my wife not being very well since she came home, being troubled with a fainting fit, which she never yet had before since she was my wife. 10th, Lord's Day. Lay in bed with my wife till 10 or 11 o'clock, having been very sleepy all night. So up, and my brother Tom being come to see me, we to dinner, he telling me how Mrs. Turner found herself discontented with her late bad journey, and not well taken by them in the country, they not desiring her coming down, nor the burials of Mr. Edward Pepys's corps there. After dinner I to the office, where all the afternoon, and at night my wife and I to my uncle White's, and there eat some of their swan pie, which was good, and I invited them to my house to eat a roasted swan on Tuesday next. Which after I was come home did make a quarrels between my wife and I, because she had appointed a wish tomorrow. But, however, we were friends again quickly. So to bed. All our discourse tonight was Mr. Tryon's late being robbed. And that Colonel Turner, a mad, swearing, confident fellow, well known by all, and by me, one much indebted to this man for his very livelihood, was the man that either did or plotted it. And the money and things are found in his hand, and he and his wife now in Newgate for it, of which we are all glad, so very a known rogue he was. 11th. Waked this morning by 4 o'clock by my wife to call the maids to their wash, and what through my sleeping so long last night and vexation for the lazy sluts lying so long again and their great wash. Neither my wife nor I could sleep one wink after that time till day, and then I rose and by coach, taking Captain Grove with me and 3 bottles of tent, which I sent to Mrs. Lane by my promise on Saturday night last, to Whitehall, and there with the rest of our company to the Duke and did our business, and thence to the tennis court till noon, and there saw several great matches played, and so by invitation to St. James's, where, at Mr. Coventry's chamber, I dined with my Lord Berkeley, Sir G. Carteret, Sir Edward Turner, Sir Ellis Leighton, and one Mr. Seymour, a fine gentleman, where admirable good discourse of all sorts, pleasant and serious. Thence after dinner to Whitehall, where the Duke being busy at the Guinea business, the Duke of Albemarle, Sir W. Ryder, Povey, Sir J. Lawson and I to the Duke of Albemarle's lodgings, and there did some business, and so to the court again, and I to the Duke of York's lodgings, where the Guinea Company are choosing their assistants for the next year by balloting. Thence by coach with Sir J. Robinson, Lieutenant of the Tower, he set me down at Cornhill, but, Lord, the simple discourse that all the way we had, he magnifying his great undertakings and cares that have been upon him for these last 2 years, and how he commanded the city to the content of all parties. When the loggerhead knows nothing almost that is sense. Thence to the coffee house, whither comes Sir W. Petty and Captain Grant, and we fell in talka, besides a young gentleman, I suppose a merchant, his name Mr. Hill, that has travelled and I perceive is a master in most sorts of musique and other things, of musique, the universal character, art of memory. Granger's counterfeiting of hands and other most excellent discourses to my great content, having not been in so good company a great while, and had I time I should covet the acquaintance of that Mr. Hill. This morning I stood by the king arguing with a pretty Quaker woman, that delivered to him a desire of hers in writing. The king showed her Sir J. Minns, as a man the fittest for her quaking religion, saying that his beard was the stiffest thing about him, and again merrily said, looking upon the length of her paper, that if all she desired was of that length she might lose her desires. She modestly saying nothing till he begun seriously to discourse with her, arguing the truth of his spirit against hers, she replying still with these words, O king, and thou'd him all along. The general talk of the town still is of Colonel Turner, about the robbery, who, it is thought, will be hanged. I heard the Duke of York tell tonight, how letters are come that 15 are condemned for the late plot by the judges at York. And, among others, Captain Oates, against whom it was proved that he drew his sword at his going out, and flinging away the scabbard, said that he would either return victor or be hanged. So home, where I found the house full of the washing and my wife mighty angry about Will's being here today talking with her maids, which she overheard, idling of their time, and he telling what a good maid my old Jane was. And that she would never have her like again. At which I was angry, and after directing her to beat at least the little girl, I went to the office and there reproved Will, who told me that he went thither by my wife's order, she having commanded him to come thither on Monday morning. Now God forgive me! How apt I am to be jealous of her as to this fellow, and that she must needs take this time, when she knows I must be gone out to the Duke, though methinks had she that mind she would never think it discretion to tell me this story of him. To let me know that he was there, much less to make me offended with him, to forbid him coming again. But this cursed humour I cannot cool in myself by all the reason I have, which God forgive me for, and convince me of the folly of it, and the disquiet it brings me. So home, where, God be thanked, when I came to speak to my wife my trouble of mind soon vanished, and to bed. The house foul with the washing and quite out of order against tomorrow's dinner. 12th. Up and to the office, where we sat all the morning, and at noon to the change a while, and so home, getting things against dinner ready, and anon comes my uncle White and my aunt, with their cousins Mary and Robert. And by chance my uncle Thomas Pepys. We had a good dinner, the chief dish a swan roasted, and that excellent meat. At dinner and all day very merry. After dinner to cards, where till evening, then to the office a little, and to cards again with them, and lost half a crown. They being gone, my wife did tell me how my uncle did this day accost her alone, and spoke of his hoping she was with child, and kissing her earnestly told her he should be very glad of it. And from all circumstances methinks he do seem to have some intention of good to us, which I shall endeavour to continue more than ever I did yet. So to my office till late, and then home to bed, after being at prayers, which is the first time after my late vow to say prayers in my family twice in every week. 13th. Up and to my office a little, and then abroad to many several places about business, among others to the geometrical instrument makers. And through Bedlam, calling by the way at an old bookseller's, and there fell into looking over Spanish books and pitched upon some, till I thought of my oath when I was going to agree for them. And so with much ado got myself out of the shop glad at my heart and so away, to the African house to look upon their book of contracts for several commodities for my information in the prices we give in the Navy. So to the coffee house, where extraordinary good discourse of Dr. Whistler's upon my question concerning the keeping of masts, he arguing against keeping them dry, by showing the nature of corruption in bodies and the several ways thereof. So to the Change, and thence with Sir W. Ryder to the Trinity House to dinner, and then home and to my office till night, and then with Mr. Bland to Sir T. Viner's about pieces of 8 for Sir J. Lawson, and so back to my office, and there late upon business, and so home to supper and to bed. 14th. Up and to the office, where all the morning, and at noon all of us, viz., Sir G. Carteret and Sir W. Batten at one end, and Mr. Coventry, Sir J. Minns and I, in the middle at the other end, being taught how to sit there all three by my sitting so much the backwarder, at the other end, to Sir G. Carteret, and there dined well. Here I saw Mr. Scott, the bastard that married his youngest daughter. Much pleasant talk at table, and then up and to the office, where we sat long upon our design of dividing the controller's work into some of the rest of our hands for the better doing of it, but he would not yield to it. Though the simple man knows in his heart that he do not do one part of it. So he taking upon him to do it all we rose, I vexed at the heart to see the king's service run after this manner, but it cannot be helped. Thence to the old James to the reference about Mr. Bland's business. Sir W. Rider being now added to us, and I believe we shall soon come to some determination in it. So home and to my office, did business, and then up to Sir W. Pen and did express my trouble about this day's business, he not being there, and plainly told him what I thought of it, and though I know him a false fellow yet I adventured, as I have done often, to tell him clearly my opinion of Sir W. Batten and his design in this business, which is very bad. Hence home, and after a lecture to my wife in her globes, to prayers, and to bed. 15th, up and to my office, where all the morning, and among other things Mr. Turner with me, and I did tell him my mind about the controller his master and all the office, and my mind touching himself too, as he did carry himself either well or ill to me and my clerks, which I doubt not but it will operate well. Thence to the Change, and there met my uncle White, who was very kind to me, and would have had me home with him, and so kind that I begin to wonder and think something of it of good to me. Thence home to dinner, and after dinner with Mr. Hayter by water, and walked thither and back again from Deptford, where I did do something checking the iron business, but my chief business was my discourse with Mr. Hayter about what had passed last night and today about the office business, and my resolution to do him all the good I can therein. So home, and my wife tells me that my uncle White hath been with her, and played at cards with her, and is mighty inquisitive to know whether she is with child or no, which makes me wonder what his meaning is, and after all my thoughts. I cannot think, unless it be in order to the making his will, that he might know how to do by me, and I would to God my wife had told him that she was. 16th, up, and having paid some money in the morning to my uncle Thomas on his yearly annuity, to the office, where we sat all the morning. At noon I to the Change about some pieces of 8 for Sir J. Lawson. There I hear that Colonel Turner is found guilty of felony at the sessions in Mr. Tryon's business, which will save his life. So home and met there J. Hasbert come to see his kinswoman our Jane. I made much of him and made him dine with us, he talking after the old simple manner that he used to do. He being gone, I by water to Westminster Hall, and there did see Mrs. Lane. So by coach home and to my office, where Brown of the Minories brought me an instrument made of a spiral line very pretty for all questions in arithmetic almost, but it must be some use that must make me perfect in it. So home to supper and to bed, with my mind unpoo troubled pour cek fate today, but I hope it will be la dernière de toute ma vie. 17th, Lord's Day. Up, and I and my wife to church, where Pembleton appeared, which, God forgive me, did vex me, but I made nothing of it. So home to dinner, and betimes my wife and I to the French church and there heard a good sermon, the first time my wife and I were there ever together. We sat by 3 sisters, all pretty women. It was pleasant to hear the reader give notice to them, that the children to be catechized next Sunday were them of Houndsditch and Blanche Chappiton. Thence home, and there found Ashwell come to see my wife, we having called at her lodging the other day to speak with her about dressing my wife when my Lord Sandwich dines here, and is as merry as ever. And speaks as disconcerned for any difference between us on her going away as ever. She being gone, my wife and I to see Sir W. Pen and there supped with him much against my stomach, for the dishes were so deadly foulé that I could not endure to look upon them. So after supper home to prayers and to bed. 18th. Up, being troubled to find my wife so ready to have me go out of doors. God forgive me for my jealousy. But I cannot forbear, though God knows I have no reason to do so, or to expect her being so true to me as I would have her. I abroad to Whitehall, where the court all in mourning for the Duchess of Savoy. We did our business with the Duke, and so I to W. How at my Lord's lodgings, not seeing my Lord, he being abroad, and there I advised with W. How about my having my Lord to dinner at my house, who likes it well, though it troubles me that I should come to need the advice of such a boy, but for the present it is necessary. Here I found Mr. Mallard, and had from him a common tune set by my desire to the lyra viol, which goes most admirably. Thence home by coach to the Change, after having been at the coffee house, where I hear Turner is found guilty of felony and burglary. And strange stories of his confidence at the bar, but yet great indiscretion in his arguing. All desirous of his being hanged. So home and found that Will had been with my wife. But, Lord! Why should I think any evil of that? And yet I cannot forbear it. But upon inquiry, though I found no reason of doubtfulness, yet I could not bring my nature to any quiet or content in my wife all day and night, nor though I went with her to divert myself at my uncle White's. And there we played at cards till 12 at night and went home in a great shower of rain, it having not rained a great while before. Here was one Mr. Benson, a Dutchman, played and supped with us, that pretends to sing well, and I expected great matters but found nothing to be pleased with at all. So home and to bed, yet troubled in my mind. 19th. Up, without any kindness to my wife, and so to the office, where we sat all the morning, and at noon I to the Change, and thence to Mr. Cutler's with Sir W. Ryder to dinner, and after dinner with him to the old James upon our reference of Mr. Bland's, and, having sat there upon the business half an hour, broke up, and I home and there found Madam Turner and her sister Dyke come to see us, and stayed chatting till night, and so away, and I to my office till very late. And my eyes began to fail me, and be in pain which I never felt to nowadays, which I impute to sitting up late writing and reading by candlelight. So home to supper and to bed. 20th. Up and by coach to my Lord Sandwich's, and after long staying till his coming down, he not sending for me up, but it may be he did not know I was there, he came down, and I walked with him to the tennis court, and there left him. Seeing the King play. At his lodgings this morning there came to him Mr. W. Montague's fine lady, which occasioned my lord's calling me to her about some business for a friend of hers preferred to be a midshipman at sea. My lord recommended the whole matter to me. She is a fine confident lady, I think, but not so pretty as I once thought her. My lord did also seal a lease for the house he is now taking in Lincoln's Inn Fields, which stands him in 250 per annum rent. Thence by water to my brother's, whom I find not well in bed, sick, they think, of a consumption, and I fear he is not well, but do not complain, nor desire to take anything. From him I visited Mr. Honeywood, who is lame, and to thank him for his visit to me the other day, but we were both abroad. So to Mr. Commander's in Warwick Lane, to speak to him about drawing up my will, which he will meet me about in a day or two. So to the Change and walked home, thence with Sir Richard Ford, who told me that Turner is to be hanged tomorrow, and with what impudence he hath carried out his trial. But that last night, when he brought him news of his death, he began to be sober and shed some tears, and he hopes will die a penitent. He having already confessed all the thing, but says it was partly done for a joke, and partly to get an occasion of obliging the old man by his care in getting him his things again. He having some hopes of being the better by him in his estate at his death. Home to dinner, and after dinner my wife and I by water, which we have not done together many a day, that is not since last summer, but the weather is now very warm, and left her at Axe Yard, and I to Whitehall, and meeting Mr. Pierce walked with him an hour in the matted gallery. Among other things he tells me that my Lady Castlemaine is not at all set by the king, but that he do dote upon Mrs. Stuart only. And that to the leaving of all business in the world, and to the open slighting of the queen, that he values not who sees him or stands by him while he dallies with her openly. And then privately in her chamber below, where the very sentries observe his going in and out, and that so commonly, that the duke or any of the nobles, when they would ask where the king is, they will ordinarily say, is the king above, or below? Meaning with Mrs. Stuart, that the king do not openly disown my Lady Castlemaine, but that she comes to court, but that my Lord Fitzharding and the Hambletons 533 and sometimes my Lord Sandwich, they say, have their snaps at her. But he says my Lord Sandwich will lead her from her lodgings in the darkest and obscurest manner, and leave her at the entrance into the Queen's lodgings, that he might be the least observed. That the Duke of Monmouth the king do still dote on beyond measure, insomuch that the king only, the Duke of York, and Prince Rupert, and the Duke of Monmouth, do now wear deep mourning, that is, long cloaks, for the Duchess of Savoy. So that he mourns as a prince of the blood, while the Duke of York do no more, and all the nobles of the land not so much, which gives great offence, and he says the Duke of York do consider. But that the Duke of York do give himself up to business, and is like to prove a noble prince, and so indeed I do from my heart think he will. He says that it is believed, as well as hoped, that care is taken to lay up a hidden treasure of money by the king against a bad day. Pray God it be so. But I should be more glad that the king himself would look after business, which it seems he do not in the least. By and by came by Mr. Coventry, and so we broke off. And he and I took a turn or two and so parted, and then my Lord Sandwich came upon me, to speak with whom my business of coming again tonight to this endy of the town chiefly was, in order to the seeing in what manner he received me. In order to my inviting him to dinner to my house, but as well in the morning as now, though I did wait upon him home and there offered occasion of talk with him, yet he treated me, though with respect, yet as a stranger. Without any of the intimacy or friendship which he used to do, and which I fear he will never, through his consciousness of his faults, ever do again. Which I must confess do trouble me above anything in the world almost, though I neither do need at present nor fear to need to be so troubled, nay, and more, though I do not think that he would deny me any friendship now if I did need it. But only that he has not the face to be free with me, but do look upon me as a remembrancer of his former vanity, and an espy upon his present practices, for I perceive that Pickering today is great with him again. And that he has done a great courtesy for Mr. Pierce, the chirurgeon, to a good value, though both these and none but these did I mention by name to my lord in the business which has caused all this difference between my lord and me. However, I am resolved to forbear my laying out my money upon a dinner till I see him in a better posture, and by grave and humble, though high deportment, to make him think I do not want him. And that will make him the readier to admit me to his friendship again, I believe the soonest of anything but downright impudence, and thrusting myself, as others do, upon him, which yet I cannot do, not, nor, will not endeavor. So home, calling with my wife to see my brother again, who was up, and walks up and down the house pretty well, but I do think he is in a consumption. Home, troubled in mind for these passages with my lord, but am resolved to better my case in my business to make my stand upon my own legs the better and to lay up as well as to get money. And among other ways I will have a good fleece out of Creed's coat ere it be long, or I will have a fall. So to my office and did some business, and then home to supper and to bed, after I had by candlelight shaved myself and cut off all my beard clear, which will make my work a great deal the less in shaving. 21st. Up, and after sending my wife to my Aunt White's to get a place to see Turner hanged, I to the office, where we sat all the morning, and at noon going to the Change. And seeing people flock in the city, I inquired, and found that Turner was not yet hanged. And so I went among them to Leadenhall Street, at the end of Lime Street, near where the robbery was done, and to St. Mary Axe, where he lived. And there I got for a shilling to stand upon the wheel of a cart, in great pain, above an hour before the execution was done, he delaying the time by long discourses and prayers one after another, in hopes of a reprieve. But none came, and at last was flung off the ladder in his cloak. A comely-looked man he was, and kept his countenance to the end. I was sorry to see him. It was believed there were at least 12 or 14,000 people in the street. So I home all in a sweat, and dined by myself, and after dinner to the Old James, and there found Sir W. Ryder and Mr. Cutler at dinner, and made a second dinner with them, and anon came Mr. Bland and Custos, and clerk, and so we fell to the business of reference, and upon a letter from Mr. Povey to Sir W. Ryder and I telling us that the king is concerned in it, we took occasion to fling off the business from off our shoulders and would have nothing to do with it, unless we had power from the king or commissioners of Tangier. And I think it will be best for us to continue of that mind, and to have no hand, it being likely to go against the king. Thence to the coffee-house, and heard the full of Turner's discourse on the cart, which was chiefly to clear himself of all things laid to his charge but this fault, for which he now suffers, which he confesses. He deplored the condition of his family, but his chief design was to lengthen time, believing still a reprieve would come, though the sheriff advised him to expect no such thing, for the king was resolved to grant none. After that I had good discourse with a pretty young merchant with mighty content. So to my office and did a little business, and then to my Aunt White's to fetch my wife home, where Dr. Burnett did tell me how poorly the sheriffs did endeavor to get one jewel returned by Turner, after he was convicted, as a due to them, and not to give it to Mr. Tryon, the true owner, but ruled against them, to their great dishonour. Though they plead it might be another jewel for aught they know and not Tryon's. After supper home, and my wife tells me mighty stories of my uncle's fond and kind discourses to her today, which makes me confident that he has thoughts of kindness for us, he repeating his desire for her to be with child. For it cannot enter into my head that he should have any unworthy thoughts concerning her. After doing some business at my office, I home to supper, prayers, and to bed. 22nd. Up, and it being a brave morning, with a gaily to Woolwich, and they're both at the rope yard and the other yard did much business, and thence to Greenwich to see Mr. Pett and others value the carved work of the Henrietta, God knows in an ill manner for the king, and so to Deptford, and there viewed Sir W. Petty's vessel. Which hath an odd appearance, but not such as people do make of it, for I am of the opinion that he would never have discoursed so much of it, if it were not better than other vessels, and so I believe that he was abused the other day, as he is now, by tongues that I am sure speak before they know anything good or bad of her. I am sorry to find his ingenuity discouraged so. So home, reading all the way a good book, and so home to dinner, and after dinner a lesson on the globes to my wife, and so to my office till 10 or 11 o'clock at night, and so home to supper and to bed. 23rd. Up, and to the office, where we sat all the morning. At noon home to dinner, where Mr. Hawley came to see us and dined with us, and after we had dined came Mr. Mallard, and after he had eat something, I brought down my viol which he played on, the first maester that ever touched her yet, and she proves very well and will be, I think, an admirable instrument. He played some very fine things of his own, but I was afeard to enter too far in their commendation for fear he should offer to copy them for me out, and so I be forced to give or lend him something. So to the office in the evening, whither Mr. Commander came to me, and we discoursed about my will, which I am resolved to perfect the next week by the grace of God. He being gone, I to write letters and other business late, and so home to supper and to bed. 24th, Lord's Day. Lay long in bed, and then up, and being desirous to perform my vows that I lately made, among others, to be performed this month, I did go to my office, and there fell on entering, out of a by-book, part of my second journal book, which hath lain these 2 years and more unentered. Upon this work till dinner, and after dinner to it again till night, and then home to supper, and after supper to read a lecture to my wife upon the globes, and so to prayers and to bed. This evening also I drew up a rough draft of my last will to my mind. 25th. Up and by coach to Whitehall to my lord's lodgings, and seeing that knowing that I was in the house, my lord did not nevertheless send for me up, I did go to the Duke's lodgings, and there stayed while he was making ready. In which time my Lord Sandwich came, and so all into his closet and did our common business, and so broke up, and I homeward by coach with Sir W. Batten, and stayed at Warwick Lane and there called upon Mr. Commander and did give him my last will and testament to write over in form, and so to the Change, where I did several businesses. So home to dinner, and after I had dined Llewellyn came and we sent him something to eat, and I left him there with my wife, and to the office upon a particular meeting of the East India Company, where I think I did the King good service against the company in the business of their sending our ships home empty from the Indies contrary to their contract, and yet, God forgive me, I found that I could be willing to receive a bribe if it were offered me to conceal my arguments that I found against them, in consideration that none of my fellow officers, whose duty it is more than mine, had ever studied the case, or at this hour do understand it, and myself alone must do it. That being done, Mr. Povey and Bland came to speak with me about their business of the reference, wherein I shall have some more trouble, but cannot help it, besides I hope to make some good use of Mr. Povey to my advantage. So home after business done at my office, to supper, and then to the Globes with my wife, and so to bed. Troubled a little in mind that my Lord Sandwich should continue this strangeness to me that methinks he shows me now-a-days more than while the thing was fresh. 26th, up and to the office, where we sat all the morning. At noon to the Change, after being at the coffee-house, where I sat by Tom Killigrew, who told us of a fire last night in my Lady Castlemaine's lodging, where she bid L40 for one to adventure the fetching of a cabinet out. Which at last was got to be done. And the fire at last quenched without doing much wrong. Took change and there did much business, so home to dinner, and then to the office all the afternoon. And so at night my Aunt White and Mrs. Buggin came to sit with my wife, and I into them all the evening, my uncle coming afterward, and after him Mr. Benson the Dutchman, a frank, merry man. We were very merry and played at cards till late and so broke up and to bed in good hopes that this my friendship with my uncle and aunt will end well. 27th, up and to the office, and at noon to the coffee house, where I sat with Sir G. Askew 534 and Sir William Petty, who in discourse is, methinks, one of the most rational men that ever I heard speak with a tongue, having all his notions the most distinct and clear, and, among other things, saying that in all his life these 3 books were the most esteemed and generally cried up for wit in the world, Religio Medici, Osborne's Advice to a Son, 535 and Hudibras, did say that in these, in the 2 first principally, the wit lies. And confirming some pretty sayings, which are generally like paradoxes, by some argument smartly and pleasantly urged, which takes with people who do not trouble themselves to examine the force of an argument, which pleases them in the delivery, upon a subject which they like. Whereas, as by many particular instances of mine, and others, out of Osborne, he did really find fault and weaken the strength of many of Osborne's arguments, so as that in downright disputation they would not bear weight. At least, so far, but that they might be weakened, and better found in their rooms to confirm what is there said. He shewed finely whence it happens that good writers are not admired by the present age. Because there are but few in any age that do mind anything that is abstruse and curious. And so longer before any body do put the true praise, and set it on foot in the world, the generality of mankind pleasing themselves in the easy delights of the world, as eating, drinking, dancing, hunting, fencing. Which we see the meanest men do the best, those that profess it. A gentleman never dances so well as the dancing master, and an ordinary fiddler makes better music for a shilling than a gentleman will do after spending 40, and so in all the delights of the world almost. Thence to the change, and after doing much business, home, taking Commissioner Pett with me, and all alone dined together. He told me many stories of the yard, but I do know him so well, and had his character given me this morning by Hempson, as well as my own 2 of him before, that I shall know how to value anything he says either of friendship or other business. He was mighty serious with me in discourse about the consequence of Sir W. Petty's boat, as the most dangerous thing in the world, if it should be practiced by endangering our loss of the command of the seas and our trade, while the Turks and others shall get the use of them, which, without doubt, by bearing more sail will go faster than any other ships, and, not being of burden, our merchants cannot have the use of them and so will be at the mercy of their enemies. So that I perceive he is afeard that the honour of his trade will down, though, which is a truth, he pretends this consideration to hinder the growth of this invention. He being gone my wife and I took coach and to Covent Garden, to buy a mask at the French house, Madame Sherritt's, for my wife, in the way observing the street full of coaches at the new play, The Indian Queen. Which for show, they say, exceeds Henry VIII. Thence back to Mrs. Turner's and sat a while with them talking of plays and I know not what, and so called to see Tom, but not at home, though they say he is in a deep consumption, and Mrs. Turner and Dyke and they say he will not live 2 months to an end. So home and to the office, and then to supper and to bed. 28th. Up and to the office, where all the morning sitting, and at noon upon several things to the change, and thence to Sir G. Carteret to dinner of my own accord, and after dinner with Mr. Waith down to Deptford doing several businesses, and by land back again, it being very cold, the boat meeting me after my staying a while for him at an alehouse by Redriff Stairs. So home, and took Will coming out of my doors, at which I was a little moved, and told my wife of her keeping him from the office, though God knows my base jealous head was the cause of it, which she seemed troubled at. And that it was only to discourse with her about finding a place for her brother. So I to my office late, Mr. Commander coming to read over my will in order to the engrossing it, and so he being gone I to other business, among others chiefly upon preparing matters against creed for my profit, and so home to supper and bed. Being mightily troubled with my left eye all this evening from some dirt that is got into it. 29th, up, and after shaving myself, wherein twice now, one after another, I have cut myself much, but I think it is from the bluntness of the razor, there came Mr. Dean to me and stayed with me a while talking about masts, wherein he prepared me in several things against Mr. Wood, and also about Sir W. Petty's boat, which he says must needs prove a folly, though I do not think so unless it be that the King will not have it encouraged. At noon, by appointment, comes Mr. Hartlib and his wife, and a little before them Messrs. Langley and Bostock, old acquaintances of mine at Westminster, clerks, and after shewing them my house and drinking they set out by water, my wife and I with them down to Wapping on board the Crown, a merchantman, Captain Floyd, a civil person. Here was Vice Admiral Goodson, whom the more I know the more I value for a serious man and staunch. Here was Whistler the flagmaker, which vexed me, but it mattered not. Here was other sorry company in the discourse poor, so that we had no pleasure there at all, but only to see and bless God to find the difference that is now between our condition and that heretofore. When we were not only much below Hartlib in all respects, but even these two fellows above named, of whom I am now quite ashamed that ever my education should lead me to such low company, but it is God's goodness only, for which let him be praised. After dinner I broke up and with my wife home, and thence to the Fleece in Cornhill, by appointment, to meet my Lord Marlborough, a serious and worthy gentleman, who, after doing our business, about the company, he and they began to talk of the state of the Dutch in India, which is like to be in a little time without any control. For we are lost there, and the Portuguese as bad. Thence to the coffee house, where good discourse, specially of light, called Baron touching the manners of the Turk's government, among whom he lived long. So to my uncle White's, where late playing at cards, and so home. 30th, up, and a sorry sermon of a young fellow I knew at Cambridge. But the day kept solemnly for the King's murder, and all day within doors making up my Brampton papers, and in the evening Mr. Commander came and we made perfect and signed and sealed my last will and testament, which is so to my mind, and I hope to the liking of God Almighty, that I take great joy in myself that it is done. And by that means my mind in a good condition of quiet. At night to supper and to bed. This evening, being in a humor of making all things even and clear in the world, I tore some old papers, among others, a romance which, under the title of Love a Chait, I begun 10 years ago at Cambridge. And at this time reading it over tonight I liked it very well, and wondered a little at myself at my vein at that time when I wrote it, doubting that I cannot do so well now if I would try. 31st, Lord's Day. Up, and in my chamber all day long, but a little at dinner, settling all my Brampton accounts to this day in very good order, I having obliged myself by oath to do that and some other things within this month. And did also perfectly prepare a state of my estate and annexed it to my last will and testament, which now is perfect, and, lastly, I did make up my monthly accounts, and find that I have gained above L50 this month clear. And so am worth L858 clear, which is the greatest sum I ever yet was master of, and also read over my usual vows, as I do every Lord's Day, but with greater seriousness than ordinary. And I do hope that every day I shall see more and more the pleasure of looking after my business and laying up of money, and blessed be God for what I have already been enabled by His grace to do. So to supper and to bed with my mind in mighty great ease and content, but my head very full of thoughts and business to dispatch this next month also. And among others to provide for answering to the exchequer for my uncle's being general receiver in the year 1647, which I am at present wholly unable to do, but I must find time to look over all his papers. February 1664. February 1st, up, my maids rising early this morning to washing, and being ready I found Mr. Strutt the purser below with 12 bottles of sack, and tells me, which from Sir W. Batten I had heard before, how young Jack Davis has railed against Sir W. Batten for his endeavouring to turn him out of his place, at which for the fellow's sake, because it will likely prove his ruin, I am sorry, though I do believe he is a very arch rogue. I took Strut by coach with me to Whitehall, where I set him down, and I to my lord's, but found him gone out betimes to the wardrobe, which I am glad to see that he so attends his business. Though it troubles me that my counsel to my prejudice must be the cause of it. They tell me that he goes into the country next week, and that the young ladies come up this week before the old lady. Here I hear how 2 men last night, justling for the wall about the New Exchange, did kill one another, each thrusting the other through, one of them of the King's Chapel, one cave, and the other a retainer of my Lord General Middleton's. Thence to Whitehall, where, in the Duke's chamber, the King came and stayed an hour or 2 laughing at Sir W. Petty, who was there about his boat, and at Gresham College in general, at which poor Petty was, I perceive, at some loss. But did argue discreetly, and bear the unreasonable follies of the King's objections and other bystanders with great discretion, and offered to take oddies against the King's best boats. But the King would not lay, but cried him down with words only. Gresham College he mightily laughed at, for spending time only in weighing of air, and doing nothing else since they sat. Thence to Westminster Hall, and there met with divers people, it being term time. Among others I spoke with Mrs. Lane, of whom I doubted to hear something of the effects of our last meeting about a fortnight or 3 weeks ago, but to my content did not. Here I met with Mr. Pierce, who tells me of several passages at court, among others how the King, coming the other day to his theatre to see the Indian Queen, which he commends for a very fine thing, my Lady Castlemaine was in the next box before he came. And leaning over other ladies a while to whisper to the King, she rose out of the box and went into the King's, and set herself on the King's right hand, between the King and the Duke of York. Which, he swears, put the King himself, as well as every body else, out of countenance, and believes that she did it only to show the world that she is not out of favour yet, as was believed. Thence with Alderman Meynell by his coach to the Change, and there with several people busy, and so home to dinner, and took my wife out immediately to the King's Theatre, it being a new month, and once a month I may go. And there saw the Indian Queen acted. Which indeed is a most pleasant show, and beyond my expectation, the play good, but spoiled with the rhyme, which breaks the sense. But above my expectation most, the eldest Marshal did do her part most excellently well as I ever heard woman in my life, but her voice not so sweet as Ianthe's, but, however, we came home mightily contented. Here we met Mr. Pickering and his mistress, Mrs. Doll Wild. He tells me that the business runs high between the Chancellor and my Lord Bristol against the Parliament, and that my Lord Lauderdale and Cooper open high against the Chancellor, which I am sorry for. In my way home I light and to the coffee house, where I heard Lieutenant Call Baron tell very good stories of his travels over the high hills in Asia above the clouds, how clear the heaven is above them, how thick like a mist the way is through the cloud that wets like a sponge one's clothes. The ground above the clouds all dry and parched, nothing in the world growing, it being only a dry earth, yet not so hot above as below the clouds. The stars at night most delicate bright and a fine clear blue sky, but cannot see the earth at any time through the clouds, but the clouds look like a world below you. Thence home and to supper, being hungry, and so to the office, did business, specially about Creed, for whom I am now pretty well fitted, and so home to bed. This day in Westminster Hall W. Bowyer told me that his father is dead lately, and died by being drowned in the river, coming over in the night, but he says he had not been drinking. He was taken with his stick in his hand and cloak over his shoulder, as ruddy as before he died. His horse was taken overnight in the water, hampered in the bridle, but they were so silly as not to look for his master till the next morning, that he was found drowned. Second, up and to the office, where, though Candlemas Day, Mr. Coventry and Sir W. Penn and I all the morning, the others being at a survey at Deptford. At noon by coach to the Change with Mr. Coventry, thence to the coffee house with Captain Coke, who discoursed well of the good effects in some kind of a Dutch war and conquest, which I did not consider before, but the contrary, that is, that the trade of the world is too little for us two, therefore one must down, 2 ndly, that though our merchants will not be the better husbands by all this, yet our wool will bear a better price by vaunting of our cloths. And by that our tenants will be better able to pay rents, and our lands will be more worth, and all our own manufactures, which now the Dutch outvie us in. That he thinks the Dutch are not in so good a condition as heretofore because of want of men always, and now from the wars against the Turk more than ever. Then to the Change again, and thence off to the Sun Tavern with Sir W. Warren, and with him discoursed long, and had good advice, and hints from him, and among other things he did give me a pair of gloves for my wife wrapped up in paper, which I would not open, feeling it hard. But did tell him that my wife should thank him, and so went on in discourse. When I came home, Lord! In what pain I was to get my wife out of the room without bidding her go, that I might see what these gloves were. And, by, she being gone, it proves a pair of white gloves for her and 40 pieces in good gold, which did so cheer my heart, that I could eat no victuals almost for dinner for joy to think how God do bless us every day more and more. And more yet I hope he will upon the increase of my duty and endeavors. I was at great loss what to do, whether tell my wife of it or no, which I could hardly forbear, but yet I did and will think of it first before I do, for fear of making her think me to be in a better condition, or in a better way of getting money. Then yet I am. After dinner to the office, where doing infinite of business till past 2 at night to the comfort of my mind, and so home with joy to supper and to bed. This evening Mr. Hempson came and told me how Sir W. Batten his master will not hear of continuing him in his employment as clerk of the survey at Chatham, from whence of a sudden he has removed him without any new or extraordinary cause. And I believe, as he himself do in part right, and J. Norman do confess, for nothing but for that he was twice with me the other day and did not wait upon him. So much he fears me and all that have to do with me. Of this more in the book of my office upon this day, there I shall find it. 3rd. Up, and after a long discourse with my cousin Thomas Pepys, the executor, I with my wife by coach to Holborn, where I light, and she to her father's, I to the Temple and several places, and so to the Change, where much business. And then home to dinner alone. And so to the Mitre Tavern by appointment, and there met by chance with W. How come to buy wine for my lord against his going down to Hinchingbroke, and I private with him a great while discoursing of my lord's strangeness to me. But he answers that I have no reason to think any such thing, but that my lord is only in general a more reserved man than he was before, to meet Sir W. Ryder and Mr. Clerk, and there after much ado made an end, giving Mr. Custos L202 against Mr. Bland, which I endeavoured to bring down but could not, and think it is well enough ended for Mr. Bland for all that. Thence by coach to fetch my wife from her brother's, and found her gone home. Called at Sir Robert Bernard's about surrendering my estate in reversion to the use of my life, which will be done, and at Roger Pepys, who was gone to bed in pain of a boil that he could not sit or stand. So home, where my wife is full of sad stories of her good-natured father and roguish brother, who is going for Holland and his wife, to be a soldier. And so after a little at the office to bed. This night late coming in my coach, coming up Ludgate Hill, I saw 2 gallants and their footmen taking a pretty wench, which I have much eyed, lately set up shop upon the hill, a seller of riband and gloves. They seek to drag her by some force, but the wench went, and I believe had her turn served, but, God forgive me. What thoughts and wishes I had of being in their place. In Covent Garden tonight, going to fetch home my wife, I stopped at the great coffee house there, where I never was before, where Dryden the poet, I knew at Cambridge, and all the wits of the town, and Harris the player, and Mr. Hoole of our college. And had I had time then, or could at either times, it will be good coming thither, for there, I perceive, is very witty and pleasant discourse. But I could not tarry, and as it was late, they were all ready to go away. 4th. Up and to the office, where after a while sitting, I left the board upon pretence of serious business, and by coach to Paul's school, where I heard some good speeches of the boys that were to be elected this year. Thence by and by with Mr. Pullen and Barnes, a great nonconformist, with several others of my old acquaintance to the Nag's Head Tavern, and there did give them a bottle of sack, and away again and I to the school, and up to hear the upper form examined. And there was kept by very many of the Mercers, Clutterbuck, Barker, Harrington, and others, and with great respect used by them all, and had a noble dinner. Here they tell me, that in Dr. Collettsville he says that he would have a master found for the school that hath good skill in Latin, and, if it could be, one that had some knowledge of the Greek, so little was Greek known here at that time. Dr. Wilkins and one Mr. Smallwood, posers. After great pleasure there, and specially to Mr. Crumlum, so often to tell of my being a benefactor to the school, I to my booksellers and there spent an hour looking over Theatrum Urbium and Flandria Illustrata, with excellent cuts, with great content. So homeward, and called at my little milliner's, where I chatted with her husband out of the way, and a mad merry slut she is. So home to the office, and by comes my wife home from the burial of Captain Grove's wife at Wapping, she telling me a story how her maid Jane going into the boat did fall down and show her arse in the boat. And alone comes my uncle White and Mr. Mays with the state of their case, which he told me very discreetly, and I believe is a very hard one, and so after drinking a bottle of ale or two they gone, and I a little more to the office, and so home to prayers and to bed. This evening I made an end of my letter to Creed about his pieces of 8, and send it away to him. I pray God give good end to it to bring me some money, and that duly as from him. 5th. Up, and down by water, a brave morning, to Woolwich, and there spent an hour or two to good purpose, and so walked to Greenwich and thence to Deptford, where I found, with Sir W. Batten upon a survey, Sir J. Minns, Sir W. Penn, and my Lady Batten come down and going to dinner. I dined with them, and so after dinner by water home, all the way going and coming reading, Faber Fortuny, which I can never read too often. At home a while with my wife, and so to my office, where till 8 o'clock, and then home to look over some Brampton papers, and my uncle's accounts as General Receiver of the county for 1647 of our monthly assessment, which, contrary to my expectation, I found in such good order and so thoroughly that I did not expect, nor could have thought, and that being done, having seen discharges for every farthing of money he received, I went to bed late with great quiet. 6th, up, and to the office, where we sat all the morning, and so at noon to the Change, where I met Mr. Coventry, the first time I ever saw him there, and after a little talk with him and other merchants, I up and down about several businesses, and so home, whither came one Father Fogarty, an Irish priest. Of my wife's and her mother's acquaintance in France, a sober, discreet person, but one that I would not have conversed with my wife for fear of meddling with her religion, but I liked the man well. Thence with my wife abroad, and left her at Tom's, while I abroad about several businesses and so back to her, myself being vexed to find at my first coming Tom abroad, and all his books, papers, and bills loose upon the open table in the parlour. And he abroad, which I ranted at him for when he came in. Then by coach home, calling at my cousin Scott's, who, she, lies dying, they say, upon a miscarriage. My wife could not be admitted to see her, nor anybody. At home to the office late writing letters, and then home to supper and to bed. Father Fogarty confirms to me the news that for certain there is peace between the Pope and King of France. 7th, Lord's Day. Up and to church, and thence home, my wife being ill. Kept her bed all day, and I up and dined by her bedside, and then all the afternoon till late at night writing some letters of business to my father stating of matters to him in general of great import. And other letters to ease my mind in the week days that I have not time to think of, and so up to my wife, and with great mirth read Sir W. Davenant's 2 speeches in dispraise of London and Paris, by way of reproach one to another, and so to prayers and to bed. 8th, up, and by coach called upon Mr. Phillips, and after a little talk with him away to my Lord Sandwich's, but he being gone abroad, I stayed a little and talked with Mr. Howe, and so to Westminster in term time, and there met Mr. Pierce, who told me largely how the king still do dote upon his women, even beyond all shame. And that the good queen will of herself stop before she goes sometimes into her dressing room, till she knows whether the king be there, for fear he should be, as she hath sometimes taken him, with Mrs. Stewart. And that some of the best parts of the Queen's jointure are, contrary to faith, and against the opinion of my Lord Treasurer and his council, bestowed or rented, I know not how, to my Lord Fitzhardinge and Mrs. Stewart, and others of that crew, that the King do dote infinitely upon the Duke of Monmouth, apparently as one that he intends to have succeed him. God knows what will be the end of it. After he was gone I went and talked with Mrs. Lane about persuading her to Hawley, and think she will come on, which I wish were done, and so to Mr. Howlett and his wife, and talked about the same, and they are mightily for it, and I bid them promote it, for I think it will be for both their goods and my content. But I was much pleased to look upon their pretty daughter, which is grown a pretty maid, and will make a fine modest woman. Thence to the Change by coach, and after some business done, home to dinner, and thence to Guildhall, thinking to have heard some pleading, but there were no courts, and so to Cades, the stationer. And there did look upon some pictures which he promised to give me the buying of, but I found he would have played the jack with me, but at last he did proffer me what I expected, and I have laid aside L10 or L12 worth, and will think of it. But I am loath to lay out so much money upon them. So home a little vexed in my mind to think how today I was forced to compliment W. Howe and admit myself to an equality with Mr. Moore, which is come to challenge in his discourse with me, but I will admit it no more, but let me stand or fall, I will show myself as strange to them as my Lord do himself to me. After at the office till 9 o'clock, I home in fear of some pain by taking cold, and so to supper and to bed. 9th, up and to the office, where sat all the morning. At noon by coach with Mr. Coventry to the Change, where busy with several people. Great talk of the Dutch proclaiming themselves in India, lords of the southern seas, and deny traffic there to all ships but their own, upon pain of confiscation, which makes our merchants mad. Great doubt of 2 ships of ours, the Greyhound, and another, very rich, coming from the Straits, for fear of the Turks. Matters are made up between the Pope and the King of France. So that now all the doubt is, what the French will do with their armies. Thence home, and there found Captain Grove in mourning for his wife, and Hawley, and they dined with me. After dinner, and Grove gone, Hawley and I talked of his mistress, Mrs. Lane, and I seriously advising him and inquiring his condition, and do believe that I shall bring them together. By and by comes Mr. Moore, with whom much good discourse of my Lord, and among other things told me that my Lord is mightily altered, that is, grown very high and stately, and do not admit of any to come into his chamber to him, as heretofore. And that I must not think much of his strangeness to me, for it was the same he do to every body, and that he would not have me be solicitous in the matter, but keep off and give him now and then a visit and no more. For he says he himself do not go to him now a days but when he sends for him, nor then do not stay for him if he be not there at the hour appointed, for, says he, I do find that I can stand upon my own legs and I will not by any over-submission make myself cheap to any body and contemptible, which was the doctrine of the world that I lacked most, and shall follow it. I discoursed with him about my money that my Lord hath, and the L1000 that I stand bound with him in, to my cousin Thomas Pepys, in both which I will get myself at liberty as soon as I can. For I do not like his being angry and in debt both together to me, and besides, I do not perceive he looks after paying his debts, but runs farther and farther in. He being gone, my wife and I did walk an hour or 2 above in our chamber, seriously talking of businesses. I told her my Lord owed me L700, and shewed her the bond, and how I intended to carry myself to my Lord. She and I did cast about how to get Captain Grove for my sister, in which we are mighty earnest at present, and I think it would be a good match, and will endeavour it. So to my office a while, then home to supper and to bed. 10th. Up, and by coach to my Lord Sandwich, to his new house, a fine house, but deadly dear, in Lincoln's Inn Fields, where I found and spoke a little to him. He is high and strange still, but did ask me how my wife did, and at parting remembered him to his cousin, which I thought was pretty well, being willing to flatter myself that in time he will be well again. Thence home straight and busy all the forenoon, and at noon with Mr. Bland to Mr. Povey's, But he being at dinner and full of company, we retreated and went into Fleet Street to a friend of his, and after a long stay, he telling me the long and most perplexed story of Coronel and Bushel's business of sugars. Wherein Park and Green and Mr. Bland and 40 more have been so concerned about the King of Portugal's duties, wherein every party has labored to cheat another, a most pleasant and profitable story to hear, and in the close made me understand Mr. May's business better than I did before. By and by dinner came, and after dinner and good discourse that and such as I was willing for improvement's sake to hear, I went away to Whitehall to a committee of Tangier, where I took occasion to demand of Creed whether he had received my letter, and he told me yes, and that he would answer it, which makes me much wonder what he means to do with me, but I will be even with him before I have done. Let him make as light of it as he will. Thence to the Temple, where my cousin Roger Pepys did show me a letter my father wrote to him last term to shew me, proposing such things about Sturtlow and a portion for Paul, and I know not what. That vexes me to see him plotting how to put me to trouble and charge, and not thinking to pay our debts and legacies, but I will write him a letter will persuade him to be wiser. So home, and finding my wife abroad, after her coming home from being with my Aunt White today to buy Lent provisions, gone with Will to my brother's, I followed them by coach, but found them not, for they were newly gone home from thence. Which troubled me. I to Sir Robert Bernard's chamber, and there did surrender my reversion in Brampton lands to the use of my will, which I was glad to have done, my will being now good in all parts. Thence homewards, calling a little at the coffee house, where a little merry discourse, and so home, where I found my wife, who says she went to her father's to be satisfied about her brother, who I found at my house with her. He is going this next tide with his wife into Holland to seek his fortune. He had taken his leave of us this morning. I did give my wife tens to give him, and a coat that I had by me, a close-bodied light-colored cloth coat, with a gold edging in each seam, that was the lace of my wife's best petticoat that she had when I married her. I stayed not there, but to my office, where Staines the glazier was with me till 2 at night making up his contract, and, poor man, I made him almost mad through a mistake of mine, but did afterwards reconcile all. For I would not have the man that labours to serve the king so cheap above others suffer too much. He gone I did a little business more, and so home to supper and to bed, being now pretty well again, the weather being warm. My pain do leave me without coming to any great excess, but my cold that I had got I suppose was not very great, it being only the leaving of my waistcoat unbuttoned one morning. 11th. Up, after much pleasant discourse with my wife, and to the office, where we sat all the morning, and did much business, and some much to my content by prevailing against Sir W. Batten for the king's profit. At noon home to dinner, my wife and I hand to fist to a very fine pig. This noon Mr. Falconer came and visited my wife, and brought her a present, a silver state cup and cover, value about L3 or L4, for the courtesy I did him the other day. He did not stay dinner with me. I am almost sorry for this present, because I would have reserved him for a place to go in summer a visiting at Woolwich with my wife. 12th, up, and ready, did find below Mr. Creed's boy with a letter from his master for me. So I fell to reading it, and it is by way of stating the case between S. Pepys and J. Creed most excellently writ, both showing his stoutness and yet willingness to peace, reproaching me yet flattering me again, and in a word in as good a manner as I think the world could have wrote. And indeed put me to a greater stand than ever I thought I could have been in this matter. All the morning thinking how to behave myself in the business, and at noon to the coffee house. Thence by his appointment met him upon the Change, and with him back to the coffee house, where with great seriousness and strangeness on both sides he said his part and I mine, he sometimes owning my favour and assistance. Yet endeavouring to lessen it, as that the success of his business was not wholly or very much to be imputed to that assistance, I to all edge the contrary. And plainly to tell him that from the beginning I never had it in my mind to do him all that kindness for nothing, but he gaining 5 or else 600, I did expect a share of it, at least a real and not a complimentary acknowledgment of it. In fine I said nothing all the while that I need fear he can do me more hurt with them than before I spoke them. The most I told him was after we were come to a peace, which he asked me whether he should answer the board's letter or no. I told him he might forbear it a while and no more. Then he asked how the letter could be signed by them without their much inquiry. I told him it was as I worded it and nothing at all else of any moment, whether my words be ever hereafter spoken of again or no. So that I have the same neither better nor worse force over him that I had before, if he should not do his part. And the peace between us was this, says he after all, well, says he, I know you will expect, since there must be some condescension, that it do become me to begin it, and therefore, says he, I do propose, just like the interstice between the death of the old and the coming in of the present king, all the time is swallowed up as if it had never been, so our breach of friendship may be as if it had never been. That I should lay aside all misapprehensions of him or his first letter, and that he would reckon himself obliged to show the same ingenuous acknowledgment of my love and service to him as at the beginning he ought to have done. Before by my first letter I did, as he well observed, put him out of a capacity of doing it, without seeming to do it servilely, and so it rests, and I shall expect how he will deal with me. After that I began to be free, and both of us to discourse of other things, and he went home with me and dined with me and my wife and very pleasant, having a good dinner and the opening of my lamprey, cutting a notch on one side, which proved very good. After dinner he and I to Deptford, walking all the way, where we met Sir W. Petty and I took him back, and I got him to go with me to his vessel and discourse it over to me, which he did very well, and then walked back together to the waterside at Redriff, with good discourse all the way. So Creed and I by boat to my house, and thence to coach with my wife and called at Alderman Backwell's and there changed Mr. Falconer's state cup, that he did give us the other day, for a fair tankard. The cup weighed with the fashion L5/16. And another little cup that Joyce Norton did give us 17s, both L6/13s, for which we had the tankard, which came to L6/10s, at 5s. 7d, per ounce, and 3s. In money, and with great content away thence to my brother's, Creed going away there, and my brother bringing me the old silk standard that I lodged there long ago, and then back again home, and thence. Hearing that my uncle White had been at my house, I went to him to the Mitre, and there with him and Mays, Norbury, and Mr. Rawlinson till late eating some pot venison, where the crown earthen pot pleased me mightily, and then homewards and met Mr. Barrow, so back with him to the Mitre and sat talking about his business of his discontent in the yard, wherein sometimes he was very foolish and pettish, till 12 at night, and so went away, and I home and up to my wife a bed. With my mind ill at ease whether I should think that I had by this made myself a bad end by missing the certainty of L100 which I proposed to myself so much. Or a good one by easing myself of the uncertain good effect but the certain trouble and reflection which must have fallen on me if we had proceeded to a public dispute, ended besides embarking myself against my lord. Who, which I had forgot, had given him his hand for the value of the pieces of 8 at his rates which were all false, which by the way I shall take heed to the giving of my lord notice of it hereafter whenever he goes out again. 13th, up, and after I had told my wife in the morning in bed the passages yesterday with Creed my head and heart was mightily lighter than they were before, and so up and to the office, and thence, after sitting, at 11 o'clock with Mr. Coventry to the African House, and there with Sir W. Ryder by agreement we looked over part of my Lord Peterborough's accounts, these being by Creed and Vernity. Anon down to dinner to a table which Mr. Coventry keeps here, out of his L300 per annum as one of the assistants to the Royal Company, a very pretty dinner, and good company, and excellent discourse. And so up again to our work for an hour till the company came to having a meeting of their own, and so we broke up and Creed and I took coach and to Reeves, the prospective glass maker, and there did indeed see very excellent microscopes, which did discover a louse or mite or sand most perfectly and largely. Being sated with that we went away, yet with a good will were it not for my obligation to have bought one, and walked to the New Exchange, and after a turn or two and talked I took coach and home, and so to my office. After I had been with my wife and saw her day's work in ripping the Silka standard, which we brought home last night, and it will serve to line a bed, or for 20 uses, to our great content. And there wrote fair my angry letter to my father upon that he wrote to my cousin Roger Pepys, which I hope will make him the more careful to trust to my advice for the time to come without so many needless complaints and jealousies, which are troublesome to me because without reason. 14th, Lord's Day. Up and to church alone, where a lazy sermon of Mr. Mills, upon a text to introduce catechizing in his parish, which I perceive he intends to begin. So home and very pleasant with my wife at dinner. All the afternoon at my office alone doing business, and then in the evening after a walk with my wife in the garden, she and I to my uncle White's to supper, where Mr. Norbury, but my uncle out of tune, and after supper he seemed displeased mightily at my aunt's desiring, to put off a copper kettle, which it seems with great study he had provided to boil meat in. And now she has put in the head that it is not wholesome, which vexed him, but we were very merry about it, and by home, and after prayers to bed. 15th, up, and carrying my wife to my lord's lodgings left her, and I to Whitehall, to the Duke, where he first put on a periwig today. But methought his hair cut short in order thereto did look very prettily of itself, before he put on his periwig. 536. Thence to his closet and there did our business, and thence Mr. Coventry and I down to his chamber and spent a little time, and so parted, and I took my wife homeward, I stopping at the coffee house, and thence a while to the Change, where great news of the arrival of 2 rich ships, the Greyhound and another, which they were mightily afeard of, and great insurance given, and so home to dinner, and after an hour with my wife at her globes, I to the office, where very busy till 11 at night, and so home to supper and to bed. This afternoon Sir Thomas Chamberlain came to the office to me, and showed me several letters from the East Indies, showing the height that the Dutch are come to there, showing scorn to all the English, even in our only factory there of Surat, beating several men, and hanging the English standardist George under the Dutch flag in scorn, saying, that whatever their masters do or say at home, they will do what they list, and will be masters of all the world there, and have so proclaimed themselves sovereign of all the South Seas. Which certainly our king cannot endure, if the Parliament will give him money. But I doubt and yet do hope they will not yet, till we are more ready for it. 16th, up and to the office, where very busy all the morning, and most with Mr. Wood, I vexing him about his masts. At noon to the Change a little and thence brought Mr. Barrow to dinner with me, where I had a haunch of venison roasted, given me yesterday, and so had a pretty dinner, full of discourse of his business, wherein the poor man is mightily troubled, and I pity him in it, but hope to get him some ease. He being gone I to the office, where very busy till night, that my uncle White and Mr. Mays came to me, and after discourse about May's business to supper very merry, but my mind upon my business, and so they being gone I to my viol a little, which I have not done some months, I think, before, and then a little to my office. At 11 at night, and so home and to bed. 17th, up, and with my wife, setting her down by her father's in Long Acre, in so ill-looked a place, among all the whore houses, that I was troubled at it, to see her go thither. Thence I to Whitehall and there walked up and down talking with Mr. Pierce, who tells me of the King's giving of my Lord Fitzharding 2 leases which belong indeed to the Queen, worth L20,000 to him, and how people do talk of it, and other things of that nature which I am sorry to hear. He and I walked round the park with great pleasure, and back again, and finding no time to speak with my Lord of Albemarle, I walked to the Change and there met my wife at our pretty dolls, and so took her home, and Creed also whom I met there. And sent her hose, while Creed and I stayed on the Change, and by home and dined, where I found an excellent mastiff, his name Towser, sent me by a chirurgeon. After dinner I took my wife again by coach, leaving Creed by the way going to Gresham College, of which he is now become one of the virtuosos, and to Whitehall, where I delivered a paper about Tangier to my Lord Duke of Albemarle in the council chamber, and so to Mrs. Hunt's to call my wife, and so by coach straight home, and at my office till 3 o'clock in the morning, having spent much time this evening in discourse with Mr. Cutler, who tells me how the Dutch deal with us abroad and do not value us anywhere, and how he and Sir W. Ryder have found reason to lay aside Captain Cock in their company, he having played some indiscreet and unfair tricks with them, and has lost himself everywhere by his imposing upon all the world with the conceit he has of his own wit. And so has, he tells me, Sir R. Ford also, both of whom are very witty men. He being gone, Sir W. Ryder came and stayed with me till about 12 at night, having found ourselves work till that time, about understanding the measuring of Mr. Wood's masts, which though I did so well before as to be thought to deal very hardly against Wood, yet I am ashamed I understand it no better, and do hope yet, whatever be thought of me, to save the king some more money. And out of an impatience to break up with my head full of confused, confounded notions, but nothing brought to a clear comprehension, I was resolved to sit up and did till now it is ready to strike 4 o'clock, all alone, cold. And my candle not enough left to light me to my own house, and so, with my business however brought to some good understanding, and set it down pretty clear, I went home to bed with my mind at good quiet. And the girls sitting up for me, the rest all a bed. I eat and drank a little, and to bed, weary, sleepy, cold, and my head aching. 18th. Called up to the office and much against my will I rose, my head aching mightily, and to the office, where I did argue to good purpose for the king, which I have been fitting myself for the last night against Mr. Wood about his masts, but brought it to no issue. Very full of business till noon, and then with Mr. Coventry to the African house, and there fell to my Lord Peterborough's accounts, and by to dinner, where excellent discourse, Sir G. Carteret and others of the African company with us, and then up to the accounts again, which were by done, and then I straight home, my head in great pain, and drowsy. So after doing a little business at the office I wrote to my father about sending him the mastiff was given me yesterday. I home and by daylight to bed about 6 o'clock and fell to sleep, wakened about 12 when my wife came to bed, and then to sleep again and so till morning, and then. 19th. Up in good order in my head again and shaved myself, and then to the office, whither Mr. Cutler came, and walked and talked with me a great while, and then to the change together. And it being early, did tell me several excellent examples of men raised upon the change by their great diligence and saving, as also his own fortune, and how credit grew upon him. That when he was not really worth L1100, he had credit for L100,000 of Sir W. Ryder how he rose, and others. By and by joined with us Sir John Banks, who told us several passages of the East India Company. And how in his very case, when there was due to him an Alderman Miko L64,000 from the Dutch for injury done to them in the East Indies, Oliver presently after the peace, they delaying to pay them the money, sent them word, that if they did not pay them by such a day, he would grant letters of marque to those merchants against them. By which they were so fearful of him, they did presently pay the money every farthing. By and by, the change filling, I did many businesses, and about 2 o'clock went off with my uncle White to his house, thence by appointment we took our wives, they by coach with Mr. Moss, and we on foot to Mr. Jaggard, a salter, in Thames Street, for whom I did a courtesy among the poor victuallers, his wife, whom long ago I had seen, being daughter to old Day, my uncle White's master, is a very plain woman, but pretty children they have. They live methought at first in but a plain way, but afterward I saw their dinner, all fish, brought in very neatly, but the company being but bad I had no great pleasure in it. After dinner I to the office, where we should have met upon business extraordinary, but business not coming we broke up, and I thither again and took my wife, and taking a coach, went to visit my lattice Jemima and Paulina Montague, and Mrs. Elizabeth Dickering, whom we find at their father's new house 537 in Lincoln's Inn Fields, but the house all in dirt. They received us well enough, but I did not endeavour to carry myself over familiarly with them. And so after a little stay, there coming in presently after us my Lady Abergavenny and other ladies, we back again by coach, and visited, my wife did, my cousin Scott, who is very ill still, and thence to Jaggard's again, where a very good supper and great store of plate. And above all after supper Mrs. Jaggard did at my entreaty play on the viol, but so well as I did not think any woman in England could and but few maisters, I must confess it did mightily surprise me, though I knew heretofore that she could play, but little thought so well. After her I set Mays to singing, but he did it so like a coxcomb that I was sick of him. About 11 at night I carried my aunt home by coach, and then home myself, having set my wife down at home by the way. My aunt tells me they are counted very rich people, worth at least 10 or L12,000, and their country house all the year long and all things livable. Which mightily surprises me to think for how poor a man I took him when I did him the courtesy at our office. So after prayers to bed, pleased at nothing all the day but Mrs. Jaggard playing on the viol, and that was enough to make me bear with all the rest that did not content me. 20th. Up and to the office, where we sat all the morning, and at noon to the change with Mr. Coventry and thence home to dinner, after dinner by a gaily down to Woolwich, where with Mr. Falconer, and then at the other yard doing some business to my content, and so walked to Greenwich, it being a very fine evening and brought right home with me by water, and so to my office, where late doing business. And then home to supper and to bed. 21st, Lord's Day. Up, and having many businesses at the office today I spent all the morning there drawing up a letter to Mr. Coventry about preserving of masts, being collections of my own, and at noon home to dinner, whither my brother Tom comes, and after dinner I took him up and read my letter lately of discontent to my father, and he is seemingly pleased at it. And cries out of my sister's ill nature and lazy life there. He being gone I to my office again, and there made an end of my morning's work, and then, after reading my vows of course, home and back again with Mr. Mays and walked with him talking of his business in the garden, and he being gone my wife and I walked a turn or two also, and then my uncle White fetching of us, she and I to his house to supper, and by the way calling on Sir G. Carteret to desire his consent to my bringing Mays to him, which he agreed to. So I to my uncle's, but stayed a great while vexed both of us for Mays not coming in, and soon he came, and I with him from supper to Sir G. Carteret, and there did largely discourse of the business, and I believe he may expect as much favour as he can do him, though I fear that will not be much. So back, and after sitting there a good while, we home, and going my wife told me how my uncle when he had her alone did tell her that he did love her as well as ever he did. Though he did not find it convenient to show it publicly for reasons on both sides, seeming to mean as well to prevent my jealousy as his wife's, but I am apt to think that he do mean us well. And to give us something if he should die without children. So home to prayers and to bed. My wife called up the people to washing by 4 o'clock in the morning, and our little girl Susan is a most admirable slut and pleases us mightily, doing more service than both the others and deserves wages better. 22nd, up and shaved myself, and then my wife and I by coach out, and I set her down by her father's, being vexed in my mind and angry with her for the ill-favoured place, among or near the whore houses, that she is forced to come to him. So left her there, and I to Sir T.H. Warwick's but did not speak with him. Thence to take a turn in St. James's Park, and meeting with Anth. Joyce walked with him a turn in the Pall Mall and so parted, he St. James's Ward and I out to Whitehall Ward, and so to a picture seller's by the Half Moon in the street over against the Exchange, and there looked over the maps of several cities and did buy 2 books of cities stitched together cost me 9s. 6d. And when I came home thought of my vow, and paid 5s. Into my poor box for it, hoping in God that I shall forfeit no more in that kind. Thence, meeting Mr. Moore, and to the Exchange and there found my wife at Pretty Doll's, and thence by coach set her at my uncle White's, to go with my aunt to market once more against Lent, and I to the coffee house, and thence to the Change. My chief business being to inquire about the manner of other countries keeping of their masts wet or dry, and got good advice about it, and so home, and alone ate a bad, cold dinner, my people being at their washing all day. And so to the office and all the afternoon upon my letter to Mr. Coventry about keeping of masts, and ended it very well at night and wrote it fair over. This evening came Mr. Alsop the King's brewer, with whom I spent an hour talking and bewailing the posture of things at present. The King led away by 6 men, that none of his serious servants and friends can come at him. These are Lauderdale, Buckingham, Hamilton, Fitzharding, to whom he hath, it seems, given L2000 per annum in the best part of the king's estate. And that the old Duke of Buckingham could never get of the king. Progress is another, and Sir H. Bennet. He loves not the Queen at all, but is rather sullen to her, and she, by all reports, incapable of children. He is so fond of the Duke of Monmouth, that every body admires it. And he says the Duke hath said, that he would be the death of any man that says the king was not married to his mother, though Alsop says, it is well known that she was a common whore before the king lay with her. But it seems, he says, that the king is mighty kind to these his bastard children. And at this day will go at midnight to my Lady Castlemaine's nurses, and take the child and dance it in his arms, that he is not likely to have his tables up again in his house. 538 For the crew that are about him will not have him come to common view again, but keep him obscurely among themselves. He hath this night, it seems, ordered that the hall, which there is a ball to be in tonight before the king, be guarded, as the Queen Mother's is, by his horse guards. Whereas heretofore they were by the Lord Chamberlain or Steward, and their people. But it is feared they will reduce all to the soldiery, and all other places taken away. And what is worst of all, that he will alter the present militia, and bring all to a flying army. That my Lord Lauderdale, being Middleton's enemy, and one that scorns the Chancellor even to open affronts before the king, hath got the whole power of Scotland into his hand. Whereas the other day he was in a fair way to have had his whole estate, and honour, and life, voted away from him. That the king hath done himself all imaginable wrong in the business of my Lord Antrim, in Ireland. Who, though he was the head of rebels, yet he by his letter owns to have acted by his fathers and mothers, and his commissions. But it seems the truth is, he hath obliged himself, upon the clearing of his estate, to settle it upon a daughter of the Queen Mother's, by my Lord Jermyn, I suppose, in marriage, be it to whom the Queen pleases, which is a sad story. It seems a daughter of the Duke of Lennox's was, by force, going to be married the other day at Somerset House, to Harry Jermyn, but she got away and run to the king, and he says he will protect her. She is, it seems, very near akin to the king, such mad doings there are every day among them. The rape upon a woman at Turnstile the other day, her husband being bound in his shirt, they both being in bed together, it being night, by two Frenchmen, who did not only lie with her but abused her with a link, is hushed up for L300. Being the Queen Mother's servants. There was a French book in verse, the other day, translated and presented to the Duke of Monmouth in such a high style, that the Duke of York, he tells me, was mightily offended at it. The Duke of Monmouth's mother's brother hath a place at court. And being a Welshman, I think he told me, will talk very broad of the king's being married to his sister. The king did the other day, at the council, commit my Lord Digby's chaplain, and steward, and another servant, who went upon the process begun there against their lord, to swear that they saw him at church, and received the sacrament as a Protestant. Which, the judges said, was sufficient to prove him such in the eye of the law. The king, I say, did commit them all to the gatehouse, notwithstanding their pleading their dependence upon him, and the faith they owed him as their lord, whose bread they eat. And that the king should say, that he would soon see whether he was king, or Digby. That the Queen Mother hath outrun herself in her expenses, and is now come to pay very ill, or run in debt, the money being spent that she received for leases. He believes there is not any money laid up in bank, as I told him some did hope, but he says, from the best informers he can assure me there is no such thing, nor any body that should look after such a thing. And that there is not now above L80,000 of the Dunkirk money left in stock. That Oliver in the year when he spent L1,400,000 in the navy, did spend in the whole expense of the kingdom L2,600,000. That all the court are mad for a Dutch war. But both he and I did concur, that it was a thing rather to be dreaded than hoped for, unless by the French king's falling upon Flanders, they and the Dutch should be divided. That our ambassador had, it is true, an audience. But in the most dishonourable way that could be, for the princes of the blood, though invited by our ambassador, which was the greatest absurdity that ever ambassador committed these 400 years, were not there. And so were not said to give place to our king's ambassador. And that our king did openly say, the other day in the privy chamber, that he would not be hectored out of his right and preeminencies by the king of France, as great as he was. That the Pope is glad to yield to a peace with the French, as the newsbook says, upon the basest terms that ever was. That the talka which these people about our king, that I named before, have, is to tell him how neither privilege of Parliament nor city is any thing. But his will is all, and ought to be so, and their discourse, it seems, when they are alone, is so base and sordid, that it makes the ears of the very gentlemen of the back stairs, I think he called them, to tingle to hear it spoke in the king's hearing. And that must be very bad indeed. That my Lord Digby did send to Lisbon a couple of priests, to search out what they could against the Chancellor concerning the match, as to the point of his knowing beforehand that the Queen was not capable of bearing children. And that something was given her to make her so. But as private as they were, when they came thither they were clapped up prisoners. That my Lord Digby endeavours what he can to bring the business into the House of Commons, hoping there to master the Chancellor, there being many enemies of his there, but I hope the contrary. That whereas the late King did mortgage Clarendon to somebody for L20,000, and this to have given it to the Duke of Albemarle, and he sold it to my Lord Chancellor, whose title of earldom is fetched from thence. The King hath this day sent his order to the Privy Seal for the payment of this L20,000 to my Lord Chancellor, to clear the mortgage. Ireland in a very distracted condition about the hard usage which the Protestants meet with, and the too good which the Catholics. And from all together, God knows my heart, I expect nothing but ruin can follow, unless things are better ordered in a little time. He being gone my wife came and told me how kind my uncle White had been to her today, and that though she says that all his kindness comes from respect to her she discovers nothing but great civility from him. Yet but what she says he otherwise will tell me, but today he told her plainly that had she a child it should be his heir, and that should I or she want he would be a good friend to us. And did give my wife instructions to consent to all his wife says at any time, she being a pettish woman, which argues a design I think he has of keeping us in with his wife in order to our good sure. And he declaring her jealous of him that so he dares not come to see my wife as otherwise he would do and will endeavour to do. It looks strange putting all together, but yet I am in hopes he means well. My aunt also is mighty open to my wife and tells her mighty plain how her husband did intend to double her portion to her at his death as a jointure. That he will give presently L100 to her niece Mary and a good legacy at his death, and it seems did as much to the other sister, which vexed me, to think that he should bestow so much upon his wife's friends daily as he do. But it cannot be helped for the time past, and I will endeavour to remedy it for the time to come. After all this discourse with my wife at my office alone, she home to see how the wash goes on and I to make an end of my work, and so home to supper and to bed. 23rd. Up, it being Shrove Tuesday, and at the office sat all the morning, at noon to the Change and there met with Sir W. Ryder, and of a sudden knowing what I had at home, brought him and Mr. Cutler and Mr. Cook, clerk to Mr. Secretary Morris, a sober and pleasant man, and one that I knew heretofore, when he was my Lord's secretary at Dunkirk. I made much of them and had a pretty dinner for a sudden. We talked very pleasantly, and they many good discourses of their travels abroad. After dinner they gone, I to my office, where doing many businesses very late, but to my good content to see how I grow in estimation every day more and more, and have things given more oftener than I used to have formerly. As to have a case of very pretty knives with agate shafts by Mrs. Russell. So home and to bed. This day, by the blessing of God, I have lived 31 years in the world. And, by the grace of God, I find myself not only in good health in every thing, and particularly as to the stone, but only pain upon taking cold, and also in a fair way of coming to a better esteem and estate in the world, than ever I expected. But I pray God give me a heart to fear a fall, and to prepare for it. 24th, Ash Wednesday. Up and by water, it being a very fine morning, to Whitehall, and there to speak with Sir P.H. Warwick, but he was gone out to chapel, so I spent much of the morning walking in the park, and going to the Queen's Chapel, where I stayed and saw their mass, till a man came and bid me go out or kneel down, so I did go out. And thence to Somerset House, and there into the chapel, where Monsieur d'Espagne used to preach. But now it is made very fine, and was 10 times more crowded than the Queen's Chapel at St. James's, which I wonder at. Thence down to the garden of Somerset House, and up and down the new building, which in every respect will be mighty magnificent and costly. I stayed a great while talking with a man in the garden that was sawing of a piece of marble, and did give him 6d. to drink. He told me much of the nature and labor of the work, how he could not saw above 4 inches of the stone in a day, and of a greater not above 1 or 2, and after it is sawed. Then it is rubbed with coarse and then with finer and finer sand till they come to putty, and so polish it as smooth as glass. Their saws have no teeth, but it is the sand only which the saw rubs up and down that do the thing. Thence by water to the coffee house, and there sat with Alderman Barker talking of hemp and the trade, and thence to the changed a little, and so home and dined with my wife, and then to the office till the evening. And then walked a while merrily with my wife in the garden, and so she gone, I to work again till late, and so home to supper and to bed. 25th, up and to the office, where we sat, and thence with Mr. Coventry by coach to the Glasshouse and there dined, and both before and after did my Lord Peterborough's accounts. Thence home to the office, and there did business till called by Creed, and with him by coach, setting my wife at my brother's, to my lord's, and saw the young ladies, and talked a little with them, and thence to Whitehall. A while talking but doing no business, but resolved of going to meet my lord tomorrow, having got a horse of Mr. Coventry today. So home, taking up my wife, and after doing something at my office home, God forgive me, disturbed in my mind out of my jealousy of my wife tomorrow when I am out of town, which is a hell to my mind, and yet without all reason. God forgive me for it, and mend me. So home, and getting my things ready for me, weary to bed. 26th, up, and after dressing myself handsomely for riding, I out, and by water to Westminster, to Mr. Creed's chamber, and after drinking some chocolate, and playing on the viol, Mr. Mallard being there, upon Creed's new viol, which proves, methinks, much worse than mine, and, looking upon his new contrivance of a desk and shelves for books, we set out from an inn hard by, whither Mr. Coventry's horse was carried, and round about the bush through bad ways to Highgate. Good discourse in the way had between us, and it being all day a most admirable pleasant day, we, upon consultation, had stopped at the Cock, a mile on this side Barnet. Being unwilling to put ourselves to the charge or doubtful acceptance of any provision against my lord's coming by, and there got something and dined, setting a boy to look towards Barnet Hill, against their coming. And after 2 or 3 false alarms, they come, and we met the coach very gracefully, and I had a kind receipt from both lord and lady as I could wish, and some kind discourse, and then rode by the coach a good way. And so fell to discoursing with several of the people, there being a dozen attending the coach, and another for the maids and parson. Among others talking with W. How, he told me how my lord in his hearing the other day did largely tell my Lord Peterborough and Povey, who went with them down to Hinchinbrook, how and when he discarded Creed, and took me to him. And that since the Duke of York has several times thanked him for me, which did not a little please me, and anon I desiring Mr. How to tell me upon what occasion this discourse happened, he desired me to say nothing of it now, for he would not have my lord to take notice of our being together, but he would tell me another time. Which put me into some trouble to think what he meant by it. But when we came to my lord's house, I went in, and whether it was my lord's neglect, or general indifference, I know not, but he made me no kind of compliment there, and, methinks, the young ladies look somewhat highly upon me. So I went away without bidding adieu to anybody, being desirous not to be thought too servile. But I do hope and believe that my lord do yet value me as high as ever, though he dare not admit me to the freedom he once did, and that my lady is still the same woman. So rode home and there found my uncle White. 'Tis an odd thing as my wife tells me his caressing her and coming on purpose to give her visits, but I do not trouble myself for him at all, but hope the best and very good effects of it. He being gone I eat something and my wife. I told all this day's passages, and she to give me very good and rational advice how to behave myself to my lord and his family, by slighting everybody but my lord and lady, and not to seem to have the least society or fellowship with them. Which I am resolved to do, knowing that it is my high carriage that must do me good there, and to appear in good clothes and garby. To the office, and being weary, early home to bed. 27th, up, but weary, and to the office, where we sat all the morning. Before I went to the office there came Bagwell's wife to me to speak for her husband. I liked the woman very well and stroked her under the chin, but could not find in my heart to offer anything uncivil to her, she being, I believe, a very modest woman. At noon with Mr. Coventry to the African House, and to my Lord Peterborough's business again, and then to dinner, where, before dinner, we had the best oysters I have seen this year, and I think as good in all respects as ever I eat in my life. I eat a great many. Great, good company at dinner, among others Sir Martin Noel, who told us the dispute between him, as farmer of the additional duty, and the East India Company, whether calicoes be linen or no. Which he says it is, having been ever esteemed so, they say it is made of cotton wool, and grows upon trees, not like flax or hemp. But it was carried against the company, though they stand out against the verdict. Thence home and to the office, where late, and so home to supper and to bed, and had a very pleasing and condescending answer from my poor father today in answer to my angry discontentful letter to him the other day, which pleases me mightily. 28th, Lord's Day. Up and walked to Paul's. And by chance it was an extraordinary day for the readers of the Inns of Court and all the students to come to church, it being an old ceremony not used these 25 years, upon the first Sunday in Lent. Abundance there was of students, more than there was room to seat but upon forms, and the church mighty full. One Hawkins preached, an Oxford man. A good sermon upon these words, but the wisdom from above is first pure, then peaceable. Both before and after sermon I was most impatiently troubled at the choir, the worst that ever I heard. But what was extraordinary, the Bishop of London, who sat there in a pew, made a purpose for him by the pulpit, do give the last blessing to the congregation, which was, he being a comely old man, a very decent thing, methought. The Lieutenant of the Tower, Sir J. Robinson, would needs have me by coach home with him, and sending word home to my house I did go and dine with him, his ordinary table being very good, and his lady a very high-carriaged but comely big woman. I was mightily pleased with her. His officers of his regiment dined with him. No discourse at table to any purpose, only after dinner my lady would needs see a boy which was represented to her to be an innocent country boy brought up to town a day or two ago, and left here to the wide world. And he losing his way fell into the Tower, which my lady believes, and takes pity on him, and will keep him. But though a little boy and but young, yet he tells his tale so readily and answers all questions so wittily, that for certain he is an arch rogue, and bred in this town. But my lady will not believe it, but ordered victuals to be given him, and I think will keep him as a footboy for their eldest son. After dinner to chapel in the Tower with the lieutenant, with the keys carried before us, and the warders and gentleman porter going before us. And I sat with the lieutenant in his pew, in great state, but slept all the sermon. None, it seems, of the prisoners in the Tower that are there now, though they may, will come to prayers there. Church being done, I back to Sir John's house and there left him and home, and by to Sir W. Penn, and stayed a while talking with him about Sir J. Min's his folly in his office, of which I am sick and weary to speak of it, and how the king is abused in it, though Penn, I know, offers the discourse only like a rogue to get it out of me, but I am very free to tell my mind to him. In that case being not unwilling he should tell him again if he will or anybody else. Thence home, and walked in the garden by brave moonshine with my wife above 2 hours, till past 8 o'clock, then to supper, and after prayers to bed. 29th, up and by coach with Sir W. Penn to Charing Cross, and there I light, and to Sir Philip Warwick to visit him and discourse with him about navy business, which I did at large and he most largely with me, not only about the navy but about the general revenue of England. Above 2 hours, I think, many staying all the while without, but he seemed to take pains to let me either understand the affairs of the revenue or else to be a witness of his pains and care in stating it. He showed me indeed many excellent collections of the state of the revenue in former kings and the late times, and the present. He showed me how the very assessments between 1643 and 1659, which were taxes, besides excise, customs, sequestrations, decimations, king and queens and church lands, or anything else but just the assessments, come to above 15 millions. He showed me a discourse of his concerning the revenues of this and foreign states. How that of Spain was great, but divided with his kingdoms, and so came to little. How that of France did, and do much exceed ours before for quantity. And that it is at the will of the prince to tax what he will upon his people, which is not here. That the Hollanders have the best manner of tax, which is only upon the expense of provisions, by an excise. And do conclude that no other tax is proper for England but a pound rate, or excise upon the expense of provisions. He showed me every particular sort of payment away of money, since the king's coming in, to this day. And told me, from 1 to 1, how little he hath received of profit from most of them, and I believe him truly. That the L1 200,000 which the Parliament with so much ado did first vote to give the king, and since hath been re-examined by several committees of the present Parliament, is yet above L 300,000 short of making up really to the king the L1 200,000. As by particulars he showed me. 539. And in my Lord Treasurer's excellent letter to the king upon this subject, he tells the king how it was the spending more than the revenue that did give the first occasion of his father's ruin, and did since to the rebels. Who, he says, just like Henry VIII, had great and sudden increase of wealth, but yet, by overspending, both died poor. And further tells the king how much of this L1 200,000 depends upon the life of the prince, and so must be renewed by Parliament again to his successor, which is seldom done without parting with some of the prerogatives of the crown. Or if denied and he persists to take it of the people, it gives occasion to a civil war, which may, as it did in the late business of tonnage and poundage, prove fatal to the crown. He showed me how many ways the Lord Treasurer did take before he moved the king to farm the customs in the manner he do, and the reasons that moved him to do it. He showed thee a very excellent argument to prove, that our importing less than we export, do not impoverish the kingdom, according to the received opinion, which, though it be a paradox, and that I do not remember the argument, yet methought there was a great deal in what he said. And upon the whole I find him a most exact and methodical man, and of great industry, and very glad that he thought fit to show me all this. Though I cannot easily guess the reason why he should do it to me, unless from the plainness that he sees I use to him in telling him how much the king may suffer for our want of understanding the case of our treasury. Thence to Whitehall, where my Lord Sandwich was, and gave me a good countenance, I thought, and before the Duke did our usual business, and so I about several businesses in the house, and then out to the Mews with Sir W. Penn. But in my way first did meet with W. Howe, who did of himself advise me to appear more free with my lord and to come to him, for my own strangeness he tells me he thinks do make my lord the worse. At the Mews Sir W. Penn and Mr. Baxter did shew me several good horses, but Penn, which Sir W. Penn did give the Duke of York, was given away by the Duke the other day to a Frenchman, which Baxter is cruelly vexed at, saying that he was the best horse that he expects a great while to have to do with. Thence I to the Change, and thence to a coffee house with Sir W. Warren, and did talk much about his and Wood's business, and thence homewards, and in my way did stay to look upon a fire in an innyard in Lombard Street. But, Lord! How the mercers and merchants who had warehouses there did carry away their cloths and silks. But at last it was quenched, and I home to dinner, and after dinner carried my wife and set her and her 2 maids in Fleet Street to buy things, and I to Whitehall to little purpose, and so to Westminster Hall, and there talked with Mrs. Lane and Howlett, but the match with Hawley I perceive will not take, and so I am resolved wholly to avoid occasion of further ill with her. Thence by water to Salisbury Court, and found my wife, by agreement, at Mrs. Turner's, and after a little stay and chat set her and young Armiger down in Cheapside, and so my wife and I home. Got home before our maids, who by and by came with a great cry and fright that they had like to have been killed by a coach. But, Lord! To see how Jane did tell the story like a full and a dissembling fanatique, like her grandmother, but so like a changeling, would make a man laugh to death almost, and yet be vexed to hear her. By and by to the office to make up my monthly accounts, which I make up tonight, and to my great content find myself worth 890 and odd pounds, the greatest sum I ever yet knew, and so with a heart at great case to bed. March 1664. March 1st, up and to the office, where we sat all the morning, and at noon to the Change, and after much business and meeting my uncle White, who told me how Mr. Mays had like to have been trophand yesterday, but was forced to run for it, so with Creed and Mr. Hunt home to dinner, and after a good and pleasant dinner, Mr. Hunt parted, and I took Mr. Creed and my wife and down to Deptford, it being most pleasant weather, and there till night discoursing with the officers there about several things, and so walked home by moonshine, it being mighty pleasant, and so home, and I to my office. Where laid about getting myself a thorough understanding in the business of masts, and so home to bed, my left eye being mightily troubled with rheum. 2nd. Up, my eye mightily out of order with the rheum that is fallen down into it, however, I by coach endeavoured to have waited on my Lord Sandwich, but meeting him in Chancery Lane going towards the city I stopped and so fairly walked home again. Calling at St. Paul's churchyard, and there looked upon a pretty burlesque poem, called Scaronides, or Virgil Travesty, extraordinary good. At home to the office till dinner, and after dinner my wife cut my hair short, which is grown pretty long again, and then to the office, and there till 9 at night doing business. This afternoon we had a good present of tongues and bacon from Mr. Shales, of Portsmouth. So at night home to supper, and, being troubled with my eye, to bed. This morning Mr. Bergby, one of the writing clerks belonging to the council, was with me about business, a knowing man. He complains how most of the lords of the council do look after themselves and their own ends, and none the public, unless Sir Edward Nicholas. Sir G. Carteret is diligent, but all for his own ends and profit. My Lord Privy Scale, a destroyer of everybody's business, and do no good at all to the public. The Archbishop of Canterbury speaks very little, nor do much, being now come to the highest pitch that he can expect. He tells me, he believes that things will go very high against the Chancellor by Digby, and that bad things will be proved. Talks much of his neglecting the King, and making the King to trot every day to him, when he is well enough to go to visit his cousin Chief Justice Hyde, but not to the Council or King. He commends my Lord of Ormond mightily in Ireland, but cries out cruelly of Sir G. Lane for his corruption, and that he hath done my Lord great dishonour by selling of places here, which are now all taken away, and the poor wretches ready to starve. That nobody almost understands or judges of business better than the King, if he would not be guilty of his father's fault to be doubtful of himself, and easily be removed from his own opinion. That my Lord Lauderdale is never from the King's care nor counsel, and that he is a most cunning fellow. Upon the whole, that he finds things go very bad everywhere, and even in the council nobody minds the public. 3rd. Up pretty early and so to the office, where we sat all the morning making a very great contract with Sir W. Warren for provisions for the year coming, and so home to dinner, and there was W. How come to dine with me, and before dinner he and I walked in the garden, and we did discourse together, he assuring me of what he told me the other day of my Lord speaking so highly in my commendation to my Lord Peterborough and Povey. Which speaks my Lord having yet a good opinion of me, and also how well my Lord and Lady both are pleased with their children's being at my father's, and when the bigger ladies were there a little while ago, at which I am very glad. After dinner he went away, I having discoursed with him about his own proceedings in his studies, and I observe him to be very considerate and to mind his book in order to preferring himself by my Lord's favour to something. And I hope to the outing of Creed in his secretaryship. For he tells me that he is confident my Lord do not love him nor will trust him in any secret matter, he is so cunning and crafty in all he do. So my wife and I out of doors thinking to have gone to have seen a play, but when we came to take coach, they tell us there are none this week, being the first of Lent. But, Lord! To see how impatient I found myself within to see a play, I being at liberty once a month to see one, and I think it is the best method I could have taken. But to my office, did very much business with several people till night, and so home, being unwilling to stay late because of my eye which is not yet well of the room that is fallen down into it, but to supper and to bed. 4th. Up, my eye being pretty well, and then by coach to my Lord Sandwich, with whom I spoke, walking a good while with him in his garden, which in the house is very fine, talking of my Lord Peterborough's accounts. Wherein he is concerned both for the foolery as also inconvenience which may happen upon my Lord Peterborough's ill stating of his matters, so as to have his gain discovered unnecessarily. We did talk long and freely that I hope the worst is past and all will be well. There were several people by trying a new fashion gun 540 brought my Lord this morning, to shoot off often, one after another, without trouble or danger, very pretty. Thence to the Temple, and they're taking White's boat down to Woolwich, taking Mr. Shish at Deptford in my way, with whom I had some good discourse of the Navy business. At Woolwich discoursed with him and Mr. Pett about iron work and other businesses, and then walked home, and at Greenwich did observe the foundation laying of a very great house for the King, which will cost a great deal of money. 541. So home to dinner, and my uncle White coming in he along with my wife and I by coach, and setting him down by the way going to Mr. May's we two to my Lord Sandwich's to visit my lady, with whom I left my wife discoursing, and I to Whitehall, and there being met by the Duke of York. He called me to him and discoursed a pretty while with me about the new ship's dispatch building at Woolwich, and talking of the charge did say that he finds always the best the most cheap, instancing in French guns, which in France you may buy for 4 pistoles, as good to look to as others of 16, but not the service. I never had so much discourse with the Duke before, until now did ever fear to meet him. He found me and Mr. Prynne together talking of the chest money, which we are to blame and not to look after. Thence to my Lord's, and took up my wife, whom my lady hath received with her old good nature and kindness, and so homewards, and she home, lighting by the way. And upon the change met my uncle White and told him my discourse this afternoon with Sir G. Carteret in May's business, but much to his discomfort, and after a dish of coffee home, and at my office a good while with Sir W. Warren talking with great pleasure of many businesses, and then home to supper, my wife and I had a good fowl to supper, and then I to the office again and so home. My mind in great ease to think of our coming to so good a respect with my Lord again, and my lady, and that my lady do so much cry up my father's usage of her children, and the goodness of the air there. Found in the young ladies' faces at their return thence, as she says, as also my being put into the commission of the fishery 542 for which I must give my Lord thanks, and so home to bed. Having a great cold in my head and throat tonight from my late cutting my hair so close to my head, but I hope it will be soon gone again. 5th, up and to the office, where, though I had a great cold, I was forced to speak much upon a public meeting of the East India Company, at our office, where our own company was full, and there was also my Lord George Berkeley, in behalf of the Company of Merchants. I suppose he is on that company, who, hearing my name, took notice of me, and condoled my cousin Edward Pepys's death, not knowing whose son I was, nor did demand it of me. We broke up without coming to any conclusion, for want of my Lord Marlborough. We broke up and I to the Change, where with several people and my uncle White to drink a dish of coffee, and so home to dinner, and then to the office all the afternoon, my eye and my throat being very bad, and my cold increasing so as I could not speak almost at all at night. So at night home to supper, that is apposite, and to bed. 6th, Lord's Day. Up, and my cold continuing in great extremity I could not go out to church, but sat all day, a little time at dinner excepted, in my closet at the office till night drawing up a second letter to Mr. Coventry about the measure of masts to my great satisfaction, and so in the evening home, and my uncle and Aunt White came to us and supped with us, were pretty merry, but that my cold put me out of humour. At night with my cold, and my eye also sore still, to bed. 7th, up betimes, and the Duke being gone abroad today, as we heard by a messenger, I spent the morning at my office writing fair my yesterday's work till almost 2 o'clock, only Sir G. Carteret coming I went down a little way by water towards Deptford, but having more mind to have my business done I pretended business at the Change, and so went into another boat and then, eating a bit. My wife and I by coach to the Duke's house, where we saw the unfortunate lovers. But I know not whether I am grown more curious than I was or no, but I was not much pleased with it, though I know not where to lay the fault, unless it was that the house was very empty, by reason of a new play at the other house. Yet here was my Lady Castlemaine in a box, and it was pleasant to hear an ordinary lady hard by us, that it seems did not know her before, say, being told who she was, that she was well enough. Thence home, and I ended and sent away my letter to Mr. Coventry, having first read it and had the opinion of Sir W. Warren in the case, and so home to supper and to bed, my cold being pretty well gone, but my eye remaining still snare and rheumy, which I wonder at, my right eye ailing nothing. 8th. Up with some little discontent with my wife upon her saying that she had got and used some puppy dog water, being put upon it by a desire of my Aunt White to get some for her, who hath a mind, unknown to her husband, to get some for her ugly face. I to the office, where we sat all the morning, doing not much business through the multitude of counsellors, one hindering another. It was Mr. Coventry's own saying to me in his coach going to the Change, but I wonder that he did give me no thanks for my letter last night, but I believe he did only forget it. Thence home, whither Llewellyn came and dined with me, but we made no long stay at dinner. For Heraclius being acted, which my wife and I have a mighty mind to see, we do resolve, though not exactly agreeing with the letter of my vow, yet altogether with the sense, to see another this month, by going hither instead of that at court. There having been none conveniently since I made my vow for us to see there, nor like to be this Lent, and besides we did walk home on purpose to make this going as cheap as that would have been, to have seen one at court. And my conscience knows that it is only the saving of money and the time also that I intend by my oaths, and this has cost no more of either, so that my conscience before God do after good consultation and resolution of paying my forfeit. Did my conscience accuse me of breaking my vow, I do not find myself in the least apprehensive that I have done any violence to my oaths. The play hath one very good passage well managed in it, about 2 persons pretending, and yet denying themselves, to be son to the tyrant Phocas, and yet heir of Mauritius to the crown. The garments like Romans very well. The little girl is come to act very prettily, and spoke the epilogue most admirably. But at the beginning, at the drawing up of the curtain, there was the finest scene of the emperor and his people about him, standing in their fixed and different pastures in their Roman habits, above all that ever I yet saw at any of the theatres. Walked home, calling to see my brother Tom, who is in bed, and I doubt very ill of a consumption. To the office a while, and so home to supper and to bed. 9th. Up pretty betimes to my office, where all day long, but a little at home at dinner, at my office finishing all things about Mr. Wood's contract for masts, wherein I am sure I shall save the King L400 before I have done. At night home to supper and to bed. 10th. Up and to the office, where all the morning doing business, and at noon to the Change and they're very busy, and so home to dinner with my wife, to a good hog's harslet, 5.43 a piece of meat I love, but have not eat of I think these 7 years. And after dinner abroad by coach set her at Mrs. Hunt's and I to Whitehall, and at the Privy Seal I inquired, and found the bill come for the corporation of the Royal Fishery. Whereof the Duke of York is made present governor, and several other very great persons, to the number of 32, made his assistants for their lives, whereof, by my Lord Sandwich's favour, I am one. And take it not only as a matter of honour, but that may come to be of profit to me, and so with great content went and called my wife, and so home and to the office, where busy late, and so home to supper and to bed. 11th. Up and by coach to my Lord Sandwich's, who not being up I stayed talking with Mr. Moore till my Lord was ready and come down, and went directly out without calling for me or seeing any body. I know not whether he knew I was there, but I am apt to think not, because if he would have given me that slighting yet he would not have done it to others that were there. So I went back again doing nothing but discoursing with Mr. Moore, who I find by discourse to be grown rich, and indeed not to use me at all with the respect he used to do, but as his equal. He made me known to their chaplain, who is a worthy, able man. Thence home, and by to the coffee-house, and thence to the Change, and so home to dinner, and after a little chat with my wife to the office, where all the afternoon till very late at the office busy, and so home to supper and to bed. Hoping in God that my diligence, as it is really very useful for the king, so it will end in profit to myself. In the meantime I have good content in mind to see myself improve every day in knowledge and being known. 12th, lay long pleasantly entertaining myself with my wife, and then up and to the office, where busy till noon, vexed to see how Sir J. Minns deserves rather to be pitied for his dotage and folly than employed at a great salary to ruin the king's business. At noon to the Change, and thence home to dinner, and then down to Deptford, where busy a while, and then walking home it fell hard a-raining. So at halfway house put in, and there meeting Mr. Stacy with some company of pretty women, I took him aside to a room by ourselves, and there talked with him about the several sorts of tars, and so by parted, and I walked home and there late at the office, and so home to supper and to bed. 13th, Lord's Day. Lay long in bed talking with my wife, and then up in great doubt whether I should not go see Mr. Coventry or no, who hath not been well these 2 or 3 days, but it being foul weather I stayed within, and so to my office, and there all the morning reading some common law, to which I will allot a little time now and then, for I much want it. At noon home to dinner, and then after some discourse with my wife, to the office again, and by Sir W. Penn came to me after sermon and walked with me in the garden, and then one comes to tell me that Anthony and Will Joyce were come to see me, so I in to them and made mighty much of them, and very pleasant we were. And most of their business I find to be to advise about getting some woman to attend my brother Tom, whom they say is very ill and seems much to want one. To which I agreed, and desired them to get their wives to inquire out one. By and by they bid me good night, but immediately as they were gone out of doors comes Mrs. Turner's boy with a note to me to tell me that my brother Tom was so ill as they feared he would not long live, and that it would be fit I should come and see him. So I sent for them back, and they came, and Will Joyce desiring to speak with me alone I took him up, and there he did plainly tell me to my great astonishment that my brother is deadly ill, and that their chief business of coming was to tell me so. And what is worse that his disease is the pox, which he hath heretofore got, and hath not been cured, but is come to this, and that this is certain, though a secret told his father Fenner by the doctor which he helped my brother to. This troubled me mightily, but however I thought fit to go see him for speech of people's sake, and so walked along with them, and in our way called on my uncle Fenner, where I have not been these 12 months and more, and advised with him. And then to my brother, who lies in bed talking idle. He could only say that he knew me, and then fell to other discourse, and his face like a dying man, which Mrs. Turner, who was here, and others conclude he is. The company being gone, I took the maid, which seems a very grave and serious woman, and in W. Joyce's company did inquire how things are with her master. She told me many things very discreetly, and said she had all his papers and books, and key of his cutting house, and showed me a bag which I and William Joyce told, coming to L 5/14, 0d. Which we left with her again, after giving her good counsel, and the boys, and seeing a nurse there of Mrs. Holden's choosing, I left them, and so walked home greatly troubled to think of my brother's condition, and the trouble that would arise to me by his death or continuing sick. So at home, my mind troubled, to bed. 14th. Up, and walked to my brother's, where I find he hath continued talking idly all night, and now knows me not, which troubles me mightily. So I walked down and discoursed a great while alone with the maid, who tells me many passages of her master's practices, and how she concludes that he has run behindhand a great while and owes money, and has been done by several people. Among others by one Cave, both husband and wife, but whether it was for 544 money or something worse she knows not, but there is one Cranbourne, I think she called him, in Fleet Lane with whom he hath many times been mighty private. But what their dealings have been she knows not, but believes these were naught, and then his sitting up 2 Saturday nights one after another when all were abed doing something to himself, which she now suspects what it was, but did not before. But tells me that he hath been a very bad husband as to spending his time, and hath often told him of it, so that upon the whole I do find he is, whether he lives or dies, a ruined man, and what trouble will befall me by it I know not. Thence to Whitehall. And in the Duke's chamber, while he was dressing, 2 persons of quality that were there did tell his Royal Highness how the other night, in Holborn, about midnight, being at cards, a link boy come by and run into the house. And told the people the house was a-falling. Upon this the whole family was fright, concluding that the boy had said that the house was a-fire, so they deft their cards above, and one would have got out of the balcone, but it was not open. The other went up to fetch down his children, that were in bed, so all got clear out of the house. And no sooner so, but the house fell down indeed, from top to bottom. It seems my Lord Southampton's Canale 545 did come too near their foundation, and so weakened the house, and down it came, which, in every respect, is a most extraordinary passage. By and by into his closet and did our business with him. But I did not speed as I expected in a business about the manner of buying hemp for this year, which troubled me, but it proceeds only from my pride, that I must needs expect everything to be ordered just as I apprehend. Though it was not I think from my era, but their not being willing to hear and consider all that I had to propose. Being broke up I followed my Lord Sandwich and thanked him for his putting me into the fishery, which I perceive he expected, and cried, "Oh," says he, "in the fishery you mean. I told you I would remember you in it," but offered no other discourse. But demanding whether he had any commands for me, methought he cried, "No." As if he had no more mind to discourse with me, which still troubles me and hath done all the day, though I think I am a fool for it, in not pursuing my resolution of going handsome in clothes and looking high. For that must do it when all is done with my lord. Thence by coach with Sir W. Batten to the city, and his son Castle, who talks mighty highly against Captain Taylor, calling him knave, and I find that the old boating father is led and talks just as the son do, or the son as the father would have him. Light and to Mr. Moxon's, and there saw our office globes in doing, which will be very handsome but cost money. So to the coffee house, and there very fine discourse with Mr. Hill the merchant, a pretty, gentile, young, and sober man. So to the Change, and thence home, where my wife and I fell out about my not being willing to have her gown laced, but would lay out the same money and more on a plain new one. At this she flounced away in a manner I never saw her, nor which I could ever endure. So I away to the office, though she had dressed herself to go see my Lady Sandwich. She by and by in a rage follows me, and coming to me tells me in spiteful manner like a vixen and with a look full of rancor that she would go buy a new one and lace it and make me pay for it. And then let me burn it if I would after she had done it, and so went away in a fury. This vexed me cruelly, but being very busy I had not hand to give myself up to consult what to do in it, but anon, I suppose after she saw that I did not follow her, she came again to the office, where I made her stay, being busy with another. Half an hour, and her stomach coming down we were presently friends, and so after my business being over at the office we out and by coach to my Lady Sandwich's, with whom I left my wife, and I to Whitehall, where I met Mr. Delsity, and after an hour's discourse with him met with nobody to do other business with, but back again to my lady, and after half an hour's discourse with her to my brothers, who I find in the same or worse condition. The doctors give him over and so do all that see him. He talks no sense 2 words together now, and I confess it made me weep to see that he should not be able, when I asked him, to say who I was. I went to Mrs. Turner's, and by her discourse with my brother's doctor, Mr. Powell, I find that she is full now of the disease which my brother is troubled with, and talks of it mightily, which I am sorry for, there being other company, but methinks it should be for her honor to forbear talking of it. The shame of this very thing I confess troubles me as much as anything. back to my brother's and took my wife, and carried her to my uncle Fenner's, and there had much private discourse with him. He tells me of the doctor's thoughts of my brother's little hopes of recovery, and from that to tell me his thoughts long of my brother's bad husbandry, and from that to say that he believes he owes a great deal of money. As to my cousin Scott, I know not how much, and Dr. Thos. Pepys L30, but that the doctor confesses that he has paid L20 of it, and what with that and what he owes my father and me, I doubt he is in a very sad condition, that if he lives he will not be able to show his head. Which will be a very great shame to me. After this I went in to my aunt and my wife and Anthony Joyce and his wife, who were by chance there, and drank and so home, my mind and head troubled, but I hope it will be over in a little time one way or other. After doing a little at my office of business I home to supper and to bed. From notice that my uncle Fenner did give my father the last week of my brother's condition, my mother is coming up to town, which also do trouble me. The business between my lords Chancellor and Bristol, they say, is hushed up, and the latter gone or going, by the King's license, to France. 15th. Up and to the office, where we sat all the morning, and at noon comes Madam Turner and her daughter her chief errand to tell me that she had got Dr. Wyverley, her doctor, to search my brother's mouth, where Mr. Powell says there is an ulcer, from thence he concludes that he hath had the pox. But the doctor swears that there is not, nor ever was any, and my brother being very sensible, which I was glad to hear, he did talk with him about it, and he did wholly disclaim that ever he had the disease. Or that ever he said to Powell that he had it. All which did put me into great comfort as to the reproach which was spread against him. So I sent for a barrel of oysters, and they dined, and we were very merry, I being willing to be so upon this news. After dinner we took coach and to my brother's, where contrary to my expectation he continues as bad or worse, talking idle, and now not at all knowing any of us as before. Here we stayed a great while, I going up and down the house looking after things. In the evening Dr. Wyverley came again, and I sent for Mr. Powell, the doctor and I having first by ourselves searched my brother again at his privities, where he was as clear as ever he was born, and in the doctor's opinion had been ever so, and we three alone discoursed the business. Where the coxcomb did give us his simple reasons for what he had said, which the doctor fully confuted, and left the fellow only saying that he should cease to report any such thing. And that what he had said was the best of his judgment from my brother's words and a ulcer, as he supposed, in his mouth. I threatened him that I would have satisfaction if I heard any more such discourse, and so good night to them too, giving the doctor a piece for his fee, but the other nothing. I to my brother again, where Madam Turner and her company, and Mrs. Croxton, my wife, and Mrs. Holding. About 8 o'clock my brother began to fetch his spittle with more pain, and to speak as much but not so distinctly, till at last the phlegm getting the mastery of him, and he beginning as we thought to rattle, I had no mind to see him die. As we thought he presently would, and so withdrew and led Mrs. Turner home, but before I came back, which was in half a quarter of an hour, my brother was dead. I went up and found the nurse holding his eyes shut, and he poor wretch lying with his chops fallen, a most sad sight, and that which put me into a present very great transport of grief and cries. And indeed it was a most sad sight to see the poor wretch lie now still and dead, and pale like a stone. I stayed till he was almost cold, while Mrs. Croxton, Holden, and the rest did strip and lay him out, they observing his corpse, as they told me afterwards, to be as clear as any they ever saw, and so this was the end of my poor brother. Continuing talking idle and his lips working even to his last that his phlegm hindered his breathing, and at last his breath broke out bringing a flood of phlegm and stuff out with it, and so he died. This evening he talked among other talk a great deal of French very plain and good, as, among others, Quand un boit quand il en point d'inclination a boire il en la fait jamais de bien. I once begun to tell him something of his condition, and asked him whither he thought he should go. He in distracted manner answered me, Why, whither should I go? There are but two ways, if I go, to the bad way I must give God thanks for it, and if I go the other way I must give God the more thanks for it, and I hope I have not been so undutiful and unthankful in my life, but I hope I shall go that way. This was all the sense, good or bad, that I could get of him this day. I left my wife to see him laid out, and I by coach home carrying my brother's papers, all I could find, with me, and having wrote a letter to my father telling him what hath been said, I returned by coach, it being very late and dark. To my brother's, but all being gone, the corpse laid out, and my wife at Mrs. Turner's, I thither, and there after an hour's talk, we up to bed, my wife and I in the little blue chamber, and I lay close to my wife, being full of disorder and grief for my brother that I could not sleep nor wake with satisfaction. At last I slept till 5 or 6 o'clock. 16th. And then I rose and up, leaving my wife in bed, and to my brother's, where I set them on cleaning the house, and my wife coming anon to look after things, I up and down to my cousin Stradwick's and Uncle Fenner's about discoursing for the funeral, which I am resolved to put off till Friday next. Thence home and trimmed myself, and then to the Change, and told my Uncle White of my brother's death, and so by coach to my cousin Turner's, and there dined very well, but my wife in great pain. We were forced to rise in some disorder, and in Mrs. Turner's coach carried her home and put her to bed. Then back again with my cousin Norton to Mrs. Turner's, and there stayed a while talking with Dr. Pepys, the puppy, whom I had no patience to hear. So I left them and to my brother's to look after things, and saw the coffin brought, and by Mrs. Holden came and saw him nailed up. Then came W. Joyce to me half drunk, and much ado I had to tell him the story of my brother's being found clear of what was said, but he would interrupt me by some idle discourse or other, of his crying what a good man, and a good speaker my brother was. And God knows what. At last weary of him I got him away, and I to Mrs. Turner's, and there, though my heart is still heavy to think of my poor brother, yet I could give way to my fancy to hear Mrs. the play upon the harpsichon, though the musique did not please me neither. Thence to my brother's and found them with my maid Elizabeth taking an inventory of the goods of the house, which I was well pleased at, and am much beholden to Mr. Honeywood's man in doing of it. His name is Herbert, one that says he knew me when he lived with Sir Samuel Morland, but I have forgot him. So I left them at it, and by coach home and to my office, there to do a little business, but God knows my heart and head is so full of my brother's death, and the consequences of it, that I can do very little or understand it. So home to supper, and after looking over some business in my chamber I to bed to my wife, who continues in bed in some pain still. This day I have a great barrel of oysters given me by Mr. Barrow, as big as 16 of others, and I took it in the coach with me to Mrs. Turner's, and give them to her. This day the Parliament met again, after a long prorogation, but what they have done I have not been in the way to hear. 17th. Up and to my brother's, where all the morning doing business against tomorrow, and so to my cousin Stradwick's about the same business, and to the Change, and thence home to dinner, where my wife in bed sick still, but not so bad as yesterday. I dined by her, and so to the office, where we sat this afternoon, having changed this day our sittings from morning to afternoons, because of the Parliament which returned yesterday, but was adjourned till Monday next. Upon pretence that many of the members were said to be upon the road, and also the King had other affairs, and so desired them to adjourn till then. But the truth is, the King is offended at my Lord of Bristol, as they say, whom he hath found to have been all this while, pretending a desire of leave to go into France, and to have all the difference between him and the Chancellor made up. Endeavouring to make factions in both houses to the Chancellor. So the King did this to keep the houses from meeting. And in the meanwhile sent a guard and a herald last night to have taken him at Wimbledon, where he was in the morning, but could not find him, at which the King was and is still mightily concerned. And runs up and down to and from the Chancellor's like a boy, and it seems would make Digby's articles against the Chancellor to be treasonable reflections against his Majesty. So that the King is very high, as they say, and God knows what will follow upon it. After office I to my brother's again, and thence to Madam Turner's, in both places preparing things against tomorrow. And this night I have altered my resolution of burying him in the churchyard among my young brothers and sisters, and bury him in the church, in the middle aisle, as near as I can to my mother's pew. This costs me 20s. More. This being all, home by coach, bringing my brother's silver tankard for safety along with me, and so to supper, after writing to my father, and so to bed. 18th. Up betimes, and walked to my brother's, where a great while putting things in order against anon. Then to Madam Turner's and eat a breakfast there, and so to Wotton, my shoemaker, and there got a pair of shoes blacked on the soles against anon for me. So to my brother's and to church, and with the gravemaker chose a place for my brother to lie in, just under my mother's pew. But to see how a man's tombs are at the mercy of such a fellow, that for 6 pence he would, as his own words were, I will justle them together but I will make room for him, speaking of the fullness of the middle aisle, where he was to lie. And that he would, for my father's sake, do my brother that is dead all the civility he can, which was to disturb other core that are not quite rotten, to make room for him, and methought his manner of speaking it was very remarkable. As of a thing that now was in his power to do a man a courtesy or not. At noon my wife, though in pain, comes, but I being forced to go home, she went back with me, where I dressed myself, and so did Bess. And so to my brother's again, whither, though invited, as the custom is, at 1 or 2 o'clock, they came not till 4 or 5. But at last one after another they come, many more than I bid, and my reckoning that I bid was 120. But I believe there was nearer 150. Their service was 6 biscuits apiece, and what they pleased of burnt claret. My cozen Joyce Norton kept the wine and cakes above. And did give out to them that served, who had white gloves given them. But above all, I am beholden to Mrs. Holden, who was most kind, and did take mighty pains not only in getting the house and everything else ready, but this day in going up and down to see, the house filled and served, in order to mine, and their great content, I think. The men sitting by themselves in some rooms, and women by themselves in others, very close, but yet room enough. Anon to church, walking out into the street to the conduit, and so across the street, and had a very good company along with the corps. And being come to the grave as above, Dr. Pearson, the minister of the parish, did read the service for burial, and so I saw my poor brother laid into the grave, and so all broke up. And I and my wife and Madam Turner and her family to my brother's, and by fell to a barrel of oysters, cake, and cheese, of Mr. Honeywood's, with him, in his chamber and below, being too merry for so late a sad work. But, Lord! To see how the world makes nothing of the memory of a man, an hour after he is dead. And, indeed, I must blame myself. For though at the sight of him dead and dying, I had real grief for a while he was in my sight, yet presently after, and ever since, I have had very little grief indeed for him. By and by, it beginning to be late, I put things in some order in the house, and so took my wife and Bess, who hath done me very good service in cleaning and getting ready every thing and serving the wine and things today. And is indeed a most excellent good-natured and faithful wench, and I love her mightily, by coach home, and so after being at the office to set down the day's work home to supper and to bed. 19th, up and to the office, where all the morning, and at noon my wife and I alone, having a good hen, with eggs, to dinner, with great content. Then by coach to my brother's, where I spent the afternoon in paying some of the charges of the burial, and in looking over his papers. Among which I find several letters of my brother John's to him speaking very full words of me and my deportment to him here, and very crafty designs about Sturtlow land and God knows what, which I am very glad to know. And shall make him repent them. Anon my father and my brother John came to town by coach. I sat till night with him, giving him an account of things. He, poor man, very sad and sickly. I in great pain by a simple compressing of my cods today by putting one leg over another as I have formerly done, which made me hasten home, and after a little at the office in great disorder home to bed. 20th, Lord's Day. Kept my bed all the morning, having laid a poultice to my cods last night to take down the tumour there which I got yesterday, which it did do, being applied pretty warm, and soon after the beginning of the swelling, and the pain was gone also. We lay talking all the while, among other things of religion, wherein I am sorry so often to hear my wife talk of her being and resolving to die a Catholic. 546 And indeed a small matter, I believe, would absolutely turn her, which I am sorry for. Up at noon to dinner, and then to my chamber with a fire till late at night looking over my brother Thomas's papers, sorting of them, among which I find many base letters of my brother John's to him against me. And carrying on plots against me to promote Tom's having of his Banbury mistress, in base slighting terms, and in worse of my sister Paul, such as I shall take a convenient time to make my father know, and him also to his sorrow. So after supper to bed, our people rising to wash tomorrow. 21st, up, and it snowing this morning a little, which from the mildness of the winter and the weather beginning to be hot and the summer to come on apace, is a little strange to us. I did not go abroad for fear of my tumour, for fear it shall rise again, but stayed within, and by my father came, poor man, to me, and my brother John. After much talka and taking them up to my chamber, I did there after some discourse bring in any business of anger, with John, and did before my father read all his roguish letters, which troubled my father mightily. Especially to hear me say what I did, against my allowing anything for the time to come to him out of my own purse, and other words very severe, while he, like a simple rogue, made very silly and churlish answers to me. Not like a man of any goodness or wit, at which I was as much disturbed as the other, and will be as good as my word in making him to his cost know that I will remember his carriage to me in this particular the longest day I live. It troubled me to see my poor father so troubled, whose good nature did make him, poor wretch, to yield, I believe, to comply with my brother Tom and him in part of their designs, but without any ill intent to me, or doubt of me or my good intentions to him or them, though it do trouble me a little that he should in any manner do it. They dined with me, and after dinner abroad with my wife to buy some things for her, and I to the office, where we sat till night, and then, after doing some business at my closet, I home and to supper and to bed. This day the Houses of Parliament met, and the King met them, with the Queen with him. And he made a speech to them, 547 among other things, discoursing largely of the plots abroad against him and the peace of the kingdom. And, among other things, that the dissatisfied party had great hopes upon the effect of the Act for a triennial Parliament granted by his father, which he desired them to peruse, and, I think, repeal. So the Houses did retire to their own house, and did order the Act to be read tomorrow before them, and I suppose it will be repealed, though I believe much against the will of a good many that sit there. 22nd. Up, and spent the whole morning and afternoon at my office, only in the evening, my wife being at my Aunt White's, I went thither, calling at my own house, going out found the parlour curtains drawn, and inquiring the reason of it. They told me that their mistress had got Mrs. Buggin's fine little dog and our little bitch, which is proud at this time, and I am apt to think that she was helping him to line her, for going afterwards to my Uncle White's, and supping there with her, were very merry with Mr. Woolley's drollery, and going home I found the little dog so little that of himself he could not reach our bitch, which I am sorry for it is the finest dog that ever I saw in my life. As if he were painted, the colours are so finely mixed and shaded. God forgive me, it went against me to have my wife and servants look upon them while they endeavoured to do something. 23rd, up, and going out saw Mrs. Buggin's dog, which proves as I thought last night so pretty that I took him and the bitch into my closet below, and by holding down the bitch helped him to line her, which he did very stoutly, so as I hope it will take. For it is the prettiest dog that ever I saw. So to the office, where very busy all the morning, and so to the Change, and off hence with Sir W. Ryder to the Trinity House, and there dined very well, and good discourse among the old men of islands now and then rising and falling again in the sea. And that there is many dangers of grounds and rocks that come just up to the edge almost of the sea, that is never discovered and ships perish without the world's knowing the reason of it. Among other things, they observed, that there are but 2 seamen in the Parliament House, viz., Sir W. Batten and Sir W. Penn, and not above 20 or 30 merchants. Which is a strange thing in an island, and no wonder that things of trade go no better nor are better understood. Thence home, and all the afternoon at the office, only for an hour in the evening my Lady Jemima, Paulina, and Madam Pickering come to see us, but my wife would not be seen, being unready. Very merry with them. They mightily talking of their thrifty living for a fortnight before their mother came to town, and other such simple talk, and of their merry life at Brampton, at my father's, this winter. So they being gone, to the office again till late, and so home and to supper and to bed. 24th. Called up by my father, poor man, coming to advise with me about Tom's house and other matters, and he being gone I down by water to Greenwich, it being very foggy, and I walked very finely to Woolwich. And there did very much business at both yards, and thence walked back, Captain Grove with me talking, and so to Deptford and did the like there, and then walked to Redriff, calling and eating a bit of collops and eggs at Halfway House. And so home to the office, where we sat late, and home weary to supper and to bed. 25th, Lady Day. Up and by water to Whitehall, and there to chapel, where it was most infinite full to hear Dr. Crichton. Being not known, some great persons in the pew I pretended to, and went in, did question my coming in. I told them my pretence, so they turned to the orders of the chapel, which hung behind upon the wall, and read it, and were satisfied, but they did not demand whether I was in waiting or no. And so I was in some fear lest he that was in waiting might come and betray me. The doctor preached upon the 31st of Jeremy, and the 21st and 22nd verses, about a woman compassing a man. Meaning the Virgin conceiving and bearing our Saviour. It was the worst sermon I ever heard him make, I must confess. And yet it was good, and in two places very bitter, advising the king to do as the Emperor Severus did, to hang up a Presbyter John, a short coat and a long gown interchangeably, in all the courts of England. But the story of Severus was pretty, that he hanged up 40 senators before the Senate House, and then made a speech presently to the Senate in praise of his own lenity. And then decreed that never any senator after that time should suffer in the same manner without consent of the Senate, which he compared to the proceeding of the Long Parliament against my Lord Strafford. He said the greatest part of the lay magistrates in England were Puritans, and would not do justice, and the bishops, their powers were so taken away and lessened, that they could not exercise the power they ought. He told the king and the ladies plainly, speaking of death and of the skulls and bones of dead men and women, 548 how there is no difference, that nobody could tell that of the great Marius or Alexander from a pioneer. Nor, for all the pains the ladies take with their faces, he that should look in at Charnel's house could not distinguish which was Cleopatra's, or fair Rosamond's, or Jane Shore's. Thence by water home. After dinner to the office, thence with my wife to see my father and discourse how he finds Tom's matters, which he do very ill, and that he finds him to have been so negligent, that he used to trust his servants with cutting out of clothes. Never hardly cutting out anything himself. And, by the abstract of his accounts, we find him to owe above L290, and to be coming to him under L200. Thence home with my wife, it being very dirty on foot, and bought some fowl in Gracious Streets and some oysters against our feast tomorrow. So home, and after at the office a while, home to supper and to bed. 26th, up very betimes into my office, and there read over some papers against a meeting by and by at this office of Mr. Povey, Sir W. Ryder, Creed, and Vernity, and Mr. Gauden about my Lord Peterborough's accounts for Tangier, wherein we proceeded a good way, but, Lord, to see how ridiculous Mr. Povey is in all he says or do. Like a man not more fit for to be in such employments as he is, and particularly that of treasurer, paying many and very great sums without the least written order, as he is to be King of England, and seems but this day, after much discourse of mine, to be sensible of that part of his folly, besides a great deal more in other things. This morning in discourse Sir W. Ryder said, that he hath kept a journals of his life for almost these 40 years, even to this day and still do, which pleases me mightily. That being done Sir J. Minns and I sat all the morning, and then I to the Change, and there got away by pretence of business with my uncle White to put off Creed, whom I had invited to dinner, and so home, and there found Madam Turner, her daughter the Joyce Norton, my father and Mr. Honeywood, and by come my uncle White and aunt. This being my solemn feast for my cutting of the stone, it being now, blessed be God. This day 6 years since the time. And I bless God I do in all respects find myself free from that disease or any signs of it, more than that upon the least cold I continue to have pain in making water, by gathering of wind and growing costive, till which be removed I am at no ease. But without that I am very well. One evil more I have, which is that upon the least squeeze almost my cods begin to swell and come to great pain, which is very strange and troublesome to me, though upon the speedy applying of a poultice it goes down again. And in 2 days I am well again. Dinner not being presently ready I spent some time myself and shewed them a map of Tangier left this morning at my house by Creed, cut by our order, the commissioners, and drawn by Jonas Moore, which is very pleasant. And I purpose to have it finely set out and hung up. Mrs. Hunt coming to see my wife by chance dined here with us. After dinner Sir W. Batten sent to speak with me, and told me that he had proffered our bill today in the House, and that it was read without any dissenters, and he fears not but will pass very well, which I shall be glad of. He told me also how Sir Richard Temple hath spoke very discontentful words in the House about the Triennial Bill, but it hath been read the second time today, and committed. And, he believes, will go on without more ado, though there are many in the House are displeased at it, though they dare not say much. But above all expectation, Mr. Prynne is the man against it, comparing it to the idol whose head was of gold, and his body and legs and feet of different metal. So this bill had several degrees of calling of parliaments, in case the king, and then the council, and then the Lord Chancellor, and then the sheriffs, should fail to do it. He tells me also, how, upon occasion of some prentices being put in the pillory today for beating of their masters, or some such like thing, in Cheapside, a company of prentices came and rescued them, and pulled down the pillory. And they being set up again, did the like again. So that the Lord Mayor and Major General Brown was fain to come and stay there, to keep the peace. And drums, all up and down the city, was beat to raise the trained bands, for to quiet the town, and by. Going out with my uncle and Aunt White by coach with my wife through Cheapside, the rest of the company after much content and mirth being broke up, we saw a trained band stand in Cheapside upon their guard. We went, much against my uncle's will, as far almost as Hyde Park, he and my aunt falling out all the way about it, which vexed me, but by this I understand my uncle more than ever I did, for he was mighty soon angry, and wished a pox take her. Which I was sorry to hear. The weather I confess turning on a sudden to rain did make it very unpleasant, but yet there was no occasion in the world for his being so angry, but she bore herself very discreetly. And I must confess she proves to me much another woman than I thought her, but all was peace again presently, and so it raining very fast, we met many brave coaches coming from the park and so we turned and set them down at home. And so we home ourselves. And ended the day with great content to think how it hath pleased the Lord in 6 years' time to raise me from a condition of constant and dangerous and most painful sickness and low condition and poverty to a state of constant health almost. Great honor and plenty, for which the Lord God of heaven make me truly thankful. My wife found her gown come home laced, which is indeed very handsome, but will cost me a great deal of money, more than ever I intended, but it is but for once. So to the office and did business, and then home and to bed. 27th, Lord's Day. Lay long in bed wrangling with my wife about the charge she puts me to at this time for clothes more than I intended, and very angry we were, but quickly friends again. And so rising and ready I to my office, and there fell upon business, and then to dinner, and then to my office again to my business, and by in the afternoon walked forth towards my father's, but it being church time, walked to St. James's, to try if I could see the bell butler, but could not, only saw her sister, who indeed is pretty, with a fine Roman nose. Thence walked through the ducking pond fields. But they are so altered since my father used to carry us to Islington, to the old man's, at the King's Head, to eat cakes and ale, his name was Pitts, that I did not know which was the ducking pond nor where I was. So through F. L. E. T. Lane to my father's, and there met Mr. more, and discoursed with him and my father about who should administer for my brother Tom, and I find we shall have trouble in it, but I will clear my hands of it. And what vexed me? My father seemed troubled that I should seem to rely so wholly upon the advice of Mr. Moore, and take nobody else, but I satisfied him, and so home. And in Cheapside, both coming and going, it was full of apprentices, who have been here all this day, and have done violence, I think, to the master of the boys that were put in the pillory yesterday. But, Lord! To see how the train bands are raised upon this, the drums beating everywhere as if an enemy were upon them, so much is this city subject to be put into a disarray upon very small occasions. But it was pleasant to hear the boys, and particularly one little one, that I demanded the business. He told me that had never been done in the city since it was a city, 2 prentices put in the pillory, and that it ought not to be so. So I walked home, and then it being fine moonshine with my wife an hour in the garden, talking of her clothes against Easter and about her maids, Jane being to be gone, and the great dispute whether Bess, whom we both love, should be raised to be chambermaid or no. We have both a mind to it, but know not whether we should venture the making her proud and so make a bad chambermaid of a very good-natured and sufficient cookmaid. So to my office a little, and then to supper, prayers and to bed. 28th. This is the first morning that I have begun, and I hope shall continue to rise betimes in the morning, and so up and to my office, and thence about 7 o'clock to tea. Trice, and advised with him about our administering to my brother Tom, and I went to my father and told him what to do. Which was to administer and to let my cousin Scott have a letter of attorney to follow the business here in his absence for him, who by that means will have the power of paying himself, which we cannot however hinder, and do us a kindness we think too. But, Lord! What a shame, methinks, to me, that, in this condition, and at this age, I should know no better the laws of my own country. Thence to Westminster Hall, and spent till noon, it being Parliament time, and at noon walked with Creed into St. James's Park, talking of many things, particularly of the poor parts and great unfitness for business of Mr. Povey, and yet what a show he makes in the world. Mr. Coventry not being come to his chamber, I walked through the house with him for an hour in St. James's Fields talking of the same subject, and then parted, and back and with great impatience, sometimes reading, sometimes walking, sometimes thinking that Mr. Coventry, though he invited us to dinner with him, was gone with the rest of the office without a dinner. At last, at past 4 o'clock I heard that the Parliament was not up yet, and so walked to Westminster Hall, and there found it so, and meeting with Sir J. Minns, and being very hungry, went over with him to the Leg, and before we had cut a bit, the house rises, however we eat a bit and away to St. James's and there eat a second part of our dinner with Mr. Coventry and his brother Harry, Sir W. Batten and Sir W. Penn. The great matter today in the House hath been, that Mr. Vaughan, the great speaker, is this day come to town, and hath declared himself in a speech of an hour and a half, with great reason and eloquence, against the repealing of the bill for triennial parliaments. But with no success, but the House have carried it that there shall be such parliaments, but without any coercive power upon the king, if he will bring this act. But, Lord! To see how the best things are not done without some design. For I perceive all these gentlemen that I was with today were against it, though there was reason enough on their side, yet purely, I could perceive, because it was the king's mind to have it. And should he demand anything else, I believe they would give it him. But this the discontented presbyters, and the faction of the House will be highly displeased with, but it was carried clearly against them in the House. We had excellent good table talk, some of which I have entered in my book of stories. So with them by coach home, and there find, by my wife, that Father Fogarty hath been with her today. And she is mightily for our going to hear a famous rule preach at the French ambassador's house. I pray God he do not tempt her in any matters of religion, which troubles me. And also, she had messages from her mother today, who sent for her old morning gown, which was almost past wearing, and I used to call it her kingdom, from the ease and content she used to have in the wearing of it. I am glad I do not hear of her begging anything of more value, but I do not like that these messages should now come all upon Monday morning, when my wife expects of course I should be abroad at the Duke's. To the office, where Mr. Norman came and showed me a design of his for the storekeeper's books, for the keeping of them regular in order to a balance, which I am mightily satisfied to see, and shall love the fellow the better, as he is in all things sober. So particularly for his endeavor to do something in this thing so much wanted. So late home to supper and to bed, weary with walking so long to no purpose in the park today. 29th, was called up this morning by a messenger from Sir G. Carteret to come to him to Sir W. Batten's, and so I rose and thither to him, and with him and Sir J. Minns to Sir G. Carteret to examine his accounts, and there we sat at it all the morning. About noon Sir W. Batten came from the House of Parliament and told us our bill for our office was read the second time today, with great applause, and is committed. By and by to dinner, where good cheer, and Sir G. Carteret in his humour a very good man, and the most kind father and pleased father in his children that ever I saw. Here is now hung up a picture of my Lady Carteret, drawn by Lilly, a very fine picture, but yet not so good as I have seen of his doing. After dinner to the business again without any intermission till almost night, and then home, and took coach to my father to see and discourse with him, and so home again and to my office, where late, and then home to bed. 30th. Up very betimes to my office, and thence at 7 o'clock to Sir G. Carteret, and there with Sir J. Minns made an end of his accounts, but stayed not dinner, my lady having made us drink our morning draught there of several wines, but I drank nothing but some of her coffee, which was poorly made, with a little sugar in it. Thence to the Change a great while, and had good discourse with Captain Cock at the coffee-house about a Dutch war, and it seems the King's design is by getting underhand the merchants to bring in their complaints to the Parliament. To make them in honour begin a war, which he cannot in honour declare first, for fear they should not second him with money. Thence homewards, staying a pretty while with my little she-milliner at the end of Birchin Lane, talking and buying gloves of her, and then home to dinner, and in the afternoon had a meeting upon the chest business. But I fear unless I have time to look after it nothing will be done, and that I fear I shall not. In the evening comes Sir W. Batten, who tells us that the committee have approved of our bill with very few amendments in words, not in matter. So to my office, where late with Sir W. Warren, and so home to supper and to bed. 31st. Up betimes, and to my office, where by and by comes Povey, Sir W. Ryder, Mr. Bland, Creed, and Vernity, about my Lord Peterborough's accounts, which we now went through, but with great difficulty, and many high words between Mr. Povey and I. For I could not endure to see so many things extraordinary put in, against truth and reason. He was very angry, but I endeavoured all I could to profess my satisfaction in my Lord's part of the accounts, but not in those foolish idle things, they say I said, that others had put in. Anon we rose and parted, both of us angry, but I contented, because I knew all of them must know I was in the right. Then with Creed to Deptford, where I did a great deal of business inquiring into the business of canvas and other things with great content, and so walked back again, good discourse between Creed and I by the way, but most upon the folly of Povey. And at home found Llewellyn, and so we to dinner, and thence I to the office, where we sat all the afternoon late, and being up and my head mightily crowded with business, I took my wife by coach to see my father. I left her at his house and went to him to an alehouse hard by, where my cousin Scott was, and my father's new tenant, Langford, a tailor, to whom I have promised my custom, and he seems a very modest, careful young man. Thence my wife coming with the coach to the alley and I home, and after supper to the making up my monthly accounts, and to my great content find myself worth above L900, the greatest sum I ever yet had. Having done my accounts, late to bed. My head of late mighty full of business, and with good content to myself in it, though sometimes it troubles me that nobody else but I should bend themselves to serve the king with that diligence, whereby much of my pains proves ineffectual. April 1664. April 1st. Up and to my office, where busy till noon, and then to the Change, where I found all the merchants concerned with the presenting their complaints to the Committee of Parliament appointed to receive them this afternoon against the Dutch. So home to dinner, and thence by coach, setting my wife down at the New Exchange, I to Whitehall, and coming too soon for the Tangier Committee walked to Mr. Blagrave for a song. I left long ago there, and here I spoke with his kinswoman, he not being within, but did not hear her sing, being not enough acquainted with her, but would be glad to have her, to come and be at my house a week now and then. Back to Whitehall, and in the gallery met the Duke of York. I also saw the Queen going to the park, and her maids of honour. She herself looks ill, and methinks Mrs. Stewart is grown fatter, and not so fair as she was. And he called me to him, and discoursed a good while with me, and after he was gone, twice or thrice stayed and called me again to him, the whole length of the house, and at last talked of the Dutch. And I perceive do much wish that the Parliament will find reason to fall out with them. He gone, I by and by found that the Committee of Tangier met at the Duke of Albemarle's, and so I have lost my labour. So with Creed to the Change, and there took up my wife and left him, and we two home, and I to walk in the garden with W. Howe, whom we took up, he having been to see us. He tells me how Creed has been questioned before the council about a letter that has been met with, wherein he is mentioned by some fanatiques as a serviceable friend to them. But he says he acquitted himself well in it, but, however, something sticks against him, he says, with my lord, at which I am not very sorry, for I believe he is a false fellow. I walked with him to Paul's, he telling me how my lord is little at home, minds his carding and little else, takes little notice of any body. But that he do not think he is displeased, as I fear, with me, but is strange to all, which makes me the less troubled. So walked back home, and late at the office. So home and to bed. This day Mrs. Turner did lend me, as a rarity, a manuscript of one Mr. Wells, writ long ago, teaching the method of building a ship, which pleases me mightily. I was at it tonight, but durst not stay long at it, I being come to have a great pain and water in my eyes after candlelight. Second, up into my office, and afterward sat, where great contest with Sir W. Batten and Mr. Wood, and that doting fool Sir J. Minns, that says whatever Sir W. Batten says, though never minding whether to the king's profit or not. At noon to the coffee house, where excellent discourse with Sir W. Petty, who proposed it as a thing that is truly questionable, whether there really be any difference between waking and dreaming, that it is hard not only to tell how we know when we do a thing really or in a dream, but also to know what the difference is between one and the other. Thence to the Change, but having at this discourse long afterwards with Sir Thomas Chamberlain, who tells me what I heard from others, that the complaints of most companies were yesterday presented to the Committee of Parliament against the Dutch. Excepting that of the East India, which he tells me was because they would not be said to be the first and only cause of a war with Holland, and that it is very probable, as well as most necessary, that we fall out with that people. I went to the Change, and there found most people gone, and so home to dinner, and thence to Sir W. Warren's, and with him passed the whole afternoon, first looking over 2 ships of Captain Taylor's and Finn. Pet's now in building, and am resolved to learn something of the art, for I find it is not hard and very useful, and thence to Woolwich, and after seeing Mr. Falconer, who is very ill, I to the yard, and there heard Mr. Pett tell me several things of Sir W. Batten's ill managements, and so with Sir W. Warren walked to Greenwich, having good discourse, and thence by water, it being now moonshine and 9 or 10 o'clock at night, and landed at Wapping, and by him and his man safely brought to my door, and so he home. Having spent the day with him very well. So home and eat something, and then to my office a while, and so home to prayers and to bed. Third, Lord's Day. Being weary last night lay long, and called up by W. Joyce. So I rose, and his business was to ask advice of me, he being summoned to the House of Lords tomorrow, for endeavouring to arrest my Lady Peters 549 for a debt. I did give him advice, and will assist him. He stayed all the morning, but would not dine with me. So to my office and did business. At noon home to dinner, and being set with my wife in the kitchen my father comes and sat down there and dined with us. After dinner gives me an account of what he had done in his business of his house and goods, which is almost finished, and he the next week expects to be going down to Brampton again. Which I am glad of, because I fear the children of my Lord that are there for fear of any discontent. He being gone I to my office, and they're very busy setting papers in order till late at night. Only in the afternoon my wife sent for me home, to see her new laced gown, that is her gown that is new laced. And indeed it becomes her very nobly, and is well made. I am much pleased with it. At night to supper, prayers, and to bed. Fourth, up, and walked to my Lord Sandwich's, and there spoke with him about W. Joyce, who told me he would do what was fit in so tender a point. I can yet discern a coldness in him to admit me to any discourse with him. Thence to Westminster, to the Painted Chamber, and there met the two Joyces. Will in a very melancholy taking. After a little discourse I to the Lord's house before they sat, and stood within it a good while the Duke of York came to me and spoke to me a good while about the new ship at Woolwich. Afterwards I spoke with my Lord Berkeley and my Lord Peterborough about it. And so stayed without a good while, and saw my Lady Peters, an impudent jade, soliciting all the lords on her behalf. And at last W. Joyce was called in. And by the consequences, and what my Lord Peterborough told me, I find that he did speak all he said to his disadvantage, and so was committed to the black rod, which is very hard, he doing what he did by the advice of my Lord Peter's own steward. But the sergeant of the black rod did direct one of his messengers to take him in custody, and so he was peaceably conducted to the Swan with Two Necks, in Tuttle Street, to a handsome dining room. And there was most civilly used, my uncle Fenner, and his brother Anthony, and some other friends being with him. But who would have thought that the fellow that I should have sworn could have spoken before all the world should in this be so daunted, as not to know what he said, and now to cry like a child? I protest, it is very strange to observe. I left them providing for his stay there tonight and getting a petition against tomorrow, and so away to Westminster Hall, and meeting Mr. Coventry, he took me to his chamber, with Sir William Hickman, a member of their house, and a very civil gentleman. Here we dined very plentifully, and thence to Whitehall to the Duke's, where we all met, and after some discourse of the condition of the fleet, in order to a Dutch war, for that, I perceive, the Duke hath a mind it should come to. We away to the office, where we sat, and I took care to rise betimes, and so by water to Halfway House, talking all the way good discourse with Mr. Waith, and there found my wife, who was gone with her maid Bess to have a walk. But, Lord! How my jealous mind did make me suspect that she might have some appointment to meet somebody. But I found the poor souls coming away thence, so I took them back, and eat and drank, and then home, and after at the office a while, I home to supper and to bed. It was a sad sight, methought, today to see my Lord Peters coming out of the house fall out with his lady, from whom he is parted, about this business, saying that she disgraced him. But she hath been a handsome woman, and is, it seems, not only a lewd woman, but very high-spirited. Fifth. Up very betimes, and walked to my cousin Anthony Joyce's, and thence with him to his brother Will, in Tuttle Street, where I find him pretty cheery over, what, he was yesterday, like a coxcomb, his wife being come to him. And having had his boy with him last night. Here I stayed an hour or two and wrote over a fresh petition, that which was drawn by their solicitor not pleasing me, and thence to the Painted Chamber, and by away by coach to my Lord Peterborough's. And there delivered the petition into his hand, which he promised most readily to deliver to the House today. Thence back, and there spoke to several lords, and so did his solicitor, one that W. Joyce hath promised L5 to if he be released. Lord Peterborough presented a petition to the House from W. Joyce, and a great dispute, we hear, there was in the House for and against it. At last it was carried that he should be belled till the House meets again after Easter, he giving bond for his appearance. This was not so good as we hoped, but as good as we could well expect. Anon comes the King and passed the bill for repealing the Triennial Act, and another about writs of error. I crowded in and heard the King's speech to them. But he speaks the worst that ever I heard man in my life, worse than if he read it all, and he had it in writing in his hand. Thence, after the House was up, and I inquired what the order of the house was, I to W. Joyce, with his brother, and told them all. Here was Kate come, and is a comely fat woman. I would not stay dinner, thinking to go home to dinner, and did go by water as far as the bridge, but thinking that they would take it kindly my being there, to be belled for him if there was need, I returned. But finding them gone out to look after it, only Will and his wife and sister left and some friends that came to visit him, I to Westminster Hall, and by agreement to Mrs. Lane's lodging, whither I sent for a lobster, and with Mr. Swain and his wife eat it, and argued before them mightily for Holly, but all would not do, although I made her angry by calling her old, and making her know what herself is. Her body was out of temper for any dalliance, and so after staying there 3 or 4 hours, but yet taking care to have my oath safe of not staying a quarter of an hour together with her, I went to W. Joyce, where I find the order come, and Bell, his father and brother, given, and he paying his fees, which come to above L2, besides L5 he is to give one man, and his charges of eating and drinking here, and tens. A day as many days as he stands under Bell, which, I hope, will teach him hereafter to hold his tongue better than he used to do. Thence with Anth. Joyce's wife alone home talking of Will's folly, and having set her down, home myself, where I find my wife dressed as if she had been abroad, but I think she was not, but she answering me some way that I did not like I pulled her by the nose. Indeed to offend her, though afterwards to appease her I denied it, but only it was done in haste. The poor wretch took it mighty ill, and I believe besides wringing her nose she did feel pain, and so cried a great while, but by and by I made her friends, and so after supper to my office a while, and then home to bed. This day great numbers of merchants came to a grand committee of the House to bring in their claims against the Dutch. I pray God guide the issue to our good. 6th. Up and to my office, whither by and by came John Noble, my father's old servant, to speak with me. I smelling the business, took him home. And there, all alone, he told me how he had been serviceable to my brother Tom, in the business of his getting his servant, an ugly jade, Margaret, with child. She was brought to bed in St. Sepulchre's parish of 2 children. One is dead, the other is alive, her name Elizabeth, and goes by the name of Taylor, daughter to John Taylor. It seems Tom did a great while trust one Crawley with the business, who daily got money of him. And at last, finding himself abused, he broke the matter to J. Noble, upon a vow of secrecy. Tom's first plot was to go on the other side the water and give a beggar woman something to take the child. They did once go, but did nothing, J. Noble saying that 7 years hence the mother might come to demand the child and force him to produce it, or to be suspected of murder. Then I think it was that they consulted, and got one Cave, a poor pensioner in St. Bride's parish to take it, giving him L5, he thereby promising to keep it for ever without more charge to them. The parish hereupon indict the man Cave for bringing this child upon the parish, and by Sir Richard Brown he is sent to the counter. Cave thence writes to Tom to get him out. Tom answers him in a letter of his own hand, which J. Noble shewed me, but not signed by him, wherein he speaks of freeing him and getting security for him, but nothing as to the business of the child, or anything like it, so that forasmuch as I could guess, there is nothing therein to my brother's prejudice as to the main point, and therefore I did not labor to tear or take away the paper. Cave being released, demands L5 more to secure my brother for ever against the child. And he was forced to give it him and took bond of Cave in L100, made at a scrivener's, 1 Hudson, I think, in the Old Bailey, to secure John Taylor, and his assigns, and in consideration of L10 paid him, from all trouble, or charge of meat, drink, clothes, and breeding of Elizabeth Taylor, and it seems, in the doing of it, J. Noble was looked upon as the assignee of this John Taylor. Noble says that he furnished Tom with this money, and is also bound by another bond to pay him 20s. More this next Easter Monday, but nothing for either sum appears under Tom's hand. I told him how I am like to lose a great sum by his death, and would not pay any more myself, but I would speak to my father about it against the afternoon. So away he went, and I all the morning in my office busy, and at noon home to dinner mightily oppressed with wind, and after dinner took coach and to Paternoster Row, and there bought a pretty silka for a petticoat for my wife. And then set her down at the New Exchange, and I leaving the coat at unthanks, went to Whitehall, but the council meeting at Worcester House I went thither, and there delivered to the Duke of Albemarle a paper touching some Tangier business. And thence to the Change for my wife, and walked to my father's, who was packing up some things for the country. I took him up and told him this business of Tom, at which the poor wretch was much troubled, and desired me that I would speak with J. Noble, and do what I could and thought fit in it without concerning him in it. So I went to Noble, and saw the bond that Cave did give and also Tom's letter that I mentioned above, and upon the whole I think some shame may come, but that it will be hard from anything I see there to prove the child to be his. Thence to my father and told what I had done, and how I had quieted Noble by telling him that, though we are resolved to part with no more money out of our own purses, yet if he can make it appear a true debt that it may be justifiable for us to pay it, we will do our part to get it paid, and said that I would have it paid before my own debt. So my father and I both a little satisfied, though vexed to think what a rogue my brother was in all respects. I took my wife by coach home, and to my office, where late with Sir W. Warren, and so home to supper and to bed. I heard today that the Dutch have begun with us by granting letters of marque against us, but I believe it not. 7th, up and to my office, where busy, and by comes Sir W. Warren and old Mr. Bond in order to the resolving me some questions about masts and their proportions, but he could say little to me to my satisfaction, and so I held him not long but parted. So to my office busy till noon and then to the Change, where high talka of the Dutch's protest against our Royal Company in Guinea, and their granting letters of marque against us there, and every body expects a war. But I hope it will not yet be so, nor that this is true. Thence to dinner, where my wife got me a pleasant French fricassee of veal for dinner, and thence to the office, where vexed to see how Sir W. Batten ordered things this afternoon, vide my office book, for about this time I have begun, my notions and informations increasing now greatly every day, to enter all occurrences extraordinary in my office in a book by themselves. And so in the evening after long discourse and eased my mind by discourse with Sir W. Warren, I to my business late, and so home to supper and to bed. 8th, up betimes and to the office, and anon, it begun to be fair after a great shower this morning, Sir W. Batten and I by water, calling his son Castle by the way, between whom and I no notice at all of his letter the other day to me, to Deptford, and after a turn in the yard, I went with him to the Alma's house to see the new building which he, with some ambition, is building of there, during his being master of Trinity House. And a good work it is, but to see how simply he answered somebody concerning setting up the arms of the corporation upon the door, that and anything else he did not deny it, but said he would leave that to the master that comes after him. There I left him and to the King's Yard again, and there made good inquiry into the business of the poop lanterns, wherein I found occasion to correct myself mightily for what I have done in the contract with the platerer, and am resolved, though I know not how, to make them to alter it, though they signed it last night, and so I took Staines 550 home with me by boat and discoursed it, and he will come to reason when I can make him to understand it. No sooner landed but it fell a mighty storm of rain and hail, so I put into a cane shop and bought one to walk with, cost me 4s. 6d, all of one joint. So home to dinner, and had an excellent Good Friday dinner of peas porridge and apple pie. So to the office all the afternoon preparing a new book for my contracts, and this afternoon come home the office globes done to my great content. In the evening a little to visit Sir W. Penn, who hath a feeling this day or two of his old pain. Then to walk in the garden with my wife, and so to my office a while, and then home to the only Lenten supper I have had of Whigs 551 and ale, and so to bed. This morning betimes came to my office to me Boatswain Smith of Woolwich, telling me a notable piece of knavery of the officers of the yard and Mr. Gold in behalf of a contract made for some old ropes by Mr. Wood, and I believe I shall find Sir W. Batten of the plot, vide my office daybook, point 552. 9th. The last night, whether it was from cold I got today upon the water I know not, or whether it was from my mind being over-concerned with Staines's business of the platery of the navy. For my minds was mighty troubled with the business all night long. I did wake about 1 o'clock in the morning, a thing I most rarely do, and pissed a little with great pain, continued sleepy, but in a high fever all night, fiery hot, and in some pain. Towards morning I slept a little and waking found myself better, but with some pain, and rose I confess with my clothes sweating, and it was somewhat cold too, which I believe might do me more hurt, for I continued cold and apt to shake all the morning, but that some trouble with Sir J. Minns and Sir W. Batten kept me warm. At noon home to dinner upon tripes, and so though not well abroad with my wife by coach to her tailor's and the New Exchange, and thence to my father's and spoke one word with him, and thence home, where I found myself sick in my stomach and vomited, which I do not use to do. Then I drank a glass or two of Hippocras, and to the office to dispatch some business, necessary, and so home and to bed, and by the help of Mithridate slept very well. 10th, Lord's Day. Lay long in bed, and then up and my wife dressed herself, it being Easter Day, but I not being so well as to go out, she, though much against her will, stayed at home with me. For she had put on her new best gowns, which indeed is very fine now with the lace, and this morning her tailor brought home her other new laced silk gowns with a smaller lace, and new petticoats, I bought the other day both very pretty. We spent the day in pleasant talks and company one with another, reading in Dr. Fuller's book what he says of the family of the Cliffords and Kingsmills, and at night being myself better than I was by taking a glister, which did carry away a great deal of wind, I after supper at night went to bed and slept well. 11th. Lay long talking with my wife, then up and to my chamber preparing papers against my father comes to lie here for discourse about country business. Dined well with my wife at home, being myself not yet thorough well, making water with some pain, but better than I was, and all my fear of an ague gone away. In the afternoon my father came to see us, and he gone I up to my morning's work again, and so in the evening a little to the office and to see Sir W. Batten, who is ill again, and so home to supper and to bed. 12th. Up, and after my wife had dressed herself very fine in her new laced gown, and very handsome indeed, W. How also coming to see us, I carried her by coach to my uncle White's and set her down there, and W. How and I to the coffee house, where we sat talking about getting of him some place under my Lord of Advantage if he should go to sea, and I would be glad to get him secretary and to out-creed if I can, for he is a crafty and false rogue. Thence a little to the Change, and thence took him to my uncle White's, where dined my father, poor melancholy man, that used to be as full of life as anybody, and also my aunt's brother, Mr. Sutton, a merchant in Flanders, a very sober, fine man, and Mr. Cole and his lady, but, Lord, how I used to adore that man's talka, and now methinks he is but an ordinary man, his son a pretty boy indeed, but his nose unhappily awry. Other good company and an indifferent, and but indifferent dinner for so much company, and after dinner got a coach, very dear, it being Easter time and very foul weather, to my lord's, and there visited my lady, and leaving my wife there I and W. How to Mr. Paget's, and there heard some musique not very good, but only one Dr. Walgrave, an Englishman bred at Rome, who plays the best upon the lute that I ever heard man. Here I also met Mr. Hill 553 the little merchant, and after all was done we sung. I did well enough a psalm or two of Laws, he I perceive has good skill and sings well, and a friend of his sings a good bass. Thence late walked with them too as far as my lord's, thinking to take up my wife and carry them home, but there being no coach to be got away they went, and I stayed a great while, it being very late, about 10 o'clock, before a coach could be got. I found my lord and ladies and my wife at supper. My lord seems very kind. But I am apt to think still the worst, and that it is only in show, my wife and lady being there. So home, and find my father come to lie at our house. And so supped, and saw him, poor man, to bed, my heart never being fuller of love to him, nor admiration of his prudence and pains heretofore in the world than now, to see how Tom hath carried himself in his trade. And how the poor man hath his thoughts going to provide for his younger children and my mother. But I hope they shall never want. So myself and wife to bed. 13th. Though late, past 12, before we went to bed, yet I heard my poor father up, and so I rang up my people, and I rose and got something to eat and drink for him, and so abroad, it being a mighty foul day, by coach. Setting my father down in Fleet Street and I to St. James's, where I found Mr. Coventry, the Duke being now come thither for the summer, with a goldsmith, sorting out his old plate to change for new, but, Lord! What a deal he hath! I stayed and had 2 or 3 hours discourse with him, talking about the disorders of our office, and I largely to tell him how things are carried by Sir W. Batten and Sir J. Minns to my great grief. He seems much concerned also, and for all the king's matters that are done after the same rate everywhere else, and even the Duke's household matters too, generally with corruption, but most indeed with neglect and indifferency. I spoke very loud and clear to him my thoughts of Sir J. Minns and the other, and trust him with the using of them. Then to talk of our business with the Dutch, he tells me fully that he believes it will not come to a war. For first, he showed me a letter from Sir George Downing, his own hand, where he assures him that the Dutch themselves do not desire, but above all things fear it, and that they neither have given letters of marque against our ships in Guinea. Nor do de Ruyter 554 stay at home with his fleet with an eye to any such thing, but for want of a wind, and is now come out and is going to the Straits. He tells me also that the most he expects is that upon the merchants' complaints, the Parliament will represent them to the King, desiring his securing of his subjects against them, and though perhaps they may not directly see fit. Yet even this will be enough to let the Dutch know that the Parliament do not oppose the King, and by that means take away their hopes, which was that the King of England could not get money or do anything towards a war with them. And so thought themselves free from making any restitution, which by this they will be deceived in. He tells me also that the Dutch states are in no good condition themselves, differing one with another, and that for certain none but the states of Holland and Zealand will contribute towards a war, the others reckoning themselves, being inland, not concerned in the profits of war or peace. But it is pretty to see what he says, that those here that are forward for a war at court, they are reported in the world to be only designers of getting money into the king's hands. They that elsewhere are for it have a design to trouble the kingdom and to give the fanatiques an opportunity of doing hurt, and lastly those that are against it, as he himself for one is very cold therein, are said to be bribed by the Dutch. After all this discourse he carried me in his coach, it raining still, to Charing Cross, and there put me into another, and I calling my father and brother carried them to my house to dinner, my wife keeping bed all day. All the afternoon at the office with W. Bottom looking over his particulars about the chest of Chatham, which shows enough what a knave Commissioner Pett hath been all along, and how Sir W. Batten hath gone on in getting good allowance to himself and others out of the poor's money. Time will show all. So in the evening to see Sir W. Penn, and then home to my father to keep him company, he being to go out of town, and up late with him and my brother John till past 12 at night to make up papers of Tom's accounts fit to leave with my cousin Scott. At last we did make an end of them, and so after supper all to bed. 14th, up betimes, and after my father's eating something, I walked out with him as far as Milk Street, he turning down to Cripplegate to take coach. And at the end of the street I took leave, being much afeard I shall not see him here any more, he do decay so much every day, and so I walked on, there being never a coach to be had till I came to Charing Cross, and their Colonel Froude took me up and carried me to St. James's, where with Mr. Coventry and Povey, and, about my Lord Peterborough's accounts, but, Lord! To see still what a puppy that Povey is with all his show is very strange. Thence to Whitehall and W. C. Oventry, and I and Sir W. Ryder resolved upon a day to meet and make an end of all the business. Thence walked with Creed to the coffee-house in Covent Garden, where no company, but he told me many fine experiments at Gresham College. And some demonstration that the heat and cold of the weather do rarefy and condense the very body of glass, as in a bolt head with cold water in it put into hot water, shall first by rarefying the glass make the water sink. And then when the heat comes to the water makes that rise again, and then put into cold water makes the water by condensing the glass to rise, and then when the cold comes to the water makes it sink, which is very pretty and true, he saw it tried. Thence by coach home, and dined above with my wife by her bedside, she keeping her bed. So to the office, where a great conflict with Wood and Castle about their New England masts. So in the evening my mind a little vexed, but yet without reason, for I shall prevail, I hope, for the king's profit, and so home to supper and to bed. 15th. Up and all the morning with Captain Taylor at my house talking about things of the Navy, and among other things I showed him my letters to Mr. Coventry, wherein he acknowledges that nobody to this day did ever understand so much as I have done, and I believe him, for I perceive he did very much listen to every article as things new to him. And is contented to abide by my opinion therein in his great contest with us about his and Mr. Wood's masts. At noon to the Change, where I met with Mr. Hill, the little merchant, with whom, I perceive, I shall contract a musical acquaintance, but I will make it as little troublesome as I can. Home and dined, and then with my wife by coach to the Duke's house, and there saw the German princess acted, by the woman herself, but never was anything so well done in earnest, worse performed in jest upon the stage. And indeed the whole play, abating the drollery of him that acts her husband, is very simple, unless here and there a witty sprinkle or two. We met and sat by Dr. Clerk. Thence homewards, calling at Madame Turner's, and then set my wife down at my Aunt White's and I to my office till late, and then at night fetched her home, and so again to my office a little, and then to supper and to bed. 16th. Up and to the office, where all the morning upon the dispute of Mr. Wood's masts, and at noon with Mr. Coventry to the African house, and after a good and pleasant dinner, up with him, Sir W. Ryder, the simple povey, of all the most ridiculous fool that ever I knew to attend to business, and Creed and Vernity, about my Lord Peterborough's accounts. But the more we look into them, the more we see of them that makes dispute, which made us break off, and so I home, and there found my wife and Bess gone over the water to Halfway House, and after them, thinking to have gone to Woolwich. But it was too late, so eat a cake and home, and thence by coach to have spoke with Tom Trice about a letter I met with this afternoon from my cousin Scott. Wherein he seems to deny proceeding as my father's attorney in administering for him in my brother Tom's estate, but I find him gone out of town, and so returned vexed home and to the office, where late writing a letter to him. And so home and to bed. 17th, Lord's Day. Up, and I put on my best cloth black suit and my velvet cloak, and with my wife in her best laced suit to church, where we have not been these 9 or 10 weeks. The truth is, my jealousy hath hindered it, for fear she should see Pembleton. He was here today, but I think sat so as he could not see her, which did please me, God help me mightily, though I know well enough that in reason this is nothing but my ridiculous folly. Home to dinner, and in the afternoon, after long consulting whether to go to Woolwich or no to see Mr. Falconer, but indeed to prevent my wife going to church, I did however go to church with her, where a young simple fellow did preach. I slept soundly all the sermon, and thence to Sir W. Penn's, my wife and I, there she talking with him and his daughter, and thence with my wife walked to my uncle White's and there supped, where very merry. But I vex to see what charges the vanity of my aunt puts her husband to among her friends and nothing at all among ours. Home and to bed. Our parson, Mr. Mills, his own mistake in reading of the service was very remarkable, that instead of saying, "We beseech thee to preserve to our use the kindly fruits of the earth," he cries, "Preserve to our use our gracious Queen Catherine." 18th. Up and by coach to Westminster, and there solicited W. Joyce's business again, and did speak to the Duke of York about it, who did understand it very well. I afterwards did without the house fall in company with my Lady Peters, and endeavoured to mollify her, but she told me she would not, to redeem her from hell, do anything to release him, but would be revenged while she lived, if she lived the age of Methuselah. I made many friends, and so did others. At last it was ordered by the Lords that it should be referred to the Committee of Privileges to consider. So I, after discoursing with the Joyces, away by coach to the Change, and there, among other things, do hear that a Jew hath put in a policy of 4% to any man, to insure him against a Dutch war for 4 months. I could find in my heart to take him at this offer, but however will advise first, and to that end took coach to St. James's, but Mr. Coventry was gone forth, and I thence to Westminster Hall, where Mrs. Lane was gone forth, and so I missed of my intent to be with her this afternoon, and therefore meeting Mr. Blagrave, went home with him, and there he and his kinswoman sang, but I was not pleased with it, they singing methought very ill, or else I am grown worse to please than heretofore. Thence to the hall again, and after meeting with several persons, and talking there, I to Mrs. Hunt's, where I knew my wife and my Aunt White were about business, and they being gone to walk in the park I went after them with Mrs. Hunt, who stayed at home for me, and finding them did by coach, which I had agreed to wait for me, go with them all and Mrs. Hunt and a kinswoman of theirs, Mrs. Stewart, to Hyde Park, where I have not been since last year. Where I saw the king with his periwig, but not altered at all, and my Lady Castlemaine in a coach by herself, in yellow satin and a pinner on, and many brave persons. And myself being in a hackney and full of people, was ashamed to be seen by the world, many of them knowing me. Thence in the evening home, setting my aunt at home, and thence we sent for a joint of meat to supper, and thence to the office at 11 o'clock at night, and so home to bed. 19th, up and to St. James's, where long with Mr. Coventry, Povey, and in their 10-year accounts, but such the folly of that coxcomb Povey that we could do little in it, and so parted for the time, and I to walk with Creed and Vernity in the Physique Garden in St. James's Park, where I first saw orange trees, and other fine trees. So to Westminster Hall, and thence by water to the Temple, and so walk to the Change, and there find the Change full of news from Guinea. Some say the Dutch have sunk our ships and taken our fort, and others say we have done the same to them. But I find by our merchants that something is done, but is yet a secret among them. So home to dinner, and then to the office, and at night with Captain Taylor consulting how to get a little money by letting him the Elias to fetch masts from New England. So home to supper and to bed. 20th. Up and by coach to Westminster, and there solicited W. Joyce's business all the morning, and meeting in the hall with Mr. Coventry, he told me how the Committee for Trade have received now all the complaints of the merchants against the Dutch, and were resolved to report very highly the wrongs they have done us, when, God knows, it is only our own negligence and laziness that hath done us the wrong, and this to be made to the House tomorrow. I went also out of the hall with Mrs. Lane to the Swan at Mrs. Herbert's in the Palace Yard to try a couple of bands, and did, though I had a mind to be playing the fool with her, purposely stay but a little while, and kept the door open. And called the master and mistress of the house one after another to drink and talk with me, and showed them both my old and new bands. So that as I did nothing, so they are able to bear witness that I had no opportunity there to do anything. Thence by coach with Sir W. Penn home, calling at the Temple for Lawes's Psalms, which I did not so much, by being against my oath, by as only lay down money till others be bound better for me, and by that time I hope to get money of the Treasurer of the Navy by bills, which, according to my oath, shall make me able to do it. At home dined, and all the afternoon at a committee of the chest, and at night comes my aunt and Uncle White and Nan Ferrers and supped merrily with me, my uncle coming in an hour after them almost foxed. Great pleasure by discourse with them, and so, they gone, late to bed. 21st, up pretty betimes and to my office, and thither came by and by Mr. Vernity and stayed 2 hours with me, but Mr. Gauden did not come, and so he went away to meet again anon. Then comes Mr. Creed, and, after some discourse, he and I and my wife by coach to Westminster, leaving her at Unthanks, her tailor's, hall, and there at the Lord's house heard that it is ordered, that upon submission upon the knee both to the House and my Lady Peters, W. Joyce shall be released. I forthwith made him submit, and ask pardon upon his knees, which he did before several lords. But my lady would not hear it, but swore she would post the lords, that the world might know what pitiful lords the king hath. And that revenge was sweeter to her than milk, and that she would never be satisfied unless he stood in a pillory, and demand pardon there. But I perceive the lords are ashamed of her, and so I away calling with my wife at a place or two to inquire after a couple of maids recommended to us, but we found both of them bad. So set my wife at my uncle White's and I home, and presently to the Change, where I did some business, and thence to my uncle's and there dined very well, and so to the office, we sat all the afternoon. But no sooner sat but news comes my Lady Sandwich was come to see us, so I went out, and running up, her friend however before me, I perceived by my dear lady blushing that in my dining room she was doing something upon the pot. Which I also was ashamed of, and so fell to some discourse, but without pleasure through very pity to my lady. She tells me, and I find true since, that the House this day have voted that the King be desired to demand right for the wrong done us by the Dutch, and that they will stand by him with their lives' fortunes, which is a very high vote. And more than I expected. What the issue will be, God knows. My lady, my wife not being at home, did not stay, but, poor, good woman, went away, I being mightily taken with her dear visit, and so to the office, where all the afternoon till late, and so to my office, and then to supper and to bed. Thinking to rise betimes tomorrow. 22nd, having directed it last night, I was called up this morning before 4 o'clock. It was full light enough to dress myself, and so by water against tide, it being a little cool, to Greenwich. And thence, only that it was somewhat foggy till the sun got to some height, walked with great pleasure to Woolwich, in my way staying several times to listen to the nightingales. I did much business both at the rope-yard and the other, and on flow 8 I discovered a plain cheat which in time I shall publish of Mr. Ackworth's. Thence, having visited Mr. Falconer also, who lies still sick, but hopes to be better, I walked to Greenwich, Mr. Dean with me. Much good discourse, and I think him a very just man, only a little conceited, but yet very able in his way, and so he by water also with me also to town. I home, and immediately dressing myself, by coach with my wife to my Lord Sandwich's, but they having dined we would not light but went to Mrs. Turner's, and there got something to eat, and thence after reading part of a good play, Mrs. the. My wife and I, in their coach to Hyde Park, where great plenty of gallants, and pleasant it was, only for the dust. Here I saw Mrs. Bendy, my Lady Spilman's fair daughter that was, who continues yet very handsome. Many others I saw with great content, and so back again to Mrs. Turner's, and then took a coach and home. I did also carry them into St. James's Park and shewed them the garden. To my office a while supper was making ready, and so home to supper and to bed. 23rd, Coronation Day. Up, and after doing something at my office, and, it being a holiday, no sitting likely to be, I down by water to Sir W. Warren's, who hath been ill, and there talked long with him good discourse, especially about Sir W. Batten's knavery in his son Castle's ill language of me behind my back, saying that I favour my fellow traitors, but I shall be even with him. So home and to the Change, where I met with Mr. Coventry, who himself is now full of talk of a Dutch war, for it seems the Lords have concurred in the Commons' vote about it. And so the next week it will be presented to the King, insomuch that he do desire we would look about to see what stores we lack, and buy what we can. Home to dinner, where I and my wife much troubled about my money that is in my Lord Sandwich's hand, for fear of his going to sea and be killed, but I will get what of it out I can. All the afternoon, not being well, at my office, and there doing much business, my thoughts still running upon a war and my money. At night home to supper and to bed. 24th, Lord's Day. Up, and all the morning in my chamber setting some of my private papers in order, for I perceive that now public business takes up so much of my time that I must get time a Sundays or a nights to look after my own matters. Dined and spent all the afternoon talking with my wife, at night a little to the office, and so home to supper and to bed. 25th, up, and with Sir W. Penn by coach to St. James's and there up to the Duke, and after he was ready to his closet, where most of our talk about a Dutch war, and discoursing of things indeed now for it. The Duke, which gives me great good hopes, do talk of setting up a good discipline in the fleet. In the Duke's chamber there is a bird, given him by Mr. Pierce, the surgeon, comes from the East Indies, black the greatest part, with the finest collar of white about the neck, but talks many things and neighs like the horse, and other things, the best almost that ever I heard bird in my life. Thence down with Mr. Coventry and Sir W. Ryder, who was there, going along with us from the East India House today, to discourse of my Lord Peterborough's accounts, and then walked over the park, and in Mr. Cutler's coach with him and Ryder as far as the Strand, and thence I walked to my Lord Sandwich's, where by agreement I met my wife, and there dined with the young ladies. My lady, being not well, kept her chamber. Much simple discourse at table among the young ladies. After dinner walked in the garden, talking, with Mr. Moore about my lord's business. He told me my lord runs in debt every day more and more, and takes little care how to come out of it. He counted to me how my lord pays use now for above L9,000, which is a sad thing, especially considering the probability of his going to sea, in great danger of his life, and his children, many of them, to provide for. Thence, the young ladies going out to visit, I took my wife by coach out through the city, discoursing how to spend the afternoon, and conquered, with much ado, a desire of going to a play, but took her out at Whitechapel, and to Bednall Green. So to Hackney, where I have not been many a year, since a little child I boarded there. Thence to Kingsland, by my nurse's house, Goody Lawrence, where my brother Tom and I was kept when young. Then to Newington Green, and saw the outside of Mrs. Herbert's house, where she lived, and my Aunt Ellen with her, but, Lord! How in every point I find myself to overvalue things when a child. Thence to Islington, and so to St. John's to the Red Bull, and there, saw the latter part of a rude prize fought, but with good pleasure enough. And thence back to Islington, and at the King's Head, where Pitts lived, we light and eat and drunk for remembrance of the old house sake, and so through Kingsland again, and so to Bishopsgate, and so home with great pleasure. The country mighty pleasant, and we with great content home, and after supper to bed, only a little troubled at the young ladies leaving my wife so today, and from some passages fearing my lady might be offended. But I hope the best. 26th. Up, and to my Lord Sandwich's, and coming a little too early, I went and saw W. Joyce, and by comes in Anthony, they both owning a great deal of kindness received from me in their late business, and indeed I did what I could, and yet less I could not do. It has cost the poor man above L40. Besides, he is likely to lose his debt. Thence to my lord's, and by he comes down, and with him, Creed with us, I rode in his coach to St. James's, talking about W. Joyce's business mighty merry, and my Lady Peters, he says, is a drunken jade, he himself having seen her drunk in the lobby of their house. I went up with him to the Duke, where methought the Duke did not shew him any so great fondness as he was wont. And methought my lord was not pleased that I should see the Duke made no more of him, not that I know anything of any unkindness, but I think verily he is not as he was with him in his esteem. By and by the Duke went out and we with him through the park, and there I left him going into Whitehall, and Creed and I walked round the park, a pleasant walk, observing the birds, which is very pleasant. And so walked to the New Exchange, and there had a most delicate dish of curds and cream, and discourse with the good woman of the house, a discreet well-bred woman, and a place with great delight I shall make it now and then to go thither. Thence up, and after a turn or two in the Change, home to the Old Exchange by coach, where great news and true, I saw by written letters, of strange fires seen at Amsterdam in the air, and not only there, but in other places thereabout. The talk of a Dutch war is not so hot, but yet I fear it will come to it at last. So home and to the office, where we sat late. My wife gone this afternoon to the burial of my she-cousin Scott, a good woman. And it is a sad consideration how the Pepyses decay, and nobody almost that I know in a present way of increasing them. At night late at my office, and so home to my wife to supper and to bed. 27th. Up, and all the morning very busy with multitude of clients, till my head began to be overloaded. Towards noon I took coach and to the Parliament House door, and there stayed the rising of the House, and with Sir G. Carteret and Mr. Coventry discoursed of some tar that I have been endeavouring to buy, for the market begins apace to rise upon us, and I would be glad first to serve the king well, and next if I could I find myself now begin to cast how to get a penny myself. Home by coach with Alderman Bacule in his coach, whose opinion is that the Dutch will not give over the business without putting us to some trouble to set out a fleet, and then, if they see we go on well, will seek to salve up the matter. Upon the change busy. Thence home to dinner, and thence to the office till my head was ready to burst with business, and so with my wife by coach, I sent her to my Lady Sandwich and myself to my cousin Roger Pepys's chamber. And there he did advise me about our exchequer business, and also about my brother John. He is put by my father upon interceding for him, but I will not yet seem the least to pardon him nor can I in my heart. However, he and I did talk how to get him a mandamus for a fellowship which I will endeavour. Thence to my ladies, and in my way met Mr. Sanchy, of Cambridge, whom I have not met a great while. He seems a simple fellow, and tells me their master, Dr. Rainbow, is newly made Bishop of Carlisle. To my ladies, and she not being well did not see her, but straight home with my wife, and late to my office, concluding in the business of Wood's masts. Which I have now done and I believe taken more pains in it than ever any principal officer in this world ever did in anything to no profit to this day. So, weary, sleepy, and hungry, home and to bed. This day the Houses attended the king, and delivered their votes to him, upon the business of the Dutch, and he thanks them, and promises an answer in writing. 28th. Up and close at my office all the morning. To the change busy at noon, and so home to dinner, and then in the afternoon at the office till night, and so late home quite tired with business. And without joy in myself otherwise than that I am by God's grace enabled to go through it and one day, hope to have benefit by it. So home to supper and to bed. 29th, up betimes, and with Sir W. Ryder and Cutler to Whitehall. Ryder and I to St. James's, and there with Mr. Coventry did proceed strictly upon some fooleries of Mr. Povey's in my Lord Peterborough's accounts, which will touch him home, and I am glad of it, for he is the most troublesome impertinent man that ever I met with. Thence to the change, and there, after some business, home to dinner, where Llewellyn and Mount came to me and dined, and after dinner my wife and I by coach to see my Lady Sandwich, where we find all the children and my lord removed. And the house so melancholy that I thought my lady had been dead, knowing that she was not well. But it seems she hath the measles, and I fear the small pox, poor lady. It grieves me mightily, for it will be a sad hour to the family should she miscarry. Then straight home and to the office, and in the evening comes Mr. Hill the merchant and another with him that sings well, and we sung some things, and good music it seemed to me, only my mind too full of business to have much pleasure in it. But I will have more of it. They gone, and I having paid Mr. Moxon for the work he has done for the office upon the King's Globes, I to my office, where very late busy upon Captain Taylor's bills for his masts, which I think will never off my hand. Home to supper and to bed. 30th. Up and all the morning at the office. At noon to the change, where, after business done, Sir W. Ryder and Cutler took me to the Old James and there did give me a good dish of mackerel, the first I have seen this year, very good, and good discourse. After dinner we fell to business about their contract for tar, in which and in another business of Sir W. Ryder's, canvass, wherein I got him to contract with me, I held them to some terms against their wills, to the King's advantage, which I believe they will take notice of to my credit. Thence home, and by water by a galley down to Woolwich, and there a good while with Mr. Pett upon the new ship discoursing and learning of him. Thence with Mr. Dean to see Mr. Falconer, and there find him in a way to be well. So to the water, after much discourse with great content with Mr. Dean, and home late, and so to the office, wrote to my father among other things my continued displeasure against my brother John, so that I will give him nothing more out of my own purse, which will trouble the poor man. But however it is fit that I should take notice of my brother's ill carriage to me. Then home until 12 at night about my month's accounts, wherein I have just kept within compass, this having been a spending month. So my people being all abed, I put myself to bed very sleepy. All the news now is what will become of the Dutch business, whether war or peace. We all seem to desire it, as thinking ourselves to have advantages at present over them. For my part one dread it. The Parliament promises to assist the king with lives and fortunes, and he receives it with thanks and promises to demand satisfaction of the Dutch. My poor Lady Sandwich is fallen sick 3 days since of the measles. My Lord Digby's business is hushed up, and nothing made of it, he is gone, and the discourse quite ended. Never more quiet in my family all the days of my life than now, there being only my wife and I and Bess and the little girl Susan, the best wenches to our content that we can ever expect. May 1664. May 1st, Lord's Day. Lay long in bed. Went not to church, but stayed at home to examine my last night's accounts, which I find right, and that I am L908 creditor in the world, the same I was last month. Dined, and after dinner down by water with my wife and Bess with great pleasure as low as Greenwich and so back, playing as it were leisurely upon the water to Deptford, where I landed and sent my wife up higher to land below Halfway House. I to the King's Yard and there spoke about several businesses with the officers, and so with Mr. Waith consulting about canvass, to Halfway House where my wife was, and after eating there we broke and walked home before quite dark. So to supper, prayers, and to bed. 2nd, lay pretty long in bed. So up and by water to St. James's, and there attended the Duke with Sir W. Batten and Sir J. Minns, and having done our work with him walked to Westminster Hall, and after walking there and talking of business met Mr. Rawlinson and by coach to the Change, where I did some business, and home to dinner, and presently by coach to the King's Playhouse to see the Labyrinth, but, coming too soon, walked to my lord's to hear how my lady do, who is pretty well. At least past all fear. Thereby Captain Ferrers meeting with an opportunity of my lord's coach, to carry us to the park anon, we directed it to come to the playhouse door, and so we walked, my wife and I and Mademoiselle. I paid for her going in, and there saw, the Labyrinth, the poorest play, methinks, that ever I saw, there being nothing in it but the odd accidents that fell out, by a lady's being bred up in man's apparel, and a man in a woman's. Here was Mrs. Stewart, who is indeed very pretty, but not like my Lady Castlemaine, for all that. Thence in the coach to the park, where no pleasure. There being much dust, little company, and one of our horses almost spoiled by falling down, and getting his leg over the pole, but all mended presently, and after riding up and down, home. Set Mademoiselle at home. And we home, and to my office, whither comes Mr. Bland, and pays me the debt he acknowledged he owed me for my service in his business of the Tangier merchant, 20 pieces of new gold, a pleasant sight. It cheered my heart. And he being gone, I home to supper, and shewed them my wife, and she, poor wretch, would fain have kept them to look on, without any other design but a simple love to them, but I thought it not convenient, and so took them into my own hand. So, after supper, to bed. 3rd, up, and being ready, went by agreement to Mr. Bland's and there drank my morning draught in good chocolate, and slabbering my band sent home for another, and so he and I by water to Whitehall, and walked to St. James's, where met Creed and Vernity, and by Sir W. Ryder, and so to Mr. Coventry's chamber, and thereupon my Lord Peterborough's accounts, where I endeavoured to shew the folly and punish it as much as I could of Mr. Povey. For, of all the men in the world, I never knew any man of his degree so great a coxcomb in such employments. I see I have lost him for ever, but I value it not, for he is a coxcomb, and, I doubt, not over honest, by some things which I see. And yet, for all his folly, he hath the good Lukey, now and then, to speak his follies in as good words, and with as good a show, as if it were reason, and to the purpose, which is really one of the wonders of my life. Thence walked to Westminster Hall, and there, in the Lord's house, did in a great crowd, from 10 o'clock till almost 3, hear the cause of Mr. Roberts, my Lord Privy Seal's son, against Wynne, who by false ways did get the father of Mr. Roberts's wife, Mr. Bodville, to give him the estate and disinherit his daughter. The cause was managed for my Lord Privy Seal by Finch the Solicitor General. But I do really think that he is truly a man of as great eloquence as ever I heard, or ever hoped to hear in all my life. Thence, after long staying to speak with my Lord Sandwich, at last he coming out to me and speaking with me about business of my Lord Peterborough, I by coach home to the office, where all the afternoon. Only stepped home to eat one bit and to the office again, having eaten nothing before today. My wife abroad with my Aunt White and Norbury. I in the evening to my Uncle White's, and not finding them come home, they being gone to the park and the mulberry garden, I went to the Change, and their meeting with Mr. Hemp's son, whom Sir W. Batten has lately turned out of his place, merely because of his coming to me when he came to town before he went to him, and there he told me many rogueries of Sir W. Batten, how he knows and is able to prove that Captain Cox of Chatham did give him L10 in gold to get him to certify for him at the King's coming in, and that Tom Newborn did make, the poor men give him L3 to get Sir W. Batten to cause them to be entered in the yard, and that Sir W. Batten had oftentimes said, "By God, Tom, you shall get something and I will have some on't." His present clerk that is come in Norman's room has given him something for his place. That they live high and, as Sir Francis Clerk's lady told his wife, do lack money as well as other people, and have bribes of a piece of satin and cabinets and other things from people that deal with him. And that hardly any body goes to see or hath anything done by Sir W. Batten but it comes with a bribe, and that this is publicly true that his wife was a whore, and that he had libels flung within his doors for a cuckold as soon as he was married. That he received L100 in money and in other things to the value of L50 more of Hemp's son, and that he intends to give him back but L50, that he hath abused the chest and hath now some L1000 by him of it. I met also upon the Change with Mr. Cutler, and he told me how for certain Lawson hath proclaimed war again with Argier, though they had at his first coming given back the ships which they had taken, and all their men. Though they refused afterwards to make him restitution for the goods which they had taken out of them. Thence to my Uncle White's, and he not being at home I went with Mr. Norbury near hand to the Fleece, a mum house in Leadenhall, and their drunk mum and by broke up, it being about 11 o'clock at night, and so leaving them also at home, went home myself and to bed. 4th. Up, and my new tailor, Langford, comes and takes measure of me for a new black cloth suit and cloak, and I think he will prove a very careful fellow and will please me well. Thence to attend my Lord Peterborough in bed and give him an account of yesterday's proceeding with Povey. I perceive I labour in a business will bring me little pleasure, but no matter, I shall do the king some service. To my lord's lodgings, where during my lady's sickness he is, there spoke with him about the same business. Back and by water to my cousin Scott's. There condoled with him the loss of my cousin, his wife, and talked about his matters, as attorney to my father, in his administering to my brother Tom. He tells me we are like to receive some shame about the business of his bastard with Jack Noble. But no matter, so it cost us no money. Thence to the coffee house and to the Change a while. News uncertain how the Dutch proceed. Some say for, some against a war. The plague increases at Amsterdam. So home to dinner, and after dinner to my office, where very late, till my eyes, which begin to fail me nowadays by candlelight, begin to trouble me. Only in the afternoon comes Mr. Peter Honeywood to see me and gives me 20s. His and his friends' pence for my brother John, which, God forgive my pride, methinks I think myself too high to take of him, but it is an ungrateful pitch of pride in me, which God forgive. Home at night to supper and to bed. 5th. Up betimes to my office, busy, and so abroad to change some plate for my father to send today by the carrier to Brampton. But I observe and do fear it may be to my wrong that I change spoons of my Uncle Robert's into new and set AP upon them that thereby I cannot claim them hereafter, as it was my brother Tom's practice. However, the matter of this is not great, and so I did it. So to the Change, and meeting Sir W. Warren, with him to a tavern, and there talked, as we used to do, of the evils the king suffers in our ordering of business in the navy, as Sir W. Batten now forces us by his knavery. So home to dinner, and to the office, where all the afternoon, and thence betimes home, my eyes beginning every day to grow less and less able to bear with long reading or writing, though it be by daylight. Which I never observed till now. So home to my wife, and after supper to bed. 6th. This morning up and to my office, where Simpson my joiner came to work upon altering my closet, which I alter by setting the door in another place, and several other things to my great content. Busy at it all day, only in the afternoon home, and there, my books at the office being out of order, wrote letters and other businesses. So at night with my head full of the business of my closet home to bed, and strange it is to think how building do fill my mind and put out all other things out of my thoughts. 7th. Betimes at my office with the joiners, and giving order for other things about it. By and by we sat all the morning. At noon to dinner, and after dinner comes Dean of Woolwich, and I spent, as I had appointed, all the afternoon with him about instructions which he gives me to understand the building of a ship, and I think I shall soon understand it. In the evening a little to my office to see how the work goes forward there, and then home and spent the evening also with Mr. Dean, and had a good supper, and then to bed, he lying at my house. 8th, Lord's Day. This day my new tailor, Mr. Langford, brought me home a new black cloth suit and cloak lined with silk moire, and he being gone, who pleases me very well with his work and I hope will use me pretty well, then Dean and I to my chamber. And there we repeated my yesterday's lesson about ships all the morning, and I hope I shall soon understand it. At noon to dinner, and strange how in discourse he cries up chemistry from some talk he has had with an acquaintance of his, a chymist, when, poor man, he understands not one word of it. But I discern very well that it is only his good nature, but in this of building ships he hath taken great pains, more than most builders I believe have. After dinner he went away, and my wife and I to church, and after church to Sir W. Penn, and there sat and talked with him, and the perfidious rogue seems, as he do always, mightily civil to us, though I know he hates and envies us. So home to supper, prayers, and to bed. 9th. Up and to my office all the morning, and there saw several things done in my work to my great content, and at noon home to dinner, and after dinner in Sir W. Penn's coach he set my wife and I down at the New Exchange, and after buying some things we walked to my Lady Sandwich's, who, good lady, is now, thanks be to God, so well as to sit up, and sent to us, if we were not afeard, to come up to her. So we did, but she was mightily against my wife's coming so near her, though, poor wretch, she is as well as ever she was, as to the measles, and nothing can I see upon her face. There we sat talking with her above 3 hours, till 6 o'clock, of several things with great pleasure and so away, and home by coach, buying several things for my wife in our way, and so after looking what had been done in my office today. With good content home to supper and to bed. But, strange, how I cannot get anything to take place in my mind while my work lasts at my office. This day my wife and I in our way to Paternoster Row to buy things called upon Mr. Holliard to advise upon her drying up her issue in her leg, which inclines of itself to dry up, and he admits of it that it should be dried up. 10th. Up and at my office looking after my workmen all the morning, and after the office was done did the same at night, and so home to supper and to bed. 11th. Up and all day, both forenoon and afternoon, at my office to see it finished by the joiners and washed and everything in order, and indeed now my closet is very convenient and pleasant for me. My uncle White came to me to my office this afternoon to speak with me about Mr. Mays's business again, and from me went to my house to see my wife, and strange to think that my wife should by and by send for me after he was gone to tell me that he should begin discourse of her want of children and his also. And how he thought it would be best for him and her to have one between them, and he would give her 500 either in money or jewels beforehand, and make the child his heir. He commended her body, and discoursed that for all he knew the thing was lawful. She says she did give him a very warm answer, such as he did not excuse himself by saying that he said this in jest, but told her that since he saw what her mind was he would say no more to her of it and desired her to make no words of it. It seemed he did say all this in a kind of counterfeit laugh, but by all words that passed, which I cannot now so well set down, it is plain to me that he was in good earnest, and that I fear all his kindness is but only his lust to her. What to think of it of a sudden I know not, but I think not to take notice yet of it to him till I have thought better of it. So with my mind and head a little troubled I received a letter from Mr. Coventry about a mast for the Duke's yacht, which with other business makes me resolve to go betimes to Woolwich tomorrow. So to supper and to bed. 12th. Up by 4 o'clock and by water to Woolwich, where did some business and walked to Greenwich, good discourse with Mr. Dean best part of the way. There met by appointment Commissioner Pett, and with him to Deptford, where did also some business, and so home to my office, and at noon Mrs. Hunt and her cousin's child and maid came and dined with me. My wife sick, in bed. I was troubled with it, but, however, could not help it, but attended them till after dinner, and then to the office and there sat all the afternoon, and by a letter to me this afternoon from Mr. Coventry I saw the first appearance of a war with Holland. So home, and betimes to bed because of rising tomorrow. 13th, up before 3 o'clock, and a little after upon the water, it being very light as at noon, and a bright sun rising. But by and by a rainbow appeared, the first that ever in a morning I saw, and then it fell raining a little, but held up again, and I to Woolwich, where before all the men came to work I with Mr. Dean spent 2 hours upon the new ship, informing myself in the names and natures of many parts of her to my great content, and so back again, without doing anything else, and after shifting myself away to Westminster, looking after Mr. Mays's business and others. In the Painted Chamber I heard a fine conference between some of the two houses upon the bill for conventicles. The lords would be freed from having their houses searched by any but the Lord Lieutenant of the county. And upon being found guilty, to be tried only by their peers. And thirdly, would have it added, that whereas the bill says, that, among other things, shall be a conventicle wherein any such meeting is found doing anything contrary to the liturgy of the Church of England, they would have it added. Or practice. The Commons to the Lord said, that they knew not what might hereafter be found out which might be called the practice of the Church of England. For there are many things may be said to be the practice of the Church, which were never established by any law, either common, statute, or canon. As singing of psalms, binding up prayers at the end of the Bible, and praying extempore before and after sermon, and though these are things indifferent, yet things for aught they at present know may be started. Which may be said to be the practice of the Church which would not be fit to allow. For the Lords' privileges, Mr. Walter told them how tender their predecessors had been of the privileges of the Lords, but, however, where the peace of the kingdom stands in competition with them, they apprehend those privileges must give place. He told them that he thought, if they should own all to be the privileges of the Lords which might be demanded, they should be led like the man, who granted leave to his neighbor to pull off his horse's tail. Meaning that he could not do it at once, that hair by hair had his horse's tail pulled off indeed, so the Commons, by granting one thing after another, might be so served by the Lords. Mr. Vaughan, whom I could not to my grief perfectly hear, did say, if that they should be obliged in this manner to exempt the Lords from every thing, it would in time come to pass that whatever, be it, never so great, should be voted by the Commons as a thing penal for a commoner, the contrary should be thought a privilege to the Lords, that also in this business. The work of a conventicle being but the work of an hour, the cause of a search would be over before a Lord Lieutenant, who may be many miles off, can be sent for. And that all this dispute is but about L100, for it is said in the Act, that it shall be banishment or payment of L100. I thereupon heard the Duke of Lennox say, that there might be lords who could not always be ready to lose L100, or some such thing, they broke up without coming to any end in it. There was also in the Commons' House a great quarrel about Mr. Prynne, and it was believed that he should have been sent to the Tor, for adding something to a bill, after it was ordered to be engrossed, of his own head, a bill for measures for wine and other things of that sort. And a bill of his own bringing in. But it appeared he could not mean any hurt in it. But, however, the king was fain to write in his behalf, and all was passed over. But it is worth my remembrance, that I saw old Really the herald, and his son. And spoke to his son, who told me in very bad words concerning Mr. Prynne, that the king had given him an office of keeping the records. But that he never comes thither, nor had been there these 6 months, so that I perceive they expect to get his employment from him. Thus every body is liable to be envied and supplanted. At noon over to the Leg, where Sir G. Askew, Sir Ropt Parkhurst and Sir W. Penn dined. A good dinner and merry. Thence to Whitehall walking up and down a great while, but the council not meeting soon enough I went homeward, calling upon my cousin Roger Pepys, with whom I talked and heard so much from him of his desire that I would see my brother's debts paid. And things still of that nature tending to my parting with what I get with pain to serve others' expenses that I was cruelly vexed. Thence to Sir R. Bernard, and there heard something of Pigot's delay of paying our money, that also vexed me mightily. So home and there met with a letter from my cousin Scott, which tells me that he is resolved to meddle no more with our business, of administering for my father. Which altogether makes me almost distracted to think of the trouble that I am like to meet with by other folks' business more than ever I hope to have by my own. So with great trouble of mind to bed. 14th, up, full of pain, I believe by cold got yesterday. So to the office, where we sat, and after office home to dinner, being in extraordinary pain. After dinner my pain increasing I was forced to go to bed, and by my pain rose to be as great for an hour or two as ever I remember it was in any fit of the stone, both in the lower part of my belly and in my back also. No wind could I break. I took a glister, but it brought away but a little, and my height of pain followed it. At last after 2 hours lying thus in most extraordinary anguish, crying and roaring, I know not what, whether it was my great sweating that may do it, but upon getting by chance, among my other tumblings, upon my knees, in bed. My pain began to grow less and less, till in an hour after I was in very little pain, but could break no wind, nor make any water, and so continued, and slept well all night. 15th, Lord's Day. Rose, and as I had intended without reference to this pain, took physique, and it wrought well with me, my wife lying for me tonight, the first time she did in the same house ever since we were married, I think, unless while my father was in town. That he lay with me. She took physique also today, and both of our physiques wrought well, so we passed our time today, our physique having done working, with some pleasure talking, but I was not well, for I could make no water yet, but a drop or two with great pain. Nor break any wind. In the evening came Mr. Vernity to see me and discourse about my Lord Peterborough's business, and also my uncle White and Norbury, but I took no notice nor showed any different countenance to my uncle White, or he to me. For all that he carried himself so basely to my wife the last week, but will take time to make my use of it. So, being exceeding hot, to bed, and slept well. 16th, forced to rise because of going to the Duke to St. James's, where we did our usual business, and thence by invitation to Mr. Pierce's the chirurgeon, where I saw his wife, whom I had not seen in many months before. She holds her complexion still, but in everything else, even in this her new house and the best rooms in it, and her closet which her husband with some vainglory took me to show me, she continues the eeriest slattern that ever I knew in my life. By and by we to see an experiment of killing a dog by letting opium into his hind leg. He and Dr. Clerk did fail mightily in hitting the vein, and in effect did not do the business after many trials. But with the little they got in, the dog did presently fall asleep, and so lay till we cut him up, and a little dog also, which they put it down his throat, he also staggered first, and then fell asleep, and so continued. Whether he recovered or no, after I was gone, I know not, but it is a strange and sudden effect. Thence walked to Westminster Hall, where the king was expected to come to prorogue the house, but it seems, afterwards I hear, he did not come. I promised to go again to Mr. Pierce's, but my pain grew so great, besides a bruise I got today in my right testicle, which now vexes me as much as the other, that I was mighty melancholy, and so by coach home and there took another glister, but find little good by it. But by sitting still my pain of my bruise went away, and so after supper to bed, my wife and I having talked and concluded upon sending my father an offer of having Paul come to us to be with us for her preferment. If by any means I can get her a husband here, which, though it be some trouble to us, yet it will be better than to have her stay there till nobody will have her and then be flung upon my hands. 17th, slept well all night and lay long, then rose and wrote my letter to my father about Paul, as we had resolved last night. So to dinner and then to the office, finding myself better than I was, and making a little water, but not yet breaking any great store of wind, which I wonder at, for I cannot be well till I do it. After office home and to supper and with good ease to bed, and endeavored to tie my hands that I might not lay them out of bed, by which I believe I have got cold, but I could not endure it. 18th. Up and within all the morning, being willing to keep as much as I could within doors, but receiving a very wakening letter from Mr. Coventry about fitting of ships, which speaks something like to be done. I went forth to the office, there to take order in things, and after dinner to Whitehall to a committee of Tangier, but did little. So home again and to Sir W. Penn, who, among other things of haste in this new order for ships, is ordered to be gone presently to Portsmouth to look after the work there. I stayed to discourse with him, and so home to supper, whereupon a fine couple of pigeons, a good supper. And here I met a pretty cabinet sent me by Mr. Shales, which I give my wife, the first of that sort of goods I ever had yet, and very conveniently it comes for her closet. I stayed up late finding out the private boxes, but could not do some of them, and so to bed, afraid that I have been too bold today in venturing in the cold. This day I begun to drink buttermilk and whey, and I hope to find great good by it. 19th, up, and it being very rainy weather, which makes it cooler than it was, by coach to Charing Cross with Sir W. Penn, who is going to Portsmouth this day, and left him going to St. James's to take leave of the Duke, and I to Whitehall to a committee of Tangier, where God forgive how our report of my Lord Peterborough's accounts was read over and agreed to by the Lords, without one of them understanding it. And had it been what it would, it had gone, and, besides, not one thing touching the King's profit in it minded or hit upon. Thence by coach home again, and all the morning at the office, sat, and all the afternoon till 9 at night, being fallen again to business, and I hope my health will give me leave to follow it. So home to supper and to bed, finding myself pretty well. A pretty good stool, which I impute to my way today, and broke wind also. 20th, up and to my office, whither by and by comes Mr. Cholmley, and staying till the rest of the company come he told me how Mr. Edward Montague is turned out of the court, not to return again. His fault, I perceive, was his pride, and most of all his affecting to seem great with the Queen, and it seems indeed had more of her ear than anybody else, and would be with her talking alone 2 or 3 hours together. Insomuch that the lords about the King, when he would be jesting with them about their wives, would tell the King that he must have a care of his wife too. For she hath now the gallant, and they say the King himself did once ask Montague how his mistress, meaning the Queen, did. He grew so proud, and despised every body, besides suffering nobody, he or she, to get or do any thing about the Queen, that they all laboured to do him a good turn. They also say that he did give some affront to the Duke of Monmouth, which the King himself did speak to him of. But strange it is that this man should, from the greatest negligence in the world, come to be the miracle of attendance, so as to take all offices from everybody, either men or women, about the Queen. Insomuch that he was observed as a miracle, but that which is the worst, that which in a wise manner performed, would, turn to his greatest advantage, was by being so observed employed to his greatest wrong. The world concluding that there must be something more than ordinary to cause him to do this. So he is gone, nobody pitying but laughing at him, and he pretends only that he is gone to his father, that is sick in the country. By and by comes Povey, Creed, and Vernity, and so to their accounts, wherein more trouble and vexation with Povey. That being done, I sent them going and myself fell to business till dinner. So home to dinner very pleasant. In the afternoon to my office, where busy again, and by came a letter from my father so full of trouble for discontents there between my mother and servants. And such troubles to my father from hence from cave that hath my brother's bastard that I know not what in the world to do, but with great trouble, it growing night, spent some time walking, and putting care as much as I could out of my head. With my wife in the garden, and so home to supper and to bed. 21st, up, called by Mr. Cholmley, and walked with him in the garden till others came to another committee of Tangier, as we did meet as we did use to do, to see more of Povey's folly, and so broke up, and at the office sat all the morning, Mr. Coventry with us, and very hot we are getting out some ships. At noon to the Change, and there did some business, and thence home to dinner, and so abroad with my wife by coach to the New Exchange, and there laid out almost 40s upon her, and so called to see my Lady Sandwich, whom we found in her dining room, which joyed us mightily, but she looks very thin, poor woman, being mightily broke. She told us that Mr. Montague is to return to court, as she hears, which I wonder at, and do hardly believe. So home and to my office, where late, and so home to supper and to bed. 22nd, Lord's Day. Up and by water to Whitehall to my lord's lodgings, and with him walked to Whitehall without any great discourse, nor do I find that he do mind business at all. Here the Duke of York called me to him, to ask me whether I did intend to go with him to Chatham or no. I told him if he commanded, but I did believe there would be business here for me, and so he told me then it would be better to stay, which I suppose he will take better than if I had been forward to go. Thence, after staying and seeing the throng of people to attend the king to chapel, but, Lord! What a company of sad, idle people they are, I walked to St. James's with Colonel Remes, where stayed a good while and then walked to Whitehall with Mr. Coventry, talking about business. So meeting Creed, took him with me home and to dinner, a good dinner, and thence by water to Woolwich, where mighty kindly received by Mrs. Falconer and her husband, who is now pretty well again, this being the first time I ever carried my wife thither. I walked to the dock, where I met Mrs. Ackworth alone at home, and God forgive me. What thoughts I had, but I had not the courage to stay, but went to Mr. Pett's and walked up and down the yard with him and Dean talking about the dispatch of the ships now in haste, and by Creed and my wife and a friend of Mr. Falconer's came with the boat and called me, and so by water to Deptford, where I landed, and after talking with others walked to Halfway House with Mr. Waith talking about the business of his supplying us with canvas, and he told me in discourse several instances of Sir W. Batten's cheats. So to Halfway House, whither my wife and them were gone before, and after drinking there we walked, and by water home, sending Creed and the other with the boat home. Then wrote a letter to Mr. Coventry, and so a good supper of peas, the first I eat this year, and so to bed. 23rd, up and to the office, where Sir J. Minns, Sir W. Batten, and myself met and did business, we being in a mighty hurry. The king is gone down with the Duke and a great crew this morning by break of day to Chatham. Towards noon I and my wife by water to Woolwich, leaving my wife at Mr. Falconer's, and Mr. Hayter and I with some officers of the yard on board to see several ships how ready they are. Then to Mr. Falconer's to a good dinner, having myself carried them a vessel of sturgeon and a lamprey pie, and then to the yard again, and among other things did at Mr. Ackworth's obtain a demonstration of his being a knave. But I did not discover it, till it be a little more seasonable. So back to the rope-yard and took my wife and Mr. Hayter back, it raining mighty hard of a sudden, but we with the tilt 555 kept ourselves dry. So to Deptford, did some business there. But, Lord! To see how in both places the king's business, if ever it should come to a war, is likely to be done, there not being a man that looks or speaks like a man that will take pains, or use any forecast to serve the king. At which I am heartily troubled. So home, it raining terribly, but we still dry, and at the office late discoursing with Sir J. Minns and Sir W. Batten, who like a couple of sots receive all I say but to little purpose. So late home to supper and to bed. 24th. Up and to the office, where Sir J. Minns and I sat all the morning, and after dinner thither again, and all the afternoon hard at the office till night, and so tired home to supper and to bed. This day I heard that my uncle Fenner is dead, which makes me a little sad, to see with what speed a great many of my friends are gone, and more, I fear, for my father's sake, are going. 25th. Took physique betimes and to sleep, then up, it working all the morning. At noon dined, and in the afternoon in my chamber spending 2 or 3 hours to look over some unpleasant letters and things of trouble to answer my father in, about Tom's business and others, that vexed me. But I did go through it and by that means eased my mind very much. This afternoon also came Tom and Charles Pepys by my sending for, and received of me L40 in part towards their L70 legacy of my uncle's. Spent the evening talking with my wife, and so to bed. 26th. Up to the office, where we sat, and I had some high words with Sir W. Batten about canvas, wherein I opposed him and all his experience, about seams in the middle, and the profit of having many breadths and narrow, which I opposed to good purpose, to the rejecting of the whole business. At noon home to dinner, and thence took my wife by coach, and she to my Lady Sandwich to see her. I to Tom Trice, to discourse about my father's giving over his administration to my brother, and thence to Sir R. Bernard, and there received L19 in money, and took up my father's bond of L21, that is L40, in part of Pigot's L209 due to us, which L40 he pays for 7 roods of meadow in Portholme. Thence to my wife, and carried her to the Old Bailey, and there we were led to the Quest House, by the church, where all the kindred were by themselves at the burial of my uncle Fenner, but, Lord! What a pitiful rout of people there was of them, but very good service and great company the whole was. And so anon to church, and a good sermon, and so home, having for ease put my L19 into W. Joyce's hand, where I left it. So to supper and to bed, being in a little pain from some cold got last night lying without anything upon my feet. 27th, up, not without some pain by cold, which makes me mighty melancholy, to think of the ill state of my health. To the office, where busy till my brains ready to drop with variety of business, and vexed for all that to see the service like to suffer by other people's neglect. Vexed also at a letter from my father with 2 troublesome ones enclosed from Cave and Noble, so that I know not what to do therein. At home to dinner at noon. But to comfort my heart, Captain Taylor this day brought me L20 he promised me for my assistance to him about his masts. After dinner to the office again, and thence with Mr. Waith to St. Catherine's to see some variety of canvases, which indeed was worth my seeing, but only I was in some pain, and so took not the delight I should otherwise have done. So home to the office, and there busy till late at night, and so home to supper and to bed. This morning my tailor brought me a very tall maid to be my cookmaid. She asked L5, but my wife offered her but L3 Whether she will take it or no I know not till tomorrow, but I am afeard she will be over high for us, she having last been a chambermaid, and holds up her head, as my little girl Sue observed. 28th. Up pretty well as to pain and wind, and to the office, where we sat close and did much business. At noon I to the Change, and thence to Mr. Cutler's, where I heard Sir W. Ryder was, where I found them at dinner and dined with them, he having yesterday and today a fit of a pain like the gout, the first time he ever had it. A good dinner. Good discourse, Sir W. Ryder especially much fearing the issue of a Dutch war, wherein I very highly commend him. Thence home, and at the office a while, and then with Mr. Dean to a second lesson upon my shipwrightry, wherein I go on with great pleasure. He being gone I to the office late, and so home to supper and to bed. But, Lord! To see how my very going to the Change, and being without my gown, presently brought me wind and pain, till I came home and was well again. But I am come to such a pass that I shall not know what to do with myself, but I am apt to think that it is only my legs that I take cold in from my having so long worn a gown constantly. 29th, Whit Sunday. King's Birth and Restoration Day. Up, and having received a letter last night desiring it from Mr. Coventry, I walked to St. James's, and there he and I did long discourse together of the business of the office, and the war with the Dutch. And he seemed to argue mightily with the little reason that there is for all this. For first, as to the wrong we pretend they have done us, that of the East Indies, for their not delivering of Pulron, it is not yet known whether they have failed or no, that of their hindering the Leopard cannot amount to above L3000 if true. That of the Guinea Company, all they had done us did not amount to above L200 or L300 he told me truly, and that now, from what Holmes, without any commission, hath done in taking an island and 2 forts, hath set us much in debt to them. And he believes that Holmes will have been so puffed up with this, that he by this time hath been enforced with more strength than he had then, hath, I say, done a great deal more wrong to them. He do, as to the effect of the war, tell me clearly that it is not any skill of the Dutch that can hinder our trade if we will, we having so many advantages over them, of winds, good ports, and men. But it is our pride, and the laziness of the merchant. He seems to think that there may be some negotiation which may hinder a war this year, but that he speaks doubtfully, as unwilling I perceive to be thought to discourse any such thing. The main thing he desired to speak with me about was, to know whether I do understand my Lord Sandwich's intentions as to going to sea with this fleet, saying, that the Duke, if he desires it, is most willing to it. But thinking that 12 ships is not a fleet fit for my Lord to be troubled to go out with, he is not willing to offer it to him till he hath some intimations of his mind to go, or not. He spoke this with very great respect as to my Lord, though methinks it is strange they should not understand one another better at this time than to need another's mediation. Thence walked over the park to Whitehall, Mr. Povey with me, and was taken in a very great shore in the middle of the park that we were very wet. So up into the house and with him to the king's closet, whither by and by the king came, my Lord Sandwich carrying the sword. A bishop preached, but he speaking too low for me to hear behind the king's closet, I went forth and walked and discoursed with Colonel Reams, who seems a very willing man to be informed in his business of canvass, which he is undertaking to strike in with us to serve the navy. By and by my Lord Sandwich came forth, and called me to him, and we fell into discourse a great while about his business, wherein he seems to be very open with me, and to receive my opinion as he used to do. And I hope I shall become necessary to him again. He desired me to think of the fitness, or not, for him to offer himself to go to sea, and to give him my thoughts in a day or two. Thence after sermon among the ladies on the Queen's side, where I saw Mrs. Stewart, very fine and pretty, but far beneath my Lady Castlemaine. Thence with Mr. Povey home to dinner, where extraordinary cheer. And after dinner up and down to see his house. And in a word, methinks, for his perspective upon his wall in his garden, and the springs rising up with the perspective in the little closet, his room floored above with woods of several colors, like but above the best cabinet work I ever saw. His grotto and vault, with his bottles of wine, and a well therein to keep them cool, his furniture of all sorts, his bath at the top of his house, good pictures, and his manner of eating and drinking, do surpass all that ever I did see of one man in all my life. Thence walked home and found my uncle White and Mr. Rawlinson, who supped with me. They being gone, I to bed, being in some pain from my being so much abroad today, which is a most strange thing that in such warm weather the least air should get cold and wind in me. I confess it makes me mighty sad and out of all content in the world. 30th. Lay long, the bells ringing, it being holiday, and then up and all the day long in my study at home studying of shipmaking with great content till the evening, and then came Mr. Howe and sat and then supped with me. He is a little conceited, but will make a discreet man. He being gone, a little to my office, and then home to bed, being in much pain from yesterday's being abroad, which is a consideration of mighty sorrow to me. 31st, up, and called upon Mr. Holliard, with whom I advised and shall fall upon some course of doing something for my disease of the wind, which grows upon me every day more and more. Thence to my Lord Sandwich's, and while he was dressing I below discoursed with Captain Cook, and I think if I do find it fit to keep a boy at all I had as good be supplied from him with one as any body. By and by up to my Lord, and to discourse about his going to sea, and the message I had from Mr. Coventry to him. He wonders, as he well may, that this course should be taken, and he every day with the Duke, who, nevertheless, seems most friendly to him, who hath not yet spoke one word to my lord of his desire to have him go to sea. My lord do tell me clearly that were it not that he, as all other men that were of the Parliament side, are obnoxious to reproach, and so is forced to bear what otherwise he would not, he would never suffer everything to be done in the navy. And he never be consulted. And it seems, in the naming of all these commanders for this fleet, he hath never been asked one question. But we concluded it wholly inconsistent with his honour not to go with this fleet, nor with the reputation which the world hath of his interest at court, and so he did give me commission to tell Mr. Coventry that he is most willing to receive any commands from the Duke in this fleet, were it less than it is, and that particularly in this service. With this message I parted, and by coach to the office, where I found Mr. Coventry, and told him this. Methinks, I confess, he did not seem so pleased with it as I expected, or at least could have wished, and asked me whether I had told my lord that the Duke do not expect his going, which I told him I had. But now whether he means really that the Duke, as he told me the other day, do think the fleet too small for him to take or that he would not have him go, I swear I cannot tell. But methinks other ways might have been used to put him by without going in this manner about it, and so I hope it is out of kindness indeed. Dined at home, and so to the office, where a great while alone in my office, nobody near, with Bagwell's wife of Deptford, but the woman seemed so modest that I durst not offer any courtship to her. Though I had it in my mind when I brought her in to me. But I am resolved to do her husband a courtesy, for I think he is a man that deserves very well. So abroad with my wife by coach to St. James's, to one Lady Pulteney's, where I found my lord, I doubt, at some vain pleasure or other. I did give him a short account of what I had done with Mr. Coventry, and so left him, and to my wife again in the coach, and with her to the park, but the Queen being gone by the park to Kensington, we stayed not but straight home and to supper, the first time I have done so this summer. And so to my office doing business, and then to my monthly accounts, where to my great comfort I find myself better than I was still the last month, and now come to L 9:30. I was told today, that upon Sunday night last, being the King's birthday, the King was at my Lady Castlemaine's lodgings, over the hither gates at Lambert's lodgings, dancing with fiddlers all night almost. And all the world coming by taking notice of it, which I am sorry to hear. The discourse of the town is only whether a war with Holland or no, and we are preparing for it all we can, which is but little. Myself subject more than ordinary to pain by wind, which makes me very sad, together with the trouble which at present lies upon me in my father's behalf, rising from the death of my brother, which are many and great. Would to God they were over. June 1664. June 1st, up, having lain long, going to bed very late after the ending of my accounts. Being up Mr. Hollyard came to me, and to my great sorrow, after his great assuring me that I could not possibly have the stone again, he tells me that he do verily fear that I have it again, and has brought me something to dissolve it. Which do make me very much troubled, and pray to God to ease me. He gone, I down by water to Woolwich and Deptford to look after the dispatch of the ships, all the way reading Mr. Spencer's Book of Prodigies, which is most ingeniously writ, both for matter and style. Home at noon, and my little girl got me my dinner, and I presently out by water and landed at Somerset Stairs, and thence through Covent Garden, where I met with Mr. Southwell, Sir W. Penn's friend, who tells me the very sad news of my Lord Teviot's and 19 more commission officers being killed at Tangier by the Moors, by an ambush of the enemy upon them, while they were surveying their lines. Which is very sad, and, he says, afflicts the king much. Thence to W. Joyce's, where by appointment I met my wife, but neither of them at home, and she and I to the king's house, and saw The Silent Woman. But methought not so well done or so good a play as I formerly thought it to be, or else I am nowadays out of humour. Before the play was done, it fell such a storm of hail, that we in the middle of the pit were fain to rise. 5:56 and all the house in a disorder, and so my wife and I out and got into a little alehouse, and stayed there an hour after the play was done before we could get a coach, which at last we did, and by chance took up Joyce Norton and Mrs. Bowles, and set them at home, and so home ourselves, and I, after a little to my office, so home to supper and to bed. 2nd, up and to the office, where we sat all the morning, and then to the Change, where after some stay by coach with Sir J. Minns and Mr. Coventry to St. James's, and there dined with Mr. Coventry very finely, and so over the park to Whitehall to a committee of Tangier about providing provisions, money, and men for Tangier. At it all the afternoon, but it is strange to see how poorly and brokenly things are done of the greatest consequence, and how soon the memory of this great man is gone, or, at least, out of mind by the thoughts of who goes next. Which is not yet known. My Lord of Oxford, Muskerry, and several others are discoursed of. It seems my Lord Teviot's design was to go 1.5 miles out of the town, to cut down a wood in which the enemy did use to lie in ambush. He had sent several spies. But all brought word that the way was clear, and so might be for any body's discovery of an enemy before you are upon them. There they were all snapped, he and all his officers, and about 200 men, as they say. There being left now in the garrison but 4 captains. This happened the 3d of May last, being not before that day 12th of his entering into his government there, but at his going out in the morning he said to some of his officers, Gentlemen, let us look to ourselves. For it was this day 3 years that so many brave Englishmen were knocked on the head by the Moors, when Fiennes made his sally out. Here till almost night, and then home with Sir J. Minns by coach, and so to my office a while, and home to supper and bed, being now in constant pain in my back, but whether it be only wind or what it is the Lord knows, but I fear the worst. 3rd. Up, still in a constant pain in my back, which much afflicts me with fear of the consequence of it. All the morning at the office, we sat at the office extraordinary upon the business of our stores, but, Lord! What a pitiful account the surveyor makes of it grieves my heart. This morning before I came out I made a bargain with Captain Taylor for a ship for the commissioners for Tangier, wherein I hope to get L40 or L50. To the Change, and thence home and dined, and then by coach to Whitehall, sending my wife to Mrs. Hunt's. At the committee for Tangier all the afternoon, were a sad consideration to see things of so great weight managed in so confused a manner as it is, so as I would not have the buying of an acre of land bought by the Duke of York and Mr. Coventry, for aught I see, being the only 2 that do anything like men. Prince Rupert do nothing but swear and laugh a little, with an oath or 2, and that's all he do. Thence called my wife and home, and I laid at my office, and so home to supper and to bed, pleased at my hopes of gains by today's work, but very sad to think of the state of my health. 4th, up and to St. James's by coach, after a good deal of talk before I went forth with J. Noble, who tells me that he will secure us against Cave, that though he knows, and can prove it, yet nobody else can prove it, to be Tom's child. That the bond was made by one Hudson, a scrivener, next to the Fountain Tavern, in the Old Bailey, that the children were born, and christened, and entered in the parish book of St. Sepulchres, by the name of Anne and Elizabeth Taylor, and he will give us security against Cave if we pay him the money. And then up to the Duke, and was with him giving him an account how matters go, and of the necessity there is of a power to praise a seaman, without which we cannot really raise men for this fleet of 12 sail. Besides that it will assert the King's power of pressing, which at present is somewhat doubted, and will make the Dutch believe that we are in earnest. Thence by water to the office, where we sat till almost 2 o'clock. This morning Captain Ferrer came to the office to tell me that my Lord hath given him a promise of Young's place in the wardrobe, and hearing that I pretend a promise to it he comes to ask my consent, which I denied him. And told him my Lord may do what he pleases with his promise to me, but my father's condition is not so as that I should let it go if my Lord will stand to his word, and so I sent him going, myself being troubled a little at it. After office I with Mr. Coventry by water to St. James's and dined with him, and had excellent discourse from him. So to the committee for Tangier all afternoon, where still the same confused doings, and my Lord Fitzharding now added to the committee, which will signify much. It grieves me to see how brokenly things are ordered. So by coach home, and at my office late, and so to supper and to bed, my body by plenty of breaking of wind being just now pretty well again, having had a constant aching in my back these 5 or 6 days. Mr. Coventry discoursing this noon about Sir W. Batten, what a sad fellow he is, told me how the king told him the other day how Sir W. Batten, being in the ship with him and Prince Rupert when they expected to fight with Warwick, did walk up and down sweating with a napkin under his throat to dry up his sweat. And that Prince Rupert being a most jealous man, and particularly of Batten, do walk up and down swearing bloodily to the king, that Batten had a mind to betray them today, and that the napkin was a signal. But, by God, says he, if things go ill, the first thing I will do is to shoot him. He discoursed largely and bravely to me concerning the different sort of valors, the active and passive valor. For the latter, he brought as an instance General Blake, who, in the defending of Taunton and Lyme for the Parliament, did through his stubborn sort of valor defend it the most opiniastrement that ever any man did anything. And yet never was the man that ever made any attack by land or sea, but rather avoided it on all, even fair occasions. On the other side, Prince Rupert, the boldest attacker in the world for personal courage. And yet, in the defending of Bristol, no man ever did anything worse, he wanting the patience and seasoned head to consult and advise for defence, and to bear with the evils of a siege. The like he says is said of my Lord Teviot, who was the boldest adventurer of his person in the world, and from a mean man in few years was come to this greatness of command and repute only by the death of all his officers. He many times having the luck of being the only survivor of them all, by venturing upon services for the King of France that nobody else would. And yet no man upon a defence, he being all fury and no judgment in a fight. He tells me above all of the Duke of York, that he is more himself and more of judgment is at hand in him in the middle of a desperate service, than at other times, as appeared in the business of Dunkirk, wherein no man ever did braver things. Or was in hotter service in the close of that day, being surrounded with enemies. And then, contrary to the advice of all about him, his counsel carried himself and the rest through them safe, by advising that he might make his passage with but a dozen with him. For, says he, the enemy cannot move after me so fast with a great body, and with a small one we shall be enough to deal with them. And though he is a man naturally martial to the highest degree, yet a man that never in his life talks one word of himself or service of his own, but only that he saw such or such a thing. And lays it down for a maxime that a Hector can have no courage. He told me also, as a great instance of some men, that the Prince of Condo's excellence is, that there not being a more furious man in the world, danger in fight never disturbs him more than just to make him civil. And to command in words of great obligation to his officers and men. But without any the least disturbance in his judgment or spirit. 5th, Lord's Day. About 1 in the morning I was knocked up by my maids to come to my wife who is very ill. I rose, and from some cold she got today, or from something else, she is taken with great gripings, a looseness, and vomiting. I lay a while by her upon the bed, she being in great pain, poor wretch, but that being a little over I to bed again, and lay, and then up and to my office all the morning, setting matters to rights in some accounts and papers, and then to dinner. Whither Mr. Shepley, late come to town, came to me, and after dinner and some pleasant discourse he went his way, being to go out of town to Huntington again tomorrow. So all the afternoon with my wife discoursing and talking, and in the evening to my office doing business, and then home to supper and to bed. 6th, up and found my wife very ill again, which troubles me, but I was forced to go forth. So by water with Mr. Gauden and others to see a ship hired by me for the commissioners of Tangier, and to give order therein. So back to the office, and by coach with Mr. Gauden to Whitehall, and there to my Lord Sandwich, and here I met Mr. Townsend very opportunely in Captain Ferrer, and after some discourse we did accommodate the business of the wardrobe place, that he shall have the reversion if he will take it out by giving a covenant that if Mr. Young dies before my father shall have the benefit of it for his life. So home, and thence by water to Deptford, and there found our Trinity brethren come from their election to church, where Dr. Britton made, methought, an indifferent sermon touching the decency that we ought to observe in God's house, the church, but yet to see how ridiculously some men will carry themselves. Sir W. Batten did at open table anon in the name of the whole society desire him to print his sermon, as if the doctor could think that they were fit judges of a good sermon. Then by barge with Sir W. Batten to Trinity House. It seems they have with much ado carried it for Sir G. Carteret against Captain Harrison, poor man, who by succession ought to have been it, and most hands were for him, but only they were forced to fright the younger brethren by requiring them to set their hands, which is an ill course, and then Sir G. Carteret carried it. Here was at dinner my Lord Sandwich, Mr. Coventry, my Lord Craven, and others. A great dinner, and good company. Mr. Prynne also, who would not drink any health, no, not the king's, but sat down with his hat on all the while. 557 But nobody took notice of it to him at all, but in discourse with the doctor he did declare himself that he ever was, and has expressed himself in all his books for mixed communion against the Presbyterian examination. Thence after dinner by water, my Lord Sandwich and all us Tangier men, were at the committee busy till night with great confusion, and then by coach home, with this content, however, that I find myself every day become more and more known, and shall one day hope to have benefit by it. I found my wife a little better. A little to my office, then home to supper and to bed. 7th, up and to the office, having by my going by water without anything upon my legs yesterday got some pain upon me again, where all the morning. At noon a little to the change, and thence home to dinner, my wife being ill still in bed. Thence to the office, where busy all the afternoon till 9 at night, and so home to my wife, to supper, and to bed. 8th. All day before dinner with Creed, talking of many things, among others, of my Lord's going so often to Chelsea, and he, without my speaking much, do tell me that his daughters do perceive all, and do hate the place, and the young woman there, Mrs. Betty Beck, for my Lord, who sent them thither only for a disguise for his going thither, will come under pretence to see them, and pack them out of doors to the park, and stay behind with her. But now the young ladies are gone to their mother to Kensington. To dinner, and after dinner till 10 at night in my study writing of my old broken office notes in shorthand all in one book, till my eyes did ache ready to drop out. So home to supper and to bed. 9th, up and at my office all the morning. At noon dined at home, Mr. Hunt and his kinswoman, wife in the country, after dinner I to the office, where we sat all the afternoon. Then at night by coach to attend the Duke of Albemarle about the Tangier ship. Coming back my wife spied me going home by coach from Mr. Hunt's, with whom she hath gained much in discourse today concerning W. Howe's discourse of me to him. That he was the man that got me to be secretary to my Lord, and all that I have thereby, and that for all this I never did give him 6d. in my life. Which makes me wonder that this rogue dare talk after this manner, and I think all the world is grown false. But I hope I shall make good use of it. So home to supper and to bed, my eyes aching mightily since last night. 10th. Up and by water to Whitehall, and there to a committee of Tangier, and had occasion to see how my Lord Ashworth 558 deports himself, which is very fine indeed. And it joys my heart to see that there is any body looks so near into the king's business as I perceive he do in this business of my Lord Peterborough's accounts. Thence into the park, and met and walked with Captain Silas Taylor, my old acquaintance while I was of the Exchequer, and Dr. Hoare, talking of musique, and particularly of Mr. Birkinshaw's way, which Taylor magnifies mightily, and perhaps but what it deserves, but not so easily to be understood as he and others make of it. Thence home by water, and after dinner abroad to buy several things, as a map, and powder, and other small things, and so home to my office, and in the evening with Captain Taylor by water to our Tangier ship, and so home, well pleased. Having received L26 profit today of my bargain for this ship, which comforts me mightily, though I confess my heart, what with my being out of order as to my health, and the fear I have of the money my Lord oweth me and I stand indebted to him in, is much cast down of late. In the evening home to supper and to bed. 11th, up and to the office, where we sat all the morning, where some discourse arose from Sir G. Carteret and Mr. Coventry, which gives me occasion to think that something like a war is expected now indeed, though upon the change afterwards I hear too that an ambassador is landed from Holland, and one from their East India Company, to treat with ours about the wrongs we pretend to. Mr. Creed dined with me, and thence after dinner by coach with my wife only to take the air, it being very warm and pleasant, to Bow and Old Ford, and thence to Hackney. There light and played at shuffleboard, eat cream and good churries. And so with good refreshment home. Then to my office vexed with Captain Taylor about the delay of carrying down the ship hired by me for Tangier, and late about that and other things at the office. So home to supper and to bed. 12th, Lord's Day. All the morning in my chamber consulting my lesson of shipbuilding, and at noon Mr. Creed by appointment came and dined with us, and sat talking all the afternoon till, about church time, my wife and I began our great dispute about going to Griffin's child's christening, where I was to have been godfather, but Sir J. Minns refusing, he wanted an equal for me and my Lady Batten, and so sought for other. Then the question was whether my wife should go, and she having dressed herself on purpose, was very angry, and began to talk openly of my keeping her within doors before Creed, which vexed me to the guts. But I had the discretion to keep myself without passion, and so resolved at last not to go, but to go down by water, which we did by H. Russell 5:59 to the halfway house, and there eat and drank, and upon a very small occasion had a difference again broke out, where without any the least cause she had the cunning to cry a great while, and talk and blubber. Which made me mighty angry in mind, but said nothing to provoke her because Creed was there, but walked home, being troubled in my mind also about the knavery and neglect of Captain Fudge and Taylor, who were to have had their ship for Tangier ready by Thursday last, and now the men by a mistake are come on board, and not any master or man or boy of the ship's company on board with them when we came by her side this afternoon. And also received a letter from Mr. Coventry this day in complaint of it. We came home, and after supper Creed went home, and I to bed. My wife made great means to be friends, coming to my bedside and doing all things to please me, and at last I could not hold out, but seemed pleased, and so parted, and I with much ado to sleep, but was easily wakened by extraordinary great rain. And my mind troubled the more to think what the soldiers would do on board tonight in all this weather. 13th. So up at 5 o'clock, and with Captain Taylor on board her at Deptford, and found all out of order, only the soldiers civil, and Sir Arthur Bassett a civil person. I rated at Captain Taylor, whom, contrary to my expectation, I found a lying in a very stupid blundering fellow, good for nothing, and yet we talk of him in the navy as if he had been an excellent officer, but I find him a lying knave, and of no judgment or dispatch at all. After finding the condition of the ship, no master, not above 4 men, and many ships' provisions, sails, and other things wanting, I went back and called upon Fudge, whom I found like a lying rogue unready to go on board. But I did so jeer him that I made him get everything ready, and left Taylor and H. Russell to quicken him, and so away and I by water on to Whitehall, where I met his Royal Highness at a Tangier committee about this very thing, and did there satisfy him how things are, at which all was pacified without any trouble. And I hope may end well, but I confess I am at a real trouble for fear the rogue should not do his work, and I come to shame and loss of the money I did hope justly to have got by it. Thence walked with Mr. Coventry to St. James's, and there spent by his desire the whole morning reading of some old navy books given him of old Sir John Cook's by the Archbishop of Canterbury that now is. Wherein the order that was observed in the navy then, above what it is now, is very observable, and fine things we did observe in our reading. Anon to dinner, after dinner to discourse of the business of the Dutch war, wherein he tells me the Dutch do in every particular, which are but few and small things that we can demand of them, whatever cry we unjustly make, do seem to offer at an accommodation, for they do own that it is not for their profit to have war with England. We did also talk of a history of the navy of England, how fit it were to be writ. And he did say that it hath been in his mind to propose to me the writing of the history of the late Dutch war, which I am glad to hear, it being a thing I much desire, and sorts mightily with my genius, and, if well done, may recommend me much. So he says he will get me an order for making of searches to all records, and, in order thereto, and I shall take great delight in doing of it. Thence by water down to the Tower, and thither sent for Mr. Creed to my house, where he promised to be, and he and I down to the ship, and find all things in pretty good order, and I hope will end to my mind. Thence having a galley down to Greenwich, and there saw the King's works, which are great, doing there, and so to the cherry garden, and so carried some cherries home, and after supper to bed, my wife lying with me. Which from my not being thoroughly well, nor she, we have not done above once these 2 or 3 weeks. 14th. Up and to the office, where we sat all the morning, and had great conflict about the flags again, and am vexed methought to see my Lord Berkeley not satisfied with what I said. But however I stopped the King's being abused by the flag makers for the present. I do not know how it may end, but I will do my best to preserve it. So home to dinner, and after dinner by coach to Kensington. In the way overtaking Mr. Laxton, the apothecary, with his wife and daughters, very fine young lasses, in a coach. And so both of us to my Lady Sandwich, who hath lain this fortnight here at Dean Hodges's. Much company came hither today, my Lady Carteret, and Sir William Wheeler and his lady, and, above all, Mr. Beck, of Chelsea, and wife and daughter, my lord's mistress, and one that hath not one good feature in her face, and yet is a fine lady, of a fine taille, and very well carriaged, and mighty discreet. I took all the occasion I could to discourse with the young ladies in her company to give occasion to her to talk, which now and then she did, and that mighty finely, and is, I perceive, a woman of such an air. As I wonder the less at my lord's favour to her, and I dare warrant him she hath brains enough to entangle him. 2 or 3 hours we were in her company, going into Sir H. Finch's garden, and seeing the fountain, and singing there with the ladies, and a mighty fine cool place it is, with a great laver of water in the middle and the bravest place for musique I ever heard. After much mirth, discoursing to the ladies in defence of the city against the country or court, and giving them occasion to invite themselves tomorrow to me to dinner, to my venison pasty, I got their mother's leave, and so good night. Very well pleased with my day's work, and, above all, that I have seen my lord's mistress. So home to supper, and a little at my office, and to bed. 15th, up and by appointment with Captain Witham, the captain that brought the news of the disaster at Tangier, where my Lord Teviot was slain, and Mr. took her to Beers Quay, and there saw and more afterward at the several granaries several parcels of oats, and strange it is to hear how it will heat itself if laid up green and not often turned. We came not to any agreement, but did cheapen several parcels, and thence away, promising to send again to them. So to the victualling office, and then home. And in our garden I got Captain Witham to tell me the whole story of my Lord Teviot's misfortune. For he was upon the guard with his horse near the town, when at a distance he saw the enemy appear upon a hill, 1.5 miles off, and made up to them, and with much ado escaped himself. But what became of my lord he neither knows nor thinks that any body but the enemy can tell. Our loss was about 400. But he tells me that the greater wonder is that my Lord Teviot met no sooner with such a disaster. For every day he did commit himself to more probable danger than this, for now he had the assurance of all his scouts that there was no enemy thereabouts. Whereas he used every day to go out with 2 or 3 with him, to make his discoveries, in greater danger, and yet the man that could not endure to have anybody else to go a step out of order to endanger himself. He concludes him to be the man of the hardest fate to lose so much honor at one blow that ever was. His relation being done he parted, and so I home to look after things for dinner. And anon at noon comes Mr. Creed by chance, and by the 3 young ladies, 560 and very merry we were with our pasty, very well baked, and a good dish of roasted chickens, peas, lobsters, strawberries. And after dinner to cards, and about 5 o'clock, by water down to Greenwich, and up to the top of the hill, and there played upon the ground at cards. And so to the cherry garden, and then by water singing finely to the bridge, and there landed. And so took boat again, and to Somerset House. And by this time, the tide being against us, it was past 10 of the clock. And such a troublesome passage, in regard of my Lady Paulina's fearfulness, that in all my life I never did see any poor wretch in that condition. Being come hither, there waited for them their coach. But it being so late, I doubted what to do, how to get them home. After half an hour's stay in the street, I sent my wife home by coach with Mr. Creed's boy, and myself and Creed in the coach home with them. But, Lord! The fear that my Lady Paulina was in every step of the way, and indeed at this time of the night it was no safe thing to go that road, so that I was even afeared myself, though I appeared otherwise. We came safe, however, to their house, where all were abed. We knocked them up, my lady and all the family being in bed. So put them into doors. And leaving them with the maids, bade them good night, and then into the town, Creed and I, it being about 12 o'clock and past, and to several houses, inns, but could get no lodging, all being in bed. At the last house, at last, we found some people drinking and roaring, and there got in, and after drinking, got an ill bed, where. 16th. I lay in my drawers and stockings and waistcoat till 5 of the clock, and so up. And being well pleased with our frolic, walked to Knightsbridge, and there eat a mess of cream, and so to St. James's, and there walked a little, and so I to Whitehall, and took coach, and found my wife well got home last night, and now in bed. So I to the office, where all the morning, and at noon to the Change, so home and to my office, where Mr. Ackworth came to me, though he knows himself and I know him to be a very knave, yet he came to me to discover the knavery of other people like the most honest man in the world. However, good use I shall make of his discourse, for in this he is much in the right. He being gone I to the Change, Mr. Creed with me, after we had been by water to see a vessel we have hired to carry more soldiers to Tangier, and also visited a rope ground, wherein I learnt several useful things. The talk upon the Change is, that De Ruyter is dead, with 50 men of his own ship, of the plague, at Calais, that the Holland ambassador here do endeavour to sweeten us with fair words, and things likely to be peaceable. Home after I had spoke with my cousin Richard Pepys upon the Change, about supplying us with bupers from Norwich, which I should be glad of, if cheap. So home to supper and bed. 17th. Up, and to my office, where I dispatched much business, and then down by water to Woolwich to make a discovery of a cheate providing for us in the working of some of our own ground toes into new cordage, to be sold to us for Riga cordage. Thence to Mr. Falconer's, where I met Sir W. Batten and Lady, and Captain Tinker, and there dined with them, and so to the dockyard and to Deptford by water, and there very long informing myself in the business of flags and bupers and other things, and so home late, being weary. And full of good information today, but I perceive the corruptions of the navy are of so many kinds that it is endless to look after them, especially while such a one as Sir W. Batten discourages every man that is honest. So home to my office, there very late, and then to supper and to bed mightily troubled in my mind to hear how Sir W. Batten and Sir J. Minns do labour all they can to abuse or enable others to abuse the king. 18th. From morning till 11 at night, only a little at dinner at home, at my office very busy, setting many businesses in order to my great trouble, but great content in the end. So home to supper and to bed. Strange to see how pert Sir W. Penn is today newly come from Portsmouth with his head full of great reports of his service and the state of the ships there. When that is over he will be just as another man again or worse. But I wonder whence Mr. Coventry should take all this care for him, to send for him up only to look after his Irish business with my Lord Ormond and to get the Duke's leave for him to come with so much officiousness. When I am sure he knows him as well as I do as to his little service he do. 19th, Lord's Day. Up, and all the morning and afternoon, only at dinner at home, at my office doing many businesses for want of time on the week days. In the afternoon the greatest shower of rain of a sudden and the greatest and most continued thunder that ever I heard I think in my life. In the evening home to my wife, and there talked seriously of several of our family concernments, and among others of bringing Paul out of the country to us here to try to put her off, which I am very desirous, and my wife also of. So to supper, prayers, which I have of late too much omitted. So to bed. 20th. It having been a very cold night last night I had got some cold, and so in pain by wind, and a sure precursor of pain is sudden letting off farts, and when that stops, then my passages stop and my pain begins. Up and did several businesses, and so with my wife by water to Whitehall, she to her father's, I to the Duke, where we did our usual business. And among other discourse of the Dutch, he was merrily saying how they print that Prince Rupert, Duke of Albemarle, and my Lord Sandwich, are to be generals, and soon after is to follow them View Pen, and so the Duke called him in mirth Old Pen. They have, it seems, lately wrote to the King, to assure him that their setting out ships were only to defend their fishing trade, and to stay near home, not to annoy the King's subjects. And to desire that he would do the like with his ships, which the King laughs at, but yet is troubled they should think him such a child, to suffer them to bring home their fish and East India Company's ships. And then they will not care a fart for us. Thence to Westminster Hall, it being term time, meeting Mr. Dickering, he tells me how my lady last week went to see Mrs. Beck, the mother. And by the daughter came in, but that my lady do say herself, as he says, that she knew not for what reason, for she never knew they had a daughter, which I do not believe. She was troubled, and her heart did rise as soon as she appeared, and seems the most ugly woman that ever she saw. This if true were strange, but I believe it is not. Thence to my lord's lodgings. And were merry with the young ladies, who make a great story of their appearing before their mother the morning after we carried them, the last week, home so late, and that their mother took it very well, at least without any anger. Here I heard how the rich widow, my Lady Gold, is married to one Neil, after he had received a box on the ear by her brother, who was there a sentinel, in behalf of some courtier, at the door, but made him draw, and wounded him. She called Neil up to her, and sent for a priest, married presently, and went to bed. The brother sent to the court, and had a sergeant sent for Neil. But Neil sent for him up to be seen in bed, and she owned him for her husband, and so all is past. It seems Sir H. Bennet did look after her. My lady very pleasant. After dinner came in Sir Thomas Crew and Mr. Sidney, lately come from France, who is grown a little, and a pretty youth he is, but not so improved as they did give him out to be, but like a child still. But yet I can perceive he hath good parts and good inclinations. Thence with Creed, who dined here, to Westminster to find out Mr. Hawley, and did, but he did not accept of my offer of his being steward to my lord at sea. Thence alone to several places about my law businesses, and with good success. At last I to Mr. Townsend at the Wardrobe, and received kind words from him to be true to me against Captain Ferrers his endeavours to get the place from my father as my lord hath promised him. Here met Will Howe, and he went forth with me. And by water back to Whitehall to wait on my lord, who is come back from Hinchinbroke, where he has been about 4 or 5 days. But I was never more vexed to see how an over-officious visit is received, for he received me with as little concernment as in the middle of his discontent, and a fool I am to be of so servile a humour. And vexed with that consideration I took coach home, and could not get it off my mind all night. To supper and to bed, my wife finding fault with Bess for her calling upon Jane that lived with us, and there heard Mrs. Harper and her talk ill of us and not told us of it. With which I was also vexed, and told her soundly of it till she cried, poor wench, and I hope without dissimulation, and yet I cannot tell. However, I was glad to see in what manner she received it, and so to sleep. 21st. Being weary yesterday with walking I sleep long, and at last up and to the office, where all the morning. At home to dinner, Mr. Dean with me. After dinner I to Whitehall, setting down my wife by the way, to a committee of Tangier, where the Duke of York, I perceive, do attend the business very well, much better than any man there or most of them. And my mind, eased of some trouble I lay under for fear of his thinking ill of me from the bad success in the setting forth of these crew men to Tangier. Thence with Mr. Creed, and walked in the park, and so to the New Exchange, meeting Mr. Moore, and he with us. I shewed him no friendly look, but he took no notice to me of the wardrobe business, which vexes me. I perceive by him my lord's business of his family and estate goes very ill, and runs in debt mightily. I would to God I were clear of it, both as to my own money and the bond of L1000, which I stand debtor for him in, to my cousin Thomas Pepys. Thence by coach home and to my office a little, and so to supper and to bed. 22nd, up and I found Mr. Creed below, who stayed with me a while, and then I to business all the morning. At noon to the Change and Coffee House, where great talk of the Dutch preparing of 60 sail of ships. The plague grows mightily among them, both at sea and land. From the Change to dinner to Trinity House with Sir W. Ryder and Cutler, where a very good dinner. Here Sir G. Askew dined also, who I perceive desires to make himself known among the seamen. Thence home, there coming to me my Lord Peterborough's solicitor with a letter from him to desire present dispatch in his business of freight, and promises me L50, which is good news, and I hope to do his business readily for him. This much rejoiced me. All the afternoon at his business, and late at night comes the solicitor again, and I with him at 9 o'clock to Mr. Povey's, and there acquainted him with the business. The money he won't pay without warrant, but that will be got done in a few days. So home by coach and to bed. 23rd, up, and to the office, and there we sat all the morning. So to the Change, and then home to dinner and to my office, where till 10 at night very busy, and so home to supper and to bed. My cousin, Thomas Pepys, was with me yesterday and I took occasion to speak to him about the bond one stand bound for my Lord Sandwich to him in L1000. I did very plainly, obliging him to secrecy, tell him how the matter stands, yet with all duty to my lord my resolution to be bound for whatever he desires me for him, yet that I would be glad he had any other security. I perceive by Mr. Moore today that he hath been with my lord, and my lord how he takes it I know not, but he is looking after other security and I am mighty glad of it. W. Howe was with me this afternoon, to desire some things to be got ready for my lord against his going down to his ship, which will be soon, for it seems the king and both the queens intend to visit him. The Lord knows how my lord will get out of this charge, for Mr. Moore tells me today that he is L10,000 in debt and this will, with many other things that daily will grow upon him, while he minds his pleasure as he do, set him further backward. But it was pretty this afternoon to hear W. Howe mince the matter, and say that he do believe that my lord is in debt L2000 or L3000, and then corrected himself and said, no, not so, but I am afraid he is in debt L1000. I pray God gets me well rid of his lordship as to his debt, and I care not. 24th. Up and out with Captain Witham in several places again to look for oats for Tangier, and among other places to the city granaries. Where it seems every company have their granary and obliged to keep such a quantity of corn always there or at a time of scarcity to issue so much at so much a bushel, and a fine thing it is to see their stores of all sorts. 4 piles for the bridge, and for pipes, a thing I never saw before. 561. Thence to the office, and there busy all the morning. At noon to my uncle White's, and there dined, my wife being there all the morning. After dinner to Whitehall, and there met with Mr. Pierce, and he showed me the Queen's bedchamber, and her closet, where she had nothing but some pretty pious pictures, and books of devotion. And her holy water at her head as she sleeps, with her clock by her bedside, wherein a lamp burns that tells her the time of the night at any time. Thence with him to the park, and there met the Queen coming from chapel, with her maids of honor, all in silver lace gowns again, which is new to me, and that which I did not think would have been brought up again. Thence he carried me to the king's closet, where such variety of pictures, and other things of value and rarity, that I was properly confounded and enjoyed no pleasure in the sight of them. Which is the only time in my life that ever I was so at a loss for pleasure, in the greatest plenty of objects to give it me. Thence home, calling in many places and doing abundance of errands to my great content, and at night weary home, where Mr. Creed waited for me, and he and I walked in the garden, where he told me he is now in a hurry fitting himself for sea, and that it remains that he deals as an ingenuous man with me in the business I wot of, which he will do before he goes. But I perceive he will have me do many good turns for him first, both as to his bills coming to him in this office, and also in his absence at the committee of Tangier, which I promise, and as he acquits himself to me I will willingly do. I would I knew the worst of it, what it is he intends, that so I may either quit my hands of him or continue my kindness still to him. 25th. We stayed late, and he lay with me all night and rose very merry talking, an excellent company he is, that is the truth of it, and a most cunning man. He being gone I to the office, where we sat all the morning. At noon to dinner, and then to my office busy, and by home with Mr. Dean to a lesson upon raising a bend of timbers 562, and he being gone I to the office, and there came Captain Taylor, and he and I home, and I have done all very well with him as to the business of the last trouble. So that come what will come my name will be clear of any false dealing with him. So to my office again late, and then to bed. 26th, Lord's Day. Up, and Sir J. Min set me down at my Lord Sandwich's, where I waited till his coming down. When he came, too, could find little to say to me but only a general question or two, and so good-bye. Here his little daughter, my Lady Catherine was brought, who is lately come from my father's at Brampton, to have her cheek looked after, which is and hath long been sore. But my lord will rather have it be as it is, with a scar in her face, than in danger it being worse by tampering. He being gone, I went home, a little troubled to see he minds me no more, and with creed called at several churches, which, God knows, are supplied with very young men, and the churches very empty. So home and at our own church looked in, and there heard one preach whom Sir W. Penn brought, which he desired us yesterday to hear, that had been his chaplain in Ireland, a very silly fellow. So home and to dinner, and after dinner a frolic took us, we would go this afternoon to the Hope. So my wife dressed herself, and, with good victuals and drink, we took boat presently in the tide with us got down, but it was night, and the tide spent by the time we got to Gravesend. So there we stopped, but went not on shore, only creed, to get some cherries 563 and send a letter to the Hope, where the fleet lies. And so, it being rainy, and thundering mightily, and lightning, we returned. By and by the evening turned mighty clear and moonshine, we got with great pleasure home, about 12 o'clock, which did much please us, Creed telling pretty stories in the boat. He lay with me all night. 27th. Up, and he and I walked to Paul's churchyard, and there saw Sir Harry Spilman's book, and I bespoke it and others, and thence we took coach, and he to my lord's and I to St. James's, where we did our usual business, and thence I home and dined, and then by water to Woolwich, and there spent the afternoon till night under pretence of buying Captain Blackman's house and grounds. And viewing the ground took notice of clothier's cordage with which he, I believe, thinks to cheat the king. That being done I by water home, it being night first, and there I find our new maid Jane come, a cook maid. So to bed. 28th, up, and this day put on a half shirt first this summer, it being very hot. And yet so ill-tempered I am grown, that I am afeard I shall catch cold, while all the world is ready to melt away. To the office all the morning, at noon to dinner at home, then to my office till the evening, then out about several businesses and then by appointment to the Change, and thence with my uncle White to the Mum house, and there drinking. He do complain of his wife most cruel as the most troublesome woman in the world, and how she will have her will, saying she brought him a portion in God knows what. By which, with many instances more, I perceive they do live a sad life together. Thence to the Mitre, and there comes Dr. Burnett to us and Mr. Mays, but the meeting was chiefly to bring the doctor and me together, and there I began to have his advice about my disease, and then invited him to my house, and I am resolved to put myself into his hands. Here very late, but I drank nothing, nor will, though he do advise me to take care of cold drinks. So home and to bed. 29th, up, and Mr. Shepley came to me, who is lately come to town. Among other things I hear by him how the children are sent for away from my father's, but he says without any great discontent. I am troubled there should be this occasion of difference, and yet I am glad they are gone, lest it should have come to worse. He tells me how my brave dog I did give him, going out betimes one morning to Huntington, was set upon by 5 other dogs, and worried to pieces, of which I am a little, and he the most sorry I ever saw man for such a thing. Forth with him and walked a good way talking, then parted, and I to the Temple, and to my cousin Roger Pepys, and thence by water to Westminster to see Dean Honeywood, whom I had not visited a great while. He is a good-natured, but a very weak man, yet a dean, and a man in great esteem. Thence walked to my Lord Sandwich's, and there dined, my lord there. He was pleasant enough at table with me, but yet without any discourse of business, or any regard to me when dinner was over, but fell to cards, and my lady and I sat 2 hours alone, talking of the condition of her families being greatly in debt, and many children now coming up to provide for. I did give her my sense very plain of it, which she took well and carried further than myself, to the bemoaning their condition, and remembering how finely things were ordered about 6 years ago, when I lived there and my lord at sea every year. Thence home, doing several errands by the way. So to my office, and there till late at night, Mr. Commander coming to me for me to sign and seal the new draft of my will, which I did do, I having altered something upon the death of my brother Tom. So home to supper and to bed. 30th, up, and to the office, where we sat all the morning. At noon home to dinner, Mr. Waith with me, and by comes in Mr. Falconer and his wife and dined with us, the first time she was ever here. We had a pretty good dinner, very merry in discourse, sat after dinner an hour or 2, then down by water to Deptford and Woolwich about getting of some business done which I was bound to by my oath this month. And though in some things I have not come to the height of my vow of doing all my business and paying all my petty debts and receipt of all my petty moneys due to me, yet I bless God I am not conscious of any neglect in me that they are not done. Having not minded my pleasure at all, and so being resolved to take no manner of pleasure till it be done, I doubt not God will forgive me for not forfeiting the L10 promised. Walked back from Woolwich to Greenwich all alone, save a man that had a cudgel in his hand, and, though he told me he laboured in the King's Yard, and many other good arguments that he is an honest man, yet, God forgive me, I did doubt he might knock me on the head behind with his club. But I got safe home. Then to the making up my month's accounts, and find myself still a gainer and rose to L951, for which God be blessed. I end the month with my mind full of business and some sorrow that I have not exactly performed all my vows, though my not doing is not my fault, and shall be made good out of my first leisure. Great doubts yet whether the Dutch wherry go on or no. The fleet ready in the hope, of 12 sail. The King and Queens go on board, they say, on Saturday next. Young children of my Lord Sandwich gone with their maids from my mother's, which troubles me, it being, I hear from Mr. Shepley, with great discontent, saying, that though they buy good meat, yet can never have it before it stinks, which I am ashamed of. July 1664. July 1st, up and within all the morning, first bringing down my triangle to my chamber below, having a new frame made proper for it to stand on. By comes Dr. Burnett, who assures me that I have an ulcer either in the kidneys or bladder, for my water, which he saw yesterday, he is sure the sediment is not slime gathered by heat, but is a direct pus. He did write me down some direction what to do for it, but not with the satisfaction I expected. Dr. Burnett's advice to me. The original is filed among my letters. Take of ye roots of marshmallows 4 ounces, of comfrey, of licorice, of each 2 ounces, of ye mowers of st. John's wort 2 hands full, of ye leaves of plantain, of alehoof, of each 3 handfuls, of self-heal, of red roses, of each 1 handful, of cinnamon, of nutmeg, of each half an ounce. Beat them well, then pour upon them 1 quart of old Rhenish wine, and about 6 hours after strain it and clarify it with ye white of an eggy, and with a sufficient quantity of sugar. Boil it to ye consistence of a syrup and reserve it for use. Dissolve 1 spoonful of this syrup in every draught of ale or beer you drink. Morning and evening swallow ye quantity of an hazelnut of Cyprus terebinthine. If you are bound or have a fit of ye stone eat an ounce of cassia new drawn, from ye point of a knife. Old Canary or Malaga wine you may drink to 3 or 4 glasses, but no new wine, and what wine you drink, let it be at meals. 564. I did give him a piece, with good hopes, however, that his advice will be of use to me, though it is strange that Mr. Hollyard should never say one word of this ulcer in all his life to me. He being gone, I to the Change, and thence home to dinner, and so to my office, busy till the evening, and then by agreement came Mr. Hill and Andrews and one Cheswick, a maester who plays very well upon the spinet, and we sat singing psalms till 9 at night, and so broke up with great pleasure, and very good company it is, and I hope I shall now and then have their company. They being gone, I to my office till towards 12 o'clock, and then home and to bed. Upon the Change, this day, I saw how uncertain the temper of the people is, that, from our discharging of about 200 that lay idle, having nothing to do, upon some of our ships, which were ordered to be fitted for service. And their works are now done, the town do talk that the king discharges all his men, 200 yesterday and 800 today, and that now he hath got L100,000 in his hand, he values not a Dutch war. But I undeceived a great many, telling them how it is. Second, up and to the office, where all the morning. At noon to the Change, and there, which is strange, I could meet with nobody that I could invite home to my venison pasty, but only Mr. Alsop and Mr. Lanyon, whom I invited last night, and a friend they brought along with them. So home and with our venison pasty we had other good meat and good discourse. After dinner sat close to discourse about our business of the victualling of the garrison of Tangier, taking their prices of all provisions, and I do hope to order it so that they and I also may get something by it, which do much please me. For I hope I may get nobly and honestly with profit to the king. They being gone came Sir W. Warren, and he and I discoursed long about the business of masts, and then in the evening to my office, where late writing letters, and then home to look over some Brampton papers, which I am under an oath to dispatch before I spend 1/2 hour in any pleasure or go to bed before 12 o'clock, to which, by the grace of God, I will be true. Then to bed. When I came home I found that tomorrow being Sunday I should gain nothing by doing it tonight, and tomorrow I can do it very well and better than tonight. I went to bed before my time, but with a resolution of doing the thing to better purpose tomorrow. Third, Lord's Day. Up and ready, and all the morning in my chamber looking over and settling some Brampton businesses. At noon to dinner, where the remains of yesterday's venison and a couple of brave green geese, which we are fain to eat alone, because they will not keep, which troubled us. After dinner I close to my business, and before the evening did end it with great content, and my mind eased by it. Then up and spent the evening walking with my wife talking, and it thundering and lightning all the evening, and this year have had the most of thunder and lightning they say of any in man's memory, and so it is, it seems. In France and everywhere else. So to prayers and to bed. Fourth, up, and many people with me about business, and then out to several places, and so at noon to my Lord Crew's, and there dined and very much made of there by him. He offered me the selling of some land of his in Cambridgeshire, a purchase of about L1,000, and if I can compass it I will. After dinner I walked homeward, still doing business by the way, and at home find my wife this day of her own accord to have lain out 25s. Upon a pair of pendants for her ears, which did vex me and brought both me and her to very high and very foolish words from her to me, such as trouble me to think she should have in her mouth, and reflecting upon our old differences, which I hate to have remembered. I vowed to break them, or that she should go and get what she could for them again. I went with that resolution out of doors, the poor wretch afterwards in a little while did send out to change them for her money again. I followed Bess her messenger at the change, and there did consult and sent her back. I would not have them changed, being satisfied that she yielded. So went home, and friends again as to that business. But the words I could not get out of my mind, and so went to bed at night discontented, and she came to bed to me, but all would not make me friends, but sleep and rise in the morning angry. This day the King and the Queen went to visit my Lord Sandwich and the fleet, going forth in the Hope. 565. Fifth, up and to the office, where all the morning. At noon to the Change a little, then with W. How home and dined. So after dinner to my office, and there busy till late at night, having had among other things much discourse with young Gregory about the chest business, wherein Sir W. Batten is so great a knave, and also with Alsop and Lanyon about the Tangier victualling, wherein I hope to get something for myself. Late home to supper and to bed, being full of thoughts of a sudden resolution this day taken upon the change of going down tomorrow to the Hope. 6th, up very betimes, and my wife also, and got us ready. And about 8 o'clock, having got some bottles of wine and beer and neat's tongues, we went to our barge at the Tor, where Mr. Pierce and his wife, and a kinswoman and his sister, and Mrs. Clerk and her sister and cousin were to expect us. And so set out for the Hope, all the way down playing at cards and other sports, spending our time pretty merry. Come to the Hope about 1 and there showed them all the ships, and had a collation of anchovies, gammon, and after an hour's stay or more, embarked again for home, and so to cards and other sports till we came to Greenwich, and their Mrs. Clerk and my wife and I on shore to an alehouse, for them to do their business, and so to the barge again, having shown them the King's pleasure boat, and so home to the bridge, bringing night home with us. And it rained hard, but we got them on foot to the beer, and there put them into a boat, and I back to my wife in the barge, and so to the Tower Wharf and home, being very well pleased today with the company, especially Mrs. Pierce, who continues her complexion as well as ever, and hath, at this day, I think, the best complexion that ever I saw on any woman, young or old, or child either, all days of my life. Also Mrs. Clerk's kinswoman sings very prettily, but is very confident in it, Mrs. Clerk herself witty, but spoils all in being so conceited and making so great a flutter with a few fine clothes and some bad tawdry things worn with them. But the charge of the barge lies heavy upon me, which troubles me, but it is but once, and I may make Pierce do me some courtesy as great. Being come home, I weary to bed with sitting. The reason of Dr. Clerk's not being here was the King's being sick last night and let blood, and so he durst not come away today. 7th. Up, and this day begun, the first day this year, to put off my linen waistcoat, but it happening to be a cool day I was afraid of taking cold, which troubles me, and is the greatest pain I have in the world to think of my bad temper of my health. At the office all the morning. Dined at home, to my office to prepare some things against a committee of Tangier this afternoon. So to Whitehall, and there found the Duke and 20 more reading their commission, of which I am, and was also sent to come, for the royal fishery, which is very large, and a very serious charter it is. But the company generally so ill-fitted for so serious a work that I do much fear it will come to little. That being done, and not being able to do any thing for lack of an oath for the governor and assistants to take, we rose. Then our committee for the Tangier victualling met and did a little, and so up, and I and Mr. Coventry walked in the garden half an hour, talking of the business of our masts, and thence away and with Creed walked half an hour or more in the park, and thence to the New Exchange to drink some cream, but missed it and so parted, and I home. Calling by the way for my new books, viz. Sir H. Spilman's Whole Glossary, Scapula's Lexicon, and Shakespeare's Plays, which I have got money out of my stationer's bills to pay for. So home and to my office a while, and then home and to bed, finding myself pretty well for all my waistcoat being put off today. The King is pretty well today, though let blood the night before yesterday. 8th. Up and called out by my Lord Peterborough's gentleman to Mr. Pepys to discourse about getting of his money, wherein I am concerned in hopes of the L50 my Lord hath promised me, but I dare not reckon myself sure of it till I have it in my main, 566 for these lords are hard to be trusted. Though I well deserve it. I stayed at Pepys for his coming in, and there looked over his stables and everything, but notwithstanding all the times I have been there I do yet find many fine things to look on. Thence to Whitehall a little, to hear how the King do, he not having been well these 3 days. I find that he is pretty well again. So to Paul's Churchyard about my books, and to the binders and directed the doing of my Chaucer, 567 though they were not full neat enough for me, but pretty well it is, and thence to the clasp makers to have it clasped and bossed. So to the Change and home to dinner, and so to my office till 5 o'clock, and then came Mr. Hill and Andrews, and we sung an hour or two. Then broke up, and Mr. Alsop and his company came and consulted about our Tangier victualling and brought it to a good head. So they parted, and I to supper and to bed. 9th, up, and at the office all the morning. In the afternoon by coach with Sir J. Minns to Whitehall, and there to a committee for fishing, but the first thing was swearing to be true to the company, and we were all sworn, but a great dispute we had, which, methought, is very ominous to the company. Some, that we should swear to be true to the best of our power, and others to the best of our understanding. And carried in the last, though in that we are the least able to serve the company, because we would not be obliged to attend the business when we can, but when we list. This consideration did displease me, but it was voted and so went. We did nothing else, but broke up till a committee of Gwinney was set and ended, and then met again for Tangier, and there I did my business about my Lord Peterborough's order and my own for my expenses for the garrison lately. So home, by the way calling for my Chaucer and other books, and that is well done to my mind, which pleased me well. So to my office till late writing letters, and so home to my wife to supper and bed, where we have not lain together because of the heat of the weather a good while, but now against her going into the country. 10th, Lord's Day. Up and by water, towards noon, to Somerset House, and walked to my Lord Sandwich's, and there dined with my lady and the children. And after some ordinary discourse with my lady, after dinner took our leaves and my wife hers, in order to her going to the country tomorrow. But my lord took not occasion to speak one word of my father or mother about the children at all, which I wonder at, and begin I will not. Here my lady showed us my Lady Castlemaine's picture, finely done, given my lord. And a most beautiful picture it is. Thence with my Lady Jemima and Mr. Sidney to St. Giles's Church, and there heard a long, poor sermon. Then set them down and in their coach to Kate Joyce's christening, where much company, good service of sweetmeats. And after an hour's stay, left them, and in my lord's coach, his noble, rich coach, home, and there my wife fell to putting things in order against her going tomorrow, and I to read, and so to bed, were I not well. And so had no pleasure at all with my poor wife. 11th. But betimes up this morning, and, getting ready, we by coach to Holborn, where, at 9 o'clock, they set out, and I and my man will on horseback, by my wife, to Barnet, a very pleasant day. And there dined with her company, which was very good, a pretty gentlewoman with her, that goes but to Huntington, and a neighbour to us in town. Here we stayed 2 hours and then parted for all together, and my poor wife I shall soon want I am sure. Thence I and will to see the Wells, half a mile off, 568, and there I drank 3 glasses, and went and walked and came back and drunk 2 more. The woman would have had me drink 3 more. But I could not, my belly being full, but this wrought very well, and so we rode home, round by Kingsland, Hackney, and Mile End till we were quite weary, and my water working at least 7 or 8 times upon the road, which pleased me well. And so home weary, and not being very well, I betimes to bed, and there fell into a most mighty sweat in the night, about 11 o'clock, and there, knowing what money I have in the house and hearing a noise, I begun to sweat worse and worse. Till I melted almost to water. I rung, and could not in half an hour make either of the wenches hear me, and this made me fear the more, lest they might be gaga. And then I begun to think that there was some design in a stone being flung at the window over our stairs this evening, by which the thieves meant to try what looking there would be after them and know our company. These thoughts and fears I had, and do hence apprehend the fears of all rich men that are covetous and have much money by them. At last Jane rose, and then I understand it was only the dog wants a lodging and so made a noise. So to bed, but hardly slept, at last did, and so till morning. 12th. And so rose, called up by my Lord Peterborough's gentleman about getting his lord's money today of Mr. Povey, wherein I took such order, that it was paid, and I had my L50 brought me, which comforts my heart. We sat at the office all the morning, then at home. Dined alone, sad for want of company and not being very well, and know not how to eat alone. After dinner down with Sir G. Carteret, Sir J. Minns, and Sir W. Batten to view, and did like a place by Deptford Yard to lay masts in. By and by comes Mr. Coventry, and after a little stay he and I down to Blackwall, he having a mind to see the yard, which we did, and fine storehouses there are and good docks, but of no great profit to him that oweth them for aught we see. 569. So home by water with him, having good discourse by the way, and so I to the office a while, and late home to supper and to bed. 13th, up and to my office, at noon, after having at an alehouse hard by discoursed with one Mr. Tyler, a neighbor, and one Captain Sanders about the discovery of some pursers that have sold their provisions, I to my Lord Sandwich, thinking to have dined there, but they not dining at home, I with Captain Ferrers to Mr. Barwell the King's Squire Sadler, where about this time 12 months I dined before at a good venison pasty. The like we had now, and very good company, Mr. Tresham and others. Thence to Whitehall to the fishery, and there did little. So by water home, and there met Lanyon, and about Tangier matters, and so late to my office, and thence home and to bed. Mr. Moore was with me late to desire me to come to my Lord Sandwich tomorrow morning, which I shall, but I wonder what my business is. 14th. My mind being doubtful what the business should be, I rose a little after 4 o'clock, and abroad. Walked to my lord's, and nobody up, but the porter rose out of bed to me, so I back again to Fleet Street, and there bought a little book of law, and thence, hearing a psalm sung, I went into St. Dunstan's, and there heard prayers read, which, it seems, is done there every morning at 6 o'clock, a thing I never did do at a chapel, but the college chapel, in all my life. Thence to my lord's again, and my lord being up, was sent for up, and he and I alone. He did begin with a most solemn profession of the same confidence in and love for me that he ever had, and then told me what a misfortune was fallen upon me and him, in me, by a displeasure which my Lord Chancellor did show to him last night against me, in the highest and most passionate manner that ever any man did speak, even to the not hearing of any thing to be said to him, but he told me that he did say all that could be said for a man as to my faithfulness and duty to his lordship, and did me the greatest right imaginable. And what should the business be, but that I should be forward to have the trees in Clarendon Park marked and cut down, which he, it seems, hath bought of my Lord Albemarle, when, God knows, I am the most innocent man in the world in it, and did nothing of myself, nor knew of his concernment therein, but barely obeyed my Lord Treasurer's warrant for the doing thereof. And said that I did most ungentlemanlike with him, and had justified the rogues in cutting down a tree of his, and that I had sent the veriest fanatique, Dean, that is in England to mark them, on purpose to nose 570 him. All which, I did assure my lord, was most properly false, and nothing like it true, and told my lord the whole passage. My lord do seem most nearly affected, he is partly, I believe, for me, and partly for himself. So he advised me to wait presently upon my lord, and clear myself in the most perfect manner I could, with all submission and assurance that I am his creature both in this and all other things. And that I do own that all I have, is derived through my Lord Sandwich from his lordship. So, full of horror, I went, and found him busy in trials of law in his great room. And it being sitting day, durst not stay, but went to my lord and told him so, whereupon he directed me to take him after dinner, and so away I home, leaving my lord mightily concerned for me. I to the office, and there sat busy all the morning. At noon to the Change, and from the Change over with Alsop and the others to the Pope's Head Tavern, and there stayed a quarter of an hour, and concluded upon this, that in case I got them no more than 3s per week per man I should have of them but L150 per ann. But to have it without any adventure or charge, but if I got them 3s 2d, then they would give me L300 in the like manner. So I directed them to draw up their tender in a line or two against the afternoon, and to meet me at Whitehall. So I left them, and I to my Lord Chancellor's. And their coming out after dinner I accosted him, telling him that I was the unhappy Pepys that had fallen into his high displeasure, and come to desire him to give me leave to make myself better understood to his lordship, assuring him of my duty and service. He answered me very pleasingly, that he was confident upon the score of my Lord Sandwich's character of me, but that he had reason to think what he did, and desired me to call upon him some evening, I named tonight, and he accepted of it. So with my heart light I to Whitehall, and there, after understanding by a stratagem, and yet appearing wholly desirous not to understand Mr. Gauden's price when he desired to show it me, I went down and ordered matters in our tender so well that at the meeting by and by I was ready with Mr. Gauden's and his, both directed him a letter to me to give the board their 2 tenders, but there being none but the General Monk and Mr. Coventry and Povey and I did not think fit to expose them to view now, but put it off till Saturday, and so with good content rose. Thence I to the Half Moon, against the change, to acquaint Lanyon and his friends of our proceedings, and thence to my Lord Chancellor's, and there heard several trials, wherein I perceive my Lord is a most able and ready man. After all done, he himself called, "Come, Mr. Pepys, you and I will take a turn in the garden." So he was led downstairs, having the gout, and there walked with me, I think, above an hour, talking most friendly, yet cunningly. I told him clearly how things were, how ignorant I was of his lordship's concernment in it, how I did not do nor say one word singly, but what was done was the act of the whole board. He told me by name that he was more angry with Sir G. Carteret than with me, and also with the whole body of the board. But thinking who it was of the board that knew him least, he did place his fear upon me, but he finds that he is indebted to none of his friends there. I think I did thoroughly appease him, till he thanked me for my desire and pains to satisfy him. And upon my desiring to be directed who I should of his servants advise with about this business, he told me nobody, but would be glad to hear from me himself. He told me he would not direct me in any thing, that it might not be said that the Lord Chancellor did labour to abuse the king. Or, as I offered, direct the suspending the report of the purveyors, but I see what he means, and I will make it my work to do him service in it. But, Lord, to see how he is incensed against poor Dean, as a fanatique rogue, and I know not what, and what he did was done in spite to his lordship, among all his friends and tenants. He did plainly say that he would not direct me in any thing, for he would not put himself into the power of any man to say that he did so and so, but plainly told me as if he would be glad I did something. Lord, to see how we poor wretches dare not do the king good service for fear of the greatness of these men. He named Sir G. Carteret, and Sir J. Minns, and the rest, and that he was as angry with them all as me. But it was pleasant to think that, while he was talking to me, comes into the garden Sir G. Carteret, and my lord avoided speaking with him, and made him and many others stay expecting him, while I walked up and down above an hour, I think. And would have me walk with my hat on. And yet, after all this, there has been so little ground for this his jealousy of me, that I am sometimes afeard that he do this only in policy to bring me to his side by scaring me. Or else, which is worse, to try how faithful I would be to the king, but I rather think the former of the two. I parted with great assurance how I acknowledged all I had to come from his lordship. Which he did not seem to refuse, but with great kindness and respect parted. So I by coach home, calling at my lord's, but he not within. At my office late, and so home to eat something, being almost starved for want of eating my dinner today, and so to bed, my head being full of great and many businesses of import to me. 15th, up, and to my Lord Sandwich's. Where he sent for me up, and I did give my lord an account of what had passed with my Lord Chancellor yesterday, with which he was well pleased, and advised me by all means to study in the best manner I could to serve him in this business. After this discourse ended, he begun to tell me that he had now pitched upon his day of going to sea upon Monday next, and that he would now give me an account how matters are with him. He told me that his work now in the world is only to keep up his interest at court, having little hopes to get more considerably, he saying that he hath now about L8,000 per annum. It is true, he says, he oweth about L10,000. But he hath been at great charges in getting things to this pass in his estate, besides his building and good goods that he hath bought. He says he hath now evened his reckonings at the wardrobe till Michaelmas last, and hopes to finish it to Lady Day before he goes. He says now there is due 2L7000 to him there, if he knew how to get it paid, besides L2000 that Mr. Montague do owe him. As to his interest, he says that he hath had all the injury done him that ever man could have by another bosom friend that knows all his secrets, by Mr. Montague. But he says that the worst of it all is past, and he gone out and hated, his very person by the king, and he believes the more upon the score of his carriage to him. Nay, that the Duke of York did say a little while since in his closet, that he did hate him because of his ungrateful carriage to my Lord of Sandwich. He says that he is as great with the Chancellor, or greater, than ever in his life. That with the king he is the like, and told me an instance, that whereas he formerly was of the private counsel to the king before he was last sick, and that by the sickness an interruption was made in his attendance upon him. The king did not constantly call him, as he used to do, to his private counsel, only in businesses of the sea and the like. But of late the king did send a message to him by Sir Harry Bennet, to excuse the king to my lord that he had not of late sent for him as he used to do to his private counsel, for it was not out of any distaste, but to avoid giving offence to some others whom he did not name. But my lord supposes it might be Prince Rupert, or it may be only that the king would rather pass it by an excuse, than be thought unkind, but that now he did desire him to attend him constantly, which of late he hath done. And the king never more kind to him in his life than now. The Duke of York, as much as is possible, and in the business of late, when I was to speak to my lord about his going to sea, he says that he finds the Duke did it with the greatest ingenuity in love in the world. And whereas, says my lord, here is a wise man hard by that thinks himself so, and would be thought so, and it may be is in a degree so, naming by and by my Lord Crewe, would have had me condition with him that neither Prince Rupert nor any body should come over his head, and I know not what. The Duke himself hath caused in his commission, that he be made admiral of this and what other ships or fleets shall hereafter be put out after these, which is very noble. He tells me in these cases, and that of Mr. Montague's, and all others, he finds that bearing of them patiently is his best way, without noise or trouble, and things were out of themselves and come fair again. But, says he, take it from me, never to trust too much to any man in the world, for you put yourself into his power. And the best seeming friend and real friend as to the present may have or take occasion to fall out with you, and then out comes all. Then he told me of Sir Harry Bennet, though they were always kind, yet now it is become to an acquaintance and familiarity above ordinary, that for these months he hath done no business but with my lord's advice in his chamber, and promises all faithful love to him and service upon all occasions. My lord says, that he hath the advantage of being able by his experience to help and advise him, and he believes that chiefly do invite Sir Harry to this manner of treating him. Now, says my lord, the only and the greatest embarrass that I have in the world is, how to behave myself to Sir H. Bennet and my Lord Chancellor, in case that there do lie anything under the embers about my Lord Bristol, which nobody can tell. For then, says he, I must appear for one or other, and I will lose all I have in the world rather than desert my Lord Chancellor, so that, says he, I know not for my life what to do in that case. For Sir H. Bennet's love is come to the height, and his confidence, that he hath given my lord a character, and will oblige my lord to correspond with him. This, says he, is the whole condition of my estate and interest. Which I tell you, because I know not whether I shall see you again or no. Then as to the voyage, he thinks it will be of charge to him, and no profit. But that he must not now look after nor think to increase, but study to make good what he hath, that what is due to him from the wardrobe or elsewhere may be paid, which otherwise would fail, and all a man hath be but small content to him. So we seem to take leave one of another, my lord of me, desiring me that I would write to him and give him information upon all occasions in matters that concern him. Which, put together with what he preambled with yesterday, makes me think that my lord do truly esteem me still, and desires to preserve my service to him, which I do bless God for. In the middle of our discourse my Lady Crew came in to bring my lord word that he hath another son. My lady being brought to bed just now, I did not think her time had been so nigh, but she's well brought to bed, for which God be praised. And send my lord to study the laying up of something the more. Then with Creed to St. James's, and missing Mr. Coventry, to Whitehall, where, staying for him in one of the galleries, there comes out of the chair-room Mrs. Stewart, in a most lovely form, with her hair all about her ears, having her picture taking there. There was the king and 20 more, I think, standing by all the while, and a lovely creature she in this dress seemed to be. Thence to the change by coach, and so home to dinner and then to my office. In the evening Mr. Hill, Andrews and I to my chamber to sing, which we did very pleasantly, and then to my office again, where very late and so home, with my mind I bless God in good state of ease and body of health. Only my head at this juncture very full of business, how to get something. Among others what this rogue Creed will do before he goes to sea, for I would fain be rid of him and see what he means to do, for I will then declare myself his firm friend or enemy. 16th. Up in the morning, my head mightily confounded with the great deal of business I have upon me to do. But to the office, and there dispatched Mr. Creed's business pretty well about his bill, but then there comes W. How for my lord's bill of imprest for L500 to carry with him this voyage, and so I was at a loss how to carry myself in it, Creed being there, but there being no help I delivered it to them both, and let them contend. When I perceived they did both endeavor to have it, but W. How took it, and the other had the discretion to suffer it. But I think I cleared myself to Creed that it passed not from any practice of mine. At noon rose and did some necessary business at the Change. Thence to Trinity House to a dinner which Sir G. Carteret makes there as master this year. Thence to Whitehall to the Tangier Committee, and there, above my expectation, got the business of our contract for the victualling carried for my people, viz., Alsop, Lanyon, and Yepesley. And by their promise I do thereby get L300 per annum to myself, which do overjoy me, and the matter is left to me to draw up. Mr. Lewis was in the gallery and is mightily amazed at it, and I believe Mr. Gauden will make some stir about it, for he wrote to Mr. Coventry today about it to argue why he should for the king's convenience have it, but Mr. Coventry most justly did argue freely for them that served cheapest. Thence walked a while with Mr. Coventry in the gallery, and first find that he is mighty cold in his present opinion of Mr. Peter Pett for his flagging and doing things so lazily there, and he did also surprise me with a question why Dean did not bring in their report of the timber of Clarendon. What he means thereby I know not, but at present put him off. Nor do I know how to steer myself, but I must think of it, and advise with my Lord Sandwich. Thence with Creed by coach to my Lord Sandwich's, and there I got Mr. Moore to give me my Lord's hand for my receipt of L109 more of my money of Sir G. Carteret, so that then his debt to me will be under L500, I think. This do ease my mind also. Thence carried him and W. Howe into London, and set them down at Sir G. Carteret to receive some money, and I home and they're busy very late, and so home to supper and to bed, with my mind in pretty good ease, my business being in a pretty good condition everywhere. 17th, Lord's Day. All the morning at my office doing business there, it raining hard. So dined at home alone. After dinner walked to my lord's, and there found him and much other guests at table at dinner, and it seems they have christened his young son today called him James. I got a piece of cake. I got my lord to signa and seal my business about my selling of Brampton land, which though not so full as I would, yet is as full as I can at present. Walked home again, and there fell to read, and by comes my uncle White, Dr. Burnett, and another gentleman, and talked and drank, and the doctor showed me the manner of eating, turpentine, which pleases me well, for it is with great ease. So they being gone, I to supper and to bed. 18th. Up, and walked to my lord's, and there took my leave of him, he seeming very friendly to me in as serious a manner as ever in his life, and I believe he is very confident of me. He sets out this morning for Deal. Thence to St. James's to the Duke, and there did our usual business. He discourses very freely of a war with Holland, to begin about winter, so that I believe we shall come to it. Before we went up to the Duke, Sir G. Carteret and I did talk together in the park about my Lord Chancellor's business of the timber, he telling me freely that my Lord Chancellor was never so angry with him in all his life, as he was for this business, in great passion. And that when he saw me there, he knew what it was about. And plots now with me how we may serve my Lord, which I am mightily glad of, and I hope together we may do it. Thence to Westminster to my barber's, to have my periwig he lately made me cleansed of its nits, which vexed me cruelly that he should put such a thing into my hands. Here meeting his maid Jane, that has lived with them so long, I talked with her, and sending her of an errand to Dr. Clerk's, did meet her, and took her into a little alehouse in Brewer's Yard, and there did sport with her, without any knowledge of her though, and a very pretty innocent girl she is. Thence to my Lord Chancellor's, but he being busy I went away to the Change, and so home to dinner. By and by comes Creed, and I out with him to Fleet Street, and he to Mr. Pepys, I to my Lord Chancellor's, and missing him again walked to Pepys, and there saw his new perspective in his closet. Pepys, to my great surprise and wonder, did here attack me in his own and Mr. Bland's behalf that I should do for them both for the new contractors for the victualling of the garrison. Which I am ashamed that he should ask of me, nor did I believe that he was a man that did seek benefit in such poor things. Besides that he professed that he did not believe that I would have any hand myself in the contract, and yet here declares that he himself would have profit by it, and himself did move me that Sir W. Ryder might join, and forward with Godden. I told him I had no interest in them, but I fear they must do something to him, for he told me that those of the Mole did promise to consider him. Thence home and Creed with me, and there he took occasion to own his obligations to me, and did lay down 20 pieces in gold upon my shelf in my closet, which I did not refuse, but wish and expected should have been more. But, however, this is better than nothing, and now I am out of expectation, and shall henceforward know how to deal with him. After discourse of settling his matters here, we went out by coach, and he alight at the Temple, and there took final leave of me, in order to his following my Lord tomorrow. I to my Lord Chancellor, and discoursed his business with him. I perceive, and he says plainly, that he will not have any man to have it in his power to say that my Lord Chancellor did contrive the wronging the king of his timber, but yet I perceive, he would be glad to have service done him therein. And told me Sir G. Carteret hath told him that he and I would look after his business to see it done in the best manner for him. Of this I was glad, and so away. Thence home, and late with my Tangier men about drawing up their agreement with us, wherein I find much trouble, and after doing as much as we could tonight, broke up and I to bed. 19th, up, and to the office, where we sat all the morning. At noon dined alone at home. After dinner Sir W. Batten and I down by water to Woolwich, where coming to the rope-yard we are told that Mr. Falconer, who hath been ill of a relapse these 2 days, is just now dead. We went up to his widow, who is sick in bed also. The poor woman in great sorrow, and entreats our friendship, which we shall, I think, in everything do for her. I am sure I will. Thence to the dock, and there in Sheldon's garden eat some fruit. So to Deptford a little, and thence home, it raining mightily, and being cold I doubted my health after it. At the office till 9 o'clock about Sir W. Warren's contract for masts, and then at home with Lanyon and Yeapsley till 12 and passed about their contract for Tangier, wherein they and I differed, for I would have it drawn to the king's advantage, as much as might be, which they did not like. But parted good friends. However, when they were gone, I wished that I had forborne any disagreement till I had had their promise to me in writing. They being gone, I to bed. 20th, up, and a while to my office, and then home with Mr. Dean till dinner, discoursing upon the business of my Lord Chancellor's timber in Clarendon Park, and how to make a report therein without offending him, which at last I drew up, and hope it will please him. But I would to God neither I nor he ever had had anything to have done with it. Dined together with a good pig, and then out by coach to Whitehall, to the committee for fishing. But nothing done, it being a great day today there upon drawing at the lottery of Sir Arthur Slingsby. I got in and stood by the two queens and the Duchess of York, and just behind my Lady Castlemaine, whom I do heartily adore. And good sport it was to see how most that did give their £10 did go away with a pair of globes only for their lot, and one gentlewoman, one Mrs. Fish, with the only Blanqui. And one I stayed to see drew a suit of hangings valued at L430, and they say are well worth the money, or near it. One other suit there is better than that, but very many lots of 3 and 4 pounds. I observed the king and queens did get but as poor lots as any else. But the wisest man I met with was Mr. Cholmley, who insured as many as would, from drawing of the one blank for 12d. In which case there was the whole number of persons to one, which I think was 300 or 400. And so he insured about 200 for 200 shillings, so that he could not have lost if one of them had drawn it, for there was enough to pay the L10. But it happened another drew it, and so he got all the money he took. I left the lottery, and went to a play, only a piece of it, which was the Duke's House, worse and worse. Just the same manner of play, and writ, I believe, by the same man as The Adventures of 5 Hours, very pleasant it was, and I begin to admire Harris more than ever. Thence to Westminster to see Creed, and he and I took a walk in the park. He is ill, and not able yet to set out after my lord, but will do tomorrow. So home, and late at my office, and so home to bed. This evening being moonshine I played a little late upon my flageolet in the garden. But being at Westminster Hall I met with great news that Mrs. Lane is married to one Martin, one that serves Captain Marsh. She is gone abroad with him today, very fine. I must have a bout with her very shortly to see how she finds marriage. 21st. Up, and to the office, where we sat all the morning, among other things making a contract with Sir W. Warren for almost 1,000 Gothenburg masts, the biggest that ever was made in the navy, and wholly of my compassing and a good one I hope it is for the king. Dined at Sir W. Batten's, where I have not eat these many months. Sir G. Carteret, Mr. Coventry, Sir J. Minns, and myself there only, and my lady. A good venison pasty, and very merry, and pleasant I made myself with my lady, and she as much to me. This morning to the office comes Nicholas Osborne, Mr. Gauden's clerk, to desire of me what piece of plate I would choose to have AL 100, or thereabouts, bestowed upon me in, he having order to lay out so much, and, out of his freedom with me, do of himself come to make this question. I a great while urged my unwillingness to take any, not knowing how I could serve Mr. Gauden, but left it wholly to himself. So at noon I find brought home in fine leather cases, a pair of the noblest flagons that ever I saw all the days of my life, whether I shall keep them or no I cannot tell. For it is to oblige me to him in the business of the Tangier victualling, wherein I doubt I shall not. But glad I am to see that I shall be sure to get something on one side or other, have it which will, so, with a merry heart, I looked upon them, and locked them up. After dinner to give my Lord Chancellor a good account of his business, and he is very well pleased therewith, and carries himself with great discretion to me, without seeming over glad or beholding to me. And yet I know that he do think himself very well served by me. Thence to Westminster and to Mrs. Lane's lodgings, to give her joy, and there suffered me to deal with her as I hoped to do, and by her husband comes, a sorry, simple fellow, and his letter to her which she proudly showed me a simple, nonsensical thing. A man of no discourse, and I fear married her to make a prize of, which he is mistaken in, and a sad wife I believe she will prove to him, for she urged me to appoint a time as soon as he is gone out of town to give her a meeting next week. So by water with a couple of cousins of Mrs. Lane's, and set them down at Queen Hive, and I through bridge home, and they're late at business, and so home to supper and to bed. 22nd, up and to my office, where busy all the morning. At noon to the Change, and so home to dinner, and then down by water to Deptford, where coming too soon, I spent an hour in looking round the yard, and putting Mr. Shish 571 to measure a piece or two of timber, which he did most cruelly wrong, and to the king's lost 12 or 13ths. In a piece of 28 feet in contents. Thence to the clerk of the checks, from whose house Mr. Falconer was buried today, Sir J. Minns and I the only principal officers that were there. We walked to church with him, and then I left them without staying the sermon and straight home by water, and there find, as I expected, Mr. Hill, and Andrews, and one slovenly and ugly fellow, Signor Pedro, who sings Italian songs to the theorbo most neatly, and they spent the whole evening in singing the best piece of musique counted of all hands in the world. Made by Signor Carissimi, the famous master in Rome. Fine it was, indeed, and too fine for me to judge of. They have spoke to Pedro to meet us every week, and I fear it will grow a trouble to me if we once come to bid judges to meet us, especially idle masters, which do a little displease me to consider. They gone comes Mr. Lanyon, who tells me Mr. Alsop is now become dangerously ill, and fears his recovery, which shakes my expectation of L630 per annum by the business, and, therefore, bless God for what Mr. Gauden hath sent me, which, from some discourse today with Mr. Osborne, swearing that he knows not anything of this business of the victualling, but, the contrary, that it is not that moves Mr. Gauden to send it me, for he hath had order for it any time these 2 months. Whether this be true or no, I know not. But I shall hence with the more confidence keep it. To supper and to the office a little, and to walk in the garden, the moon shining bright, and fine warm fair weather, and so home to bed. 23rd, up, and all the morning at the office. At noon to the Change, where I took occasion to break the business of my Lord Chancellor's timber to Mr. Coventry in the best manner I could. He professed to me, that, till, Sir G. Carteret did speak of it at the table, after our officers were gone to survey it, he did not know that my Lord Chancellor had anything to do with it, but now he says that he had been told by the Duke that Sir G. Carteret had spoke to him about it, and that he had told the Duke that, were he in my Lord Chancellor's case, if he were his father, he would rather fling away the gains of 2 or L3000, than have it said that the timber, which should have been the king's, if it had continued the Duke of Albemarle's, was concealed by us in favour of my Lord Chancellor. For, says he is a great man, and all such as he, and he himself particularly, have a great many enemies that would be glad of such an advantage against him. When I told him it was strange that Sir J. Minns and Sir G. Carteret, that knew my Lord Chancellor's concernment therein, should not at first inform us, he answered me that for Sir J. Minns, he is looked upon to be an old good companion, but by nobody at the other end of the town as any man of business, and that my Lord Chancellor, he dares say, never did tell him of it, only Sir G. Carteret, he do believe, must needs know it, for he and Sir J. Shaw are the greatest confidants he hath in the world. So for himself, he said, he would not mince the matter, but was resolved to do what was fit, and stand upon his own legs therein, and that he would speak to the Duke, that he and Sir G. Carteret might be appointed to attend my Lord Chancellor in it. All this disturbs me mightily. I know not what to say to it, nor how to carry myself therein, for a compliance will discommend me to Mr. Coventry, and a discompliance to my Lord Chancellor. But I think to let it alone, or at least meddle in it as little more as I can. From thence walked toward Westminster, and being in an idle and wanton humour, walked through Fleet Alley, and there stood a most pretty wench at one of the doors, so I took a turn or two. But what by sense of honour and conscience I would not go in, but much against my will took coach and away to Westminster Hall, and there light of Mrs. Lane, and plotted with her to go over the water. So met at White Stairs in Chanel Row, and over to the old house at Lambeth Marsh, and there eat and drank, and had my pleasure of her twice, she being the strangest woman in talk of love to her husband sometimes. And sometimes again she do not care for him, and yet willing enough to allow me a liberty of doing what I would with her. So spending fives. Horace excess. Upon her, I could do what I would, and after an hour's stay and more back again and set her ashore there again, and I forward to Fleet Street, and called at Fleet Alley, not knowing how to command myself. And went in and there saw what formerly I have been acquainted with, the wickedness of these houses, and the forcing a man to present expense. The woman indeed is a most lovely woman, but I had no courage to meddle with her for fear of her not being wholesome, and so counterfeiting that I had not money enough. It was pretty to see how cunning she was. Would not suffer me to have to do in any manner with her after she saw I had no money, but told me then I would not come again, but she now was sure I would come again, but I hope in God I shall not. For though she be one of the prettiest women I ever saw, yet I fear her abusing me. So desiring God to forgive me for this vanity, I went home, taking some books from my bookseller, and taking his lad home with me, to whom I paid L10 for books I have laid up money for, and laid out within these 3 weeks. And shall do no more a great while I hope. So to my office writing letters, and then home and to bed, weary of the pleasure I have had today, and ashamed to think of it. 24th, Lord's Day. Up, in some pain all day from yesterday's passages, having taken cold, I suppose. So stayed within all day reading of 2 or 3 good plays. At night to my office a little, and so home, after supper to bed. 25th, up, and with Sir J. Minns and Sir W. Batten by coach to St. James's, but there the Duke being gone out we to my Lord Berkeley's chamber, Mr. Coventry being there, and among other things there met with a printed copy of the King's Commission for the repair of Paul's, which is very large, and large power for collecting money, and recovering of all people that had bought or sold formerly anything belonging to the church. And here I find my Lord Mayor of the city set in order before the Archbishop or any nobleman, though all the greatest officers of state are there. But yet I do not hear by my Lord Berkeley, who is one of them, that anything is like to come of it. Thence back again homewards, and Sir W. Batten and I to the coffee house, but no news, only the plague is very hot still, and increases among the Dutch. Home to dinner, and after dinner walked forth, and do what I could not keep myself from going through Fleet Lane, but had the sense of safety and honour not to go in. And the rather being a holiday I feared I might meet with some people that might know me. Thence to Charing Cross, and there called at Unthanks to see what I owed, but found nothing, and here being a couple of pretty ladies, lodgers in the kitchen, I stayed a little there. Thence to my barber Gervis, who this day buries his child, which it seems was born without a passage behind, so that it never voided anything in the week or fortnight that it has been born. Thence to Mr. Reeves, it coming just now in my head to buy a microscope, but he was not within, so I walked all round that end of the town among the loathsome people and houses, but, God be thanked, had no desire to visit any of them. So home, where I met Mr. Lanyon, who tells me Mr. Alsop is past hopes, which will mightily disappoint me in my hopes there, and yet it may be not. I shall think whether it will be safe for me to venture myself or no, and come in as an adventurer. He gone, Mr. Cole, my old Jack Cole, comes to see and speak with me, and his errand in short to tell me that he is giving over his trade. He can do no good in it, and will turn what he has into money and go to sea, his father being dead and leaving him little, if anything. This I was sorry to hear, he being a man of good parts, but, I fear, debauched. I promised him all the friendship I can do him, which will end in little, though I truly mean it, and so I made him stay with me till 11 at night, talking of old school stories, and very pleasing ones. And truly I find that we did spend our time and thoughts then otherwise than I think boys do now, and I think as well as methinks that the best are now. He supped with me, and so away, and I to bed. And strange to see how we are all divided that were bred so long at school together, and what various fortunes we have run, some good, some bad. 26th. All the morning at the office, at noon to Anthony Joyce's, to our gossip's dinner. I had sent 12 of bottles of wine thither, and paid my double share besides, which is 18s. Very merry we were, and when the women were merry and rose from table, I above with them, ne'er a man but I began discourse of my not getting of children, and prayed them to give me their opinions and advice. And they freely and merrily did give me these 10, among them, 1. Do not hug my wife too hard nor too much. 2. Eat no late suppers. 3. Drink juice of sage. 4. Tent and toast. 5. Wear cool holland drawers. 6. keep stomach warm and back cool. 7. Upon query whether it was best to do at night or morn, they answered me neither one nor other, but when we had most mind to it. 8. Wife not to go too straight-laced. 9. Myself to drink mum and sugar. 10. Mrs. Ward did give me, to change my place. The 3rd, 4th, 6th, 7th, and 10th they all did seriously declare, and lay much stress upon them as rules fit to be observed indeed, and especially the last, to lie with our heads where our heels do. Or at least to make the bed high at feet and low at head. Very merry all, as much as I could be in such sorry company. Great discourse of the fray yesterday in Moorfields, how the butchers at first did beat the weavers, between whom there hath been ever an old competition for mastery, but at last the weavers rallied and beat them. At first the butchers knocked down all for weavers that had green or blue aprons, till they were fain to pull them off and put them in their breeches. At last the butchers were fain to pull off their sleeves, that they might not be known, and were soundly beaten out of the field, and some deeply wounded and bruised, till at last the weavers went out triumphing, calling L100 for a butcher. I to Mr. Reeves to see a microscope, he having been with me today morning, and there chose one which I will have. Thence back and took up young Mrs. Harmon, a pretty bred and pretty humoured woman whom I could love well, though not handsome, yet for her person and carriage, and black. By the way met her husband going for her, and set them both down at home, and so home to my office a while, and so to supper and bed. 27th, up, and after some discourse with Mr. Duke, who is to be secretary to the fishery, and is now secretary to the committee for trade, who I find a very ingenious man, I went to Mr. Povey's, and there heard a little of his empty discourse, and fain he would have Mr. Gauden been the victualler for Tangier, which none but a fool would say to me when he knows he hath made it his request to me to get him something of these men that now do it. Thence to St. James's, but Mr. Coventry being ill and in bed I did not stay, but to Whitehall a little, walked up and down, and so home to fit papers against this afternoon, and after dinner to the Change a little, and then to Whitehall, where anon the Duke of York came. And a committee we had of Tangier, where I read over my rough draft of the contract for Tangier victualling, and acquainted them with the death of Mr. Alsop, which Mr. Lanyon had told me this morning, which is a sad consideration to see how uncertain a thing our lives are, and how little to be presumed of in our greatest undertakings. The words of the contract approved of, and I home and there came Mr. Lanyon to me and brought my neighbour, Mr. Andrews, to me, whom he proposes for his partner in the room of Mr. Alsop, and I like well enough of it. We read over the contract together, and discoursed it well over and so parted, and I am glad to see it once over in this condition again, for Mr. Lanyon and I had some discourse today about my share in it, and I hope if it goes on to have my first hopes of L300 per annum. They gone, I to supper and to bed. This afternoon came my great store of coals in, being to chaldron, so that I may see how long they will last me. 28th. At the office all the morning, dined, after change, at home, and then abroad, and seeing the bondmen upon the posts, I consulted my oaths and find I may go safely this time without breaking it. I went thither, notwithstanding my great desire to have gone to Fleet Alley, God forgive me, again. There I saw it acted. It is true, for want of practice, they had many of them forgot their parts a little. But Betterton and my poor Ianthe outdo all the world. There is nothing more taking in the world with me than that play. Thence to Westminster to my barber's, and strange to think how when I find that Jervis himself did intend to bring home my periwig, and not Jane his maid, I did desire not to have it at all, for I had a mind to have her bring it home. I also went to Mr. Blagrave's about speaking to him for his kinswoman to come live with my wife, but they are not come to town, and so I home by coach and to my office, and then to supper and to bed. My present posture is thus, my wife in the country and my maid Bess with her and all quiet there. I am endeavouring to find a woman for her to my mind, and above all one that understands music, especially singing. I am the willinger to keep one because I am in good hopes to get 2 or L300 per annum extraordinary by the business of the victualling of Tangier, and yet Mr. Alsop, my chief hopes, is dead since my looking after it, and now Mr. Lanyon, I fear, is falling sick too. I am pretty well in health, only subject to wind upon any cold, and then immediate and great pains. All our discourse is of a Dutch war, and I find it is likely to come to it, for they are very high and desire not to compliment us at all, as far as I hear, but to send a good fleet to Guinea to oppose us there. My Lord Sandwich newly gone to sea, and I think, fallen into his very good opinion again, at least he did before his going, and by his letter since, show me all manner of respect and confidence. I am overjoyed in hopes that upon this month's account I shall find myself worth L1000, besides the rich present of 2 silver and gilt flagons which Mr. Gauden did give me the other day. I do now live very prettily at home, being most seriously, quietly, and neatly served by my 2 maids Jane and the girl Sue, with both of whom I am mightily well pleased. My greatest trouble is the settling of Brampton estate, that I may know what to expect, and how to be able to leave it when I die, so as to be just to my promise to my Uncle Thomas and his son. The next thing is this cursed trouble my brother Tom is likely to put us to by his death, forcing us to law with his creditors, among others Dr. Tom Pepys, and that with some shame as trouble, and the last how to know in what manner as to saving or spending my father lives, lest they should run me in debt as one of my uncle's executors, and I never the wiser nor better for it. But in all this I hope shortly to be at leisure to consider and inform myself well. 29th. At the office all the morning dispatching of business, at noon to the Change after dinner, and thence to Tom Trice about Dr. Pepys's business, and thence it raining turned into Fleet Alley, and there was with Cock an hour or so. The jade, whether I would not give her money or not enough. She would not offer to invite to do anything, but on the contrary saying she had no time, which I was glad of, for I had no mind to meddle with her, but had my end to see what a cunning jade she was. To see her impudent tricks and ways of getting money and raising the reckoning by still calling for things, that it come to 6 or 7 shillings presently. So away home, glad I escaped without any inconvenience, and there came Mr. Hill, Andrews and Senior Pedro, and great store of musique we had, but I begin to be weary of having a master with us, for it spoils, methinks, the ingenuity of our practice. After they were gone comes Mr. Bland to me, sat till 11 at night with me, talking of the garrison of Tangier and serving them with pieces of 8. A mind he hath to be employed there, but dares not desire any courtesy of me, and yet would fain engage me to be for him, for I perceive they do all find that I am the busy man to see the king have right done him by inquiring out other bidders. Being quite tired with him, I got him gone, and so to bed. 30th. All the morning at the office. At noon to the Change, where great talk of a rich present brought by an East India ship from some of the princes of India, worth to the king L70,000 in 2 precious stones. After dinner to the office, and there all the afternoon making an end of several things against the end of the month, that I may clear all my reckonings tomorrow. Also this afternoon, with great content, I finished the contracts for victualling of Tangier with Mr. Lanyon and the rest, and to my comfort got him and Andrews to sign to the giving me L300 per annum, by which, at least, I hope to be L100 or 2 the better. Wrote many letters by the post to ease my mind of business and to clear my paper of minutes, as I did lately oblige myself to clear everything against the end of the month. So at night with my mind quiet and contented to bed. This day I sent a side of venison and 6 bottles of wine to Kate Joyce. 31st, Lord's Day. Up, and to church, where I have not been these many weeks. So home, and thither, inviting him yesterday, comes Mr. Hill, at which I was a little troubled, but made up all very well, carrying him with me to Sir J. Minns, where I was invited and all our families to a venison pasty. Here good cheer and good discourse. After dinner Mr. Hill and I to my house, and there to musique all the afternoon. He being gone, in the evening I to my accounts, and to my great joy and with great thanks to Almighty God, I do find myself most clearly worth L1014, the first time that ever I was worth L1000 before. Which is the height of all that ever I have for a long time pretended to. But by the blessing of God upon my care I hope to lay up something more in a little time, if this business of the victualling of Tangier goes on as I hope it will. So with praise to God for this state of fortune that I am brought to as to wealth, and my condition being as I have at large set it down 2 days ago in this book, I home to supper and to bed. Desiring God to give me the grace to make good use of what I have and continue my care and diligence to gain more.